Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. Times Square. At the moment, the city is in chaos. Previously, because Loki, the younger brother of Thor in Avengers, came to this world with an army of aliens. The Avengers and the Justice League are dispatched. It was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The alien army brought by Loki didn't even last an hour before being wiped out by those BTS. Not to mention wanting to rule Blue Star, he couldn't even rule a city. Thanos, who was watching the war from a distant galaxy, was also shocked. He didn't expect so many superheroes to suddenly appear, and the man with the red cloak and underwear outside actually made him feel scared. The invasion plan fails and Loki is captured. The ending can be said to be happy for everyone, but the city that was destroyed by the war between aliens and superheroes still needs ordinary people to repair it. At the moment SHIELD. Director Nick Fury, who was wearing an eye patch, felt a headache when he looked at the superheroes sitting in 2 rows on the conference table in front of him. Here's the thing. Just a few days ago, the world was shaken. It could be clearly seen from the satellite that the shadow of a blue star was slowly integrating with the current blue star. After blue star is completely integrated, the world has changed dramatically. Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, The Flash. 2 completely different worlds are actually integrated together. In the first place, there will definitely be riots. Although the land area has doubled, there are also 2 political powers. Definitely, in the extraordinary world, political power has never been the first element of world peace. It's the superheroes who can decide whether the world is peaceful or not. Avengers and Justice League. These 2 superhero organizations, after a brief period of confusion, began to maintain world peace normally. Definitely, there were many conflicts in the process. Especially after the integration of the 2 worlds, the timelines were disrupted. Nick Fury actually saw his own breasts on the street. This is so ridiculous. Such a fed up world gives everyone a huge headache. In addition to resisting the villains of the 2 worlds, there are also conflicts between superheroes, as well as a steady stream of superheroes and supervillains who belong to the future or the past. But it completely threw the world into chaos. S.H.I.E.L.D. made a prompt decision and called the Avengers and Justice League together. This time of alien invasion, the superheroes on both sides have a slight bond with each other. It can be said that Loki brought peace to the world in disguise. If it weren't for him and Thanos joining forces, Nick Fury would really want to award him a Peace Ambassador medal. Everyone, let's not stare at each other here. Why don't we talk about our future plans? Facing the heroes on both sides looking at each other, Nick Fury expressed his helplessness. The former playboy, the big guy who got angry and transformed at every turn, and the guy who claimed to be a god, were enough to give him a headache. As a result, the group update came. Headache. The meeting just now discussed the superhero registration bill. As a result, after Nick Fury finished his suggestion, he received no response at all. The superheroes on both sides seemed to be waiting for the other person to speak. This resulted in the meeting being unable to proceed at all. Let me tell you. Captain America Steve suddenly stood up. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, and at the same time glanced at Steve with grateful eyes. Sure enough, at the critical moment, he could only rely on the old man. After Steve looked around for a week, he took a deep breath. Everyone, we are sitting here for the sake of peace in the world, so I propose that there should be no more internal fighting. Anyway, the world is constantly moving forward, and time needs to be coordinated, and... Wait a moment. A low and magnetic voice sounded. Everyone turned to look, and Batman wearing a bat mask interrupted Steve's speech. I will not participate in the unified deployment. I only need detailed information about world number 1, especially information about the gods. Bang. Thor had a bad temper and smashed part of the conference table into pieces. Batman from world 2, right? I've heard of your reputation. What does a dark person like you want to do with information about a god? It is definitely to restrict you and prevent what happened before from happening again. Batman didn't mean to lie at all and directly stated his thoughts. That's right, it's about limiting the gods. As we all know, you can fight with Batman, but you must not make an appointment with him. Otherwise, you will just wait for him to use various means to treat you. Are you kidding? Thor's eyes gradually became dangerous. Hey. Everyone, I think we need to calm down. Batman didn't mean this. After all, Loki, your brother, he did some bad things, so we need a little bit of information, just a little bit. The Flashberry saw the tense atmosphere and quickly stood up to persuade. Humph. Thor snorted coldly, venting his dissatisfaction with Batman. Wonder Woman Diana, who is also a member of the Justice League and knows Batman relatively well, calmly analyzed, Thor, I understand your anger. After all, you are the god of Asgard, but who can guarantee that this kind of thing will not happen again? What about the second time? How dare you say that for a mere hybrid of a god? Faced with Thor's insulting remarks, Diana shrugged her shoulders, obviously not caring. I think this meeting is meaningless at all, isn't it? Everyone has their own ideas, so we might as well go home. Dr. Banner, as the Hulk, has no good impressions of this meeting at all. Especially when I heard about the so-called Hero Registration Act from Nick Fury. If this bill is really passed, doesn't it mean that he will always be under surveillance? I think in order to avoid this situation, a new artificial intelligence needs to be developed, and all superheroes must be registered. Iron Man Tony Stark is in favor of the superhero registration bill. He has even begun developing a new artificial intelligence, which he plans to command as Ultron. Heroes Registration Act. The man in blue clothes and red cloak who had been sitting silently on the Justice League side frowned when he heard the word. He is the center of the universe in the DC universe, Superman Clark. This so-called Hero Registration Act made him a little disgusted. Chapter 2. This alien who wears underwear outside, do you have any other ideas? Stark's tone was a bit mocking. In his opinion, Superman is the same as Banner when he transformed into Hulk. Typical guy with muscles and no brains. Not to mention Clark is an alien. If you need it, I can help you sew your mouth completely onto your steel armor. Batman said in a low voice. Oh. Thank you very much for that. I just don't have the technology to completely fit the armor into the human body. Tony Stark is a typical talker. Really, you will have it soon. I am waiting. Looking at the superheroes with different personalities in front of him, Nick Fury felt a headache. Their current integrated world is divided into world number 1 and number 2. The world where Avengers is located is number 1, and the world where the Justice League is located is number 2. The world suddenly integrated, followed by a struggle for political power. There are simply too many headaches for SHIELD. If the superheroes don't cooperate, the world will be destroyed sooner or later. As an agent, Black Widow saw her boss's troubles and quickly said, everyone, the reason why you are sitting here is because you are superheroes, and heroes obviously protect the world. The integration of the two worlds allows a large number of people to anti-superhero organizations appear. If we continue to be at odds, can we really deal with them? Black Widow is right. You know, there are many superheroes who want to maintain world peace, but those supervillains are not vegetarians, especially since the integration of the two worlds is not just the integration of Blue Star, but the entire universe. Gods, aliens, supervillains, the crises facing Blue Star are simply too numerous to count. Due to the chaos in the timeline, superheroes are constantly appearing, but the accompanying supervillains are no joke. Black Widow's words caused silence in the conference room. Indeed, if we don't think of a way, sooner or later, the world will really come to destruction. Boom. Just as everyone was thinking, there was a sudden roar from the outside world. Immediately afterwards, the earth shook. Superman Clark, who had super reflexes, crashed into the building and flew out in an instant. The other superheroes also showed their magical powers and rushed out towards the gap created by Clark. Nick Fury, Black Widow and others carefully walked to the window and watched the situation in the world. I don't know when, the entire sky turned blood red, with red and black lightning faintly intertwined in it. The aura of destruction was clearly felt by people all over the world. Not only that, distant outer space, Darkseid, Thanos, Inhumans, Martian Manhunter, parasites, Skrulls, anti-monitors, etc., including the gods hidden in the starfield, watch them all at this point. Similar to eternity and death, the creation gods began to explore the source of this power, but a scene that shocked them appeared. They had no idea what was going on, and the source of this power was not explored. There are only two results. The first is that the source of this power cannot be explored. It is a phenomenon that no one can explore. The other is a bit scary. It can be said that the power far exceeds them. Only then can we do it. They prefer the former. Originally, because of the integration of the world and the universe, these aloof gods are constantly being disturbed. Now if there is another power far higher than this dimension, then what are they called gods? Let's just call them ants. Who is coming? You can handle it all. Everyone on the hero building was watching this scene. They didn't know what was happening, but they had a bad feeling in their hearts. At this moment, a few words suddenly appeared in the blood-red sky. It is not so much a text as an impression engraved in people's hearts. After all, people all over the world can understand what the text means. Countdown to the destruction of the world, 3,614 days. There's even an hourglass constantly ticking by. 10 years until the end of the world. Is this some kind of prank? Tony Stark frowned when he saw the scene and said, if it's a prank, I have to praise the power of this projection. It can actually project it all over the world. The world? I have received the news from the company. This picture appears in every corner of the world, and everyone can see it. This is definitely not a prank. As the only Kryptonian currently, Clark looked at the sky with a serious face. He clearly felt a power that destroyed everything, a power that was even far greater than what he felt when he faced Darkseid before. In other words, this is man-made. Hey. Guys, it says that our world will be destroyed in 10 years. Is it true? It shouldn't be. What should we do? Or I can reverse it? No way. That's just one more timeline. The Flashberry originally, even though he was a chatterbox, he didn't have much courage, so he immediately panicked. Batman was silent. He had already contacted his butler and was using his computer to analyze the reason for the strange appearance of the sky. However, the results had not been received from the butler yet. Obviously, this thing was not easy to analyze. That is a power above that of gods, even stronger than Athena and the others. Wonder Woman Diana murmured to herself as she looked at the blood-red sky. Hulk, what's going on? Are you scared? Dr. Banner could clearly feel the trembling sensation of Hulk in his body, which made him a little surprised. Hulk was just a child, a lawless child, and anything that could scare Hulk was definitely an existence that he could not resist. Superheroes and supervillains across the universe were staring blankly at the sky. The same goes for all the people on Blue Star. They don't know what happened. They only know that the words on it say that there are still 10 years until the world is destroyed. Is this true or not? Is the world really going to be destroyed? How is that possible? You know, Superman is resurrected. No surprises with him. Iron Man is the strongest, okay. Forget it about your Iron Man. Let's see if Wonder Woman can handle him. The best thing you can say is fight. Just when everyone was talking about it, the bloody sky changed again. The line of countdown to the end of the world displays a new text. Number, Parallel Universe 001. Cause of destruction, anti-life equation, mutation. Status, destroyed. Survivors, 1 person, finally. Chapter 3. This text clearly appeared in everyone's mind. While everyone was still wondering about the meaning of this text, a world appeared in the bloody sky. What a world that is. The entire universe is filled with a trace of death. In the gravityless space, blood, residual limbs, broken bones, spacecraft wreckage, and planet fragments are floating everywhere. Silence. It's the kind of silence that leads to the end of all things, which makes people feel depressed unconsciously. The Flashberry, as a superhero who often uses the Speed Force to travel through time and space, was the first to notice the problem. Is this a parallel world? A different timeline, but how does this relate to our world? Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Batman's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, our world number 1 and world number 2 have integrated together. Is there anything else to be surprised about? Since such words have appeared, reminder, maybe, this proves our future ending. Is this the ending? At this moment, the scene in the sky changed, and the desolate and silent universe disappeared, replaced by a ruined city. In this city, weeds are overgrown, the ground is dry, and layers of blood are covered on the ground. Looking at the cars covered with plants on the streets and the surrounding ruins, you can tell that this place has been abandoned for a long time. However, some people, including superheroes, still discovered a scene that shocked them. This is Metropolis. How is it possible? How could the Metropolis become like this? We are still living here. Absolutely. Look at that broken statue. This, what on earth happened? The people from World 2 were completely panicked, because they discovered that the city inside the influence happened to be the city they lived in, and it was also the city where Superman lived, Metropolis. Batman's pupils tightened when he saw this scene. Is there no Superman in this world? No wonder he thinks so. Before there was Integrate in the world, the Justice League had tried to live without Superman. When the alien Steppenwolf led his troops to attack the Earth, if it hadn't been for the Mother Box to resurrect Superman, they really may not be able to win. Superman's death was all caused by Batman himself. If the world in this image became like this because he killed Superman, then he must be blamed. As expected of Batman, countless years flashed through his mind in a flash, but the only thing he couldn't figure out was the anti-life equation. Especially when there is the word mutation at the end. At this moment, the scene in the bloody sky changed again. Boom. A deafening roar sounded, and people and gods all over the world and even the universe felt as if the explosion was right next to them. The immersive feeling was particularly uncomfortable. The scene changes. A capital S appeared in the image. Superman. It's Superman. It's definitely Superman. It seems like the world will be saved by Superman. What destruction? With Superman here, are you afraid of any villains? That is to say, didn't you guys from World 1 laugh at the destruction of our world just now? Did you see it? Superman appeared. What's wrong with Superman? He can save everything. Nonsense, can't you see those comic books published recently? In order to integrate the two worlds as quickly as possible, many people have made comics about what happened in their own worlds. Needless to say, how powerful Superman is. Not only the people of World 2 started discussing excitedly, but Batman, who was far away at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, also breathed a sigh of relief. If Superman is still around, then the world should be saved. Wonder Woman, The Flash, and others also looked at the bloody sky excitedly. In their opinion, since Superman is still there, they should all be there too. Iron Man, Thor, and other superheroes from World 1 pouted. They originally thought they could see the embarrassment of those heroic dreams in the parallel universe of World Number 2, but after several battles, they had to admit that the guy called Superman was indeed extremely powerful. It is simply a beast in human form, as if it has no weaknesses, super reflexes, super speed, super strength, super vision, super hearing, etc. Every ability you can imagine is embodied in Superman. Since Superman is still alive, the world should be stable. Is the text wrong? Just as the whole world was watching the scene with excitement, the camera zoomed out. Then, what is that? A horrifying scene made everyone scream. The red cape, the capital S on the chest, and the whole person standing still in mid-air, everything proves that this person is Superman. But his face that should have been strong was frighteningly pale, and his eyes were red. The most shocking thing was that Superman's face seemed to have been torn off in half, and his exposed teeth were so clear. And you can clearly see that he is chewing something. If you look carefully, the thing being chewed is a person's finger. Superman is eating people. As the angle of view gradually zoomed out, everyone could clearly see what was on the ground. The ground is full of superheroes and supervillain armies. But at the moment, they had completely lost their former appearance. Each of them had lost their arms and legs, or their entire skulls had been opened. But without exception, they were all rushing forward crazily, even if their intestines were still intact. Hang outside. Among that army they saw familiar faces. Batman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Green Lantern, etc. The villain can also clearly see Joker, Penguin, Scarecrow, etc. These superheroes and supervillains are all running fast in the same direction at the moment. If you listen carefully, they are constantly shouting in deep voices, "Meat! Meat!" At the moment, people in World Number 1 and World Number 2 were all dumbfounded. Is this a zombie, right? The kind of virus-infected zombies in movies. How is it possible? The zombies in the movie can kill them in the head with just a gun blade. How can superheroes fall for this? That's right, Superman has super defense. If you bite him, even if your teeth fall out, he won't be able to break through the defense. Then how do you explain all this? Superman is still eating people. Looking at that hell-like scene, not to mention these superheroes on the Blue Star, even the powerful races and gods in the universe couldn't help but shudder. Because they could clearly feel that the zombie-like thing could easily tear them apart. Chapter 4. What on earth is going on? Iron Man asked in shock, isn't this the plot of a movie? There are no superheroes in those movies, but why are you still infected by this damn virus even though you are superheroes? No one could answer his question. Batman's brain is making crazy calculations. If there really is such a virus that can infect Superman, can they save the world? The answer is impossible. If someone as powerful as Superman is infected, then what future does this world have? Seeing the bones in the image showing all over her body, Wonder Woman felt a little fear in her heart as she stood on top of the building. Every woman loves beauty, and even superheroes can't avoid this. If she really becomes like that, it would be better to kill her directly. Where am I? Where am I? The Flashberry is constantly looking for himself. Logically speaking, even if he has the speed force and runs fast, he should be able to see his running trajectory. Hey, Barry, think on the bright side, you might have been eaten. Clark was eating a finger just now. Couldn't it be you? Hiss. Hearing this, the Flash took a step back, as if staying far away from Superman would reassure him. In fact, if you think about it, if this virus really breaks out, even if the Flash can't fight it, he can at least escape, right? He possesses the speed force, who can catch up with him in terms of speed. The fastest man in the world. But if you think about it carefully, Superman with super speed can catch up with him. When Superman was just resurrected to fight with them, when he entered the speed force, only Superman could react and almost punched him away. Dr. Banner watched all this calmly. After all, it was rare for Hulk to calm down. As S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Nick Fury has more to think about. he was wondering whether this parallel world would really come to this world one day. As parallel worlds, and they were so similar, there must be a link in the middle that went wrong, causing the world to become like that. If some villains try to copy this process, then the world they live in will be dangerous. Especially after those superheroes are infected with this virus, it is a nightmare for everyone. Therefore, the superhero registration bill should be passed as soon as possible. Just as he was thinking about it, the picture had turned to the front. At the end of the zombies' mad advance, a shining door appeared there. Someone slowly walked out of the door. It was an Asian man. Wearing a black cape, the logo on his chest has a big S, but his S is in the opposite direction from Superman. There is no expression on the handsome face, and the deep pupils are straight, like a robot. There were scars all over his body, his combat uniform was in tatters, and there was even a wound on his shoulder that was constantly bleeding. It was as if he had experienced countless battles. Seeing the appearance of this man, Superman's heart suddenly palpitated. Is he a Kryptonian? Why do I feel so familiar? Superman covered his heart tightly with one hand. For some reason, he felt that the man seemed to be missing something, and seemed to have huge amounts of sadness. Suppressed by that man. Another Superman. It doesn't look like he's infected. But why is there no expression on his face? Maybe it's because he is a master, otherwise who would be so cold and aloof? By the way, what's the matter with the scars on his body? When the zombies in the picture saw the man appearing, they all sped up like crazy. They stretched out their hands and held them constantly forward, drooling in large volumes, as if they wanted to completely eat the person in front of them. At this moment, Superman in the sky reacted first and dived down from 1,000 meters altitude. Because the speed was too fast, a sonic boom was directly produced. The Superman in black clothes below was still standing there calmly, as if he didn't feel any danger at all. Boom. Superman fell from the sky and swung his right fist towards the head of the Asian Superman. The loud bang was too powerful, causing a wave of air to surge around, blowing away all the surrounding ruins and rusty cars. The ground trembled. Super strength is evident. But a scene that almost made people's jaw drop appeared. At the moment, the zombie Superman's fist was pressed against the handsome face of the Asian Superman. The latter actually didn't even take a step back. Not only that, his face there wasn't a single scratch on it. The godless pupils were still without a trace of brilliance. There was a trace of doubt in the blood-red eyes of the zombie Superman. Just when he was wondering, he suddenly bent down. The Asian Superman actually punched his chest. A thick and powerful fist appeared directly from behind the zombie Superman, carrying internal organs and blood. Whoa! The zombie Superman made some whining sounds. Before he could say anything more, the other hand of the Asian Superman stretched out and directly grabbed the zombie Superman's neck. Then he pulled it out suddenly. Puff! Zombie Superman was decapitated directly. The horrific and bloody scene made the people watching the scene immediately start to vomit. I thought that this shocking scene would make the zombies stop, but they seemed to have no fear and continued to rush forward quickly, fearing that they would not be able to eat the piece of meat too late. Millions of zombies all swarmed towards the Asian Superman. Everyone looked at the scene with fear. In their opinion, the only surviving superhero in this terrifying world is the hope of saving the world. Boom! The moment the zombie wave came into contact with the man, a terrifying explosion broke out. What shocks people is that those zombies can actually use the skills that belong to superheroes, such as green light rings, mantra lasso, magic, and the power of thunder. Countless halos of light shine across the entire screen. At this moment, the camera came to the back of the Asian Superman. What was surprising was that although his front was covered with scars from the battle suit behind him was as clean as new. This means that he has never turned his back on the enemy. Is there anything more reassuring than that? But it was such a firm and powerful figure that made everyone feel lonely. The whole world and even the entire universe have been annihilated, and only one person is left fighting alone? How painful must that man be? Everything he wanted to protect has disappeared. Even if this battle is won, does it still have any meaning? Chapter 5. Boom 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 boom. Countless deafening roars sounded, and the camera trembled. I don't know how long it took before the whole scene calmed down. Look carefully, you can see that the blue star has disappeared. What is now in the lens is the disintegrated blue planet, with countless residual limbs floating in the universe. A broken cloak was also slowly floating in space. At this moment, the screen went black. The scene inside has disappeared. That man. Wonder Woman originally wanted to ask who the Asian Superman was, but in the middle of her words, she suddenly felt her heart cramping. The pain was unspeakable and made her feel as if she was suffocating. A little sparkle unconsciously flowed out of her beautiful eyes. Diana, are you okay? Batman came to Wonder Woman's side and asked anxiously. I'm fine, I just don't know what this feeling is about. Wonder Woman was also wondering why her heart ached so much that she couldn't stand it. She turned her head and looked inadvertently, and saw the Black Widow in the room. While staring blankly at the sky, those beautiful eyes were also shedding tears. What the hell? Superman slowly fell from the air at this time and stood on the ground. At the moment, the Marvel heroes in World 1, even the foul-mouthed Iron Man, no longer had the time to joke around. They all looked at Superman at the same time. Because they saw a complicated expression on Superman's face. Clark, did you find something? Aquaman walked up and asked in a deep voice. That man's name is Jinjian. Jinjian Superman. Superman. Clark said the name with difficulty. The moment they heard the name Endgame, the hearts of Wonder Woman and Black Widow even stopped. They seemed to have remembered or forgotten some important memories. Occasionally, some strange scenes flashed through their minds. They had obviously never experienced those scenes before. The end. How do you know his name? Does this name symbolize the beginning or the end of everything? A group of superheroes gathered around. Since Superman knows this man's name, does it mean that he also knows what the blood-red sky is about? I don't know. It was the code of life that sent me the news. It just told me that the man's name is Superman, and he should have Fuchsia and Kryptonian blood flowing in his body. He is a mixed blood. Superman. Clark explained. Before this, he had never known that the code of life could deliver messages. At this moment, an S.H.I.E.L.D. agent came over and said, Director, Professor X called and said that their student plans to apply to register as a hero. Oh. That's great, let them come directly. Nick Fury was very happy to hear the report from his subordinates. Nowadays, the more forces agree with the Hero Registration Act, the easier it will be to implement it. The group of X-Men led by Professor. Just in time to come over and help suppress these arrogant superheroes. Yes. After hearing the order, the agent went straight down to contact the Academy, while the superheroes here were still thinking about what was going on. Who is Superman in the end? What's with that blood-red sky? And how did that parallel world become like that? Look. There's another change. What? Hearing Barry's shout from the Flash, everyone looked at the blood-red sky again, where two words appeared, Origin. A brand new scene was also displayed in front of everyone. A scary-looking man appeared on the screen. Even a suit of armor can't stop his strong figure, dark brown skin full of cracks, ferocious appearance, and a pair of abyss-like eyes that make people feel the terrifying oppression through the image. Darkseid. Why is he here? Everyone in the Justice League immediately recognized this Dark Monarch. You know, before the world was integrated, their former world was invaded by the army led by Steppenwolf. In the end, the superheroes of the Justice League worked together to defeat them. At that time, a portal appeared, and the person who appeared inside was Darkseid, the terrifying Dark Lord. In his eyes, Steppenwolf was nothing more than a small chess piece. Everyone in the Justice League once looked at Darkseid from a distance, and they were all shocked by his aura. Now that they saw that figure, they recognized him immediately. Colleague Nick Fury from Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. also took a breath when he heard the name. The two worlds must definitely exchange information with each other. Darkseid is also written into it. Crazy aliens who destroy everything? What does it mean when such a person suddenly appears in the video? At the moment, deep in the universe, on the distant Apocalypse star, the real Dark Lord, Darkseid, was sitting on his throne, watching this scene. Oh! Even I appeared. What on earth is this image? The few men in front of the throne stared at the image intently. In their opinion, everything in the parallel universe that was just shown might have been done by the Dark Lord. After all, the anti-life equation was involved. Their monarch can always want to get that equation. On a deserted planet in the starry sky, Thanos, who looks somewhat similar to Darkseid, is also staring at the image. The integration of the two worlds made his ambitions more and more inflated. In the past, I just wanted to eliminate ordinary creatures at once, but now that the two worlds are integrated, there must be more creatures, but the territory is smaller. If you want this universe to continue to advance, you need to eliminate more lives. But after integrate, many superheroes appeared, and they were all in the way, especially the man in the red cloak. Thanos felt that after gathering the gems, he might not be able to win steadily. So he needs help. The intelligence obtained now shows that Darkseid also has his own purpose for Blue Star, so the enemy of the enemy is a friend, and the two may not be able to cooperate. At the same time, all the gods and races in the universe, as long as they knew Darkseid, felt a sense of panic. As the Dark Lord, Darkseid is very famous in the universe. Having the power of a god is nothing more than a pastime for Darkseid. As long as this Dark Lord appears, nothing good will ever happen, because he symbolizes destruction and aggression. Chapter 6. Darkseid in the image is looking at the thing in front of him, and the camera moves past. It's Cyborg. Both the Justice League and Avengers couldn't help but scream when they saw the thing in front of Darkseid. That's right, it's Cyborg in Justice League. At the moment, he was tied to the operating table and looked at Darkseid in front of him in horror. Darkseid's servant is leaking some information to Cyborg. Haha. Cyborg, do you think our monarch failed to invade Blue Star? No. Our plan was never to invade Blue Star from the beginning, it was just to make it easier for us to catch you. You have half of the anti-life equation inside of you. The anti-life equation is the end of all free will. Our great monarch only has half of it in his hands, and the other half is in your body. Hearing these words, Cyborg struggled hard. He knew that if this ambitious dark monarch got the other half of the anti-life equation, it would be the end of the entire universe. But it was obvious that his struggle was in vain. Now that he has been kidnapped, how can we let him escape easily? Darkseid allowed Cyborg to struggle as if he were treating Joker. Finally, Cyborg gave up and looked at Darkseid with contempt. You said that the purpose of invading Blue Star was false? In fact, you want to invade Blue Star, right? But you were beaten back. What kind of Dark Lord? Deadman really laughed. Hearing this, Darkseid's veins popped out, and he immediately looked at the servant beside him. Pull out his tongue. Yes. After hearing Darkseid's order, the servant walked directly in front of Cyborg, opened Cyborg's mouth with his rough hands, and then grabbed the tongue and yanked it. Puff. Blood flowed freely, and Cyborg could only make a moaning sound in an instant. Let's start. Seeing this scene, Darkseid nodded with satisfaction and immediately ordered his men to take action. I saw the servant taking out a mother box, which was exactly what the Justice League had snatched back before, and now it had been stolen by Darkseid. The mother box was attached to Cyborg's body, emitting a dazzling light. My master, this mother box will input your other half of the anti-life equation into Cyborg's body. But this method of combination through the host is not perfect. Once the host dies in the process, the anti-life equation will also ceases to exist. His death is in my hands. Now, I will summon the Death God. Having said that, Darkseid performed the summoning ceremony. Sure enough, a Death Walker covered in black and holding two sharp blades was summoned by him. The moment Death Walker appeared, Darkseid grabbed him by the throat. Seeing this, Darkseid's servant directly removed a thick needle into the Death Walker's body, intending to use the Death Walker to combine with Cyborg. This would ensure that Cyborg would not die in the process. Cyborg let out a wail of pain. But it is obvious that the words sympathy and pity do not exist in the dictionary of the people in this room. The combination of the immortal host and the anti-life equation, it seems that all the plans are so perfect. Darkseid's face is full of anticipation. He can't wait to have the complete anti-life equation in his hands. Got it? At that time, everything in the universe will be under his control. There is no so-called free will anymore, everything will become the will of the Dark Lord. Sizzle. The instrument made a sizzling sound of electric current, and the light on the mother box became more and more dazzling. But Darkseid never expected that the combination of Death God and the anti-life equation would cause the equation to mutate. The moment Darkseid put his hand on the mother box, a strange energy followed his hand and entered directly into his body. Yes. This is the anti-life equation. My master. You will become the greatest. Ah. Before the servant could finish flattering him, Darkseid suddenly roared, and all the surrounding instruments were shattered by him. He covered his head with both hands and howled in pain. In the shocked eyes of the servant, Darkseid actually cut his head open with his fingers. Without any time to think, the servant teleported Cyborg away and turned his head to observe Darkseid's situation. But when he never expected, what greeted him was Darkseid's fist. With just one punch, the servant turned into slag. Darkseid directly became a slave to the new anti-life equation, wreaking havoc on everything on Apokolips. There was debris everywhere. In the end, under the shocked eyes of those watching, Darkseid jumped directly into the core of the planet, and then the entire Apokolips planet exploded violently. The Dark Lord Darkseid, together with the dictatorial, cruel, hell-like planet Apokolips, completely disappeared into the universe. At the moment, Darkseid on Apokolips looked at the images in the video and went crazy. Everything in the room disappeared with Darkseid's anger. How is it possible? I obviously got the anti-life equation? But this is what happened? Can't I get that thing at all? Darkseid's anger caused the surrounding servants to tremble and kneel to the ground. One of the servants raised his head. My master, what happened like that must be because of the wrong method. It seems impossible to combine the anti-life equation into one through the host. We will continue to study, early. Bang. Before the servant could finish speaking, he was picked up by Darkseid, and then punched out. The servant's head was like a watermelon, completely shattered, and red and white flowed all over the floor. After venting his anger for a while, Darkseid once again sat on the throne that belonged to him. Anti-life equation. I must get it. Diddy. At this moment, the equipment on the side suddenly rang. At Darkseid's signal, one of the servants walked over and pressed a few buttons. A deep voice came from over there. Darkseid, are you the Dark Lord? Although our goals are inconsistent, the process is the same. How about joining forces? What are you? Darkseid didn't have much politeness towards this guy who suddenly came to the door, and asked directly with a cold snort. My name is Thanos, and like you, I am the lord of a planet in the universe. Oh. Above the blue star. The superheroes couldn't calm down after seeing the scene for a long time. Now they finally understand what the anti-life equation written in the previous paragraph is. The world turned into an apocalyptic world entirely because of that equation. Chapter 7. Bang. The door to the conference room was pushed open, and countless soldiers armed with weapons surrounded all the superheroes. One of the generals stepped forward and showed his ID to SHIELD Director Nick Fury. They are part of the upper echelons of the American military and have been ordered to control Cyborg. Sure enough, Cyborg was surrounded by soldiers. These soldiers were not holding ordinary weapons, but electromagnetic guns. Obviously, they had done enough homework before coming. If they want to make the semi-mechanical Cyborg lose the ability to resist, they only need to interfere with his energy. But the heroes of the Justice League don't let them do whatever they want. Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and Aquaman came directly to Cyborg, blocking him in the center and watching the surrounding soldiers warily. What are you doing? Do you want to confront the president? The general with military rank shouted angrily. Hearing this, Wonder Woman snorted coldly, everyone, now is not the time for internal strife, right? We haven't figured out anything yet, and you just want to take Cyborg away? Absolutely impossible. At the moment, the Avengers superheroes also gathered around, and it was obvious that they stood with Cyborg in this matter. Be prepared for danger in times of peace, no one knows what kind of content will appear in that image. Under such circumstances, how can they be allowed to take people at will? Just when the general was at a loss, Nick Fury came over and said, Colonel Jess, why don't you give us SHIELD for a while? Don't worry, I will explain it to the president. Seeing that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. came out as a guarantee, and seeing that Cyborg could not be taken away from the situation, the colonel ordered the soldiers to retreat. Now these superheroes all have a role. If you are offended by everyone and forced to become a villain, there will be no place to cry. The colonel directly used the satellite phone to contact the superiors and informed them of the situation here. As expected, he received an order to retreat. The people at the top did not want these superheroes to become supervillains. Seeing the army leave, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. If a fight really breaks out and these superheroes turn into supervillains, wouldn't the plan for the superhero registration bill become a blank slate? Sorry, everyone. Cyborg looked apologetically at the superheroes around him. When the army came just now, he had no intention of resisting because he also felt that he was responsible for the end of the world in the image just now. If it could be taken away by the military and properly protected, it would be able to prevent the destruction of the world. Seeing this scene, Superman Clark slowly came to Cyborg and put a hand directly on Cyborg's shoulder. We are partners. If Darkseid really comes, the worst is to call him back. Well, now we know what he's thinking, so there's no need to worry. Thank you. Although he knew that Clark was trying to comfort him, Cyborg still felt a little relieved. Yes, they already know Darkseid's purpose. Now that he knows it, he will never let him take away the anti-life equation. Even if it self-destructs in the end, it won't be caught by the opponent. At this moment, Black Widow said quietly, that scene started again. Ever since she heard the word end, she seemed to be a little distracted. A large number of pictures about that man appeared in her mind, but those pictures were fragmented. She couldn't understand the connection at all. Could it be that she had lost her memory before? After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that no matter what time she remembered, she could remember that she had never lost any memory, but that memory was so real. After hearing Black Widow's words, everyone focused their attention on the screen again. The scene at the moment shows Cyborg being teleported away. The place of transmission is Metropolis. The moment he arrived in Metropolis, Cyborg came back to his senses and his expression suddenly changed. He remembered, he was automatically connected to the global network. In other words, this anti-life equation will spread on the internet at an extremely fast speed. Thinking of this, Cyborg immediately yelled at the people around him, "Whoa!" The only sound that could come out was a whine, and his tongue had been pulled out. Just when he was about to activate the firewall mode to isolate himself, the people who saw him suddenly mutated. Not only that, the virus was spreading to the world through the internet. The entire metropolis was in chaos. Not to mention metropolitan areas, Any corner of the world, as long as there is an internet connection, is in chaos. Even if you turn on your mobile phone, you will be infected by the virus. Inside the Batcave, Batman discovered that the virus was transmitted through the internet and instantly activated the isolation mode. In this case, the virus would not be able to invade. Are 600 million people already infected? If this rate continues, billions of people may be infected with this virus. What is this? Batman looked at all this with a heavy expression. Even though he has the smartest brain, he can't think of any solution at the moment. While thinking about a solution, Batman seemed to remember something and suddenly shouted, "Oops! The Manor's network has not been cut off yet." Batman immediately pressed the emergency button. Sizzle! The entire Manor was cut off from power by an electromagnetic pulse. Batman walked out of the room, intending to observe the situation. But as soon as he walked out of the room, he was greeted by a corrupt man, Batman's disciple, Nightwing. He was infected at the moment and rushed towards Batman with a roar. In the crisis, Batman had no time to think and punched him directly. But as soon as he stopped Nightwing, a young man named Robin rushed up from behind and bit him, holding Batman's arm. Oops! Batman turned around and threw Robin out. The butler Afu beside him was in a panic and had no idea how to help his master. Go! Batman turned his head and roared at Afu. But the moment he was distracted, Nightwing came behind him and bit him directly on the neck. Puff! Blood flowed and flesh flew everywhere. Nightwing greedily chewed the pieces of meat in his mouth, his eyes still staring at Batman, as if he was looking at a feast. Batman could not escape death, and the two children he adopted completely trapped him. Batman, who could think of a solution to any crisis, actually died directly, which made the heroes watching the video unbelievable. Guys, I seem to be sick. Is this my imagination? I obviously don't know the two people who appeared in the Manor, but I have information about two people in my mind. One is Nightwing and the other is Robin. The Flash looked at the people around him in disbelief. Chapter 8. You too? I am in the same situation. Iron Man Tony Stark frowned. If the Flash and others were from World 2 and it was normal to know something about Nightwing and Robin, then how could he, a person from World 1, also appear in his mind? About their memories. The appearance of these memories is not sudden at all. Otherwise, Iron Man, who has always been smart, would have discovered the problem when he saw the video just now. All of us have been implanted with these memories. Batman said in a low voice. He didn't feel panicked about his own death in the picture, and even blamed himself in the picture for not being careful enough. They had obviously discovered that the virus was spread through the internet, but after isolating their own network, they forgot that there were other people in the entire Manor. It was such a mistake that led to his death. Batman has never been afraid of death. The only thing he is worried about now is the method of implanting memories. Looking at the wide-eyed stares of everyone in the room, Batman knew that everyone should have been implanted with memories of Nightwing and Robin, or that it was not just Nightwing and Robin, maybe there were more. It's just that there are no other people in the picture yet, so their memories are not triggered. What kind of method is this? Iron Man Stark and Dr. Banner, who are also smart people, also frowned and directly implanted memories without knowing it at all. This method is simply terrifying. Just imagine, if the implanted memory were slightly changed, could they still be them? As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury looked at the superheroes in front of him looking at each other, and he knew what the bloody sky was. His hand subconsciously reached into his arms and touched a pager. Did he? As the pager rang, a strange symbol appeared on it. Nick Fury wants to call Captain Marvel back. After all, she may have some understanding of the bloody sky after traveling around the universe all year round. Wonder Woman doesn't think about it as much as other superheroes. She only has one idea now. That is, if you look at the picture, the memory of Nightwing and Robin will be triggered in your mind. Why can't I remember anything about the previous Superman? Even the words Superman were told to them by Clark. Who is that man? Why do I feel so heartbroken every time I think about it? Can you see that man in the subsequent images? Let's not discuss it now. The image started again. After hearing Dr. Banner's words, everyone looked up to the sky again. Metropolis. At the moment, the city is filled with shouts of death and screams. The ordinary people infected by the virus have also developed a strong will to fear death. You can hear that they still have their minds, but they have become only pursuing flesh and blood. Monster. The survivors also gathered together to resist with the weapons they could get their hands on. At the same time, a variety of strangely dressed super-rebels appeared around the survivors and began to help. Definitely, memories began to be triggered in the minds of everyone watching the scene. Martian Manhunter, Green Arrow, Hawkman, Firestorm, Atom, and more. Not only do they have the titles of these superheroes, but even ability clearly appears in their minds. If this continues, It will fall soon. Quick. Get the survivors together so we can protect them. Damn. Where did this virus appear from? As the superheroes bring together the survivors on the streets, their pressure eases slightly. But even so, with the appearance of several superheroes infected by the virus, it became a matter of time before these people fell. Boom. Just when everyone was feeling desperate, a light suddenly appeared in the sky. Along with the roar, the light gradually grew bigger until it turned into a door. A black figure was falling straight down at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Boom. The black figure landed on the ground, directly knocking all the surrounding zombies away from the impact. Not only that, but he also trampled to death 2 superheroes infected with the virus under his feet. An all-black cape with S written upside down on the chest. What was different from before was that at the moment his body was as neat as new, his black cloak was gently floating in the breeze, and his handsome and resolute face also had a look of anxiety and sadness. His pupils were deep and lively, not at all like the zombie-like ones he had seen before. And the whole person looks very young. Finally, Superman. Seeing the appearance of this figure, the most excited ones are Wonder Woman Diana and Black Widow. The two of them were suffering from the fragmented images in their minds. Now that the black figure appeared, that feeling disappeared immediately. Ultimate Superman, who is he? Batman frowned in thought. As one of the smartest people, he is able to discern more information. The previous Superman in the end had obviously experienced countless battles, and his existence must have been a long time ago. The battle suit made of special materials showed signs of cracking and oxidation. On the other hand, the Superman who appears now has some battle marks on his clothes, but it can be clearly seen that this is a brand new uniform. And that handsome face looks much younger than before. Has he been fighting alone in this world for a long time? That's not right. It can be seen from the previous ending scene that he appeared through the portal. Just like how it appears now. Although he doesn't know what this door is about, Batman, who has been studying the abilities of other superheroes, clearly knows that it is the breath of time, a bit like the Speed Force mentioned by Barry in The Flash. Did you travel through time? Batman whispered softly. At this moment, the final Superman in the image spoke. Are you still late? In the end, Superman's voice was magnetic and beautiful, but his tone was so helpless and desperate. Facing the lump of meat standing there, the zombies all went crazy and rushed directly towards the direction where Superman was. Seeing this scene, Superman's pupils suddenly turned ice blue. Sorry, I couldn't save you, at least sleep here. Buzz. Ice blue rays shot directly from the pupils of Superman in the end, freezing everything they touched. Those zombies turned directly into ice sculptures. The superheroes around were still protecting the survivors, and their eyes widened when they saw this scene. Who is he? Chapter 9. Everyone who was protecting the survivors was dumbfounded. They didn't know the person who was freezing the zombies at all. Looking at your appearance, are you from Superman's hometown? No. If he is really from Superman's hometown, there is no way we have never seen him before. This guy's freezing ray is so powerful. In just a few breaths, the zombies on the street were completely frozen in place by Superman's freezing ray, including the superheroes who turned into zombies. No one can escape being turned into an ice sculpture. I know. He's the one. At this moment, Green Arrow spoke, and he remembered one thing. Not long ago, Superman and Batman said during a chat that they received a video message from a man, telling them that the end would soon be over. Be sure to pay attention to changes in the Met. No one would believe the news, but the suspicious Batman still kept it in mind and arranged for Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark is a spaceship that Batman built with his own funds. For Batman, who has always been well prepared, when he hears the news of the end of the world, even if he doesn't believe it, he will arrange countermeasures. Green Arrow originally planned to travel with his wife, but it was also because he received news from Batman that he would test the functions of Noah's Ark in the near future. It was because of this that Green Arrow stayed. I didn't expect the news of the doomsday to be true. And this man is exactly the same as the dark Kryptonian that Batman and Superman talked about. If he could know the doomsday news in advance, would there be a solution? As Green Arrow, who has the title of alternate Batman, is also very outstanding in terms of brains, so he quickly stepped forward and planned to ask. Wait a minute. Don't go there. Just when Green Arrow was about to step forward, Martian Manhunter behind him grabbed his arm and quickly stepped back. Boom. Before Green Arrow could ask Martian Manhunter why he did this, he was shaken by a roar that made his ears ring. Everyone turned their heads and looked around, and at some point, a dark door appeared near Superman in the end, and that door constantly emitted black mist to the outside. If Green Arrow hadn't been dragged away by Martian Manhunter with super senses in time, the door just appeared would have crushed him to death. Finally, Superman stopped the freezing ray, turned his head and looked at the dark door, his whole expression changed drastically. Damn. These bastards are actually coming after me. Buzz. The dark door opened, and several people wrapped in black mist walked out. Because they were wrapped in black mist, their physical characteristics could not be seen at all. Only Martian Manhunter, not far away, had his pupils constricted. Martian Manhunter is a Martian. He has powerful abilities such as super strength, super senses, super endurance, flight, shape-shifting, and so on. There's even telepathy ability. It can be said that in terms of combat power, it is not weaker than Superman at all, and it is even better than Superman in terms of all-around. He just used telepathy to test the people who appeared. Just the test almost made him go insane. What kind of soul is that? Tyranny, cruelty, bloodthirsty, greed, anger. Countless negative emotions gathered together, and those negative emotions were so powerful that they suffocated him. It is estimated that even the demons in the legendary hell are not as pure as these people's evil. In the end, you are here as expected. I have already detected traces of your coming to this world before. I didn't expect you to dare to show up. What's wrong? Your world was destroyed. Do you want to restart it now? What you can't do. A few people covered in black mist obviously didn't make any sound, but the people around them heard what they said. This way of speaking was directly transmitted to their minds. Court death. Finally, Superman's eyes narrowed and he rushed over. The speed of hitting the speed of light is so fast. Basically, no one of the few superheroes present, except Martian Manhunter, reacted at all. Finally, he came to the side of the Black Mist Man and slammed his right fist with a sonic boom. Passed. Bang. The two fists faced each other directly. A powerful wave of air dispersed, and the zombies that were frozen into ice sculptures instantly turned into ice powder. Martian Manhunter opened the protective shield in time and blocked the survivors. It was just the air wave caused by the collision of fists that almost made him unable to defend himself. At this moment, Martian Manhunter finally realized how strong the few people in front of him were. It's useless. You should understand that in our connected world, we are invincible. After the Black Fog Man finished speaking, two freezing rays shot out directly from the black fog. Seeing this scene, Zhonggyan immediately responded with a freezing ray. Sizzle. With the two people at the center, cold air overflowed, and the ground, cars, and buildings froze instantly. At this moment, several other black fog people also took action, and the black fog covering their faces simultaneously shot out freezing rays. Several freezing rays hit Superman's body directly, and his black battle suit began to be covered with ice crystals. Not long after, it had frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture. Recycle the end, and then bring this world. Click, click, click. As soon as a few black mist people came to Zhonggyan and planned to recover it, they saw that the ice sculpture began to crack, and what greeted them was the huge fist. Bang 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 bang. The Black Mist Man flew out backwards and directly smashed countless buildings. It wasn't over yet. Finally, Yan kicked off his feet and galloped directly into the air, then disappeared from everyone's eyes. Whoosh. Just when everyone was still confused, that man came. Red cloak, blue uniform, and a big S on the chest. It's Superman. Clark. Go help the man in the black uniform. Martian Manhunter said directly. Superman Clark originally planned to take everyone away, but when he heard what Martian Manhunter said, he remembered the man who reported the message to him and Batman before, and without saying anything, he galloped away into the distance. After seeing Superman leave, Martian Manhunter turned his head and looked at Green Arrow. I'll leave this to you, I'll go help. Hey. Wait a minute, how are you sure that the Black Superman is a comrade? Green Arrow asked. I just used telepathy, and that man has nothing but kindness for us. So, I want to help him. After that, without waiting for Green Arrow to say anything more, Martian Manhunter took off into the air. These guys. Green Arrow shook his head, his face full of helplessness. However, he obediently turned around and led the survivors to the Heroes building, where Noah's Ark was parked. Chapter 10. In the metropolitan sky. Finally, Superman was stopping in mid-air, facing several black mist men. You damn guys, have you already thought about how you're going to die? Hey, Jian, you are going too far. We followed their orders. You should understand that this kind of destruction of the world is irreversible, but you still brought those guys into the new world. Are you even planning to get them to unite? Do you really think they can do it? Facing the words of the Black Mist Man, Superman finally did not respond, but there was a hint of determination in his eyes. The superhero is really a ridiculous name for dead man. They are just a bunch of dolls, and they still want to get out of control. And you, finally, your appearance is outside the thread. In other words, you should not exist, but since it already exists, why not make yourself better off? Do you think you can save them by constantly trying to stop the destruction process? Even if you can save them, who will remember you? You are just using loopholes in the thread to continuously travel, but then you will find out as you keep traveling through time. The world can only advance, not reverse. In other words, you are doing useless work. If you... Bang. Before the Black Mist Man finished speaking, a black shadow came directly in front of him and knocked it away with a punch. Finally, Superman's face was filled with a cold look. You talk too much. Seeing this, the few remaining Black Mist people said nothing and rushed forward directly to fight with the final Superman. Boom 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 boom. Each punch always produces huge amounts of sonic boom, and all the surrounding clouds are scattered. The terrifying roar makes people secretly frightened. Just then, Superman and Martian Manhunter arrived. Seeing this scene, the two of them didn't say much nonsense and directly faced off against a Black Fog Man. Although I don't know who you are, we are here to help you. Martian Manhunter, who possesses super strength, punched a Black Fog Man. He thought he would be blocked by the opponent, but he didn't expect that the fist hit the opponent's body directly. The black mist shook for a while, but did not dissipate. Do you think your fists are useful? The Black Mist Man uttered a taunt, and then swept over with a whip leg. With a loud noise, Martian Manhunter flew sideways. Superman on the other side used his own heat ray, but what shocked him was that the opponent actually used the exact same heat ray. 4 heat rays were put together, and Superman was at a disadvantage. Ah! Superman's veins popped out and he increased the output of the heat ray, but it was of no use. The opponent's heat ray also increased the output. With a bang, Superman was hit by the heat ray. Black smoke emitted from his whole body, and he immediately fell from the sky. The Black Mist Man rushed over and punched Superman on the chest one after another. Under these blows, Superman's bones actually made a cracking sound. Superman, who was dealing with 2 Black Mist Men in the air, saw this and kicked the 2 men in front of him away, then dived down. You're just a doll, you still want to resist me, you BD are a doll. In the end, Superman came to Superman's side, grabbed Black Mist Man's fist, and in anger, punched Black Mist Man hard in the face, because in the end Superman grabbed Black Mist Man with one hand. Kirito's hand caused him to directly bear the full force of the punch. The black fog on his head was instantly dispersed. A pale face covered with black wounds was revealed. The black wounds were crisscrossed on his face, and wisps of black mist emerged from the wounds, making it look extremely penetrating. A hole. You. Before he could finish his words, Superman grabbed him by the collar and snapped his fingers without saying anything when faced with the Black Mist Men who were chasing him. Boom. The portal appeared in mid-air. Don't you want to catch me? Then come with me. After that, Superman finally grabbed the Black Fog Man and rushed into the door. The remaining Black Fog people looked at each other and followed closely. After they all entered the door, the haloed door disappeared without leaving a trace. Martian Manhunter and Superman flew back at this time and saw that several people had disappeared, with blank expressions on their faces, but there was not much time left for them to think carefully. 2 people with super hearing have perceived an invasion of the hero building. Without any time to think about it, the 2 of them left directly. The image pauses. Back to the real world. Everyone was already speechless. They couldn't believe what they saw and heard. Superman's strength is obvious to all. In this room, it can be said that he is currently the one with the highest combat power. Super strength, super speed, super sensing, simply all the super abilities that humans can imagine are concentrated in him. But even such a powerful Kryptonian is still vulnerable to that kind of Black Fog Man. And their conversations. Can a thread be understood as a kind of timeline? The one called Superman is constantly traveling through the timeline to save the world that is about to be destroyed. Iron Man summarized what he just heard. Probably. Batman nodded, but what I'm concerned about is that the Black Mist Man said that the new world, united together, is very similar to our current integrated world. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was shocked. If the guess is correct, then the world they are integrating now is finally done by Superman. In order to unite them to deal with those Black Fog people? But why don't people like me even have memories of him? Also, I have a guess, that is, you have all read the messages before the video. Seeing everyone nodding, Batman continued, the world in the image has been destroyed. In other words, these are all things that happened before. If the time before the destruction and the time after the destruction are not much different, then why did the time before and after the end of Superman is the gap so big? Something definitely happened in the middle that we don't know about. And Barry can use the Speed Force to reverse time. If the day of destruction really comes, Barry will definitely restart the world to before the incident. Since Superman understands us so well in the end and even integrated our worlds together, why not take advantage of Barry's point and return the world to before it was destroyed? Wouldn't this prevent Cyborg from being captured? Yes. When everyone heard this, they felt that it did make sense. Yes, if they wanted to prevent the destruction of the zombie world and let Barry bring the world back to the time when Darkseid was defeated, wouldn't it be possible for everyone to work together to save Cyborg? And what kind of existence are those Black Fog people? Now we can only hope that the next images will answer the questions. Chapter 11. Nick Fury has different ideas. Through the images just now, he got a lot of information, especially when Martian Manhunter, Green Arrow, and others appeared. There are so many hidden superheroes in World Number 2 that have not been discovered. Is it because they haven't gained power yet, or? Martian Manhunter's performance is definitely outstanding, not to mention that when everyone sees a new superhero appear, their ability will be in their mind. Super strength, super speed, super senses, telepathy, invisibility, transformation. Is this all-round ability still a Blue Star person? Ah yes. He is a Martian, so he is called Martian Manhunter. Nick Fury subconsciously compared Martian Manhunter with his biggest trump card, Captain Marvel, and finally found that Martian Manhunter's skills seemed to be too invincible. In terms of abilities, his various abilities are simply a replica of Superman, or an upgraded version. It's just that the super strength is probably not as strong as Superman's. But even so, when facing the Black Mist Man, Martian Manhunter and Superman couldn't fight back at all, which made Nick Fury even more insecure. Martian Manhunter and Superman combined are not enough to fight, so Captain Marvel may be useless. What is needed now is to get all these undiscovered superheroes to his side. As long as there are more superheroes like this BT, they might still be able to fight against those Black Fog people. Thinking of this, Nick Fury winked at his agent. After walking out of the room, Nick Fury began to give orders. Send people out to investigate. As long as they are superheroes who appear in the images, send people to contact them, and win over everyone they can. Tell them that there are still 10 years left before the end of the world, and we must unite together in these 10 years. Yes. After the agent listened, he went down to prepare. Superman and Thor, who had amazing hearing in the room, did not find anything wrong with Nick Fury's order. That's right. After seeing the Black Mist Man, they also began to become nervous. It would be best if they could find more helpers. The end of the world, the Mist Man, and the end, these unsolved mysteries should be understood through images sooner or later, but now Darkseid, who wants the anti-life equation, and the overlord of the universe, Thanos, are also urgent matters to solve. Finally Superman, he is, ho. Wonder Woman murmured the word Superman and suddenly remembered something. She clutched her heart tightly with her hand, and her whole body seemed to be suffocated. Everyone else was thinking, but Black Widow noticed this and came to Wonder Woman's side. Diana, what's wrong with you? Diana raised her head slightly and looked at Black Widow. That expression made Black Widow a little stunned. Distortion, heartache, regret, seems to be mixed with love. This heart-wrenching expression made Black Widow Natasha Romanoff a little unable to react, but she seemed to be able to understand the other person's feelings very well. Why isn't she like this? Is it because of him? What did you remember? Natasha Romanoff reached out and grabbed Diana's shoulders and shook her hard. She was also troubled by those memory fragments. I didn't think of anything. There was a hint of sadness in Diana's beautiful eyes. Although she didn't think of anything, the pain that seemed to be carved into her bones made her more and more suffocated. The Flash stood there, staring blankly at the bloody sky. When he saw the door in the picture, he already had this expression. With the Speed Force, he could clearly feel that the door was surrounded by the Speed Force. Even so, it seemed to be something completely different. At the same time, the depths of the universe. There is silence here, without any breath of life, and everywhere shows desolation and dilapidation. But there is a blood-red screen above. In front of the screen, there is a will that is watching the blood-red screen closely. Anti-life equation? Can this kind of thing actually bring death? But it's not real death. It's so wonderful, haha. At this moment, another will came over faintly. You have crossed the line. Oh? The death of the endless family in Universe 2? You are death and I am death, so how can there be any boundaries? Death is originally an inevitable concept. Should someone like you who takes death as fun really exist in this world? Don't you understand? The war has begun. World number 1 and world number 2 are now integrated. Countless multi-universes are also beginning to integrate. No matter your will, my will regardless of your will, sooner or later unimaginable destruction will erupt. At that time, there should only be you and me, these two concepts in the name of death. The mystery of the bloody screen has not been solved yet, but as shown above, everything is beginning to wither. The will that came later fell into silence, and after a while, he spoke again. If I guessed correctly, you also noticed the black figure on the bloody screen, right? Is it called the end? If you hadn't noticed it, When it arrives, there won't be such big fluctuations. This universe has turned into nothingness because of your fluctuations. I hope you can leave. It seems that you have also noticed it. Is this because we all have the concept of death, or is the end a special existence for us? Have no idea. Hee. Since the two worlds began to integrate, whether it was the races on each planet, or the gods who were in charge of the world and the universe, they all started a war. The appearance of that image gave them some truce time. Especially when you see the end of all things at the beginning of the video, how can you not be frightened? Blue star. After the video was played last time, there was a pause of about 3 days. In these 3 days, basically all the forces in the world have been mobilized. Just to find more people with extraordinary power. In addition to the power that a superhero originally possesses, it is his own experience. Some people will sink after experiencing despair, and some people want to rely on their own strength to prevent more people from being as desperate as him. So whether it's a superhero or a supervillain, they are all created by the environment. Since the image shows that there are so many superheroes, all major forces can take these people under their command in advance. S.H.I.E.L.D. even dispatched a large number of agents to find extraordinary humans around the world. Needless to say, they actually found a lot of things after such a search. The team sent by Professor X has also arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Chapter 12. Professor S.H.I.E.L.D. has recruited many extraordinary humans from all over the world. Friendly neighbors Spider-Man, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Green Arrow, and most importantly, Martian Manhunter also took the initiative to find SHIELD. He has telepathy and has communicated with Professor X using telepathy before. Another mysterious person came to the door, the Ancient One magician. With the arrival of these extraordinary humans, Nick Fury was shocked. He never thought that there would be so many extraordinary people in the city. The round table in the conference room. At the moment it was already full of people. The people outside of the Avengers and the Justice League are the superheroes who have just arrived here. Nick Fury stepped forward and said, "Everyone, this is the Ancient One magician, who has lived in seclusion in the Himalayas all year round. She has her own thoughts about this bloody sky and wants to tell you about it." Ancient One magician. Most people are not familiar with the Ancient One magician, but the memory of her resurfaces in their minds. After turning his head to look at the other newcomers, sure enough, that memory was triggered again. "It seems I don't need to introduce myself anymore, everyone should know me." Ancient One smiled. "The Sorcerer Supreme on Blue Star, should have the same level of combat power as my father." Thor looked at the Ancient One warily. Everyone looked at each other curiously. It was the first time for everyone to meet each other. Although there was a little more information about each other in their minds, it did not mean that they were acquaintances. They were still very reserved when seeing each other. There were only the Flash and Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man was a complete chatterbox, and the Flash was half a chatterbox, so the two started chatting directly as if no one was watching. "Hey. I think our battle suits are very similar. Your ability is fast. It seems that you can also circle the Earth several times in a very short time. Will the battle suit not wear out? This is made of special material. As Spider-Man, can't you spin your own silk?" "I can't, but I can make it." "These silks are made of..." The endless conversation between the two gave a few people on the side a headache, but they couldn't say anything. Only Martian Manhunter looked at the Ancient One with strange eyes. "Ancient One magician, the Sorcerer Supreme of World 1? But why do I feel you should be a man?" Professor X, who also has telepathy, and Martian Manhunter looked at each other. They both had the same question. It may be because they have telepathy, so when they look at the Ancient One magician, they have more information, especially those fragmented memories. In their fragmentary memories, the Ancient One magician should be an old man with a beard, which also fits the image of the Sorcerer Supreme. Isn't it strange that the Ancient One magician standing in front of them now is a woman with a beautiful face? After casually checking others, I found that only 2 of them seemed to be able to sense this problem, which may be due to their telepathy. The Ancient One standing at the front clearly felt the doubts of the 2 of them, smiled at them, and said, "Professor X and Martian Manhunter, I understand your doubts, and I will tell you my findings next. You guys, don't worry. Professor. It would make sense if the Ancient One had telepathy, but the 2 found no signs of telepathy on the Ancient One." At this moment, the Ancient One at the front spoke. "Everyone, I believe you are confused about the bloody sky. I am too, so I investigated carefully. Unexpectedly, even the god of white magic knows very little about the bloody sky. However, we used some forbidden magic to deduce a little outline. First of all, the integration of our 2 worlds can be said to be formed by a great magic, but this magic cannot be used by humans or gods at all. No humans or gods in this world, or the universe, have such even the so-called God cannot do this. We won't discuss the good or bad results of this integrate, but there is one disadvantage of magic, that is, the timeline is disordered. Time is created by people, but there is no time in the universe, only advancement. In other words, two people do not belong to one. Forcibly integrating the World Cup into the system is destined to have uncontrollable consequences. This includes people who belong to the past or the future and gods appearing in the same timeline. It is normal for everyone to see some people from the past. Another point is that because it involves the integration of two worlds, some of the parallel worlds may have evolved accordingly, so the ability and appearance we have now may not be what they are originally. Maybe I am a man in other worlds, but in another world, I am a woman. When the two worlds are integrated, I will appear in one of the states, and this will not cause any sense of violation, because it is parallel. That's how I am in the world. The Ancient One magician talks a lot about the integration of the two worlds. Some people probably understood it, but other people seem to be listening to the Bible, especially the Flash and Spider-Man. This does not mean that they are not smart enough. On the contrary, few people who have awakened supernatural powers are too stupid. It's just that I simply can't listen. What's with that red sky, and that image? After hearing Nick Fury's question, Ancient One continued to explain patiently, this is the question I want to talk about next. Based on the current images and texts, we know that besides our world, there are countless worlds. That 001 should be the number of the first Dark Universe, and that world has been destroyed. The cause of the destruction is the mutated anti-life equation. If it is just a destroyed parallel universe, I will not have any exploration. Hard, after all, parallel universes have their own trajectories, and we cannot interfere with them. But in that destroyed world, I felt a trace of magic that connected our world. In other words, the destroyed world is closely related to our world. Especially the two groups of people who came to the world through the portal. One is called Ending, and the other is a person shrouded in black mist. These two groups of people are not from that world. In other words, they also traveled from other worlds. Chapter 13. People who don't belong to that world. This sentence made everyone in the room frown. Especially Batman. He remembered that when he was watching the video before, the green arrow in it said that before the destruction of the world, he finally found Batman and Superman and told them that the world was about to be destroyed. In this case, it will be right. But if you don't belong to that world, why do you want to save that world? After all, this is a parallel world and it is destined to be destroyed. This is the process of the world. What is the point of forcibly stopping it? Didn't give everyone much time to think. Ancient One continued to speak. The scene at the beginning of the video is that Superman faced the destroyed world, and he chose to fight. I want to explain this. After the destruction, and him fighting the Black Mist Man, they do not belong to the same time point, or they can be regarded as two completely independent people. Do not belong to the same time point. The Flash knows this very well. Barry, the Flash, who had just gained the Speed Force and thought he could save his mother, traveled to the past and created several timelines. There were even 4 or 5 the Flashes appearing at one point in time. This is no fun. Including the scars on that man's body, he may have gone through hundreds of millions of years of fighting before he became the person we saw at the beginning. Hearing the Ancient One's words, Batman nodded. If explained this way, it does make sense. Otherwise, how could a person undergo such a big change before and after the destruction of the world? Moreover, looking at his combat power, relying solely on those zombies may not cause him much trouble. The words of the Black Mist Man. Hey everyone, the video has started. Before Ancient One could finish speaking, the Flash interrupted directly because he saw the changes in the bloody sky. After hearing this, everyone had no time to say anything, and they all came to the window and looked at the blood-red sky. Really? The image above has already begun. On the rooftop of a building, Superman was standing with his son and Batman's son. Batman's son Demir finally contacted his father, Batman, via radio. Time is of the essence, so I will say it directly. From a biological point of view, the people who have been transformed today are not zombies, because they are not only hungry, but also constantly spreading death. This is the anti-life that steals death. Equation. If you want to survive this crisis, you must kill those infected humans and destroy the entire internet. Batman was breathing heavily as he spoke. As the person who is most familiar with Batman, the person on the rooftop definitely knows that there is something wrong with him. If nothing else, he should be infected. As a good gay friend, Superman said anxiously, Bruce, are you at the manor? I'm going to find you now, you. It's too late, Clark. The world is left to you. Once the virus is infected, it is irreversible, so don't even think about saving me. Superman's face was filled with unwillingness. This man with a body of steel was so helpless at this moment. Damian on the side burst into tears. Father, Damian, I prepared a bat box. This is my gift to you. Also, I'm sorry that I couldn't. In short, I really want to see you, really, really. At the end of the sentence, Batman's voice became more and more manic. When the butler on the side saw this scene, he directly raised the shotgun in his hand. He would let his master die an honorable death and would never allow him to become that kind of walking zombie. Roar. Batman suddenly stood up and thought about Afu and pounced on him. Bang. A gunshot rang out and a third body appeared on the ground. On the rooftop. Although the current situation is extremely hopeless, especially the death of Batman, which makes several people feel extremely sad, there is simply not so much time to mourn now. They still have things to do. Superman asked several superheroes who arrived to protect his family, and he went to the city. X's vision was open throughout the whole process, and he needed to find the two most critical people. Sure enough, in a closed store, Superman found the Flash Barry and Kid Flash Wally. Great. You two are okay. Superman Clark looked at the two people in front of him with excitement. His purpose was to find these two speedsters. You know, the Flash and Kid Flash ran with all their strength, but they had the ability to exceed the speed of light. In this case, once one of them is infected, it will be a nightmare. What will happen if we constantly orbit a blue star at the speed of light? Everyone will be infected, and very quickly. So the first thing Superman thought of was the Flash and Kid Flash. Bruce told me before that we should be isolated and protected, so the two of us never left this room. The Flash Barry explained. Hearing this, Superman Clark thought of the dark figure again. If Batman hadn't been infected, he would probably have been able to figure out a solution soon. But the most important thing now is to get everyone on Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark is large enough to accommodate tens of millions of people, and there is a large amount of supplies on it. With the current rate of infection, if we don't act quickly, Noah's Ark will not even be able to accommodate people. Thinking of this, Superman and Wonder Woman left with the two speedsters. In the next few days, the superheroes who gathered together began to gradually lead the survivors scattered around to Noah's Ark. It has to be said that although Batman died, the backup force he left behind did help everyone survive the crisis. Everything is going in the right direction. More and more survivors and superheroes are coming to Noah's Ark. The heroes also let their guard down. Just at this time. Boom. A beam of light appeared, and the supervillain Luthor was cut in half by the beam immediately. No one reacted. It's Martian Manhunter. He's infected. The superheroes around him reacted. They didn't know how this alien as powerful as Superman was infected. But it is what it is. Martian Manhunter used his invisible ability to board Noah's Ark and killed Luthor with one blow. The surrounding superheroes immediately launched a counterattack. Colorful lights were shining on Noah's Ark, but it was still too late. At the same time that Luthor was killed instantly, the Flash Barry, the speedster, was also injured. Being injured by an infected person means that one is about to be assimilated by the virus. Chapter 14. The scene collapsed instantly, and the heroes howled in despair. Martian Manhunter is a superhero who is not weaker than Superman, and he is infected by the virus and is not afraid of attacks at all, but other people will be infected by the damn virus as long as they are slightly injured. Call. Just then Firestorm arrived, covered in flames. The moment he appeared, he wrapped Martian Manhunter in a large amount of flames. On the other side, other powerful superheroes also heard the sound and rushed over immediately. Damn. Kill this guy together. Facing their former comrades, these superheroes have no mercy. The longer time is delayed, the more people will be infected. Under the crowd's pursuit, Martian Manhunter was quickly cornered. Under the influence of the virus, Martian Manhunter had no intention of escaping. He only had the goal of spreading death in his mind. At the last moment, he still opened his fangs, trying to infect the people around him, but what greeted him was a howitzer. Cyborg is coming. Boom. Martian Manhunter completely fell to the ground, and his body began to be covered in flames. Numerous cracks and large holes appeared on the hard walls of Noah's Ark, all of which were caused by the battle just now. But now, the heroes have no intention of repairing it, because Kid Flash Wally shouted with a look of horror, Barry is gone. What? The most worrying thing happened, the Flash disappeared. Everyone knows what it means when the Flash disappears at this time. It means that the survivors outside and the superheroes who are saving the survivors will be plunged into an unprecedented crisis. The internet is now destroyed by superheroes. Logically speaking, there are no sources of infection except those originally infected. But the Flash will definitely cause devastating disaster to this world. I'm going to chase him. Wally, the Flash Kid, is also a speedster and planned to destroy the Flash himself. However, just as he was about to move, he was grabbed by the shoulder by Superman on the side. Wally, you can't go. Why? Clark, if I don't go, who else can catch up? Before he could say anything, Wally seemed to have thought of something and looked at Superman anxiously. No. Clark. You absolutely can't go. The other superheroes also reacted. If anyone other than Wally, the original speedster, can catch up with the Flash, then the only one who has super speed is Superman. Super speed is not just something to talk about casually. He can really keep up with the speed of speedsters, but Superman does not have the speed force. But no one wants Superman to go after the Flash. Now the Flash is infected, and the world is facing an unprecedented crisis. If Superman is unfortunately infected, it won't be a crisis or not, it will be a desperate situation. Superman is recognized as the most powerful superhero. If he is infected, who can handle it? Should more superheroes work together to stop Superman and then all become infected? Clark, you can't go. Several superheroes on the side quickly stopped. Lois and Joe in the distance, as Superman's family members, also looked worried. Seeing this, Superman felt warm in his heart, but he still said firmly, Wally, who is also a speedster, may not be able to stop Barry. If I want to really stop him, I am the only one who can. Everyone was speechless for a while. Indeed, only Superman with super speed and super strength can steadily stop the Flash. Anyone else would risk failure. Now is not the time for hesitation, Barry should be constantly spreading death as we speak. Without enough time to say goodbye to his family, Superman dodged and flew out. The camera turned and came to the Flash Barry. The once sunny and cheerful the Flash has been infected by the virus. The supercure has lost its effect. With cracks and broken flesh all over his body, he is infecting everyone on the Blue Star at the speed of light. One person. Even some superheroes who are rescuing survivors cannot avoid this fate. The Flash Barry's speed was too fast, and the situation that had obviously been getting better suddenly took a turn for the worse. Superman quickly flew into outer space and stood in the universe watching the Blue Star. The X-Sight and Super Sensor were both maximized at the same time. Finally, he felt the trace of the Flash Barry, and his expression changed drastically. At this speed of transmission, Blue Star will completely lose hope in a short time. Without any time to think, Superman flew directly towards Barry's location. He also had the speed of light. He only needed to determine Barry's trajectory and use his body of steel to collide with him to solve everything for Dio. After all, if you want to catch up with the Flash from behind, it is almost impossible. The Flash has the speed force, and when activated at extreme speed, it is faster than Superman. Before he had time to think, a halo appeared around Superman, and his entire body turned into a stream of red and blue light, flying straight around the Blue Star. One blue figure and one orange figure collided directly. Boom. Speed is power, and the terrifying power caused a deafening roar where the two collided. The flesh and blood body collided with the steel body, and the result was obvious. Barry was directly smashed into pieces. There was a trace of sadness in Superman's eyes. Superman stopped and looked at Barry in the distance. At this moment, he suddenly felt something strange in his chest. He looked down and was shocked. The extremely fast collision, even the flesh and blood body has terrifying power, which can be seen from the explosion just now. Superman suddenly discovered that there were two severed fingers stuck under his chest. It's Barry's. Facing imminent death, Superman only had his family in his mind, and then turned around and flew towards Noah's Ark. As soon as they returned to Noah's Ark, everyone gathered around him. Clark, you. Kid Flash Wally suddenly saw the wound below Superman's chest. And his exclamation also drew everyone's attention to this unacceptable fact. Everyone, I'm sorry. Superman's face was full of apologies. He looked at his wife Louise and son Joe. The two had tears in their eyes at this moment, knowing that they might have to say goodbye to Superman forever. I won't let myself spread death, so I plan to take myself to outer space. At least there, I won't affect the people of Blue Star. Clark. All the superheroes looked at Superman with respect. This Kryptonian who dedicated his life to Blue Star never expected that it would turn out like this. It's too late, I love you. After saying goodbye to his wife and son, Superman flew straight into the universe. He wanted to try his best to stay away from this planet while he was still conscious. Chapter 15. After Superman moved as far away from Blue Star as possible, tears of regret flowed from his eyes. I don't know if he regrets trying to stop the Flash, or if he feels like he hasn't taken good care of his family after being so busy for so many years. Red and blue figures are floating in the universe. After a while, Superman's expression became more and more ferocious. He held his head in his hands, and heat vision shot out from his pupils, directly cutting open a relatively small planet nearby. Ah! Superman roared in pain, his voice spreading throughout the universe. 10 fingers had penetrated deeply into the skin. His skin gradually turned pale, and the flesh on his face was torn open by himself. The whole person exuded a terrifying aura of death. After a while, he stopped struggling, and a low growl came from his throat. In order to prevent himself from hurting Blue Star, Superman chose to fly into the depths of the universe, but he forgot that even if he died, he still had his own ability. After becoming a slave to the anti-life equation, he was able to clearly identify his goals. Destroy all life. Whoosh. The red and blue figure flew straight in one direction. Superman. This title plays an important role in Blue Star: super strength, super speed, super senses, man of steel, etc. Every extraordinary ability is something people dream of. Superman also usually represents hope. Even when the whole world is attacked by the virus, people have not forgotten hope, because that red and blue figure will always appear at the most critical moment to save everyone from the fire and water. Now only the superheroes know about Superman's death and stay away from Blue Star. The other survivors don't know anything about it yet. Just when the survivors were led into Noah's Ark by the superheroes in an orderly manner, a child pointed to the sky. "Dad, it's Superman. He's here." What? Hearing the children's words, the superheroes around them looked horrified. Others don't know, but they do know that Superman has been infected by that virus, so who is coming now? He raised his head and looked at the sky, and sure enough, a stream of red and blue light was falling at an extremely fast speed. Get out of the way. The heroes with supervision saw it. It was the zombie Superman, and heat vision was blooming in his eyes. Everyone evacuated urgently, and at the moment, the heat vision also fell. Boom. A building was directly destroyed, and the sound of the building collapsing and people's screams were extremely clear at this moment. The red and blue figure fell on the ground. At the moment, his resolute face had turned pale and ferocious, with his face hanging casually, revealing his fangs. Hope is lost. The image pauses. The superheroes in the real world all gasped when they saw this scene. If the Flash's previous infection made everyone feel that the world could still be saved, then the fall of Superman has completely made people feel desperate. Hey, guys, what are you looking at me for? That's not me. No, it's me, but it's not me now. The Flash felt the gloomy gazes around him and waved his hands in panic. Indeed, the Superman in the image was infected by the Flash. But the Flash is him in a parallel world, and he is not infected with the virus now. Nick Fury at the front looked at the Flash. He was already thinking. If there is a crisis that will destroy the world, then the Flash must be under special care. The speed of light is no joke. Besides Superman, who else in this room can run at the speed of light? At that time, in just one breath, everyone present would probably die. That's a scene Nick Fury definitely doesn't want to see. Batman remained silent. He was thinking about the son he saw in the video before. Was his name Damian? A gentle smile appeared on the dark and cold face. Although he doesn't have children now, it doesn't mean he won't have any in the future. If he really has such a lovely son, it would be a kind of salvation for him. The anti-life equation cannot even withstand a body as powerful as Superman. We must not allow tragedy to happen again. We have integrated two worlds. In this case, I propose that we should directly kill Apocalypse and destroy Darkseid. Only through virtue management can the situation in the video not become reality. As S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Nick Fury does not have the so-called non-killing mentality of those superheroes. In his opinion, all people or things that threaten Blue Star should be eliminated. If he wasn't afraid that these superheroes would turn into supervillains, he would have imprisoned both Cyborg and the Flash. Professor X spoke at this time. The only thing in this room that he couldn't see through was the Ancient One magician, so he wanted to hear what other insights the Ancient One had. Everyone, I think we haven't finished listening to the Ancient One magician yet. After hearing Professor X's words, everyone turned their attention to the Ancient One magician again. I talked about that man last time, and now I will tell you my speculation about him again. His name is End, which means the end of all things, but End also represents rebirth, so it should be the node between the beginning and the end. We don't know who those black mist people are, but from their bodies, I feel a strong sense of uneasiness. This kind of evil power is something that even the oldest evil god has never possessed. Lenovo finally wanted to prevent the destruction of that world. I guess he may have failed, or not completely failed. The integration of our two worlds should be his backup. I traveled through the timeline and fought against unknown enemies in order to prevent the destruction of the world, but now the bloody sky has announced the countdown to the destruction of our world. It's possible that something happened to this one called Ending. It's like when he first appeared, his expression was full of numbness and emptiness. I guess he must have shouldered everything alone and been fighting in the unknown world. The scars on his body are evidence. There are many scars. You can all feel it, it's the ability of everyone here. The Ancient One magician finished speaking, and when she said the last word, there was a trace of sadness on her face. One man preventing the destruction of the world? Just look at the number and you will know that the impact they see now is only 001, which means that there are at least hundreds of such worlds. Are those worlds destroyed? If not, why is it their turn for the destruction of the world now, and who is the man named Zhongyan fighting? Although I feel inexplicably familiar with him, I don't have any memory in my mind. This is simply too weird. Chapter 16. Then, is this person still alive now? Diana asked tremblingly. This is also what everyone here wants to know, if there really is such a person, silently carrying everything, fighting alone for so long. As they are also superheroes, they definitely want to help. What's more, everything this person does is for this world. I have no idea. Ancient One was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Whether he is alive now can only be observed through images, because the gods and I can only detect some breath. What I just said is just a guess. I also know the real situation. Not much. Guess. Superman. Clark frowned. He looked at the final Superman, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar he became, almost like his own relative. Coupled with the black suit, is he also a Kryptonian? A companion from his hometown? Otherwise, why would the code of life tell him about that man's name or title? I feel that everything in that world is closely related to me, especially when I die in that world. I seem to have suffered that pain. Superman said. Hearing this, the Flash also nodded in agreement. He thought he was hallucinating just now and didn't dare to say anything. Batman was trapped in his own thoughts. Most of the time, he pondered this matter by himself without speaking out. It seems that my guess is correct. The destruction of those worlds has many connections with our world, so we need to look at the images to find the reason for the destruction of our world, because even with the time gem, I can't explore it at all. How will the world be destroyed? Ancient One said seriously. Everyone nodded. They not only wanted to understand why this world was destroyed through the bloody sky, but also why their two worlds merged together, and who the black figure was in the end. After a while, the image appeared again. Just looking at the image at this time makes people feel deep despair. Superman is infected, and whether he is an ordinary person or a superhero, there is no way he can resist him. Wonder Woman, Cyborg, and others stood in Noah's Ark and discussed countermeasures. There are already several survivor gathering places that have been infected by Superman before they can be moved. If we don't stop him, his next destination should be us. After hearing Cyborg's words, many superheroes fell into deep thought. How Superman is going to solve this problem is a question. At this moment, Damian, wearing a Batman battlesuit, came over. He opened the box prepared by his father, Batman, which contained not only a custom-made battlesuit for him, but also a variety of information. One of the hard drives was held in Damian's hand. This contains information prepared by my father, about Superman. About Superman. Green Arrow looked at the hard drive in confusion. There was an S logo on it, which was clearly Superman's logo. That's right. Damian nodded and continued, in order to deal with this situation, my father left a backup plan for every superhero, with its weaknesses and how to kill it. As soon as these words came out, many superheroes were stunned. Although Batman is relatively unsociable on weekdays, it must be said that at critical moments, this hero in the dark is always able to make suggestions. No matter what kind of crisis it is, he can ultimately turn defeat into victory with his amazing IQ. There is also a saying that is spread, that is, you can fight with Batman, but you can never make an appointment with him, because as long as you make an appointment with him, then sorry, he can think of 100 ways to kill you. Even if you're a god, Batman can find a way to knock you down. Green Arrow sighed, Bruce is so cruel. People have died, and he can kill us all. Hearing Green Arrow's slightly teasing tone, Damian replied angrily, that's right, my father left information about all the superheroes in the world, but he didn't leave information. Green Arrow was speechless for a while, and several superheroes on the side covered their mouths and laughed secretly. Only Canary, his wife, came to comfort him. Umph. If I let him go, he would be the biggest threat to this planet. That guy Bruce really has no vision. Yes, let's not be angry, be good. Canary coaxed Green Arrow like a child. The hard drive is actually a simple description of Superman and his weaknesses, and there is also a stone emitting green light in the box. This is kryptonite. Wonder Woman Diana's tone was a little excited. Well, this is kryptonite, which is Superman's biggest weakness. Green Arrow nodded, and he also felt the special aura on the stone. As we all know, Superman's biggest weakness is kryptonite. Definitely, his magic resistance is relatively low, but some magicians will be killed by him even if they don't use magic. Kryptonite is his biggest nemesis. As long as Superman is close to kryptonite, he will become an ordinary person. The butler Afu stood up and said, "We can use the drawings left by the master to create gas that slows down Superman." Wonder Woman came out. "Although these plans are effective, they all emphasize control. Now we absolutely cannot show mercy and must kill Superman. This also respects Clark's wishes. If he knew that he was constantly infecting humans, he would probably it will be excruciatingly painful." Everyone was silent. Wonder Woman took the kryptonite and went to a room in Noah's Ark. "There is a forge here." Wonder Woman puts on her glasses and transforms into a blacksmith master, and starts tapping the kryptonite constantly. She plans to integrate her god-killing sword and kryptonite, Superman's two major weaknesses, magic and kryptonite. Only in this way can she integrate the kryptonite. The crazy Superman was beheaded. When the green light sword was finished being forged, Wonder Woman looked at the blade, her eyes full of determination. "My destiny has been controlled by me. Clark, I'm sorry." After saying that, Wonder Woman turned around and walked outside with a sharp sword in hand. At the moment in the outside world, basically all the survivor strongholds have been destroyed by Superman. Nowadays, there are millions of people on Noah's Ark. This is the last fire left by the entire Blue Star. Don't think that millions of people are a lot. There used to be billions. In just a few days, they all disappeared in this place. World. They plan to use the Ark to transfer to other planets. Chapter 17. The universe is vast, and it is not difficult to find a safe planet in it. After all, there are countless extraordinary humans in Noah's Ark. And originally these superheroes have aliens, such as Martian Manhunter, Superman, etc. Although Martian Manhunter and Superman are both dead, there are other aliens. These people are very familiar with the universe and have such strong combat power that they will not panic even if they go to any planet. Now it is determined that if there are no other survivors on Blue Star, then Noah's Ark will take off. Boom. Just as the superheroes were discussing how to move, there was a sudden roar from the sea outside. The waves were so strong that they submerged nearby buildings. A huge creature emerged from the sea. The transformed Aquaman and the sea monster from Greek mythology, the giant octopus Kraken, appeared not far from the Ark. Also coming together were countless infected Atlantean soldiers. To capture the thief first, capture the king. Green Arrow understood this very well. He drew his bow and arrow, aimed at Aquaman standing on Kraken's head, and shot an arrow suddenly. Whoosh! The sharp arrow shot towards Aquaman quickly with tearing air sounds. Before Aquaman could react, the sharp arrow pierced his head directly, and red and white flowed all over his body. He died before he could escape. Aquaman himself died on top of Kraken before he could spread the word of death. After shooting Aquaman through the head, Green Arrow still had an angry expression on his face. "Did you see it? Bruce, you haven't prepared a plan to deal with me. It's really ridiculous. I just shot Aquaman through the head with an arrow, FK Batman." With Aquaman down, the soldiers of Atlantis fought against the rebel soldiers on the Amazon side. Still a dozen superheroes rushed forward. "You guys leave quickly. We'll buy time for you. If you don't leave, Superman will come." Hearing this, the superheroes on the Ark didn't show any hesitation at all, and the finalists were determined by drawing lots. At this moment, everyone has the consciousness to sacrifice his life for the fire of mankind. Boom! Along with the ear-splitting roar, huge amounts of Ark began to slowly rise into the sky. And the superheroes and Amazon soldiers who stayed below paid a heavy price. There is no way, there are too many infected people. Especially after being injured by those infected, you will soon become one of them. Under the ebb and flow, it can only be delayed for a period of time. As the Ark took off, Green Arrow shot his last arrow. Looking at the army rushing towards him, Green Arrow smiled slightly. "Have you seen my strength? Fake squid." Batman. After saying this, Green Arrow was directly overwhelmed by the zombie wave. When Batman Bruce saw the scene in real life, he was also slightly sad. "If I don't have a plan for you, it's either because you are too weak and don't need a plan, or because you are too strong and have no weaknesses at all. Obviously, you are the latter. Farewell, brother." The camera turned and came to mid-air. Cyborg, Wonder Woman, and Green Arrow's wife, now the Canary with the Green Lantern ring, the three trembled together with Superman. The shield derived from the Green Lantern and Cyborg's heavy weapons did suppress Superman, but this could not last long, which could be seen from the anxious faces of the two men and the cold sweat on their foreheads. Wonder Woman on the side found an opening and waved the sharp blade in her hand. Puff! Superman's right arm was cut off directly, and blood flowed freely. Roar! Superman roared from his throat. Such injuries were nothing to him. After all, he was already dead and felt no pain at all. What made him angry was that the person in front of him was actually preventing him from spreading death. While Superman was still roaring, Wonder Woman saw an opportunity and directly inserted the God-killing sword into Superman's chest. Great, we succeeded. Puff. Before Wonder Woman could finish her words, Superman's punch directly penetrated her abdomen. It was an absolute force without mercy. Wonder Woman's body gradually fell from the air. Cyborg and Canary quickly stepped forward to catch her, but were followed by Superman's ruthless attack. Boom. The last light curtain of the green light appeared in mid-air. After doing all this, Superman rushed directly towards the Ark in the sky. At the moment, Noah's Ark began to move forward at full speed, and soon arrived at the vast universe. Just when the people inside were rejoicing, Superman, covered in blood, stood in front of the Ark. Clark. Seeing the figure on the screen, Louise cried. The son Joe on the side quickly supported his mother. Although Joe was still a teenager at the moment, he had already put on Superman's uniform. He was the new generation of Superman. Leave it to me next. No. Joe. Click. No one could stop him. Jiao had already opened the hatch and rushed towards the figure. Boom. In the universe, two red and blue figures collided together, and the powerful impact caused all the humans in Noah's Ark to fall to the ground. When the light dissipated, the big screen showed that Joe, son of Superman, is dead. Even though he has Superman's bloodline, he is not Superman after all, and he cannot stop his father's body at all. It only delayed everyone for tens of seconds. It was during these few dozen seconds that the Green Lantern Corps arrived. The Green Lantern Corps, the peacekeepers in the universe, each possesses the power of a Green Lantern ring and can travel through the universe at will. They received the signal from Blue Star, and now the whole group is dispatched to help. Seeing Superman and Superman's son become infected, they pounced on them without saying a word. Buzz buzz. Green energy appeared one after another, lighting up the entire dark universe, as if it was the light of hope. The humans in the Ark also looked at the big screen excitedly. So many Green Lanterns. They were saved. At the same time, people in reality were also crying with joy. They have seen too many desperate scenes, and now this green hope can be said to make them extremely happy. Save them quickly. Is this Green Lantern? I remember seeing him in Metropolis before. So many Green Lanterns. They can be saved. They can be saved. No, didn't that image say the world was destroyed? The records must be wrong. How could so many Green Lanterns lose? Didn't you realize that even Superman was controlled? I hope it's true. If this world can be saved, our world will definitely be fine too. Everyone looked at the image expectantly, hoping for a miracle to happen so that they could prove that the destruction of the world shown in the image was false. At the same time, I sincerely hope that the humans in that world can be saved. They are the last humans in that world. Chapter 18. Everyone can stop Superman and not let him escape. Otherwise, it will be a catastrophe for the universe. Yes. The Green Lantern Corps tried their best to prevent Superman from leaving, and the green light curtain locked Superman Clark and Superman's son Joe inside. The remaining Green Lantern used the Green Lantern ring in their hands to transform into various weapons to attack the two of them. At this moment, a green figure flew out of the Blue Star. It was a canary. The previous battle with Superman did not result in her death. At the moment, she rushed over with Wonder Woman's God-killing sword. Because she knows that only the sword made of kryptonite can completely kill Superman. Canary held the God-killing sword and rushed directly into the green light curtain. When other Green Lanterns saw this scene, they also stepped forward to help. Although Superman and Superman's son are very powerful, they can't stop thousands of Green Lanterns from exerting their strength at the same time. Soon, the two are forced into a desperate situation. Superman's son Joe is even directly killed by the canary. At this moment, the universe suddenly darkened. The sunlight that illuminated the surrounding area seemed to be blocked, and everyone looked around, wondering what was going on. What's happening here? When everyone was confused, several powerful wills descended here. Those powerful wills directly transformed into human forms, or in other words, in the eyes of these people, they were human forms. 5 men and 2 women, a total of 7 people. Their bodies exude the smell of the virus and they are infected. They are, the Endless Family. The leader of Green Lantern's pupils tightened when he saw this scene. He never expected that all the powerful families in the universe would be infected. How did you get infected? The Endless Families are dream, death, fate, despair, desire, delirium, and destruction. Infinity is as old as the concepts they represent, existing as long as the universe has existed. The 7 people have an absolute concept, and within this concept, they are invincible existences. Even the gods are managed by the concepts they represent. Under normal circumstances, this Endless Family wanders around the universe and never appears in any place. But it happened to appear at this time, still as an infected person. Oops. The leader of the Green Lantern knew more about the secrets of the universe, so he recognized the identity of the Endless family. He also knows what it would mean to the universe if even the Endless family is infected. In just an instant, the people derived from the Endless family rushed towards Noah's Ark and the Green Lantern army. The leader of Green Lantern didn't even give orders, because facing these 7 people, he knew that the only thing waiting for them was death. Boom. Huge amounts of Noah's Ark was destroyed, it lost its kinetic energy, and was sucked directly towards the blue star. The last green light curtain of the Green Lantern Corps is like firework, shining in the universe, as if sending off all life. Blue star. Above the ground, Cyborg is tying Wonder Woman tightly with her mantra lasso. Tell me. How on earth are you going to defeat this altered anti-life equation? Wonder Woman, who exuded the aura of death, grinned, and her voice was so hoarse and unpleasant, haha. I just need to. Cyborg's eyes widened when he heard the method explained by Wonder Woman, or rather the anti-life equation. He just planned to give it a try, but he didn't expect it to succeed. That means Blue Star can be saved. Cyborg quickly turned to look at the sky. He planned to use his radio device to contact the superheroes in Noah's Ark, but before he could speak, he saw a terrifying scene. In the sky, an ark of huge amounts is falling towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Boom. The ark hit the ground and made a terrifying explosion. The powerful air wave caused the surrounding corpse tide to be crushed directly. How could Noah's Ark? Cyborg stared blankly at the scene, his heart wrapped in huge amounts of despair. Click. At this moment, a man crawled out of the remains of the ruined ark, with scorching flames and a red battlesuit. It was Firestorm. But before Cyborg could step forward to ask what happened, a trace of cracks appeared on Firestorm's face, and a bloody hole appeared on his chest. He is infected. Click, click, click. Immediately afterwards, one after another people crawled out of the remains of the ark. They were all former superheroes, but now they were infected by the virus of the anti-life equation. Cyborg was too choked to speak, and he didn't feel it at all. There was a figure approaching behind him. Bang. Cyborg was hugged by Wonder Woman, and her arms tightened. Click. Cyborg's head was twisted off, and it was still on the ground, and blood spurted out. As a cyborg, he will not die even if his neck is broken. Looking at it now, he feels more uncomfortable than death. He finally knows how to remove the virus from the anti-life equation. Finally, Blue Star has hope. But even if the method is known, what is the use? Who can complete it? Everyone is infected and the last hope is gone. Cyborg's head fell into the abyss, which seemed to symbolize that the hope of mankind had disappeared. In the universe, the Green Lantern Legion has become the spreader of death. The Endless family becoming infected is destined to bring death to the entire universe. The entire universe has become dead silent, and the occasional flashing green and yellow lights are spreading death. It can be said that this world has completely sunk. As soon as the camera turned, I don't know how many years have passed, and the universe that was once bright became completely dark. The reason is Superman. He did not die, but absorbed all the energy of the sun. This also caused the universe to plunge into darkness. But now it doesn't matter whether there is light or not. The bloody sky showed scenes from all over the universe, all of which were destroyed, whether it was the blue star, the alien planet, or the places where the gods lived. No corner of the universe is safe from the spread of death. Blue Star, Metropolis. At the moment, the metropolis has become a ruin. Without the sun's rays, even the plants are dead. Cracks appeared on the ground. It was obvious that the planet had reached its end. The humans and superheroes infected by the virus all stood there blankly, and now no living creature could affect their emotions. Boom. Just then, a dazzling door opened, and a man appeared inside. He has a black combat uniform, a stoic and lifeless face, and various scars on his body, some of which are still bleeding. Finally Superman. He came. Chapter 19. Just like what we saw at the beginning, the moment Superman finally appeared, everyone in the metropolis rushed forward howling as if they had seen something delicious. In the end, Superman stood there quietly, facing the tide of corpses in front of him, without any reaction at all. Superman, who had been infected by the virus, dived down in mid-air. Boom. He was knocked away with one punch. Facing hundreds of millions of humans and superheroes, Superman finally rushed forward. Boom boom boom. Each blow can knock countless virus-infected people away or smash them into pieces. In the end, Superman showed no mercy. Those ordinary infected people could not pose a threat to him at all. Whether it was claws or teeth, they bit into Superman's battlesuit in the end without leaving even a trace. Firestorm, Green Arrow, Wonder Woman, and other superheroes have used their own abilities. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, the originally dark World Cup light shone. But even with such an attack, Superman had no intention of evading and allowed the energy to impact his body. People in the real world were stunned. The images in the blood-red sky were no ordinary images. They could even feel the powerful oppression of those moves. What if ordinary humans like them can't kill or injure more than 10,000 people in one go? Just look at the zombie tide. Ordinary infected people surround Superman in the end, so the abilities of those superheroes also hit them, and a large area was cleared on the spot. But the infected people don't know what fear is at all, and they roar forward on their own. Their only purpose is to spread death. The entire universe was silent, and there was no more living creature. So this brief glimmer of light was the existence they were looking for. Ho ho ho. Zhongyan was completely surrounded by a wave of corpses, and he shot everything in front of him away with a facial expression. Boom 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 boom. Just punching and kicking for who knows how long, and people in reality just kept watching. Finally, the S on Superman's chest is extremely eye-catching. The S obviously symbolizes hope, but it makes people feel a little sad in reality. Is he going to keep fighting like this? Who is going to help him? The wounds on his body seem to be getting worse. Can't our superheroes here come over? You're an idiot. That's an image, how do you get through it? The people were discussing loudly, and many superheroes in the S.H.I.E.L.D. building were also watching the scene with serious faces. Why don't you just give up and let the world destroy itself? Yes, even if we continue, the world will be hopeless. He seems to be looking for something. Looking for something? Isn't that right? I obviously looked at him without any focus. Ancient One looked at the picture, his brain was running rapidly, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. No, with his power he can obviously destroy that planet directly, why would he hit it with his fists? Iron Man Stark asked in confusion. That's right, look at Diana, no, it's Diana in the picture. She can't hurt him at all even if she uses her divine power. If that's the case, why bother? Just when everyone was confused, Superman's eyes finally showed a slight fluctuation. Boom. His feet slammed into the ground, and he flew into an abyss. Is that, he's looking for Cyborg? Finally, everyone understood the purpose of Zhongyan. He had been using his fists and kicks to stop the infected people. Even if he was hurt, he did not use huge amounts of powerful moves. Instead, he was looking for something. Now they understand that he is looking for Cyborg. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up. You must know that Cyborg had previously asked about the solution to the mutation of the anti-life equation. A strong man of the level of Superman should be able to change the universe to its original state. Does that mean that the destruction of the world can be reversed? Everyone stared closely at the image in the sky, fearing that they would miss some of the picture. On the ground in the abyss, a head emitted a faint red light. Cyborg's head was covered with moss, but the moss also turned yellow due to lack of nutrients for a long time. Cyborg's eyes were closed. Finally, Superman came to his side and tapped the button that emitted a faint red light. Buzz. Cyborg opened his eyes. He had entered hibernation mode before, not to survive and save his life, but to think that if there was still hope in the world and if someone could find him, then he would have to deal with the consequences. The way the life equation changed and rewritten told him. Only in this way can the world be saved. Today, he has waited. Are you Superman? No, you are the man wearing the black Superman battlesuit that Batman and Superman said, right? If it's you, that would be great. Cyborg's tone was a little excited. After hearing this, Superman finally squatted down. He seemed to have not spoken for a long time, and there was a crunching sound in his throat. Sorry, I'm late. In the end, Superman's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, completely different from what everyone had seen in the video before. It doesn't matter, as long as you can come. I know how to get rid of this virus. You just need to. Cyborg told Superman the way to change the anti-life equation. My mission has finally been completed. Now I can go with peace of mind. When they all wake up, remember to tell them to erect a monument for me. I am the savior. Cyborg said in a humorous tone. His remaining energy was almost used up, and without his body, he was destined not to last long. I'm here to help you. As he spoke, Superman finally walked up to Cyborg and planned to pick up his head. No need. Go and rewrite this anti-life equation mutation. Only in this way can I feel at ease. I have waited long enough in this wretched place, and there is not much time left. Finally Superman nodded. Boom. As soon as he touched the ground with his feet, he flew up and stood in the air. The infected people saw the prey that disappeared in front of them reappearing, and they became excited again for a while. Thinking of the program Cyborg gave him, Superman finally closed his eyes and his brain began to calculate crazily. After a while, he extended his hand. Snapped. With a snap of his fingers, a transparent energy overflowed from his fingers. Light enveloped the entire planet. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared in Superman's dull eyes. But has the world really been saved? Chapter 20. Buzz. The white light illuminated the entire metropolis, and the infected people stopped moving and stood there blankly. After the light dissipated, Superman finally looked at the ground. Hoo, ho, ho. After the white light gradually dissipated, the infected roared again. Unable to fly, they stretched out their hands and waved frantically towards the final Superman. Useless. The mutations in the anti-life equation have not been rewritten, or in other words, after being rewritten, these infected people have still not been transformed back. How is this possible? Finally, Superman looked at the scene below in disbelief, and then snapped his fingers again. Snapped. White light illuminated the entire sky again. After an unknown amount of time, the white light dissipated, and the infected returned to their ferocious appearance. Bang 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 bang. In the end of the sky, Superman seemed to be going crazy, constantly snapping his fingers to compete with his strength. In the end, every time he snapped his fingers, he caused a sonic boom. But after the white light appeared, the infected people stopped moving, and once they disappeared, they roared again. It has no effect at all. The rewriting of the anti-life equation mutation failed. Finally, Superman stood in midair and was still snapping his fingers. His facial muscles seemed to be stiff and he couldn't make other expressions at all. But people in reality can feel the despair and powerlessness in those eyes. Stop it. Don't continue. You've done enough. Yes, in the end Superman, run away, this world is hopeless. He has endured too much. I can't even imagine how desperate I would be if I were the only one left in the world. Finally figured out how to reverse the world, but in the end it was all in vain. The superheroes in the S.H.I.E.L.D. building felt a deep sense of suffocation when they looked at the man in the video who kept snapping his fingers. Wonder Woman Diana choked up as soon as she opened her mouth, and the suffocation prevented her from saying the rest of her words. Hey, can it really be that the destruction of the world cannot be stopped? Nick Fury sighed deeply. He gave people hope first and then despair. This feeling was really uncomfortable. If even a superhero of Superman's level can't do it, then who else can stop him? Will Captain Marvel be useful if he comes? You know, they still don't know how their world will be destroyed now. At the end of the scene, Superman was snapping his fingers. He didn't know how long it had been, but his hands were already covered in blood. Even though he had received so many attacks just now, there was no trace of scars left. But now his hand is actually injured, which shows how much strength he used and how many times he snapped his fingers. Time was speeding up, and finally Superman finally stopped. It was not because he was tired, but because he sensed something and quickly flew into the abyss. At the moment, Cyborg's red light on his forehead was no longer visible, and his energy was about to be exhausted, which meant that his life had come to an end. Originally, it relied on machinery and energy to maintain its final vitality. Otherwise, how could it be possible to be alive even if the head was cut off? Seeing Superman flying down at the end, Cyborg opened his eyes with difficulty, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. How was it? It was successful. It's successful. Although his voice was still hoarse, it could be heard that Superman's tone was full of softness. People in reality can no longer bear to see the scene, but even if they close their eyes, the image of the bloody sky is still reflected in their hearts. This is the magic of the bloody sky. Cyborg in the picture heard these 3 words of success, his eyes were full of joy, and tears even flowed out of his eyes that should have been dry. Great. Great, finally, nothing white. Buzz. Before he finished the last sentence, Cyborg's energy was exhausted, and the last thing left was a smiling face. In the end, Superman didn't speak. He slowly knelt down and buried Cyborg's head in the earth. His eyes returned to their previous dull state. He flew out of the cave with no expression and looked directly at the tide of corpses rushing up. In his eyes, red heat rays are gathering. Everyone originally thought his ray was a freeze ray, but they didn't expect that he also had a heat ray. Boom. The entire planet was wrapped in a red heat wave, and the already depleted planet fell apart. Finally, Superman flew into the universe, and the sound of the planet exploding seemed to awaken several terrifying wills in the universe. Without exception, those terrifying wills also carried the aura of death. This universe has become a dead world. There would be no possibility of salvation. Finally, the black S on Superman's chest flashed with a faint light. You will be destroyed, otherwise, once you break the dimensional wall, you will be reflected in other worlds. Finally, Superman whispered softly, and then resolutely galloped towards the depths of the universe. The picture then stopped where the black figure flew into the depths of the universe, and a line of text appeared again in the bloody sky. World image number 001 has finished playing. World no 002 is about to open. Before that, play the universe clip number 444. The countdown starts at 30:00. Nick Fury looked at the other superheroes at the conference table and said, "Everyone, we can now confirm that Superman is our companion in the end. Ancient One Magician, is there any way you can contact him? As a S.H.I.E.L.D. director with 800 minds. For the first time, I was thinking about how to contact Superman in the end. Judging from the video, Superman is definitely top-notch in terms of combat capability and character. If he were there, would he be able to prevent the destruction of this world?" The Ancient One Magician did not speak, but shook his head regretfully. She is a magician, not a god of magic. What's more, even the god of white magic, Emperor Wei-Shan, cannot break the dimensional wall and lead to that unknown parallel world. Firstly, there are no coordinates, and secondly, it cannot even analyze the bloody sky, so how can we go to that parallel world? In the end, Superman is suffering too much. Superman Clark is kind-hearted in nature, and he is even more saddened to see someone who may be his hometown suffer such a thing. He now doesn't know what will happen to Superman in the end. After all, what the bloody sky shows is also the picture of the past. In the end, Superman reaches out towards the universe in the end. What is in the depths? Definitely the infected gods. That's not something ordinary superheroes can compare to. In the end, can Superman survive? Chapter 21. What we want to discuss now should be the text on the image. Why was a clip about world number 444 inserted before world no 002? Professor X said calmly. Indeed, this matter is unreasonable no matter how you think about it. Parallel world no 001 has finished playing, and what should be closely followed is parallel world no 002. The text above the image also reminded that the world numbered 002 was to be played, but a clip from the world numbered 444 was inserted. Professor, we don't even understand the bloody sky now. As for what kind of picture it plans to play, there is no point even if we figure out the reason. Nick Fury said helplessly. He now wants to contact the ultimate Superman, and has even sent an agent. After all, it is a parallel world. What if there is a Superman in this world, but there is no awakening? In fact, it was not just S.H.I.E.L.D. After seeing the performance of Superman in the video, the whole world took action. They all want to find this powerful and invincible Superman. For a time, agents of various forces appeared in every corner of the world, looking for traces of Superman. Now, most of the people around the world have become fans of Superman. After all, in that world, strength, perseverance, mystery, tragedy, and all kinds of colors can be displayed in Superman. People began to make merchandise and brands about Superman. At this moment, the image of the bloody sky also began to count down to the end. Number 444 Parallel World. Reason for destruction, %UN %*. Status quo #hashtag @%%. Survivor hashtag. UN hashtag %. As soon as the scene appeared, not to mention the people of the entire Blue Star, even the powerful gods in the universe were stunned. You must know that the words blood sky are not simply described in one word, but are reflected in people's minds, allowing you to directly understand the words. But except for the number, the rest is a mess in my mind. These ancient and powerful gods can understand the reason. This is definitely not a problem with the bloody sky, and this mess of code is not what it appears. The real reason is that those garbled characters are indescribable and cannot be looked at directly. In other words, there is a power covering it, and you can only understand it if you understand that power, or if you are higher than that power. And as the oldest and most powerful gods in the universe, they actually can't understand? The people on Blue Star were discussing what those codes were. They were not gods, so they did not have the knowledge of gods about such things. You can only guess on your own. What kind of world is this number 444? I don't know the cause of destruction, the current situation, and the survivors. Isn't it right? There was no destruction at all. What the bloody sky plays is a destroyed world. Otherwise, why would it be numbered and why would it describe the cause of destruction? The most critical issue is that everything is blocked. Buzz. While everyone was still discussing, the video started. What is shown in the picture is Metropolis. No, it is a little different from Metropolis. This is clearly the world they live in now, that is to say, the world after the two worlds have been integrated. This discovery made everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. take a breath. Originally, they thought that the reason for the integration of the two worlds was finally done by Superman after the video they saw before. In other words, the world we live in today is unique. But the world shown in number 444 is clearly their world. Not only that, They even saw flying Superman and Iron Man in the video. They may have just repelled the enemy and were flying towards a building called the Hero Building. The screen turned and we came to the building. The conference room thousands of meters away is full of superheroes. Some of these people have seen it and some have never seen it. But even if they have never seen it, as long as it is shown on the camera, they will know it as soon as possible. Superhero information. After Superman and Iron Man walked into the conference room, Green Arrow came up to them. "Hey, Clark, Stark, you are finally back." Batman, the BD, said that the enemy this time is dangerous, but you didn't leave for half an hour. That's it? Some superheroes in the room laughed out loud. They had made a bet in the conference room before, but now the winning part must be happy. Looking at it, it is indeed an integration of two worlds. There are superheroes from World 1 and World 2 sitting in the room, and they seem to get along pretty well. "You are back. Sit down." Batman sat in the front seat and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Superman and Iron Man nodded, then found two seats and sat back. After all the superheroes were in place, Batman spoke slowly, with a hint of sadness in his tone. "Everyone, I have received news that he may have." "Impossible. Stop talking nonsense, Batman, I'm telling you, if you dare to say what's next, I will kill you." "No. We have to bring him back. He still owes me a meal. I don't believe he's dead. There's definitely something fishy about this. I have said before that relocation cannot be done, but those bastards insisted on touching it. As a result, we lost so many people. What exactly is there? Why can't even the most powerful one come back?" For a moment, all the superheroes were in chaos, with sadness and anger on each of their faces. "There." After a moment of silence, Batman's deep voice echoed throughout the room. "There is endless darkness and evil there. The reason he won't let us go is that with our current strength, we simply can't deal with the things over there." At this moment, a beautiful woman wearing a red windbreaker stood up. "It's Scarlet Witch Wanda. I have completely mastered origin magic power now. Even if the gods come, I can fight against them, so I am going." "No." Before Wanda could finish speaking, Batman interrupted directly. "Wanda, I understand your strength. Origin magic power is the ancestor of all magic. It is the oldest independent form of magic. It is the cognition and accidental event of the universe. The earliest primordial light. But even so, you can't help him. You can't even get through the door." "Bruce is right." A figure wrapped in blue light stood up. "Dr. Manhattan. The real name is Jonathan John Osterman. He is a scientist. Due to an accident, his body was destroyed and his mind entered another realm. He reassembled his body in the original material world. Ability to control particles, predict the future, change forms, etc." Chapter 22. After perceiving this ability named Dr. Manhattan, not to mention ordinary people, even the superheroes took a breath. They have never seen such BT super ability. Quantum body, the body is an infinite quantum body, neither matter nor energy. Quantum reaction, the reaction speed is Planck time, which is 1 × 10 to the power of -43 seconds. Quantum analysis, can quickly analyze any form of existence and understand its principles and essence. Ontology copy, can copy itself infinitely, and each has its own thinking. Memory reading, reading the potential memories hidden in the minds of all living things. Move time and space, not moving the entire universe to reach the destination to its own location, thus playing the role of space teleportation, and can also travel across universes. Dominate particles, dominate the particle motion of matter and energy, and can even completely destroy basic particles and make them disappear, regardless of volume density. Time observation, seeing the past and future through the movement trajectories of elementary particles. The perspective of the future can be disturbed by the flow of tachyon particles, but the effect is not great, just like a layer of gauze. Alter reality, modify settings, logic, concepts, and appearance at will, etc. Can these abilities be possessed by one person? He is simply a god. What's the name of a superhero? Let's just change it to Super God. The Ancient One magician was shocked as she felt the information in her mind. In her impression, even the god of white magic might not be able to achieve these abilities, right? Scarlet Witch Wanda looked at herself inside, speechless. This was the first time she knew the name of her magic, origin magic power. And remembering the information about the Scarlet Witch in her mind, she was also shocked. Could she be that strong? The most common function of origin magic power is alter reality. Scarlet Witch can use this ability to easily modify reality, including but not limited to converting matter, modifying cause and effect, creating things out of thin air, distorting space and time, creating duplication, creating latitudes, and modifying physics, rules and so on. However, Wanda in this world can currently only perform simple origin magic power applications, such as magnetism. Batman looked at the two people in the image. I am thinking about countermeasures. For example, if the enemy is a character like Scarlet Witch and Dr. Manhattan, how should I defeat them? Moreover, even such powerful two people are helpless against everything he faces. The image continues. Wanda heard Dr. Manhattan's words, and her beautiful face was filled with unwillingness. Are we just going to wait like this? Wanda. Batman's deep voice sounded, what we have to do now is to prepare to defend Blue Star. You should know that the Wall of Origin is about to be broken. When the sealed monsters on the Wall of Origin escape, the entire universe will fall into the darkest place. At this time, he is not here now, and we must help him protect Blue Star. Wanda sat down slowly. Even if she was unwilling to do so, she understood what was most important. Wait a minute, Batman, what is the Wall of Origin? And what is the singularity black hole he went to? You should tell us now, right? Hawkman stood up. Except for the core superheroes, they had no idea about these two places in the universe. All they knew was that after seeing the Wall of Origin, the man went to the singularity black hole. No one knew how the two were connected. Call. Batman exhaled and spoke slowly, the Wall of Origin is the edge of our universe. Edge? Does the universe have an edge? Green Lantern Hal wondered. As an organization that maintains peace in the universe, the Green Lantern Corps wanders around the universe all year round and has never seen the so-called edge of the universe. I used to think that the universe had no edge, until he discovered the Wall of Origin, and he took me, Clark, and Diana there together. When he said this, Batman's eyes looked solemn. The Wall of Origin is in a special area called the Prometheus Galaxy at the edge of the universe. It is a deserted place. Although it is a galaxy, there is no planet near the Wall of Origin. It has an extremely special substance. That is, as long as you get close to the Wall of Origin, you will be absorbed by it. If it is a living form, it will become a vegetative state. In addition to being conscious, you can't even move your fingers. Once stuck to the Wall of Origin, that person will not be affected by the restart of the universe. In other words, once stuck, that person will become the nourishment of the Wall of Origin for eternity. The important thing is that until the end of his life, you will still be there. Will be hung on it. Then, now on the Wall of Origin. Hawkeye looked at Batman in shock. Batman nodded, yes, the Wall of Origin is now covered with people, gods, and machines from the universe. At this moment, Green Arrow stood up, if the Wall of Origin is broken, what will happen to the things on it? You will get out of trouble. The Wall of Origin blocks the multi-universe, which means that there are creatures from various parallel worlds on it. Once the Wall of Origin is broken, the multi-universe will be chaotic, and there may be creatures outside the Wall of Origin. The great omnipotent universe will come across dimensions into our universe, and in that case, the multi-universe may be completely destroyed. Multi-universe, the Wall of Origin thing is already a headache, but here comes another omnipotent universe. For a time, the brains of many superheroes shut down. They can't imagine what the consequences will be if the Wall of Origin is broken, just as Batman said. Did he go to the singularity black hole to solve this matter? Hearing Wanda's question, Batman nodded, yes, he is trying to solve the shattering of the Wall of Origin. The shattering of the Wall of Origin is due to the emergence of the singularity black hole. Before, you should know that the Golden Superman has come to us. In this world, it is for the singularity black hole, but he died. When he said this, Batman gave Superman Clark a complicated look. Even if it's Superman from a parallel world, he's still their companion. Gold Superman is even a fifth-dimensional person. That is a dimension that ordinary people and even gods cannot understand. But such a powerful Golden Superman, after entering the singularity black hole, only threw out a golden divine power ring, which was brought back by Batman and others. Hearing this, the superheroes around him fell into silence. Because the Wall of Origin is about to break, that powerful five-dimensional Superman came for nothing. Chapter 23. Then is he really okay? Wonder Woman murmured. Yes, even when the high-latitude Golden Superman came, he just threw out a magical ring. Can that person come out after going in? That's why I said, now we don't have time to wait for him, we must start the final plan. The final plan. Hearing these words, all the superheroes present took a breath. Only he can complete this plan, right? If he's not here, I'm afraid we can't do it. Dr. Manhattan frowned and said. Obviously he has evolved to be absolutely rational, but at this moment he actually had emotions. No, we can do it. After that, Batman took out a power ring and a black box from the suitcase on the side. This ring is the power left by the Golden Superman. Clark will inherit part of his power, and this black box was thrown out by him. If you look closely, You can see traces of bright red plasma on the black box. Batman clicked the button on the black box, and a virtual screen appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a back figure with a black cloak and black hair. It's that person. Seeing this figure, all the superheroes present stood up. This was their companion and hope. Everyone. I can't go back. You don't need to wait for me anymore. The world is entrusted to you. Implement the final plan and use Clark, who inherited the divine power, as the core. It should be possible to complete it. You must remember to beware of the Daquan. People, 4. By the end the sound signal had turned into a rustle. At this moment, an unbelievable picture appeared on the black box. In front of the back was a group of indescribable things. To call it a monster is too beautifying it. Evil, violent, deformed, no matter what kind of adjectives you use, they can't describe the appearance of those monster-like guys. Each monster is extremely tall, and the man in the black cloak is so small in front of them. A flash of golden light appeared on the hand of one of the monsters. It's the Golden Superman. At the moment, the Golden Superman is already a broken body, but because of his relatively strong ability, he is constantly repairing his body every second. Whenever the repair is complete, he will be eaten by the indescribable thing. These monsters are surrounded by small balls with halos. If you look carefully, you can see that the universe is inside. The universe is actually used as a marble by them. Although Golden Superman was not dead at the moment, his eyes were completely distracted. The moment he saw the man again, he became more awake and opened his mouth as if to say something. But before he could speak, the monster used a chopstick-like object to pull out his tongue. Spraying blood again and again, the Golden Superman tried his best to convey something with his mouth. People in real life can tell what Golden Superman is saying from his mouth movements. Kill me and leave. Such a simple sentence filled people with despair. Roar. Those monsters rushed towards the man in the black cloak. At this moment, the scene in the black box ended completely. The superheroes present fell silent. They have seen the power of Gold Superman with their own eyes, but now he is reduced to food. Those multi-universes are also held in the hands of those monsters like marbles. What on earth is that? And can that dark figure be saved when encountering such a monster? Listen to him, let's start the final plan directly. Otherwise, let alone the monsters in the singularity black hole, just the things that come down from the wall of origin can easily destroy our existing world. Darkseid is there. The father god Yugicon and the emperor Thanos in the parallel world are both on it. It can be said that they are all existences that can destroy the multi-universe. If we let them come down, the consequences will be disastrous. Go straight to the final plan and we need to start over. After that, Batman turned around and left, leaving a group of superheroes looking at each other. After Batman left the conference room, he went to the basement. The walls were covered with surveillance images from all corners of the world. Looking at the black box in his hand, Batman murmured to himself, I believe you won't die there. If possible, let us meet again there. Image terminated. A text appeared in the bloody sky. Parallel world, No 002. Cause of destruction, zombie virus. Status, destroyed. Survivors, 1 person, finally. Back in the real world, inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. Only a fragment of the world numbered 444 was shown, but they learned too much information from it. It turns out that their integrated world is not the only one. The parallel universe numbered 444 is the integration of world number 1 and world number 2. The wall of origin, the singularity black hole, the omnipotent universe. All of this is simply too much for the human brain to accept. At the same time, in the universe, all members of the Green Lantern Corps are dispatched. They plan to find out whether there is really a wall of origin at the edge of the universe. If true, they need to think about strategy. After all, it is said in the video that once the wall of origin is broken, the people and gods stuck on it will escape. They have been stuck on the wall of origin all year round and cannot move. It is conceivable that if these things come down from above, what will happen to the entire universe? It's all a catastrophe. Another point is the singularity black hole. It is also said in the video that once the singularity black hole appears, the wall of origin will begin to break. Although universe number 444 only saw one clip, this shocking glimpse made the leader of the Green Lantern Corps unable to sit still. Just kidding, the Golden Superman that comes to mind already possesses power that even gods cannot match, yet he is so strong yet becomes a meal. So who else in this universe can check and balance those monsters? If the singularity black hole is discovered early, it will be easier to find a way to seal it to prevent those monsters from escaping. Darkseid, who was far away on the Apocalypse planet, saw the image in which Batman said that his father, Yugicon, was actually on the wall of origin. This discovery frightened him. There is no so-called father-son relationship between him and his godfather. Yuga-Khan was extremely cruel when he was there, and Darkseid can be said to have inherited his character. But when it comes to strength, Darkseid will run away when he sees Yuga-Khan. There is no way, Yuga-Khan, the truly strongest new god, is not on the same level of power as the other new gods. His power can be said to be one of the highest levels in the universe. His power is so exaggerated that just opening his eyes can pushing the moon out of orbit can destroy a civilization in the blink of an eye. Chapter 24. Previously, Yuga-Khan was very interested in the so-called origin. After getting too bored, I went to look for the so-called origin. It was also because of the disappearance of Yuga-Khan that Darkseid became the new Dark Monarch of Apocalypse. Facing Yuga-Khan, Darkseid, the current overlord of the universe, was completely powerless to fight back. If the wall of origin is broken and Yuga-Khan comes down from above, doesn't it mean that Apocalypse will return to his hands again? As an ambitious and powerful Dark Monarch, how could Darkseid allow such a thing? It seems you are going to be in trouble. Thanos, the purple sweet potato spirit beside him, said jokingly. Shut up. Darkseid shouted angrily. The reason why both of them are on the Apocalypse planet is entirely because Thanos took the initiative to contact Darkseid and wanted to seek cooperation. Thanos is not a fool. After the army he lent to Loki went to Blue Star, it was destroyed before they could even hold on for half a day. This level of terrifying power was something Thanos had never encountered before. Now after watching the video, I know more secrets. Once those superheroes unite, it will be useless for him to go there himself. If he wants to snatch the time gem, the man wearing underwear will definitely not let it go. Thanos can clearly feel how powerful this so-called Superman is, not to mention that now on the Blue Star, superheroes are springing up like mushrooms after a spring rain. The power is getting stronger and stronger, and it is absolutely useless to rely on brute force to snatch the gems. So Thanos thought of Darkseid, the supervillain from World 2. Although their goals are different, they both have one goal, and that is Blue Star. Darkseid needs the anti-life equation, and Thanos needs the infinite gems, so the two cosmic overlords from different worlds decided to join forces. That wall of origin cannot break him. Ignoring Darkseid's anger, Thanos said calmly. The reason why he doesn't want the wall of origin to be broken is because in the world numbered 444, Batman mentioned a name, Emperor Thanos. Although I don't know what the relationship between this Emperor Thanos and him is. But judging from his name, he is not an easy guy to get along with. That was him from a parallel world. How could there be two Thanos in one universe? Wouldn't he kill himself as soon as he came down? So Thanos, like Darkseid, feels very troubled by this matter. Have people investigate the location of the wall of origin. Check to see if there is a singularity black hole nearby. If so, destroy it at all costs. Darkseid ordered directly to the servants around him. There is no doubt that the singularity black hole is the reason why the wall of origin is broken. In this case, as long as the singularity black hole is destroyed, it will not only prevent the wall of origin from shattering, but also make the monsters inside disappear. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. No matter how confident he was, Darkseid was shocked when the message of the Golden Superman appeared in his mind. He had never thought that there would be such a powerful person. Even Yuga-Khan might be able to withstand it. But the Golden Superman. However, the fate of such a powerful life form entering a singularity black hole is terrifying. As for those monsters, Darkseid was originally the Dark Lord, evil and dark, and rage was just right on him. But after seeing those unspeakable monsters, he had a rare emotion called fear in his heart. Darkseid did not feel ashamed of this feeling of fear. On the contrary, as the god of Apocalypse, he felt that his intuition was right. Those monsters inside cannot be fought. So he couldn't wait to find the singularity black hole, and if possible, seal it forever. Thanos also nodded to his subordinate Ebony Maw, gesturing for him to go and act with Darkseid's subordinates. After there were only two people left in the room, Thanos spoke, although I don't know the reason for the destruction of this world, as long as we can get what we want, no matter what kind of disaster strikes, we should be able to no problem anymore. Really? After seeing World No 001, Thanos thought that if he collected all the infinite gems, wouldn't he be able to make those virus-infected people disappear with a snap of his fingers? Darkseid thought the same thing. As long as he could control the anti-life equation, he would not let this happen, and he might even be able to permanently control those infected with the virus. Two supervillains across the world are discussing how to attack Blue Star. On the other side, on the Blue Star, Nick Fury said with a serious face, the world numbered 444 may be the origin of Superman. As you all have seen, the person who entered the singularity black hole is Superman. Superman, please go to the edge of the universe to see. Let's see if there is a wall of origin. Definitely, don't go too deep. Everything close to the wall of origin will be absorbed. Also, we need to search for the singularity black hole. If we can't block it, let's see if we can find any trace of Superman. Only by finding him can we learn more information. Well, I understand. Let's leave tomorrow. Superman Clark nodded. Even if Nick Fury doesn't let him go, he plans to look for it. After all, whether it's Superman or the Golden Superman, both of them have a great relationship with him. If we could find a singularity black hole, we might be able to find the two of them. As mentioned in the previous image, the wall of origin represents the boundary of the multi-universe, and there is a large omnipotent universe outside. As Bloody Sky played the video more and more, they learned more and more. However, knowing more did not make them feel at ease, but made them more uneasy. After all, most of what we know is beyond human reach. Multi-universe, omnipotent universe, world destruction, wall of origin. It all adds up to a suffocating feeling. The images started again. Damn it, it would be great if we could learn more about universe number 444, why only give a fragment? Everyone has this question in their mind, but the Bloody Sky will not answer them at all, and will only play the video on its own. In a city. A crack seemed to be torn open in the sky, and a man fell from above screaming. Bang. Although the garbage bin cushioned his free fall, at this height, anyone would probably be shattered to pieces, but he survived tenaciously. That is. Isn't it right? Isn't this the protagonist in Ghost Player? Why did he appear in the image? Seeing this man, countless people's eyes widened. This actor is not only a household name in the beautiful country, but he is also somewhat famous. Chapter 25. I ran away to that world. Even the actor who plays the protagonist of the outburst has a look of astonishment on his face. I obviously just thought this was a movie, but I didn't expect that there really is such a character in the parallel world. In the image, the man named Ash stood up and suddenly saw two people wearing tights fighting. Just when Ash was about to step forward to stop the two from fighting, a golden light appeared behind him, and an old lady with disheveled hair floated out. Yes, she floated out. One of her eyeballs drooped outside, her skin was pale and dry, and her whole body was shrouded in the aura of death. It's that damn BD. Ash didn't have time to think and took out his chainsaw from behind. He had just come to this world from the land of zombies, but he didn't expect that there were still zombies chasing him. Ash. I have seen the future, this world will be destroyed, and the army of death will rise. Rise up. Buzz. Ash picked up his chainsaw and slashed at the zombie. The old lady dodged the chainsaw, but did not dodge the punch, and was knocked away. Ash pursued the victory, grabbed the zombie's collar, and planned to kill it with a chainsaw. At this moment, Daredevil, who was fighting Thunderball, stopped. A man meets an old lady and even kills her with a chainsaw. How could the righteous Daredevil endure it? He rushed forward and punched Ash. A hole. Why did you hit me? You're beating an old man. She's not a human. No, she's a zombie, UBD. You want? Boom. Before Daredevil could finish speaking, he felt as if he was hit by a train from behind. It turned out to be a Thunderball. When he knocked Ash down, Thunderball stood up and knocked Daredevil unconscious with the chain iron ball in his hand. Ash stood up and shook hands with Thunderball. When he turned his head to look, the old lady had already disappeared. After exchanging pleasantries, Ash walked out of the alley and onto the street. In the bustling city, everyone was busy doing their own thing. Ash looked up at the sky, wondering how he got here. People in reality stared wide-eyed. This is Times Square. In other words, this time the parallel world is world number 1. The previous time was the parallel world of world number 2, and this time it was finally their turn. Ash walked to a newspaper office, picked up the newspaper, and happened to read the content on it. Superhero? Superhumans. These are all right and wrong. Aren't they just a group of BTS wearing tights and fighting? But now we can only ask them for help. If we wait any longer. Thinking of the terrible language spoken by the old woman, Ash felt chilled in his heart. Unlike others, he had really experienced that world bit by bit. He understands better than anyone how terrifying and difficult zombies are. Thinking of this, Ash started to take action and asked passers-by about the superhero headquarters, and he headed in that direction. Soon, he came to an extremely tall building. The words Avengers Tower are clearly written on it. Looks like we found the right place. At this moment, because he was standing at the door of the Avengers building, the device above sounded a voice, "Visitor, tell your name and your purpose." Fake. The world is about to be destroyed, and you are still asking me here slowly. Ash pulled out his shotgun from behind and fired at the intercom above. Boom. The intercom equipment shattered in response. Not long after, the door opened, and Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, Scarlet Witch, etc., These Avengers heroes directly surrounded him. The grumpy one grabbed Ash's collar with both hands and lifted him up. "Boy, you came to the Avengers base to cause trouble? Did you take the wrong medicine? Okay, big guy, I know your muscles are big enough. Let me explain, but you have to let me down first, right?" Bang. After Ash was thrown to the ground, he adjusted his collar and said to Captain America, "Everyone, this is actually the case. You may not believe it when I tell you. I am not from this world. I have been in this world before. After fighting those antecedents, he ended up in this world inexplicably. The Decadents also came over and said that the world will soon be destroyed and we must do something. Are you crazy?" Before the captain could speak, the Avengers behind him mocked, "How about the destruction of the world? Don't worry, if you can deal with those so-called antecedents, we can even more." "Really? What I said is true, they really." Buzz. A ray of red light interrupted his words, and Scarlet Witch cast Origin magic power, directly teleporting Ash to a forest in the wild. "These bastards." Ash patted the dust off his body and said angrily. He obviously had good intentions and told them that the world was going to be destroyed, but he was still treated like this. At the same time, people in reality began to curse angrily, and the Avengers of S.H.I.E.L.D. lowered their heads. If they in that world could trust Ash, they might be able to avoid this crisis. Everyone is looking at it from God's perspective. If the bloody sky hadn't appeared, even if someone came to the S.H.I.E.L.D. building one day and told them that the world was going to be destroyed, they would probably regard that person as a lunatic. The camera turned. A red lightning flashed across the sky, and the people gathered looked up at this strange sight. No one knows what happened. At the same time, the Avengers received the news, and the captain led a group of Avengers to the place where the lightning fell to check the situation. And Ash also rushed towards the city. Walking here again and again, shouting crazily. "The end is coming. Everyone, leave quickly. Go back to your home, go." Before he could finish speaking, a cobweb tied him up directly. "Spider-Man, I leave this guy to you, don't let him disturb the scene." "Don't worry, Captain, he can't run away as long as I'm here." "I haven't asked yet, who is he? He still has weapons on him, and he speaks in anger like." "Okay, take him away quickly," the captain said with a helpless smile. "Spider-Man is good at everything, but he's a chatty person. If I start a conversation, I don't know when he will get down to business." Hearing this, Spider-Man chuckled and left with Ash. The captain led a group of Avengers to where the lightning was staying to check the situation. The intelligence said that there was something strange in the red lightning, so the Avengers came. Chapter 26. Who is that? Captain America came here with Black Widow, Hawkeye, Luke Cage, and Ms. Marvel. Hawkeye, who has excellent eyesight, saw a golden figure. He was clearly a man wearing a golden combat uniform. Roar. The man let out a low roar and rushed towards here. "Everyone is ready to fight." Captain America gave the order, and everyone picked up their weapons, but the figure was too fast, and came to everyone's side in an instant. Before they had time to think, Captain America took his shield and smashed it. Clang. There was a loud noise, and the shield made a metallic roar when it hit the man. Meet. At close range, Captain America saw the man's face clearly. "Sentry. What's wrong with you?" The real name is Robert Reynolds. He was originally a drug addict. He broke into a professor's laboratory in order to get drugs. He accidentally drank the secret formula invented by the professor and gained powerful ability. However, this energy was also a negative personality emerged within Robert, which was nothingness. In order to protect mankind from the threat of nothingness, Robert had to delete and rewrite all the memories related to him, including himself. Sentry's ability comes from that serum, which gives him super strength, super speed, super endurance, super defense, super intelligence, super senses, flight ability, projected energy field, control of light, and possession of certain mental abilities. It is said to have the power of 1 million fixed stars. Such power, in a superhero, is considered invincible. Because of several crises on Blue Star before, Sentry joined the Avengers and became familiar with everyone. So Captain America recognized Sentry directly. At the same time, changes in Sentry were also noticed. There was an aura of decay in his body, and his golden combat uniform was in tatters. There was a blood hole in his chest, and thickened blood could be seen inside. His face was even more damaged and unsightly. At the moment, Sentry opened his mouth, revealing his fangs. "Captain, you look delicious." Puff. Sentry hit Captain America's chest and then shook his head hard. Ah! Along with Captain America's screams, a large piece of flesh and blood was torn off by Sentry. Blood spurted out, and the companions on the side were stunned. Sentry chewed the captain's flesh and blood with a satisfied expression on his face. Whoosh. At this moment, a sharp arrow shot through the air. It was Hawkeye. Although he didn't know why Sentry became like this, Sentry was an enemy now, so he chose to take action without hesitation. But this kind of arrow is child's play for Sentry, and he doesn't even have the intention to dodge. Boom. The arrow exploded directly with the bomb, and Captain America was also knocked away by the explosion. Just when Black Widow was about to report the situation, a figure appeared behind her. Total. As soon as Black Widow opened her mouth, she could no longer make a sound. A pair of big hands grasped her slender neck, and then gave it a hard squeeze. Click. Black Widow saw Sentry's ferocious face for the last time, but she had no time to think because her head turned 180 degrees. Bang. The body fell to the ground. Damn. As his longtime comrade, the death of Black Widow made Hawkeye roar, but before he could shoot the second arrow, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He lowered his head and saw that a thick arm had penetrated him. Immediately afterwards, Luke Cage also followed in the footsteps of several others. Ms. Marvel activated her super ability and planned to suppress Sentry, but she still ended up dead. After finishing all this, Sentry looked greedily at the surrounding crowd. At the moment, the crowd was also frightened. They didn't expect that the superheroes who had always been invincible would become like this, being destroyed by the group when they came up. At this time, Black Widow, who had fallen to the ground, stood up and made a strange sound in her throat. Ho ho. I saw her putting her hands on her head and shaking it off hard. Click. The head that had been turned backwards 180 degrees was forcefully moved back by her. UBD, are you too cruel? If there is no head, how can I eat? The whites of Black Widow at the moment's eyes were completely gone, and with the blood on her face and mouth, she looked extremely terrifying. Ho ho. Captain America, Ms. Marvel, Hawkeye, and Luke Cage also stood up one after another. Without exception, they all turned into strange postures like Sentry, each one looking at the people around them and drooling. Blocks of meat. Blocks of meat. I'm so hungry. After that, several superheroes rushed towards the people. Captain America was the first to throw a woman to the ground. Team, Captain, help, help, you. Puff. The woman was struggling constantly, but how could she withstand Captain America's strength? Captain America's mouth bit the woman's nose and tore it off in one bite. I'm so hungry. So hungry. You taste so delicious. Ha 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 ha. After laughing wildly, Captain America continued to enjoy the meal beneath him. Boo hoo hoo. Hawkeye shot several arrows in a row, shooting the fleeing people in the legs. He stepped forward unhurriedly, like a gentleman, and definitely ignored his mouth that was constantly drooling. For a time, the neighborhood turned into a hell on earth. These superheroes attack ordinary people, who have no ability to resist at all and can only watch themselves being knocked down and then become meals. The injured people were transformed into bloodthirsty monsters in the next second. Cries, screams, and chewing sounds were endless. Spider-Man was standing on the building at this time. Seeing this scene, he was completely shocked. Without thinking too much, he swung down directly and saved a human being whom Captain America planned to attack. He wanted to save more innocent people. Ash, who was being carried on his shoulders, was also shouting crazily, I told you a long time ago that the end is coming. Fake, you all don't believe me, you BTS in tights. Ash yelled there, disrupting Spider-Man's thoughts. Captain America accidentally jumped down from a high place and bit him directly on the shoulder. Ah! Spider-Man was in pain and threw Ash away. Then all of them fell to the ground. Spider-Man, whose brain circuit was astonished, sat directly on Hawkeye's body, pulled off his hood, bit Hawkeye's head directly, and said to the superhero zombies that were besieging him. I'm telling you, if you take another step forward, I will eat him. Definitely, if you leave Ash for me to eat, I will bypass Hawkeye. After all, they had been bitten on the shoulder by Captain America. These zombie heroes thought that Spider-Man had been transformed, but they still said, what? You want to eat Hawkeye? That's great, we can just take a look at you who has been assimilated. What kind of image will there be if you eat the assimilated Hawkeye? Move your mouth. Chapter 27. This. Spider-Man stammered, then pointed behind everyone, look. The Avengers are coming. What? Whoosh. Just when many zombie heroes turned around, Spider-Man directly grabbed Ash, swung the cobweb and disappeared in front of several people. That BD little Spider-Man. It doesn't matter. There is a lot of food in this world, so what if I give him one? He, we are going to start hunting. The Avengers heroes turned and ran out of the alley. People in real life were a little dumbfounded when they saw the scene in the video. What's that Sentry? His information just appeared in my mind, The power of 1 million fixed stars? What is that? Superman. Nonsense, he must not be human anymore, he already has that kind of powerful power. But it seems those superheroes are still sane after becoming zombies. Yes, they are completely different from the zombies in the previous parallel world. Apart from their bloodlust, they are clearly themselves. Even Spider-Man and Hawkeye recognize them. In other words, they still want to take action against humans while they are conscious. It can't be said that he is sane. If he is sane, like Captain America, how could he attack the people he protects? The people are thinking about zombie viruses, but the military is different. General Ross, as someone who has been committed to building Superman-like weapons, his eyes burned after the experience of Sentry came to his mind. The power of 1 million fixed stars? Is that something humans can successfully study? Quick! Go to this professor's laboratory immediately and bring him here. I want to have that Superman's power. Not just General Ross, many organizations began to search for the laboratory in their minds. The power of 1 million fixed star explosions, I guess if you had that kind of power, you could conquer the world, right? What superheroes, let them try to deal with the power of millions of fixed stars. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. Nick Fury has already sent people to find the laboratory, and his face is a little gloomy. The superheroes here, especially Captain America, can be said to be symbols of justice, kindness, courage, and honesty. These are the qualities of Captain America, or in other words, the qualities of Steve. Otherwise, he would not have become Captain America. But just such a person, after becoming a zombie, he actually attacks civilians while staying awake? It is simply unimaginable. It would be understandable if they were controlled by viruses like the previous parallel universes, but after they were infected by the virus, they were still themselves, just with an extra bloodlust. I have nothing to say. Captain America looked at everyone's strange looks and lowered his head. He didn't understand why he did that in the parallel world. He gave up his faith and everything and became a monster who followed his desires. But he believed that if he encountered that kind of thing in this world, he would rather kill himself than attack his companions and people. Batman looked at all this calmly, his eyes deep and firm. Sure enough, a plan must be prepared. Stark, the Iron Man on the opposite side, saw Batman's gaze and said directly, "Batman, no, I should call you Bruce. Bruce, are you considering controlling and killing any of your companions?" After hearing Iron Man's words, everyone looked at Batman again. In the universe numbered 001, the black box that Batman's son Damian took out was not simple. It contained all the superheroes' countermeasures except Green Arrow. It can be said that Batman's IQ is simply ridiculously high. If an ordinary person without any mutations faced off head-on, every superhero present would have the power to absolutely crush him. But it just so happened that he was the one who could figure out a way to control and kill Superman. Even if you can understand what he is doing, no one will feel comfortable being reminded of how to control the kill every day, and even recording it, as if there is a handle in someone else's hands. Facing the scrutiny of everyone, Batman did not escape, but said in a low voice, "Yes, I am considering this plan. You have also seen what happened in the two parallel universes. No matter what, there must be checks and balances. Otherwise, once any of us is turned into an enemy by external factors, it will be a catastrophe for our companions." Professor X and Ancient One Magician did not speak, but they both agreed with this plan. The power of superheroes is truly terrifying, and for ordinary people, it is no less powerful than any of the most advanced weapons. If the cause of the destruction of the world in the future is really the zombie virus, then it would be a good thing to have a check and balance method, which can greatly reduce the sacrifice. As everyone knows, Batman's approach also made Nick Fury's eyes shine. "Everyone, I think what Batman said makes sense. Who can guarantee not to be infected by that virus, or what to do if the mind is controlled? Before Batman thinks about those plans, I hope everyone here can allow me to enact a bill." Iron Man history. Stark looked at Nick Fury. He didn't expect that this old boy could borrow money so easily. He was just expressing his dissatisfaction with Batman's actions. Unexpectedly, Nick Fury even thought of this. But it just so happens that Iron Man Stark is also in favor of this bill. No rules, no standards. Only by restricting these superheroes can the public get the greatest security. After all, with the integration of the two worlds and the chaos of the timeline, more and more superheroes will appear in the future. With so many superheroes coming together, unpredictable things will inevitably happen. At this moment, Nick Fury continued, "This bill is called the Superhero Registration Bill. If you want to become a superhero, you must register your real name information. In this case..." Wait a moment. Before Nick Fury could finish speaking, Scarlet Witch Wanda stood up first. She frowned slightly, with a hint of seriousness on her beautiful face. "You mean, to become a superhero, I have to accept your surveillance. Wanda, you misunderstood. Nick Fury waved his hand quickly. This is not to spy on you, but the power of everyone here is too strong. I have read the information. The previous battle between Batman and Superman was also because of seeing him. When fighting the enemy, countless buildings were destroyed and people died, right? Nick Fury came up with this reason and wanted to use this matter to explain, but Batman was obviously not so easy to cooperate. He completely ignored Nick Fury and was thinking about the plan he wanted to complete. Chapter 28. Seeing Batman's expression, Nick Fury was not embarrassed. He continued to explain to Wanda with a normal expression, you see, there have been cases like this before. If we don't try to control it, even superheroes will have conflicts with each other and lead to fights. You can have a fight to resolve the conflict, but who can guarantee that innocent people won't be involved when you fight? So I think superheroes must accept the control of national laws. Definitely, if you cause ordinary people to be harmed because of your fight against crime, you will still handle it appropriately. After all, that is not your original intention. Nick Fury said the bill in the most tactful way possible, but there weren't many fools present. Soon, they discovered problems with the bill. Dr. Banner stood up, I have never heard of this. If you insist on implementing this bill, then I will quit the ranks of superheroes. Dr. Banner. Nick Fury looked embarrassed, if this bill is passed, once you don't register, you won't be able to use your ability. At that point. Roar. Dr. Banner's body suddenly emitted a green light, and a roar came from his throat. Thor and Iron Man Stark looked at him warily. After a while, Dr. Banner returned to normal, but with a slight sneer on his face, did you see it? Even I can't control the guy in my body, and you still want to use the bill to control him? Stop teasing me. I said, I will not agree to this matter, even if you pass it, I will not participate. Stark knew that it was time to speak for himself at this time, because Dr. Banner's words obviously made the superheroes in the room start to think carefully. Dr. Banner, I understand your question, but your question is only in the minority after all. You must know that when Hulk is crazy, he cannot distinguish between ourselves and the enemy, and may cause harm to the people, but the results of other people's battles may not be better than Hulk. So this is not an issue for you alone, it's an issue for all of us here and even superheroes around the world. At this moment, Spider-Man, who had been silent until now, spoke. He was still a high school student. After becoming Spider-Man, he had been fighting criminals. Later, he was approached by someone from SHIELD, and he came here. It can be said that the person he admires most is Iron Man, but he does not agree with this bill. I'm sorry, can I say a few words? You. That's it? Before Stark could agree, Spider-Man said directly to himself, I think your hero registration bill is unreasonable. First of all, once you accept real name registration, what should you do if this information is leaked? Can those bad guys directly take revenge on our family? Including the whereabouts being monitored, each of you have already attacked the criminals, and their routes are not fixed. If I have to report in advance when I go to a place, what should I do if there is a mole? Wouldn't that put more superheroes in crisis, and if they threaten their families, I'm afraid some heroes will be forced to do things that go against their true intentions, so I don't think I agree with this bill. And I'm still a high school student. Theoretically, I'm not qualified to sign. I think. Okay, Parker, I understand, you don't have to say any more. Nick Fury quickly stopped. Spider-Man is a known talker. Just now, he and the Flash, a talkative half, have been talking about each other. What they said in such a short period of time could be enough to publish a book. If he is allowed to continue, I am afraid that all superheroes will become irritable. At that time, let alone the bill, it will be difficult for you to let them sit here quietly. Clark, what do you think? Seeing Nick Fury look at him, Superman looked around first, and then said, I think there are pros and cons to the Super Act. As Parker said, once the hero's information is leaked, it will be a big problem. Definitely, being controlled by superheroes is also a good thing for the people, so I think if this bill is to be passed, it needs to be revised. Nick Fury was speechless for a while. Seeing Superman's face, he thought he agreed with the bill, but he asked for amendments. The most important thing about the superhero registration bill is real name authentication. Otherwise, what is the point of this bill? But this is the only thing that has been criticized by everyone. It seems that it is impossible to continue advancing this bill today. Forget it, let's not think about this matter for now. Let's patiently watch the images first. It seems like it's about to start. This time no one spoke anymore, they were all thinking about this so-called superhero registration bill. At the same time, the sky turned red and the scene started again. On the platform of a building, Spider-Man put Ash down. Ash came down and immediately pulled out the chainsaw and pointed it at Spider-Man. "UBD, you actually want to eat me?" Hey, man, calm down, that was just a trick. I'm still alive. And I'm conscious." Spider-Man raised his hands to show that he had no intention of eating him. "You're actually still awake." Ash's eyes widened. He knew how terrifying the zombie virus was. It would basically kill him if he got it, and he would be transformed in an instant. But after watching Spider-Man take off his hood and reveal his human appearance, Ash put down the chainsaw. The two turned to look at the street. It's over. Now the whole dispute is in complete chaos, and people are feasting on the streets. Some tall superheroes were cut into pieces, and a few of them started chewing on one ear. The remaining superheroes were also hunting for their own targets. It's okay if their target is eaten up, but what they fear most is the kind that eats the next one after just a few bites. This makes the defective corpse alive again and becomes their companion. One by one, the superheroes who came to support were torn apart and eaten by their former companions. This is simply the end of the world. Spider-Man's tone was full of unbearability. "Brother, believe me, it's not the end yet. Soon you will know what it will be like when the world turns into hell." As someone who has traveled through the zombie world, Ash is very experienced in the scene he is seeing. Seeing the tragic scene downstairs, Spider-Man seemed to remember something and quickly put on his hood. "I'm sorry, Ash, I have to go find my family first. I'll come back to you later." Chapter 29. Spider-Man left, and a strong man in black tights with a white skull pattern on his chest came over. "It's the Punisher." He had been hiding behind the corridor just to listen to what the two were plotting. "What do you mean by doomsday?" the Punisher asked in a low voice. "It's the end of the world. I'm not originally from this world. The world I live in is full of these things. It's just that they are easy to deal with. You only need to suppress them with firepower. But look." Ash pointed at the omnipotent zombie heroes on the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "There are no superheroes in my world. As long as this virus is infected, it will attack life everywhere. They will have endless hunger, although they can still stay awake, they are already a dead man. I understand. What are you going to do? If we want to prevent this disaster, we must find an ancient book of death. Only by finding that thing can we restore them to normal. Come with me." After that, Punisher Frank pushed open the door and walked out with Ash. Just when Ash was wondering why they didn't go down the stairs, the Punisher opened the door and fired wildly at the people inside with the machine gun in his hand. Da-da-da-da. Soon, everyone in the office fell into a pool of blood. After doing all this, the Punisher turned around and left with a cigarette in his mouth. "Cool." Ash followed closely behind. The fat man lying on the ground is the tycoon of the underground world, Kingpin. The Punisher came to this building just to deal with him. Unexpectedly, he overheard the rooftop conversation between Spider-Man and Ash. The two turned and walked towards the door. In a residential building where the contract was negotiated, Mary Jane and Aunt May were watching TV. The news reported everything that was happening in the outside world and reminded people not to go out. In the real world, Spider-Man's eyes widened when he saw this scene. "That's Mary Jane and Aunt May, we're." As a high school student, Spider-Man's face turned red under the mask, and the flash on the side blinked at him narrowly. After seeing the news, Mary Jane and Aunt May in the video were extremely worried about Parker. Those superheroes turned into man-eating monsters. What will happen to Parker? Bang. There was a muffled sound. Spider-Man stood on the windowsill. He was back. "Aunt May, Jane, thank God, you are okay." "Parker." Seeing the bleeding wound on Spider-Man's shoulder, Mary Jane exclaimed and asked anxiously, "Oh my God, are you okay?" "You're bleeding." "It's okay. I was just accidentally bitten by the captain. It didn't hurt at all, but it was a little itchy all over my body." Upon seeing this, Aunt May quickly stood up and went to the back room to find disinfectant, intending to clean his wounds. Mary Jane helped Spider-Man to the sofa. "It's been reported on TV that the heroes have turned into monsters. What's going on in this world?" Spider-Man covered the wound with one hand and spoke in a thankful tone, "I tried so hard to escape. It was really scary there. I think we should leave the city directly." Mary Jane nodded. She had been worried since just now, but fortunately Parker came back, so she breathed a sigh of relief. In her eyes, her man was omnipotent, and as long as he was around, they would be safe. Cough cough cough. At this moment, Spider-Man stood up, coughed violently, and a few drops of thick liquid flowed out through his mask. "Parker. Are you okay?" Mary Jane exclaimed. "Cough, hungry, cough cough, I'm so hungry." Spider-Man coughed violently and made a deep sound again. "Parker. Are you okay?" Mary Jane quickly came to Spider-Man's side and asked with concern. "Is he?" Spider-Man lowered his head and Mary Jane couldn't see his condition at all. But Spider-Man Peter Parker in the real world can clearly see it. In the video, he is clearly tearing his mask with his teeth. Regardless of whether the people in the video could hear it or not, Spider-Man in reality shouted crazily, "Leave quickly. Mary Jane. And Aunt May." The sound is destined not to be transmitted to the image. Spider-Man in the image suddenly raised his head, and the mask on his mouth had been bitten into pieces. He opened his mouth and rushed towards Mary Jane. "I'm so hungry." "No. Parker." Mary Jane exclaimed and stepped back, but how could she be Spider-Man's opponent? Before he could take a breath, he was thrown to the ground by Spider-Man. Bang. The disinfectant dropped to the floor, and Aunt May looked at the image in the room in horror. Spider-Man Peter Parker, her most satisfying nephew, was eating Mary Jane's body at the moment. Mary Jane's face, eyeballs, and nose were all eaten away. Spider-Man's mouth is covered with meat crumbs. "Aunt May, hurry up, leave quickly. I can't control myself anymore. Leave quickly." Even though Spider-Man has been transformed, he still wants his only relative to leave at this moment. His eyes under the mask have begun to cry, and he simply cannot control the bloodlust in his body. Aunt May was stunned by this sudden scene and froze in place, with no intention of leaving. Spider-Man could no longer control himself and pounced directly on his only relative, Aunt May. Pist pist. Along with the muffled sound, Spider-Man feasted. People in reality all vomited when they saw this scene. There were no horses in the bloody sky. And the sense of reality seems to be right in front of you. Not everyone can bear to see cannibalism. Even the superheroes all looked a little pale. Spider-Man even covered his head with his hands, unable to believe what he saw. "Aunt May, Mary Jane, I'm such a BD. Damn it. Why didn't you just die there?" The Flash on the side quickly comforted him. "Parker, it's not your fault. You are still alive and well now." But Nick Fury also followed up and said, "Okay, the image continues. Parker, you have to remember this scene. Not just you, everyone must remember this scene. This is to remind us that once something goes wrong in our world, how to solve it." The scene in the video changed and came to outer space. Inside a spaceship, an old man wearing a helmet was feeling annoyed about what had happened. "Damn it, what did I do?" Professor X's pupils tightened when he saw this scene. How could he not recognize the person in the picture? Isn't that Magneto? Chapter 30. Magneto's real name is Max Eisenhart, and his former alias was Eric Lane's hair. He is a mutant who can control the Earth's magnetic field and use the magnetic field to make himself fly. He has been friends with Professor X for many years. Due to human reasons, he parted ways with Professor X and founded the Mutant Brotherhood. Because he experienced the cruelty of World War II and mankind's crazy attack on mutant, Magneto hated mankind extremely, and repeatedly made enemies of the X-Men, Avengers, and other superhero teams that stopped him. Even though the two worlds are integrated, Magneto has always done things, so people in this room are still very familiar with him. Although they didn't understand why Magneto said such words, they had an extremely bad premonition at the moment. "I can't blame you." The subordinate on the side consoled him. "No. This is my reason." Magneto covered his head and said in pain, "I just wanted mutant to be able to compete with humans, so I got this virus, but I can't. I didn't expect the virus to be like this. Damn it. Damn it." Magneto really didn't expect that. He has been working hard all his life for mutant to get its due status, and he also considered this biochemical attack this time. As long as some people die, wouldn't mutant be able to win? The result is good now. This is more than just killing some people. The world now has completely turned into hell. If this continues, the whole world will be destroyed before long. The images coming from the blue star made Magneto shudder, especially the superheroes and mutants who turned into zombies. It can be said that he killed these people with his own hands. In reality, Professor. He took the initiative to contact Nick Fury in order to let the mutants contribute. In this case, in the eyes of ordinary people, their mutants should be members of the superhero. Seeing a parallel World Cup that was about to be destroyed by Magneto's crazy actions, Professor X was heartbroken and angry. Bang. Nick Fury slapped the conference table. "Damn Magneto, he is really crazy." Batman's eyes flashed with a strange light. Regarding this kind of unfavorable factor that may threaten mankind, after today's video is played, he will go and have a talk with the other party. Immediately issue a wanted order for Magneto, and then send out all agents to determine his location. Nick Fury gave the order directly. He did not want the world to be destroyed for that strange reason. Director, hey, forget it. Originally, Professor. He in the parallel world is also himself, but some differences in details led to the birth of the parallel world. In addition, when he came to S.H.I.E.L.D. this time, Professor X originally planned to make people no longer fear or discriminate against mutants. But now, everything Magneto did in the video has been seen by people around the world. If nothing else, after today's video is over, people around the world will probably have more colored glasses towards mutant. Human nature is like this, they never look for reasons in themselves, they only see the facts that happen in front of them, and then put this hatred on others. Negotiate. The superhero who inherited the name of Rising Star was chased by a group of zombie heroes. In desperation, he came to Spider-Man's room. "Hey, Parker, I'm sorry, I really have no place to hide. Are you at home? Are you?" Click, click, click. Before he could finish his words, Xing Xing saw a scene that made his heart tremble. Spider-Man was actually gnawing on his relatives, and even picked up the bones and tasted them carefully. Just now was the sound of him crushing the bones with his teeth. "Parker, you..." Xing Xing looked at the scene in disbelief. Spider-Man, who was immersed in flesh and blood, also turned his head. "What are you looking at? Are you looking for death?" BD. Bang. Spider-Man put down the meat in his hand and rushed towards Xing Xing. In a hurry, Xing Xing had no time to dodge and was knocked down directly. Just when Spider-Man was about to continue eating, Daredevil came. He plans to save Nova. Here comes another food. Spider-Man dodged Daredevil's attack and then bit him on the shoulder. Puff. A large piece of flesh and blood was torn off violently. Daredevil let out a cry of pain. At the same time, on the square, Captain America, who had just finished eating the meat, shouted loudly, "Stop! Everyone stop!" So all the zombie heroes stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Captain America. "We have eaten enough just now. We should think of something while we are not hungry now. Notify everyone, return to base." Hearing this, the Avengers also regained their senses and followed Captain America and ran towards the Avengers base building. The camera turned and came to the mutant students. There were roars, screams, and the sound of flesh being eaten everywhere. As Magneto said before, he originally thought that this virus was only effective on ordinary humans, but he did not expect that even mutants could not escape. Wolverine and the remaining superheroes are constantly killing their former companions. There is no way, these people have lost their minds, their heads are full of flesh, blood, and brains. A wheelchair has turned into a wreck at the moment, and the owner of the wheelchair, Professor X, has been eaten to the core. Just when Wolverine and others were engaged in a bitter battle, several steel plates were like sharp arrows, and they quickly opened the heads of several missing mutants, and their brains, which had turned green, flowed all over the floor. Manipulate magnetism. Magneto is here. Mutants. We still have a chance to change this. Magneto floats in the air like a savior, but he is actually the initiator of this incident. Save this? What are you going to do? After hearing Wolverine's question, Magneto said calmly, "Just follow me." In another part of the dispute, Ant-Man and Black Panther had just finished fighting. "We should go back to the laboratory and think of a way to see if we can produce antibodies to this virus." "You're right, you have to hurry up, otherwise, those guys may catch up." "Definitely, Before Ant-Man could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. When he looked down, he didn't know when his abdomen was injured. Which means he'll turn into those damn monsters. Chapter 31. Hey, Scott, something seems wrong with you. Black Panther on the side looked at Ant-Man's back a little strangely, because he felt Ant-Man's trembling. As a comrade, he would definitely ask about the situation. Just then, Ant-Man suddenly becomes huge. Before Black Panther had time to say anything, he was knocked to the ground by a hand the size of a house. "Scott, you..." Before losing consciousness completely, Black Panther saw the blood on Ant-Man's chest, and he understood that Ant-Man was infected. Seeing Black Panther fainting, Ant-Man returned to normal file size, picked up Black Panther and headed to the underground laboratory. "I'm sorry, brother, don't blame me. In this situation, the whole world will soon face a food shortage problem. You are my backup food." In the Fantastic Four's base, a dark green corpse fell to the ground. It was the female Hulk. Absorbing the blood of her cousin, Dr. Banner, she became the Hulk. Unfortunately, even with strong combat power, she was still infected. After eating the child of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, she was killed by the Fantastic Four. "We can't wait any longer. We must find an alliance with the surviving people. Otherwise, I'm afraid one day we will be surrounded by those people." Mr. Fantastic didn't have time to be sad. He had already begun to think about strategies. Just now, he contacted the Avengers base, but there was no response at all. In other words, the Avengers base has already fallen, if not completely destroyed. During the time they were staying at the base, people in the outside world were constantly mutating every minute. The most terrifying ones were the superheroes who turned into zombies. Originally a powerful supermortal, at the moment he has an invulnerable body, which makes him even more difficult to deal with. Those who survive on his side will be transformed if they are unfortunately injured. That's right. The Invisible Woman wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her daughter had just died at the mouth of the female Hulk, but as superheroes, they had no extra time to grieve. If we continue to sit still and wait for death, the world will be hopeless. The spaceship is ready. Let's go. The stone man ran in without even having time to wipe the blood on his body. Okay. Let's rescue those survivors. The Fantastic Four's eyes were full of determination. Then the four people drove the spaceship towards the city. It's easy to find survivors. You just need to search the surveillance cameras in the city. This is no problem for Mr. Fantastic. Boom boom. Sizzle. The Fantastic Four drove the spaceship to a clearing, which was covered in roaring sounds and thunder and lightning. Thor and Nova, who were fighting against the zombie army, looked happy when they saw the Fantastic Four's spaceship. Go to s.h.i.e.l.d's ship. There are still survivors there. Thor, Nova, and the Human Torch, who were able to fly, cleared the way, and Mr. Fantastic drove the spaceship towards the sky. The last hope of mankind gathers there. On the SHIELD spaceship, everyone was delighted to see the arrival of the Fantastic Four. Nick Fury brings everyone together. Fantastic Four, Iron Man, Thor, Nova, Scarlet Witch, Vision and more. There are hundreds of superheroes here, and they are mankind's last hope. Everyone, this virus was brought by Sentry. Most of you should know Sentry. I originally thought that he went to the depths of the universe, but I didn't expect that he would bring such a terrifying virus. Nowadays, most of our companions have become infected with the virus, including Captain America, Ms. Marvel, Wasp, Hawkeye, Spider-Man, etc. There are still some who cannot be contacted, and they may have been poisoned. So everyone on this spacecraft is the last hope for mankind. We must quickly find a way to resist this virus, otherwise the whole world will be infected by this virus before long. Except for those superheroes, other ordinary people were eaten away without even a chance to be infected, so we only need to defeat those infected superheroes. Now. Wait a moment. At this moment, a hero in black stood up. He was the British team. He pointed at Magneto in the crowd, who let him in. Everyone has a bad attitude toward Magneto, who often gets into trouble. But Magneto brought many mutants, especially the hot-tempered Wolverine. Do you want to die? Wolverine's claw slowly stretched out. In any case, Magneto did save the remaining people of Mutant Academy, so even if Wolverine is usually unhappy with him, among this group of people, she still stands with him. What did you say? Team Ying obviously didn't have a good temper. Okay. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Nick Fury quickly interrupted, under the premise of the destruction of this world, as long as he doesn't come up to bite you, he is a companion. Stop talking. Tony, Banner, and Red, please come and research a serum that can resist the virus. As for the remaining people, form a team and go everywhere to rescue those survivors. If you can save one more person at this time, they will have one less companion. At this moment, Xing Xing spoke, everyone knows how scary those guys are. I saw Spider-Man's mutation with my own eyes. Not only did he eat up his own relatives, he also bit Daredevil. We cannot be injured, so they can attack without any scruples. How can we fight like this? What else should we do? Do you have a better way? Or we can just drink whiskey on this ship and wait until the whole world is completely infected by the virus. Now even the military system is completely paralyzed, and it is impossible to launch a nuclear bomb. Besides, launching a nuclear bomb means abandoning all the survivors. How can we not stand up at this time? Facing the horror of zombie heroes, some superheroes are worried that in order to save the world, they can ignore their own lives, but the prerequisite is to die gloriously and not become food. The most terrifying outcome is that after part of the body is eaten, it will turn into the kind of monster that pursues flesh and blood. This is also the reason why Xing Xing said what he said. Spider-Man Peter Parker can be said to be a simple and kind-hearted type. As a result, after becoming a zombie, his temperament changed drastically. He obviously still retained consciousness, but nibbling on family members and companions. Anyway, the top priority right now is to ensure your own life safety. If nothing can be done, you can choose to die without rescuing him. Nick Fury gritted his teeth and issued the order. Chapter 32. There is no way, under this zombie virus, the superhero's life is much higher than that of the people. After all, ordinary people will be eaten up by those hungry guys, and superheroes have the ability to resist even after being injured because of their strong physique and ability. As long as he resists for more than 10 seconds, he will be completely assimilated. Nick Fury doesn't want his army of zombie heroes to grow. If it really turns out to be like that, it goes without saying that what awaits them will be complete destruction. You know, although those zombie heroes have turned into zombies, they still retain their will. You can still consider strategies when fighting a group of corpses, but if you are fighting a group of thinking corpses, there are many more factors to consider. After hearing Nick Fury's order, all the heroes stopped talking. It would be too hypocritical to talk about putting the interests of the people above all else at this time. Saving your life is the most important thing. The heroes all left to form teams with the right people and search for survivors everywhere. The three people with the highest IQs, Iron Man, Dr. Banner, and Mr. Fantastic, are responsible for researching antivirus serum. Iron Man History Stark and Dr. Banner were busy preparing the equipment. Mr. Fantastic went to the laboratory, where he just caught a zombie on the road. Now that the zombie is completely dead, he needs to carefully study the characteristics of this virus. Only in this way can the serum be produced. A long time passed. The Invisible Woman walked into the laboratory to see if there was anything she could do to help. They were married, and their child had died on the spot. Although the Invisible Woman was deeply sad, she was also afraid that Mr. Fantastic would sink because of the sadness. "Reed, how are you?" After hearing his wife's inquiry, Mr. Fantastic said without looking back, "This is really amazing. These zombies seem to have evolved, retaining mobility and all intelligence, and their brains will never rot. If the brain does not rot, that is to say, the original will live forever. And because this virus is quite overbearing, all diseases and bacteria will not multiply in this body, then." Looking at Mr. Fantastic's somewhat scary expression, the Invisible Woman quickly came to his side. "Red, why don't you take a rest first?" "I understand, kid." "No." Mr. Fantastic suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "Susan, you don't understand. This is really a brand new evolution. If you can resist the hunger caused by the side effects, this is the perfect evolution potion." "Red. Are you crazy?" "Crazy? I'm not crazy, I'm just talking about a possibility. If all of us are infected with this virus, does it mean that I have unlimited time to study and eliminate the side effect, and then everything will be returned to normal, but our world will always exist? As long as I have time, maybe I can save our child too." "You are really crazy. Please calm down." As soon as she mentioned the child, the Invisible Woman's expression changed drastically, and she slammed the door and left. Seeing his wife's angry look, Mr. Fantastic did not pay attention, but continued to study the corpse on the operating table. In another laboratory. Sizzle. Iron Man History Stark is also working on something. "Tony, didn't you go study the serum with Red?" Nick Fury saw Iron Man welding some machines and asked directly. "It's enough to have Red himself there. I'm not good at researching viruses. What's more, what if the serum cannot be researched? I need to find a way out for human research." "A way out?" Nick Fury didn't understand what Iron Man meant. "Yes, it's the escape route." Iron Man nodded, then turned sideways to reveal the device. "This device can break dimensions and allow us to escape to other parallel worlds." "Other parallel worlds?" Nick Fury's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Iron Man was researching this thing, and looking at the completion of the device, it was obvious that he was almost successful. "Is this something that the human brain can create?" Nick Fury's expression obviously impressed Iron Man. He pointed to the hell outside the window and said, "Did you see it? This is no longer simply the end of the world, it is simply hell." "No, I'm afraid hell is not so scary. Even if a healing serum is developed, it will probably take decades to cure them. And what if we lose? There are countless zombies outside, and there are those superheroes. As companions, you should know how strong each of them is. What's more, they also know our weaknesses. This is simply doomed to defeat. So I need to prepare the last escape route for everyone. As long as we go to other parallel worlds, we can survive." After hearing Iron Man's words, Nick Fury fell silent. He knew Iron Man was telling the truth. In addition to these infected superheroes and ordinary humans, you must know that there is another source of infection. Sentry, who has the power of 1,000,000 fixed stars, has no idea where he is now. He is definitely a big threat. Those first batch of superheroes who went to the scene were directly infected after just one encounter. Among many superheroes, Sentry's combat ability is definitely at the forefront. The situation is already a crisis. If he comes out again, it will be desperate. "Are you sure?" Hearing Nick Fury's inquiry, Iron Man smiled confidently, "Don't worry, it's absolutely no problem. When everything is irreversible, this thing is our last resort." The image pauses. After seeing so much information, people in the real world were stunned. The zombie virus represents immortality? What kind of weird idea is this? In a sense, it's true. Definitely, those damn side effects must be eliminated. Otherwise, even the superheroes won't be able to resist the constant hunger, let alone us. Iron Man is so awesome. He can even make a device that travels to other worlds. Did we forget something? This time, the Superman in the end never seemed to appear. What's going on? That's right. Isn't he the only survivor in this world in the end? Maybe he will appear later. In the world numbered 444, he entered the singularity black hole. Can he really still appear? Chapter 33. In the S.H.I.E.L.D building, all the superheroes looked at Iron Man Stark, which made him feel uncomfortable. Especially that guy Nick Fury, the light in his eyes seems to be almost killing people. What are you looking at me for? Don't think about it. That's me in the parallel world, and I don't know much about multi-universe. It's simply impossible to build such a machine now. But even if Stark said this, Nick Fury still stared at him closely. If you can't make it now, it doesn't mean you can't make it later. After all, even if you are in the parallel world, you are who you are. No matter what your needs are, as long as it's to build that equipment, and I'm willing to agree to all your requests on behalf of the president. Come on, don't think about it. It's designed to be multi-universe, travel through space, and probably have problems in the quantum realm. It won't be possible for a while. Do you know how much information I have to read? Tony, please, just like you said in the video, this is the escape route for all of us. If we can break the dimension and go to another parallel world, does it mean that it doesn't matter even if our world is destroyed? Impossible. Stark directly said loudly, the world has not been destroyed yet, everyone is alive. If such a machine is really built, I ask you, how can everyone in the world be transferred there, even if it is really transferred? Now, what should we do with the people in the parallel world? It will still lead to endless wars. Now our world is on the verge of destruction. If we all travel to a safe world, there will definitely be wars because of resource issues. Hearing this, Nick Fury's eyes dimmed a bit, and he knew that what Stark said was right. Moving billions of people around the world together, what kind of workload is that? And even if they are safely transferred, facing people in another parallel world will only cause infinite war. Resources, power, invasion, resistance. Humans are inherently contradictory species, not to mention that the world has not yet been destroyed. Creating that kind of equipment will only cause panic among the people and covet from all forces. Other than that, there is no benefit at all. You can study it first and keep it as our last trump card. If the world comes to be destroyed, we can consider using it later. This time Stark didn't speak. Even if Nick Fury didn't urge him, he would find a way to make this device. In this way, if this world really couldn't be defended, some fire could be left to travel to other worlds. The zombie virus is not as infectious as the anti-life equation, but its terror is definitely far greater than the anti-life equation. Spider-Man said. Now he still has not recovered from the shadow of the past. The sight of his relatives being devoured by him, still in that sober state, simply made him collapse. Magneto must have noticed something. He has disappeared now. No one has been able to find traces of him yet. Nick Fury shook his head. Don't worry about that, after seeing that kind of scene, he probably won't think about the virus anymore. Professor X said seriously. As a good friend of Magneto for many years, Professor X knows him well. That person has worked hard for mutant all his life, but if he knew it would lead to such a situation, he would never do it. Just like the previous influence on him, that kind of regret was not fake. By the way, Bruce, where were you before? Nick Fury looked at Batman and asked calmly. Nothing. Are you going to keep pretending? Bang. Nick Fury slammed the table hard, then clicked on the computer to play a video. The picture showed a research room, and a professor inside was being taken away by the army. At this moment, a black figure appeared, knocked out all the soldiers, and took the professor away. This is the surveillance picture. Why do you want to stop the military's actions? Hee. Batman sneered twice and continued, when we saw the superhero named Sentry before, information about him appeared in our minds. The power of a million fixed stars is really a power that makes people addicted. Even people from the military were dispatched just to get that medicine. To do this, they did not hesitate to kill all the scientific researchers in the entire laboratory. They wanted to take away the professor. After committing such atrocities, you actually came to ask me why I took the professor away. Batman choked Nick Fury speechless. He knew this. After learning about the source of Sentry's power, he immediately issued an order to let S.H.I.E.L.D agents protect the professor and, if possible, invite the professor to them. But unexpectedly, the top brass of the military put pressure on SHIELD, telling him not to interfere with this matter. They also explained that this medicine must be in the hands of the military. Whether it was public or private, Nick Fury had no reason to resist, and immediately withdrew all his men. Unexpectedly, Batman knew about it and stopped the military's actions. Originally, the military planned to attack Batman. However, Nick Fury used his power to suppress the matter and explained that he would give an explanation to the military. It happened to be the time when the video was paused. Nick Fury planned to use the overall situation to force Batman to submit, but he was unexpectedly beaten back. In order to keep secrets, the military directly slaughtered all the scientific researchers in the laboratory except the professors. Hearing what Batman said, the superheroes in the room didn't look very good, even Iron Man, who has always supported the Hero Registration Act. Ultimately, he wants to promote the superhero registration bill for the benefit of the people and their life safety. In the end, the superheroes didn't do anything, but your military was better and just started killing. It is simply treating the law as nothing. I will respond to the boss about this matter, but before you act, you must at least tell me. Nick Fury's voice slowed down. Since he was irrational, he lost the qualification to speak loudly. If I had told you in advance, I'm afraid you would be greeted by heavy weapons, right? Batman mocked. Wonder Woman Diana also stood up. Nick Fury, I think there is no problem in leaving this matter to Batman, and the military should just leave it alone. Even Iron Man, who has always been at odds with Batman, said bluntly, although I don't want to admit it, this guy is indeed the best person to handle this matter. This. Nick Fury's eyes widened. He had originally thought about offering to take the professor back to SHIELD. Chapter 34. But the superheroes seemed to have settled the matter with each other. Nick Fury's face couldn't help but look gloomy, but with his skin color, no one would be able to tell even if he was gloomy. I can't make the final decision regarding the Sentry Potion. After all, both the military and the higher UPS want to use this potion to create an invincible army. Then let them come to me. For this matter, Batman directly chooses to be tough. No matter what the army or the upper class, for him, the Dark Knight, all are treated equally. You're going to make this a big deal. Nick Fury said with a wry smile. Then let's make things worse. Nick Fury, don't you know how serious the Sentry Potion is? Creating an invincible army. When those soldiers have the power of gods, you still want to command them. Batman roared, and what kind of military is a military that kills people at every turn? Even if such a person builds an invincible army, it will be meaningless. I'm afraid that the world will be destroyed because of this. The so-called invincible army. Superman, who has always stood for justice, is definitely on Batman's side. Even if he goes against the country for this, it doesn't matter. He understands very well what the consequences will be if a person suddenly gains power. If it weren't for his adoptive parents, he would never be where he is now. If Superman's power was given to others, why would he be called Superman? I'll tell you right away what an ancestor is. Extraordinary power must be controlled with extraordinary mind. Needless to say, Wonder Woman, Cyborg and Aquaman are originally from the Justice League. What's more, Batman is right. For this potion, the military can kill civilians wantonly. Who knows if the potion is really given to them? What will happen? Seeing that the situation at the moment was becoming more and more unfavorable for him, Nick Fury could only compromise and said helplessly, I will report this matter to the superiors, you guys. Boom. As Nick Fury spoke, the entire building began to tremble. People on the street fell to the ground one by one. Earthquake. What happened? Help. The billboard is holding me down. Diddy. Cars collided with each other and pedestrians wailed on the ground. For a moment, there was complete chaos. People thought it was an earthquake. Superman rushed out immediately, his super hearing telling him that someone was in danger. Immediately afterwards, all the superheroes in the room rushed out. Boom. There was another loud noise, and there seemed to be something strange in the bloody sky. The video should have continued to be played, but only a paragraph of text appeared. They're coming. Click. In the sky, red lightning intertwined and the earth trembled. If you look closely, you can see that there are cracks in the center of the blood-red sky. This strange power caused all the ancient gods in the universe to lock their eyes on the bloody screen in front of them. That power is making them tremble, even the 5 creation gods of world number 1. They have never seen such a strange and powerful power. At the moment, the endless family of world number 2 and the legendary god of world number 1 are in the same star field. Their own great power cannot be used in the face of that strange power. He is obviously the most powerful god in this universe, but he has no ability to resist, just like a child. Blue star. People saw a scene that shocked them. I saw a crack appearing in the bloody sky. The crack gradually widened, and something seemed to be coming out from inside. Is that a dark, hairy hand? The hand that appeared from the bloody sky could penetrate the sky with one finger, and the entire hand covered the entire sky. It was still daytime, but the whole world was plunged into darkness. This sky-covering giant hand does not only appear in Blue Star. In every corner of the universe, anyone who can see a blood-colored screen or a blood-colored sky can clearly see this hand. In front of the 5 creation gods and the endless family, this hand is infinitely large. Even the planet is like a marble in front of this hand. That hand exuded a strange, decaying aura. What is this? Superman looked at the giant hand covering the sky and murmured, an emotion called fear appeared in his heart. Just one hand made him timid. However, seeing the panicked people around him, Superman calmed down and planned to fly into the sky. Just as he was about to go, a hand patted his shoulder. Clark. Don't go. Bruce. Yes, the person who came was none other than Batman. Batman stopped Superman from flying into the sky, and the superheroes around him stopped him. Everyone looked at Batman in surprise, wondering what he meant. This is the monster inside the singularity black hole. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt a hint of cold air rushing straight to the sky. No wonder the smell felt so familiar before. It's the monster inside the singularity black hole. This breath is exactly the same as theirs. This is a being that treats the golden Superman as food. How can I resist it? Buzz. As the giant hand stretched out, people, animals, gods, and even the creatures in hell and heaven were all unable to move. There was obviously no power or anything to restrain them, but their bodies just couldn't move. They could only watch helplessly as the giant hand covering the sky gradually approached them. Damn. The Flash is taking a starting position. If something happens, he plans to reverse time directly. But his feet were as heavy as lead at the moment. Apocalypse Star. Darkseid and Thanos stood in the square, their bodies creaking. This was in resistance to the weird feeling, and every bone and muscle in the body screamed, but as the cosmic overlords of the two worlds, they would not allow their dignity to be lost like this. A hole. Darkseid raised his head, and the Omega rays in his eyes continued to exert power, but no matter how hard he tried, the rays could not be released. What the hell is this? Thanos roared to the sky. No one could answer his question. In the depths of the universe at the moment, there are 5 creation gods, endless families, and a total of 12 powerful wills. They represent the creation and destruction of a world. But even with such authority, they were unable to resist when faced with that big hand. Damn it! Is this God? The eye of God never gave me this feeling. The fate of the endless family said in a deep voice. How can God's power be so weird and unknown? BD, I can't move at all. Chapter 35. Several people from the endless family originally came to negotiate with the 5 creation gods. In a universe, if their power is equal, they will inevitably divide their territory. Otherwise, there might be conflicts. At their level, they definitely can't shout and kill, so they planned to negotiate peacefully, but they didn't expect that as soon as they got together, something weird like this came. Each of their people is above the multi-universe, and the 12 wills are gathered together. Even if God really appears, it is impossible to become the current situation. But this is the case. They are the embodiment of will and concept, and do not need entities, but they cannot even escape. They can only watch the sky-covering hand approaching them. This hand is obviously filled with the aura of death, but I can't understand it. The death of one of the 5 creation gods, facing this giant hand covering the sky, gave me a feeling that I had reached the end. She has the authority of death and is the terminator of all things. Even if the universe restarts, she will accept all the lives that died due to the Big Bang. But death originally does not die. After all, he himself represents the concept of death. But feeling that he was about to die on this giant hand was simply unimaginable. Another supreme will spoke, want to devour me? Are you dreaming? Annihilation. The smallest of the 5 creation gods is also the strongest. Even his messenger is superior to the glove owner who has gathered infinite gems. Even such a powerful creation god was like an ant at the moment, unable to move. For him, it's absolutely huge amounts of shame. Boom 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 boom. Planets exploded one after another, which was the result of Annihilation's anger, but even so, the aftermath of the explosion of those planets had no effect on the big hand that covered the sky, and even the black hair on the hand was not affected. As the giant hand gets closer and closer, life everywhere in the universe seems to smell it. Smelly, rotten, fester. All the bad words were used to describe that giant hand. They felt as if their flesh and blood were being attracted by the hair on the giant hand and were about to fall out of their bones. The strange thing is that people have no resistance to this feeling in their hearts. Instead, they are absolutely obedient. This is so weird. Clark. If this continues, we may be eaten alive by those monsters. Batman said in a deep voice. But I can't move at all now, and I don't know how to resist. This powerful Superman has no clue at all at this moment, and even having a super IQ has no effect, because at the moment he is like being surrounded by kryptonite, and he can't use any strength in his body. Damn it! This BT. Iron Man Stark also roared angrily. Logically speaking, he was wearing an iron armor, and this armor only required simple commands. But the artificial intelligence seemed to have stopped all functions. No matter how he ordered it, there was no effect at all. Is this the end? Isn't it time yet? Everyone raised their heads and stared blankly at the giant hand covering the sky. It clearly shows that the end of the world is still close to 10 years away, but how is the scene different from the end of the world? Will everyone become food for those monsters? Just when everyone was in despair, the giant hand that covered the sky suddenly stopped. Then it started shaking. Roar. A roar echoed throughout the universe. At this time, the giant hand that covered the sky withdrew, and the cracks in the sky were constantly healing. People saw a black figure in the cracks. The mark on his chest became brighter and brighter, the damaged combat uniform, the broken cloak, and the blood flowing from his body. Finally Superman. He's still fighting those monsters. Alone in the dark black hole of singularity, he continued to fight against the unspeakable monsters. After the bloody sky completely returned to normal, everyone, the gods and the living creatures looked at the bloody sky. Everyone should already know about Superman in the end. But they still don't understand what those monsters are. Is Superman still fighting those monsters in the end? His body seems to be about to burst and his arm is broken. What should I do? No one can help him. Why is this happening? Damn it! Where are those so-called gods? Why not help Superman? He's in too much pain. People on the Blue Star were all discussing what happened to Superman in the end, and some emotional people shed tears on the spot. They didn't know how long Superman had been fighting in the end. After all, they had only seen him in images from parallel universes. But after the world encountered a crisis, he still appeared to stop those monsters. Not only that, he had horrific wounds on his body, his left arm was completely broken, and his combat uniform was in tatters. The only thing that remained unchanged was his mountain-like back. That person. Scarlet Witch Wanda, her beautiful eyes were staring at the sky. This was the first time that she and everyone really saw the appearance of the man from outside the image. A feeling of heart palpitations made her unable to breathe. But where this feeling came from, she didn't understand. Just know that person may be important to her. It is very important. Superman Clark also fell into a daze, and Batman stepped forward. Clark, are you okay? Hearing Batman's cry, Superman came back to his senses, his eyes full of complexity. He seems to have left something for me, but I can't open it now. Superman was a little ashamed. The giant hand covering the sky was about to fall, but it was Superman who finally blocked that monster, the kind of monster that even the golden Superman was treated as food. To block him, you can see how much energy it took to put in. Even so, he still put thing infused into the code of life. But Superman has tried several times and can't open it at all. His current integration with the code of life is too low, and his own strength is extremely weak. If others knew that Superman thought he was weak, their mentality would explode in an instant. But this is the fact. Without enough strength, the code of life will not allow him to learn more. Forget it, don't think too much, go back first, the imaging will probably start soon. Superman nodded, and then the two of them walked in the direction of SHIELD. When they returned to the conference room, the entire conference room was quiet, no one spoke, and a shadow enveloped everyone's hearts. They all know that if it weren't for Superman, the world would be destroyed this time. Chapter 36. They didn't even have room to fight back. This is simply a shame. They are all called superheroes, and usually their eyes are higher than their necks. But at this critical moment, not to mention helping, they can't even move a finger. I could only watch helplessly as the man fought with the indescribable monster. You know, you pay too much in the end. A person has been fighting for who knows how long, and it's just a hand, leaving them helpless. It was Nick Fury who broke the deadlock. Ancient One Magician, what do you think of that monster? The reason why I asked the Ancient One Magician, in addition to her amazing knowledge, was that the Ancient One fell into a sluggish state and it took a long time to come back to consciousness. The Ancient One Magician sighed faintly, I'm sorry everyone, I don't know what the monster is. I just asked Emperor Weishan, and he didn't know either. The god of white magic, the Trinity Weishan Emperor. This legendary god also has no clue about the monster. The Ancient One, who had contacted the gods, also learned a surprising news. Just now, that giant hand appeared on all the bloody screens in the universe, and even the gods couldn't resist it. These words of the Ancient One Magician once again plunged everyone present into pessimism. Even the gods can't resist. What the hell is that? Or what are those monsters? No place of origin, no place of destination, all originating from that singularity black hole. Even Batman at the moment has a sad look on his face. He knew too little about those monsters, and just one hand made everyone in the world unable to move, even gods. If this is the case, what method should be used to deal with those monsters? Suddenly, Batman's eyes lit up. Finally Superman. He thought of the man in the crack in the sky. Since he can deal with those monsters, he must know their origins. In other words, Superman's life code is their chance to turn defeat into victory. Clark, can't you use the power of the sun to become stronger? Superman nodded. As long as the sun shines, his strength will constantly increase. Then you can enter the sun to increase your strength after a while. That's what the Golden Superman should have done. You can come back after a while. After hearing Batman's words, Superman fell into silence. He didn't have much desire for strength before, but it's different now. The appearance of those monsters made him understand the importance of strength. What's more, the most important thing now is to unlock the secrets in the code of life. What did that man leave behind for him? I know, I'll leave it to you, Blue Star. Do not worry. Batman nodded. Everyone, it's useless to think too much now. Let's take a look at the video. It should start soon. Following Nick Fury's words, the blood-red sky indeed changed. Images emerge. On the streets, in order to save the survivors, superheroes fight against zombie superheroes. For a moment, Wolverine actually forgot that even though he had the ability to self-healing, he could still be infected by the virus. Puff. Captain America bit him hard on the shoulder, and large chunks of flesh were torn off. Even though self-healing super ability made him recover as before, the virus had already entered his body. Damn BD. Wolverine kicked away several zombie heroes who were eating his flesh. Xing Tsing next to him saw this change and immediately rushed forward, but soon he was bitten on the neck from behind by the transformed Wolverine. Retreat. We can't go on like this. The remaining superheroes immediately organized a retreat, but it was obviously too late. A large number of zombie heroes surrounded them. In the laboratory, Mr. Fantastic's expression has become more and more crazy. This is definitely evolution. That's right. As long as we become zombies, we will live forever. Reed, what's wrong? The Human Torch, the Thing, and the Invisible Woman received a message from Red asking them to come to the laboratory. As soon as I came in, I saw Red looking so crazy. It's okay. Click. The door to the laboratory was closed tightly, and green spray suddenly appeared from the surrounding exhaust vents. The three of them inhaled the sprayed gas before they had time to react. What is this? Ahem. Because they were all teammates, the three of them were completely unprepared for Mr. Fantastic, and they did not expect that this madman would actually attack them. Don't worry, accept this power, you will thank me soon. Mr. Fantastic said excitedly. At this moment, the three of them started spitting out blood. We are infected, Red, UBD, shout. With a final roar, three of the Fantastic Four turned into zombies. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. The three people who turned into zombies looked at Red, who was the only flesh and blood in this room. The three of them rushed towards Mr. Fantastic greedily. Faced with this move, Mr. Fantastic had no intention of escaping. Instead, he spread his arms. Come on. Ha 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 ha, let's evolve together. Puff. The Invisible Woman, the Human Torch, and the Thing opened their bloody mouths and bit into Mr. Fantastic's body. The three of them were addicted to the taste of flesh and blood. In another laboratory, Iron Man has finished his equipment, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said to Nick Fury on the side, this machine can only teleport once, and the energy is limited. If we want all of us to go there, I'm afraid we need more. Lots of time. Nick Fury looked at the scene outside, gritted his teeth and said, it seems like they shouldn't have been allowed out in the first place. Now there are more and more zombie heroes outside. Damn it. I'm afraid there aren't many survivors now. Now I have searched for parallel worlds, and only one meets the requirements. After all, if we want to travel through parallel worlds, not only do we need such equipment here, but we also need such equipment over there. Otherwise, during the transmission process, we will be lost in. Boom. Before Iron Man could finish speaking, the door to the laboratory was knocked open. The Fantastic Four, who had turned into zombies, rushed in. Ha 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 ha, Tony, you are such a genius that you can actually invent this kind of device. Open the transmission device. This way we can have more food. For Tony, we have to be gentle, only then can we use his brain. The Fantastic Four, no, they should be called the Dead Four now, roar and charge towards Iron Man. Nick Fury, while they were tasting Iron Man, pushed the parallel universe device and ran quickly outside. The other superheroes obviously heard the sound here. They saw Nick Fury rushing out and left with him without thinking. Chapter 37. Boom. As the elevator door closed, Nick Fury and the heroes breathed a sigh of relief. I directly clicked on the 30th floor and used the equipment above to open the protective isolation layer. Although this cannot guarantee safety all the time, it will definitely be fine in a short period of time. Today the remaining superheroes and mutants include Doctor Strange, Thor, Colossus, Storm, etc. How many of them are there now? Everyone, we are the last survivors. If we can't hold on, this is the equipment made by Tony. We can use it to go to another parallel world, which is our last retreat. Nick Fury looked serious said. Go to another parallel world. Even though they knew that it was a safe way to escape, everyone didn't have a good look on their face. If they really escape to another parallel world, that means they have to give up this world. No matter how infected the world is with the virus, it still belongs to their world. There's no way of knowing what will happen when you go to another world, and it's easy to go there, but what to do when you come back? Or should we permanently abandon these comrades infected by zombies? I understand what you are thinking, so I plan to destroy this device. Destroyed. Although they are unwilling to go to another world, this is the only way they can survive. How could Nick Fury want to destroy it? I don't know if it's because of the end of the world, but Nick Fury's face looks a bit old and sighing. Everyone, we were all people who fought for the peace of this world before. Now it is the end of the world and the world is hopeless. Although we can use this device to escape, what if those zombie heroes follow us? What about other worlds? At that time, not only will our world be hopeless, but another world will also be plunged into disaster. You should understand the situation, so this device must be destroyed. It seemed that he had made up his mind. After saying these words, Nick Fury's face became even more determined. As soon as he said this, the superheroes around him fell silent. They understand that Nick Fury is right. When the zombie virus first broke out, they tried their best and failed to stop it. Is there any way for everyone to go to another world? No. Even if they go to another world, there is only the end waiting for them. Nick Fury in the real world was a little confused when he saw this scene. Was he such a great person? Then he shook his head vigorously, and imagined himself switching places with the Nick Fury in the image, and the answer he got made him ashamed. If he could escape with someone, he might actually go to another parallel world, and then ask for help from people in that world to fight the zombies together. But can anyone really cope with this situation? Nick Fury didn't know, and he didn't want to know. The respectful looks from the many heroes in the conference room would only make him feel more embarrassed. Really? Batman looked at Nick Fury's expression without much surprise. He was currently thinking about a plan in his heart. Soon, he would start this plan after Clark left for the sun. Image continues. I see. Sizzle. Thor stood up, his Mjolnir was covered with blue lightning, and he turned the hammer a few times in his hand before slamming it down. Boom. The transmission device shattered in response. The moment the teleportation device was smashed, the iron door was opened, and a stone face covered with blood broke in. The stone man in the Fantastic Four used his strong body to forcefully open the protective iron door. The four mysterious corpses swarmed forward. Nick Fury. UBD. That device was used by us to find food. You actually destroyed it? You must pay the price. Fantastic roared. Before the heroes could react, an outstretched hand brought Nick Fury directly to the Fantastic Four. Fist. Kaka. As an ordinary person, Nick Fury basically had no ability to resist, and was directly dismembered by the Fantastic Four. Not only that, because they were too angry, the Fantastic Four had no intention of making Nick Fury a companion, and directly swallowed everything he had left. Damn it! You bastards! Thor raised the Thor hammer in his hand and struck it hard. Clang! Lightning flashed everywhere, and the hammer hit the stone man's hard body with all its strength. Both of them stepped back, but before Thor could slow down and continue his attack, a figure hidden in the dark bit him directly on the neck. Invisible Susan. Damn it! Fight with them. Doctor Strange, Storm, and Colossus all rushed towards the zombie hero. Boom boom boom. There was a deafening roar inside the isolation room. Soon, all the superheroes turned into zombies, and because they were all superheroes, the Fantastic Four bit each of them without letting them completely turn into food. Fantastic Reed has a super high IQ. He knows that if there are only 4 zombies left in the world, they will probably be wiped out soon, so they need helpers. These superheroes are ready-made. Now our task is to return to the building with the remains of this equipment. Tony will help us restore it to its original state. By then, we will have a lot of meat to eat. We will never be hungry again. Ha 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 ha. Fantastic's laughter echoed throughout the room. People in reality were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Devices that go to parallel worlds, They won't come to us, right? You're stupid. Didn't I say before that the prerequisite for going to a parallel universe is that that parallel universe must also have the same equipment? But who knows if the Iron Man in that world will improve the equipment? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Didn't the video say that this world has been destroyed? How can they survive? I just said that the World Cup was destroyed, but I didn't say that all those people were dead. What if they traveled to other parallel universes? Can you please stop talking? I'm a little scared. The emotion of fear envelopes everyone's heart, especially after experiencing the threat of the giant hand that covers the sky, and after facing death but not dying. That emotion will make people even more afraid of death. When the monster appeared, it was Superman who finally protected them. But if zombies from other parallel worlds emerge, can Superman, who is still fighting against the monsters, really come over? Chapter 38. Image continues. This time the image came to a desolate world. Just when people are still wondering if there is something wrong with the image, the Fantastic Four, who have not yet turned into zombies, appear. They are fighting a group of people. The result of the battle is definitely victory. Everyone had a look of excitement on their faces. We finally succeeded in arresting them this time. Those bastards actually want to travel to parallel worlds to cause trouble. Mr. Fantastic said excitedly. Okay, you are the most powerful, right? You can even invent a device to travel to the parallel universe. You are really? The Invisible Woman helplessly praised her husband. Let's go back and talk about it first. We also need to tell them that the crisis in this world has been lifted. Following what the Stone Man said, several people came to a piece of equipment. The Stone Man also held 2 iron boxes in his hands. Buzz. There was a flash of light, and they returned to the brand new Avengers building. I'm finally back. It seems there's no deviation in the equipment. Mr. Fantastic excitedly fiddled with the equipment in front of him. Stop playing around. You know, he has said that this equipment cannot be used casually. If you use it again, I will report it. Hearing the words of the Invisible Woman, Mr. Fantastic complained, I said, Susan, you are my wife, why do you always have to tell the truth? He. Who makes him so handsome? If you continue to indulge in research, be careful and I will have a relationship with him. The Invisible Woman winked and said playfully. Put him down, he doesn't like you. Besides, aren't you afraid that Wanda will get angry with you? Mr. Fantastic curled his lips and said disdainfully. You. Okay, you two, stop arguing like children. The Stone Man stepped forward helplessly to break up the fight. Humph. I'm going to train now. Sooner or later I can defeat that BD Wanda. After saying that, the Invisible Woman turned around and walked towards her training room. The Stone Man U Thunderbolt needed to submit the task and walked out with 2 iron boxes. Only Mr. Fantastic was left in the room. This device can lead to other parallel worlds, so hey. I'll go to other parallel worlds first, maybe I can find his weaknesses. Let Susan know that the man she is talking about is not invincible. Mr. Fantastic snickered a few times and then opened the transmission device. With a flash of light, he disappeared into the room. Here it is. Coming to a new world, Mr. Fantastic is surrounded by curious people. If you read it correctly, this seems to be a warehouse, with a lot of debris piled around and a strange device on the ground. Is this the teleportation device of the parallel world? This is too sloppy. It can only be used for single teleportation, and the other world must have the same device. Mr. Fantastic curled his lips, obviously feeling uncomfortable with the device under his feet. A moment of disdain. Forget it, let's go see what kind of world this is first. Boom. Mr. Fantastic opened the door and walked out. As soon as he came out, he was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. What did he see? The once bustling streets are now deserted, littered with scrapped cars and weeds, and the air is filled with a thick smell of blood. The sky was so dark that there wasn't even a sound of birds chirping. Quiet. It's so quiet. Mr. Fantastic, when walking on the road, you can only hear your own footsteps, which is so depressing and scary. What kind of world is this? It seems no different from my place, but why has it become so desolate? Ta. Mr. Fantastic continued to walk forward, and suddenly saw several figures appearing in front of him. The figures looked so familiar. You are. When Mr. Fantastic approached to see if they were the people he was familiar with, his eyes widened. Appearing in front of him were his comrades in arms, the Fantastic Four, and he was definitely among them in this world. It's just that each of their faces is covered with ferocity and bloodstains. Especially when I saw him, his eyes were full of greed. Finally someone is here. We have been waiting for a long time, haha. Is it Rhett? Ha, I didn't expect the first person to appear was actually our old friend. Since it's me who appears, you must give it to me. After saying that, the zombie Fantastic rushed directly towards the confused Fantastic. Both of them had rubber-like body abilities, and they were entangled in an instant, and no one could do anything to the other. At this moment, the other zombie Fantastic Four also rushed over. At the critical moment, Fantastic didn't have time to think too much. He looked at the sewer on the side. He turned into a noodle and burrowed into the gap of the sewer manhole cover. The Human Torch followed suit. Fortunately, Fantastic in the sewer used disguise to deceive the other party. Damn it! What kind of world is this? Fantastic cursed angrily, and now he just wanted to rush back to his own world. After all, he is also someone who has watched the movie. A person who talks about eating meat must be a zombie. But one thing that Fantastic is very confused about is that they are obviously zombies, but they have sanity. They all clearly know him, but even so, they still want to eat him. This is very strange. Without any time to think, Fantastic walked to a quiet place, opened the manhole cover and planned to return to the device quickly. As soon as the result appeared, a piece of spider web bound him tightly. Hey! The red figure swung cobweb and came to Fantastic. I am your good neighbor Spider-Man, Fantastic. No, you should be called Fantastic number 2 now. After all, there is also a Fantastic in our world. Is your ability the same as his? What if? Okay. Parker. You're too noisy. Thor, Storm, Luke Cage, Nova, Daredevil, and many other zombie heroes have come to Fantastic. We haven't tasted fresh flesh and blood for a long time, haha. Rhett, you came at the right time. Green saliva flowed from the corners of every zombie hero's mouth. They were so greedy that now the entire blue star had been eaten by them. Those ordinary people had no chance of turning into zombies, so they had eaten them all. This has led to the fact that these zombie heroes are the only ones left in the world, and even the animals have been eaten up. Now that a piece of fresh flesh and blood appeared in front of them, each of them wanted to tear off a piece and taste it. Hey, everyone, I caught this, shouldn't I eat it first? Spider-Man expressed his dissatisfaction. Shut up. Parker, this is food for all of us. We can eat it together. Chapter 39. Ha ha ha. Let's taste red together. A group of zombie heroes laughed ferociously, opening their bloody mouths and pounced on Fantastic. Right here, countless vehicles and steel fell from the sky. Boom. The superheroes who were caught off guard were stunned by the pile of things. Magneto slowly fell from the sky. Great. Thank God there are humans. Seeing Magneto's arrival, Fantastic almost burst into tears. He really thought he was going to be torn into pieces by his former companions. Come with me. Magneto didn't say much, and took Fantastic directly into the sky. The two left here at an extremely fast speed. Magneto, who had been fighting the zombies, knew that if they waited until those zombie heroes came back to their senses, I'm afraid the two of them would be in trouble. People can't leave. Under the leadership of Magneto, the two came to an underground tunnel. This is where Magneto helps humans. There are several humans in the tunnel, and they were all saved by Magneto. You should come from a parallel world, right? Stark said before that he developed a device for a parallel world, but he didn't expect it to be used. When he said this, Magneto's tone also sounded a bit sighing. Unexpectedly, the zombie virus broke out from the first moment, but in just one day, the whole world was infected. Now 3 days have passed, and the world has basically fallen. Magneto used his ability to finally protect some survivors. Hey. Juan. Magneto, is there no way to produce serum from this virus? Fantastic listened to Magneto's words and probably understood what was happening in this world. Serum? Haha. Magneto sneered, who wants to study that kind of serum? That's bad. Fantastic suddenly thought of something and said anxiously, I must go back. What's wrong? When I came, the device was not turned off. It should still be running now. If it were me in this world, I would definitely be able to find out how to activate it. By then, our world would be in danger. Hearing this, Magneto's pupils narrowed. He didn't expect Fantastic to make such a mistake. The camera turned. In another universe, the invisible female Human Torch and the Thing are arguing in the laboratory. That BD read. He actually used the transfer equipment to go to other worlds without authorization. Now we are in trouble. Human Torch looked unhappy. Okay. The invisible woman glared at Human Torch. What we need to determine now is which world he went to. If it is a dark multi-universe, it will be troublesome. That person said that this kind of world cannot be used. Devices going to that world. Because of one carelessness, our world will also be affected. I still can't contact Rhett. The stone man sitting in front of the equipment said anxiously. If they can't be contacted, they can only send people to find him, but now, they don't even know which world Mr. Fantastic has gone to. At this moment, the red light on the device suddenly flashed. This is a signal from the device. Someone is coming, but it's definitely not Red. Quick! Activate the emergency. Buzz. Before the invisible woman could finish her words, the teleportation device appeared and immediately a halo appeared. Roar! The zombie Fantastic Four are coming. They saw the three people in front of them, their eyes full of greed. I'm so hungry. Give me something to eat, Susan. Ha 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 ha, fresh flesh and blood, we have come to a parallel world. Great. I'm going to tear them apart and eat their brains one by one. Seeing the critical situation, the invisible woman didn't care so much and launched psychokinesis directly. Boom. The Fantastic Four were knocked upside down by the psychokinesis, but don't forget, they also have an invisible woman there. The zombie invisible woman also used psychokinesis, and the two began to fight. These guys look like zombies in movies. We absolutely cannot let them out. The stone man roared angrily, bumped into him, grabbed the invisible woman and the human torch and ran towards the door. Activate the defense isolation system. Boom. The door to the laboratory was tightly closed, and just when the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, the zombie Mr. Fantastic molecularized his body and got out of the crack in the door. He pounced directly on the stone man closest to him, stretched out his body and wrapped it tightly around the stone man like an octopus, opened his mouth full of fishy smell and bit it. A hole. Go to hell. The invisible woman made a prompt decision and used psychokinesis to crush the brain of the zombie Mr. Fantastic. His body turned into a puddle of mud and fell to the ground. Huh, thanks a lot, Susan. The stone man breathed a sigh of relief. Just when the zombie Mr. Fantastic opened his mouth, for some reason, the stone man felt that the opponent would be able to bite through his hard stone skin. Fortunately, the invisible woman took action at the critical moment. The image screen changes again. Coming to the zombie world, Magneto's base was discovered by zombies. Groups of zombie heroes roared in, and each of them had drool constantly in their mouths. It was obvious that they were starving. Go through the back door quickly. Magneto waved his hands, and a large amount of metal blocked the incoming zombies. He turned back and told Mr. Fantastic the direction of the back door. Without any time to think, Mr. Fantastic took the remaining survivors and ran towards the back door. After Magneto briefly blocked the zombies, he also ran towards the back door where they were. Bang! The back door was kicked open by Mr. Fantastic, and he ran outside with the survivors. At this moment, he saw a desperate scene. In front of them was a black zombie army, the giant Ant-Man, Thor wielding Mjolnir, Dr. Banner who turned into Hulk, etc. Mr. Fantastic was stunned for a moment, and the survivors also began to cover their faces and cry. They knew that they were finished. Facing so many zombie heroes, how are they going to run? Ha ha ha. What delicious food. My spare food is almost out, first come, first served. I won't be polite. The zombie Ant-Man at the moment was as tall as a tall building. With a wave of his hand, he walked directly towards Mr. Fantastic and others were captured. The other zombie heroes are not to be outdone. There are more wolves and less meat. If they don't hurry up, they won't even get a bite. Just at the critical moment, Ant-Man suddenly covered his eyes. A hole. What is this? I can't see anything. The same is true for other zombie heroes. Their eyes are in darkness and they can't even tell the direction. How can they catch the food in front of them? Chapter 40. Mr. Fantastic looked forward in surprise. Invisible Woman, Thing, Human Torch. Teammates from that world came to save him. A whole Red, wait until you get back and write a report, the Invisible Woman laughed and scolded. Her hanging heart was finally relieved. After seeing the Fantastic Four, she knew how terrifying this world was. Mr. Fantastic has never come back. He must have encountered danger in this world. They usually quarrel, but they are husband and wife. So after giving a report to the Avengers, she immediately brought her teammates to this world. As for the zombie Fantastic Four, they were directly eliminated by them using weapons from the laboratory. I'll write all the reports, but now we have to stop these guys and be sure not to get hurt by them, otherwise, they will become infected. After hearing Mr. Fantastic's words, the Human Torch transformed into Pyro and rushed towards the group of zombies who had lost sight. Call. The fire wave surged into the sky, and the hot flames directly covered all the zombie heroes. The Invisible Woman also used her psychokinesis to blow the fire wave even more fiercely. The sound of barbecue and the wails of zombie heroes filled the air. Even if they lose the sense of pain and can be burned by fire, they know that they may directly turn into a ball of ashes. When people in the real world saw this scene, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They are worried that these zombie heroes will turn another universe into a doomsday. Fortunately, the superheroes in that world seem to be a bit strong. They are all the Fantastic Four, but in terms of strength, the people from another universe are obviously better. Clang. At this moment, Magneto also came out from the back door. Don't do it, Ben. He's not infected. When the Stone Man saw Magneto rushing out, he immediately tried to hit him away, but was stopped by Mr. Fantastic. It's too late, let's leave quickly. We can't kill all these zombies. Hearing this, the Fantastic Four took several survivors and stood in the car, while Magneto controlled the car to the warehouse where the parallel world transfer equipment was stored. After everyone left, the fire wave was extinguished. This fire did turn many zombie heroes into ashes, but fortunately it was extinguished in time. Those with strong individual abilities, such as Thor, Spider-Man, and Ant-Man, only suffered burns on their bodies, but as for the zombies, there is no problem. Damn bastards. Keep chasing them. It's been a long time since we've had meat, and none of them can run away. I told you that I should eat first. If you hadn't left the ink mark, I would have already taken a bite. I was the one who caught the prey first. You. Shut up. Parker, go chase him when you have the time. Roar. The zombie heroes roared and chased in the direction where the few people left. Warehouse. Mr. Fantastic came directly in front of the device and started playing with it. Coordinates, the ultimate universe. Time, immediate. Number of people. Diddy. Following the operation of Mr. Fantastic, the device began to make sounds. Successful. Mr. Fantastic said in surprise, fortunately, the energy has been charged, otherwise, we would really have become a feast. Now everyone is standing on the device. After hearing Mr. Fantastic's order, the few remaining survivors stepped onto the device, as did the Invisible Woman and the Thing Human Torch. Only Magneto stayed. Hey, come up quickly. Those guys will be chasing you soon. If you don't come up again, it will be too late. After hearing what Mr. Fantastic said, Magneto shook his head with complicated eyes. You go ahead, I'll stay here. You're crazy. How could you possibly be alone? I know. Before Mr. Fantastic could finish speaking, Magneto interrupted him directly and said seriously, the reason why this world has become like this is my fault, and after you leave, this device must be destroyed. You. Mr. Fantastic knows that Magneto is right. If the device is not destroyed, the zombie virus will break out in their world, the ultimate universe, next time. But how could they just watch Magneto become the food for those zombies? Bang. While several people were talking, the door of the warehouse was violently knocked. Go quickly, otherwise it will be too late, and the few survivors will be left to you. I understand, just hold on. Wait. Buzz. Before Mr. Fantastic could finish speaking, the teleportation equipment was activated. With a blue halo, several people disappeared from the device. After seeing them leave completely, Magneto smiled and stretched out his hand. Magneto, who controls magnetism, squeezed the device in front of him and turned it into an iron ball. Boom. At this moment, the door of the warehouse was also knocked open, and a group of zombie heroes rushed in with ferocious faces. They saw the destroyed teleportation device at a glance. Damn BD. Magneto, you actually destroyed the teleportation device. Facing the zombie heroes, Magneto did not have any fear. Instead, he looked at everyone with a smile. Now that the teleportation equipment has been destroyed by me, you can't go to other worlds. Just stay here and rot slowly. Roar. A group of zombie heroes rushed towards Magneto. Your good neighbor Spider-Man is here. Spider-Man reached out towards the ceiling and planned to shoot out the cobweb, but at this time, because there was no life in his body, the remaining cobwebs were used up. As a result, he fell directly to the ground, with one leg moving in a weird way. The angle is bent. The other zombie heroes don't care about Spider-Man. In their eyes, Magneto is just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. I'm going to eat you. Magneto. Snort. Magneto shook his cloak, his eyes full of disdain. I'm not a third-rate thing like you. You surrounded me? Wrong. I surrounded you. After saying that, Magneto jumped into the air. I don't know when, the sky around those zombie heroes was filled with steel bars, screws, and car wrecks. This was a warehouse, and the most indispensable thing was those metals. Even Captain America's shield was controlled by Magneto's magnetism and floated into the air. Go together. Many zombie heroes roared and rushed towards Magneto. Magneto waved his hands. Countless metals shot out from the air towards the zombie heroes. Puff puff. Suddenly, The sound of flesh penetration was heard, and the metal penetrated directly through the bodies of the zombie heroes. The tall Ant-Man's chest was pierced by steel bars, and Thor's body was covered with screws, like a quill. The worst thing was Captain America. His shield directly cut off his Tianling cap. The brain that was still surging was displayed in front of everyone. Chapter 41. Has my head been opened? Captain America reached out and wiped his Tianling cap, and the soft and waxy brain directly touched his hand. Seeing his miserable state, Captain America turned his head and looked at his teammates beside him. My head is like this, but I can still speak and still live. What is the principle of this? However, these zombie heroes had no intention of answering him. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on Magneto at the front. They are so hungry. Already letting a group of people run away, Magneto was all that was left and they had to take a bite. Whoosh! Magneto reached out and waved, and the shield that chopped off Captain America's head returned directly to his hand. Compared to Captain America, he was obviously more of the owner of the shield. Although he is confident, he also knows that none of these zombie heroes are easy to mess with, so Magneto plans to leave directly now. But just as he was rising into the air, Thor, who had transformed into Quill, directly blocked the route he was about to leave. The Meow hammer in his hand struck with blue lightning. Clang! Mjolnir hit Captain America's shield, and a powerful burst of electricity overflowed, and the surrounding zombie heroes were blown away for a moment. Magneto also ran away in the opposite direction. Diddy. Just when Magneto was about to escape, the radio device in his hand rang. Magneto, are you there? We still have survivors here. You have to come back alive. Hearing this voice, Magneto was shocked. Yes, he saw the current appearance of Blue Star on that satellite before, and then came down. There is still hope for this Blue Star, and there are still more than a dozen survivors on the satellite. Whoosh! While Magneto was distracted, an arrow struck and pierced his abdomen. Blood spurted out immediately. Magneto covered his wound and looked back. It was Hawkeye. Magneto, who was determined to retaliate, directly threw out Captain America's shield. Puff! Hawkeye's head separated directly from his body. During this pause, more and more zombie heroes gathered around. Magneto pulled out the sharp arrow from his abdomen, manipulated the magnetism, and directly let the arrow penetrate Thor's throat. If Thor wasn't a zombie, he would be dead again now. Captain America picked up his shield, and it still had Hawkeye's flesh and blood on it, which just played into Magneto's plan. Manipulate the magnetic force to directly knock Captain America away. Facing hordes of zombie heroes, Magneto, who had faith in his heart at the moment, became more and more courageous as he fought. There is no fear of these people at all. But the most feared thing has finally arrived. The smaller wasp came behind Magneto, suddenly grew in size, opened her bloody mouth, and bit Magneto's neck directly. Pissed. Ah! Magneto wailed, but the wasp had no intention of stopping. She pulled out the tendons and flesh on her neck and tasted the feast carefully. The zombie Hulk and Thor with an arrow stuck in his neck rushed over one after another. Ha 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 ha! Hulk has food. Zombie Hulk grabbed one of Magneto's legs and tore it hard, and the fleshy thigh was torn off. Thor also grabbed Magneto and bit him. More and more zombie heroes rushed forward. The limbs, 5 senses, brain, and even the internal organs were not spared. The feeling of hunger drove them crazy. For them, the food in front of them was simply a gift from God. Puff puff. Magneto was devoured in extreme pain. The zombie Hulk at the moment was like a dog. After eating the meat on the thigh in his hand, even the bones were swallowed into the stomach with a clicking sound. He had no chance of turning into a zombie, and not a single bit of flesh and blood remained. The zombie heroes who had eaten up Magneto all sat on the ruined ground. What to do now? The only food has been eaten. Although we are full now, what happens after? The equipment was destroyed. Ant-Man said angrily. Hey, guys. Zombie Hulk turned into Dr. Banner after eating enough. His belly seemed to be pregnant and became extremely big. I feel like I'm going to be stuffed to death. This BD Hulk went to sleep directly after eating to let me digest. My stomach can no longer bear it. Well. Because Thor's throat was shot through, he could only make a whining sound at the moment, and a lot of minced meat flowed out of his throat, which was the minced meat belonging to Magneto. Spider-Man sat quietly and looked at his short legs. He was thinking about how to regrow Cobweb. Without Cobweb, he would be far behind in flexibility and combat effectiveness. Wolverine's body was covered in wounds. His healing ability is gone. After all, he is now biologically dead. I need food. If I don't have anything to eat, I'm going to starve to death. Hearing this, Ant-Man said angrily, don't worry, as long as our brains are still intact, we will not die. You will definitely not starve to death. Wait a moment. At this moment, Captain America stood up, still holding a green brain flower in his hand. Half of his brain had obviously fallen off. My brain is almost gone. Is this really okay? Dr. Banner on the side said, this must be related to the degree of brain injury. Red said before that our brain will never rot, but if the injury is too serious, it will become necrotic, right? Hawkeye, there may be hope, we can give it a try. Also, I'm really about to die. You can't make me angry. I'm going to turn into Hulk, otherwise. Bang. Before he finished speaking, Thor directly hit him in the face with the meow hammer. Blood spilled out and his facial features were displaced. But even so, Dr. Banner still did not transform. I don't feel pain now. How can this happen? It may make me angry, I can't do it anymore. Puff. Dr. Banner's stomach burst into pieces, and his intestines flowed all over the floor, along with the undigested Magneto flesh and blood. Hey, so much meat is wasted, why not let me eat it? I'm hungry again. Seeing the flesh and blood on the ground, Thor's eyes were full of greed. Just when he was about to speak, a bright light appeared in the sky. A man covered in silver light stepped on a skateboard. As he walked, a silver track stayed in the air. The mighty Silver Surfer. He is one of the 5 creation gods, the messenger of devouring. Possessing powerful energy and a regenerative healing factor, he came to this planet just to see if this planet was suitable for swallowing and eating. As one of the 5 creation gods, Devour will soon eat a planet. Now, he has set his sights on this blue planet. Chapter 42. There's food. A group of zombie heroes stood up. When they saw the silver figure, they didn't care whether they could bite it or not. As long as it was alive, their attraction to them was huge amounts of it. The Silver Surfer stood on the skateboard and stared at the figures below. He could clearly feel that these people were greedy for him. After confirming that this was a planet worth devouring, the Silver Surfer turned and left. Don't leave. Our food. Some zombie heroes who could fly chased after him directly. Other zombie heroes can only roar feebly on the ground, who makes them unable to fly. These bastards, just because they can fly, they actually went to eat alone. Just wait for me. I'll go to the laboratory to see if there is any way to give us the ability to fly. After that, Ant-Man turned around and left. No one saw the eyes full of greed as he turned away. Underground laboratory. This is Ant-Man's laboratory. The door is usually locked, and the place is also very secretive. Ant-Man looked around, and after making sure no one was following him, he walked into the dark passage. Opening the nutrition compartment, a figure was revealed inside. It was Black Panther. He was previously imprisoned here by Ant-Man as a backup ingredient. At the moment, one of Black Panther's arms was gone. After Ant-Man took a greedy look at Black Panther's strong body, he took out a tourniquet and tied it to Black Panther's leg. Then he took out a saw from the toolbox. Zhizzy. A harsh sound resounded throughout the laboratory, and soon, Black Panther's lower legs and feet were sawed off by him. I'm so hungry now, I have to eat something, Black Panther. Hee, no, I should call you compressed biscuits. Only by keeping a clear head can I think of more ways. Don't worry, I will save some food. Having said that, Ant-Man planned to taste the delicious food directly. What are you doing? Scott. The Wasp suddenly appeared behind Ant-Man. She thought there was something wrong with her husband before, so she kept shrinking and followed him, and sure enough, Black Panther has been hidden here by Ant-Man. Janet. Ant-Man was shocked. He was obviously careful enough, but he forgot that his wife could shrink. You actually eat alone behind everyone's back. Just forget it. I'm your wife, do you even keep it a secret from me? Wasp yelled angrily. Ant-Man was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to explain it. I don't care. Black Panther's meat is half for each of us. Even if. Snapped. Before Wasp could finish her words, she was slapped down by Scott. How dare you do this to me? Okay. I'll tell everyone right away that you're a solitary eater. What should I do with you? After that, the Wasp shrank and planned to escape from the laboratory, but Scott's quick eyesight and quick hands caught the shrinking Wasp in his hand. Then he opened his bloody mouth and bit it down. Puff. Wasp's head was bitten off by Ant-Man. Before he could taste it, he felt as if he had eaten Yanita Kyo. Bah. It tastes terrible. What the hell does this taste like? Ant-Man threw the Wasp's body away. This is the reason why zombies don't kill each other. They only eat living things. Once they turn into corpses, the taste is simply indescribable. Ant-Man was lying on the ground vomiting constantly, almost vomiting out the meat he had eaten from Magneto. At this moment, Black Panther, who was lying on the operating table, woke up. His sedative had expired. Kill me. Being used as food and losing one arm and one leg, the severe physical pain and mental shock made Black Panther no longer want to live. He only has one request now, and that is to let Ant-Man kill him. Impossible, friends. Ant-Man wiped his mouth and stood up, then held the sawed-off calf in his arms and started to eat it. I can't kill you. Once I kill you, there won't be any meat left on you. It's delicious. You have to live. This way I can always have spare food. The only sound left in the laboratory was the sound of Ant-Man gnawing flesh. The camera in the video turned and came to the Avengers base. At the moment most of the zombie heroes have gathered here. Iron Man, Captain America, Spider-Man, Thor, etc. Captain America and others just arrived here and saw Iron Man. They didn't dare to say that they had just eaten Magneto before. If he knew about it, he wouldn't be angry. Okay, stop pretending. Hulk won't turn into Banner until he's full. Is Banner okay now? Also, what's going on with his stomach? Do you think I'm a fool? I haven't eaten anything. You bastards. You still want me to give you some equipment to transfer to parallel worlds? BAP. Iron Man roared. Everyone present did not dare to say anything. This is not to say that Iron Man can defeat them all, but because only Iron Man can make that kind of parallel world transfer device. Where are Ant-Man and the Wasp? Are they eating alone? You. Buzz. Just when Iron Man was furious, in the sky, the Silver Surfer left and returned. The first time, he came to choose the planet, and the second time was to confirm. Silver Surfer said calmly, my master, the great planet devourer will soon devour your planet. This is a warning. Just wait patiently. What? The zombie heroes who saw the Silver Surfer looked confused. They didn't understand the meaning of Silver Surfer's words at all. The planet devourer came to devour the planet? You know, they haven't had anything to eat yet, and others are actually coming to eat them. Anyway. This is my first meal of the day. Boom. The thrusters under Iron Man's feet were activated, and Storm, Nova and other flying zombie heroes all rushed towards the Silver Surfer. You are looking for death. Silver Surfer pointed his hand downwards, and a silver-white beam of light directly cut Iron Man in half. Even so, Iron Man, with half of his body left, pounced on the Silver Surfer, opened his bloody mouth and bit him directly. Clang. Iron Man's teeth shattered directly. The Silver Surfer was too hard and he couldn't bite it at all. The Silver Surfer waved his hand and threw half of Iron Man's body down. Seeing this scene, the other zombie heroes still rushed forward desperately. Swish, swish, swish. White beams of light shot out from the Silver Surfer's hands in all directions, and the flying zombie heroes were hit with holes all over their bodies. At this moment, Thor came behind the Silver Surfer, and smashed the Meow Hammer hard in his hand. Chapter 43. Clang. A loud bang. The Silver Surfer was directly hammered from the sky by Thor, but even Mjolnir did not let the Silver Surfer's body collapse. He was so hard. A group of zombie heroes pounced directly on him, everyone opened their mouths wide, determined to eat the person in front of them. Wolverine even extended his claws. So hard. If I can't bite you, I'll tear you apart first and then eat you. Clang. The sharp claws formed on the Silver Surfer's skin, but Wolverine's healing ability was gone, and his body was extremely fragile. Adamantium's claws formed on the Silver Surfer's body, not only failing to cut him open. Instead, Wolverine's fist shattered into pieces, and a large amount of smelly flesh fell to the ground. In the darkness, Ant-Man is hiding there. He doesn't want to get holes in his body, he just wants to fill his stomach. Let these idiots go first, and then I'll eat them after we capture them. Roar. Dr. Banner was hungry again because his stomach was split. Transform into Hulk again. Zombie Hulk kicked off his feet and directly caught the Silver Surfer in mid-air. He didn't care about the holes in his body. He only had one thought now, and that was to eat. Click. The zombie Hulk opened his big mouth and bit Dio directly on the Silver Surfer's head. Once his head was gone, Silver Surfer's body was no longer so indestructible. The zombie heroes swarmed up and planned to eat Silver Surfer. Wait a minute, help me. Just when Spider-Man was about to take a piece of the pie, Iron Man, who was broken into two parts, caught him and begged, I want to take a bite too, I'm going to starve to death. When Spider-Man was hesitating, the enlarged Ant-Man appeared and he grabbed Spider-Man and Iron Man. Then he used his big hands to take off part of Silver Surfer's flesh. Let me help you. I said I was helping two people, but I just wanted to take a bite myself. Soon, the Silver Surfer's body disappeared under the crazy eating of the zombie heroes. Assholes. You bastards. The zombie heroes who didn't get the Silver Surfer's meat roared angrily. Zombie mutant beast Hank came to Captain America, we just took action too. You didn't even leave us a bite. Shut up. Hank, even if you grab it, will you keep it for us? You. Uh-huh. Captain America stretched out his hand, originally intending to point it at Hank, but a beam of light appeared directly from his finger and shattered Hank's head. Beast Hank fell to the ground in response. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Especially Captain America, who lowered his head and looked at his fingers with doubts in his eyes. We got that person's ability. The zombie heroes looked at each other. Unexpectedly, after eating meat, there will be unexpected gains. At the moment the camera turns. The ultimate universe. It's a sunny world, and people on the streets are busy doing their own thing. Advertisements on the big screen proclaim peace in the world, and occasionally there will be a few superheroes dressed in different styles patrolling every corner of the city. The scene came to Avengers Tower. What's different from before is that there seems to be a statue in front of the Avengers building. Cloak, upside down S, tall and straight body, strong muscles. Especially that handsome face, it is even more vividly carved. Finally Superman. People in the real world all exclaimed when they saw this scene. I just saw an image that said this is the ultimate universe. Although I don't know what this ultimate means, it looks so powerful. This seems to be the universe of the Fantastic Four before. No wonder it is called the ultimate universe. Didn't you find that the abilities of the Fantastic Four are different from that world? Speaking of which, why does this world have an end? Superman, isn't he from universe number 444? There must be. The text on the previous image said that there is one survivor from the parallel world numbered 002, GN, but I didn't expect him to be from the ultimate universe. Jumping directly from the universe numbered 002 to the ultimate universe? Is there going to be an intersection between the two worlds? The Fantastic Four have invaded this ultimate universe before. If it were that man, he wouldn't just sit back and watch, right? I just don't know which timeline he is from. Nowadays, even ordinary people already know about things like multi-universe and timeline. So the scope of the discussion is getting wider and wider. In the image, the scene came to the conference room of the Avengers base. On the chair at the front, sure enough, the man with black hair and black eyes is finally here. It's him. At the moment the Fantastic Four are also here, as well as familiar faces like Iron Man, Scarlet Witch, Thor, and Captain America. Red, your review is not sincere at all, ha ha ha. Captain America looked at Mr. below and said jokingly. I'm sincere enough. It took me a long time to write. Mr. expression was full of grievances, with a few bruises on his face. He carefully looked at his wife, the invisible woman Susan. The wounds on the face are the work of the other party. Shut up. What if something happens to you? Also, don't you know how scary that virus is? If it really invades our world, don't even mention committing suicide. The invisible woman rage looked at Mr. She was extremely frightened, and the expression on her face was that of anger. At this moment, the person at the front finally spoke, and he smiled gently and said, Red knows he was wrong, Susan, don't be angry. I know. After hearing Zhongyan's words, the invisible woman obviously lost her temper a lot. It's useless for me to say so much. Just a word is enough. I really don't know whose wife you are. Mr. muttered, but after seeing the invisible woman raising her fist, he continued withered. We have already seen the footage captured by the body-worn camera. That universe is indeed a dark multi-universe and is facing destruction. Iron Man said seriously. Thor said with an embarrassed look on his face, then let's just pretend it didn't happen. After all, it's a parallel world, and it's still a dark multi-universe. Once. Thor. Before Thor could finish speaking, Zhongyan spoke again, with a trace of sadness on his handsome and resolute face. The image of the dark multi-universe is gradually deepening. No matter which parallel universe it is, there are the phenomenon of darkness invading, and it's the last line of defense. But who are we superheroes if we can't save those universes? Call. After hearing what Zhongyan said, Captain America took a deep breath. Zhongyan, your only problem is that you are too kind. If you go to save that world, I'm afraid Chapter 44. I plan to go alone this time. Before Captain America could finish speaking, he finally interrupted him directly, with a firm tone in his tone. No. That's right. You can't go alone anymore. We don't agree. This time, Captain America was not the only one to raise an opinion. Iron Man, Thor, and Scarlet Witch all stood up and raised objections. Hey, brother, I know you Orientals are all kind and brave in nature, but can you stop shouldering everything yourself? Iron Man walked up to Zhongyan and said helplessly, have you forgotten the dark multi-universe from before? You are still injured. Don't continue. The dark multi-universe is destined to be a cycle, and we can't control it. Upon hearing this, all the superheroes in the room sighed. The matter in the dark universe is too involved. In the end, even you may not be able to come back if you are not careful. Scarlet Witch Wanda's tone was full of concern and a hint of vague admiration. Listening to everyone's words, everyone was worried about their own safety. With a soft smile on Zhongai's face, I am from an ancient civilized world. Although I don't know why I came to this world, and why do you have this power? But I believe this power exists to protect the world. Today's dark multi-universe continues to extend outwards. As long as I can see it, I want to save it, because I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling. Premonition. Hearing this, the faces of many superheroes became serious. Your intuition is never wrong. It seems that we must save the world. If this is the case, then we all go out. Captain America said solemnly. That's right. We can no longer let you bear everything alone. We are teammates. Do you think we are holding you back? Hey. Finally, after I said you won't become the leader, will you just drift away? Do you want to fight with us? Impact suspension. Everyone in the real world is looking at each other. I didn't expect that in addition to the parallel world numbered 002, we can also see this world called the Ultimate Universe. Captain America sighed. From the information I just saw, it seems that the world at the beginning of the end is this. The Ultimate Universe, just don't know its origin. People from the ancient civilized world? This reminds me of the East. The superheroes in that country are all humble and kind-hearted. They usually don't show up and only show up in times of crisis. Although we don't know where Superman originated from in the end, we now know his original universe. That is the Ultimate Universe. There are also things about the Dark Multi-Universe. Ancient One Magician, do you know about these? Hearing everyone's inquiries, the Ancient One Magician frowned, and then said, as we all know, our world has countless parallel worlds. The parallel world is the multi-universe, but the Dark Multi-Universe, I also heard the god of white magic mentioned it. The Dark Multi-Universe is different from other multi-universes. Those dark multi-universes will sink in the endless darkness. What awaits them is only the ending of darkness and destruction. Even the gods can only deal with those universes. Give up. Those dark multi-universes are very similar to our current situation. Nick Fury said in shock. After hearing the words of the Ancient One Magician, everyone fell into confusion. Is their current world a dark multi-universe? And those worlds that have been destroyed are all dark multi-universes? Seeing everyone's thoughts, the Ancient One Magician continued, our existing world is definitely not a dark multi-universe. In other words, this integrated world does not belong to any part of the multi-universe at all. This is what makes the gods. It's also a confusing place. Okay, anyway, let's not worry about the multi-universe anymore. My brain is not enough. Now I just need to know which world Superman comes from in the end, and what those monsters are. Figure this out, isn't that enough? Wolverine said loudly. For him, all this messy information entered his brain at the same time, and his head was about to explode. Scarlet Witch Wanda lowered her head and thought. Even in a parallel world, the Scarlet Witch is still her. How could she not understand her own heart? Is that the emotion of admiration? She fell in love with Superman in the end. Although I don't think I will fall in love with someone easily, and in the image, I can't see that the relationship between the two is a lover, which means that it is one-sided. No wonder I always get inexplicable heart palpitations when I see Superman appear in the end. Is it because of this? Wanda muttered to herself. At the same time, Batman turned around and left the conference room without saying hello to anyone. Superman Clark was also thinking about his own problems, so he didn't see the scene. After Batman walked out of the building, he started to contact his butler on the radio. How is the investigation going? Sir, S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently like a big dive at. There are people from all walks of life in it, and many of them cannot be traced at all. I understand, continue the investigation, and activate the laboratory. I want to go there now and turn on all the monitors to prevent anyone from following me. Yes. At the same time, Ant-Man and the Wasp were confronting each other in a laboratory. Scott, I regret giving you this power. Are you this kind of person? The Wasp glared at Ant-Man. Before, in the Influence, although all zombie heroes were so selfish, Ant-Man was the most selfish one. He even killed her wife mercilessly just for a piece of meat? This. Janet, that's not me. Let's not say that he has been infected by the virus. Even if he is not infected, his personality is completely different from mine. You don't need to say any more. Let me calm down first. I need to think carefully about what's going on between us. After that, the Wasp shrank and left the laboratory, leaving Ant-Man sitting on the ground with helpless eyes. He admitted that he usually had a lot of small thoughts, but most of them were not bad thoughts. He is clearly a bad guy in the image. It seems that we can only wait until the image continues to go back to see what he is like in the ultimate universe. Only then can we resolve the misunderstanding. Ordinary people around the world didn't think that much, and their current moods were all occupied by excitement. Superman. This time we can finally see the world of Superman. Has he become the leader of the Avengers? Chapter 45. Definitely. Didn't you listen to the superheroes in the video that Superman is their leader in the end? And the statue on the Avengers base square doesn't prove it? Sure enough, Superman is the strongest in the end. This ultimate universe should be the world that belongs to the ultimate Superman. We can finally see him. Nowadays, in the eyes of the public, no superhero can compare to the black-haired and black-eyed Superman. After all, whether in the video or in the real world, the critical moment depends on Superman standing up to solve everything. Inside Bat Manor. At the moment Batman Bruce has entered the manor. On the way, he got rid of countless pursuers. Those people came from different forces, and there were even people from the military among them. After entering the manor, Batman took off his battle suit and returned to the handsome and serious middle-aged man, Bruce, who is also the richest man in Gotham City. Is it really because of the Sentry Potion? Those people were following him for just one thing, the Sentry Potion. The power of 1 million fixed stars is indeed addictive. As long as you drink this potion, you can instantly become a god on Earth. Who doesn't want this potion? Even the military is following him for this reason. Fortunately, the location of Bat Manor was secret enough, and Batman's anti-tracking awareness was at the pinnacle of mankind, so he was able to get rid of them all. After Clark goes to the sun, those guys will probably show up. Batman knows very well that with his power, he will never be able to fight against those who hide in the depths. After all, whether it is the military or other forces, there are some extraordinary humans who help them do things. At present, Batman does not know where the people who are following him come from, so it is difficult to prescribe the right medicine. At this moment, Batman's butler Afu slowly walked over. Master. Afu, how did things go? Afu took a piece of information and placed it on Batman's desk. The identities of Robin and Nightwing have been clarified. This is their information. Batman was relatively reassured about his butler's work. He didn't care about the information. Instead, he sat in front of the computer, entered the password, and opened a program. There were several large characters written clearly on it. Anti-hero plan. This was Batman's previous revulsion after seeing those destroyed worlds. After all, as long as a superhero appears in the image, the origin and approximate abilities of that superhero will enter everyone's mind. It's just that a person's memory is limited, so he can't remember so many things. Batman is different. He has a supercomputer on his wrist. Whenever information about a superhero appears in his mind, he will enter it on the supercomputer. Now, he already has a lot of information. This is the antipathy every superhero needs to counteract. Just like Batman when he first saw that world, he planned to make plans for these superheroes. If the World Cup virus invades, once the superhero cup is transformed, he can quickly come up with a plan to fight against it. Just when he saw the Green Arrow plan, Batman thought of the interesting Green Arrow in the previous image, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then wrote on the information, "Too powerful, no way to deal with it." In fact, this statement is not groundless. Green Arrow has a super high IQ and various combat abilities. Although like Hawkeye, it seems to have no other abilities except extraordinary archery skills, Green Arrow's comprehensive abilities are far greater than Hawkeye. He relies on his brain for food. From the time Green Arrow appeared before, everyone in real life has been wondering. Regarding the memory of Green Arrow in their minds, in addition to archery, there is another sentence, that is, the backup Batman. It can be said to be Batman's replacement. In other words, Green Arrow, like Batman, can find the weaknesses of these superheroes and exploit them. In terms of physical ability, a stronger superhero can defeat him, but you absolutely can't fight with him. Green Arrow is also a top assassination master. So if you have a fight, you'd better keep one eye open when you go to bed at night, otherwise, you won't know how you died. After finishing writing the information, Batman opened another file. If there were other superheroes here, they would probably be shocked. The pattern above is about the transfer equipment of the parallel world and the construction diagram of Noah's Ark. Batman has even prepared these. Sir, the personnel have been found, and the Noah's Ark plan can be carried out at any time. Let's start from now on. It's just Noah's Ark. Those people shouldn't say much. Yes, sir. After bending down and bowing, Afu left. Batman stared at the patterns on the screen in a daze. If the parallel world transfer device was really manufactured, would it be able to enter the so-called ultimate universe? That universe is where the end is, but no one knows what happened to the universe that was the end at that time. What if after being transported to that world, I have been infected by a virus. Batman doesn't want to be like that Mr. Fantastic Red, who was surrounded by zombies as soon as he teleported over and was about to have a meal. Sure enough, the information left by the image is still too little. It is not possible to manufacture this device yet, but... As the mouse clicked on a folder again, a picture appeared on it. This picture seemed to be a battlesuit. The surroundings of the battlesuit describe in detail how to build this battlesuit. The words Hellbat battlesuit are written above the pattern. This was Batman's inspiration after meeting Iron Man. Now that the world is on the verge of doomsday, ordinary armor has no meaning at all. If you want to truly confront those world-destroying monsters, your battlesuit must also meet the standard. Batman has already had ideas in his mind about the news about superheroes and the people who might help him build a battlesuit for so many days. The battlesuit definitely cannot be built with manpower alone, otherwise, it will never reach that level. Both the materials and the manufacturing methods must be the best. Thinking that Superman is going to the sun recently, Batman has a smile on his face. It just so happens that Superman can help complete the frame of his battlesuit, and the sun is the most suitable place. Turning off the computer, Batman walked into a secret room, where he visited a variety of dangerous objects, among which was a bottle that exuded golden light. Chapter 46. This is Sentry Potion. After Batman invited the professor back, he got this potion, which the professor had prepared. After Batman locked the potion here, he helped the professor change his appearance and even changed his memory, just to protect him. Now this professor is enjoying life in other countries, and no one from any force can find him. This golden potion is the only one in the world. But Batman had no intention of drinking it. According to the professor, this Sentry Potion is not the power of a million fixed stars integrated into it at all, and the serum made by the professor is not called a Sentry Potion. It's called Super Soldier Serum instead. Yes, it's the one used by Captain America, but in order to create more powerful soldiers, this serum has been strengthened thousands or even tens of thousands of times. In other words, after drinking the serum, I conservatively estimate that I will take off. The professor said before that this is only under ideal circumstances, so Batman won't drink anymore, not to mention how many people are staring at him now. Once he drinks the Sentry Potion, those officials will attack him. Even if Batman no longer considers his own reputation and safety, he can't kill people so thoughtlessly. This potion, hey. Batman sighed softly, then placed it in the house, turned and left. Inside a house in the suburbs. Superman has transformed into an ordinary person. He is now called Clark and is helping his adoptive mother with farm work. Lois is gently wiping the sweat from his forehead. Clark, do you have something you want to do? Superman looked at Louise. He knew that he couldn't hide it from her. After all, the two of them had been together for so long and knew each other very well. If you want to do it, just do it. Louise's eyes became gentler. She had seen her and Clark's son, Joe, in the picture before. Although he was buried in the universe together with Superman in the end, no matter in terms of person or ability, Joe was worthy of being called the son of Superman. Now that the world is about to be destroyed, Louise can't do anything Superman wants to do. Stop. Because if you want Jiao to be born safely, everyone must risk their lives. Sorry, Louise, wait until I come back. Superman caressed Louise's face one last time, then entered the house to get his own Superman suit. He must go to the sun. Only after strengthening his own strength can he know what Superman will leave in the code of life in the end. Soon, a red and blue figure shot straight into the sky. Batman, who was far away in Batmanor, saw this scene, nodded, and immediately started his own plan. He had already talked to Superman over the radio about building the armor. When Superman comes back in a while, he will start preparing for it. Thing. In the distant universe. At the moment, the Silver Surfer is being swallowed by one of the 5 creation gods. Devour has just eaten a planet. Silver Surfer's entire skin is silver, so his expression cannot be seen, but there is a trace of anger in his eyes. That's right, after seeing the video, he became completely angry. He never expected that he would be torn apart and eaten by the superheroes in his hometown. He was once a person on the Blue Star, but he accidentally gained super ability, and then encountered Devour. In order to protect the planet, he voluntarily became the messenger of Devour. As a result, in that inexplicable image, I saw myself being eaten. Now he wants to be as angry as possible. He wants to find a way to cross the parallel world and kill all the so-called zombie heroes. Will there really be such a day? Silver Surfer thought of those zombie heroes and murmured. He did not believe that the world would suffer such a change. Haha, are you thinking about what's in the image? A deep voice sounded in the universe. The Silver Surfer knew that it was the voice of his master, the planet Devourer. The light of the universe is blocked by black figures. Red armor, human face, but with a tall body spanning the universe. This is the planet Devourer. He is originally formless. The reason why he looks human is because in the eyes of the Silver Surfer, he is this a look. If other gods who are also the 5 creation gods were here, the planet Devourer they would see would be in energy form. Hearing his master's voice, Silver Surfer lowered his head and said respectfully, "Yes, I didn't expect that there is a dark multi-universe. The dark multi-universe definitely exists, it's just that you can't access it. I've been getting more and more hungry recently. This is the influence of those dark multi-universes. I need more energy to find a suitable planet for me." "Yes, great God." Silver Surfer directly used his skateboard to leave. As he was leaving, the blood-colored screen in the universe lit up again. He knew that the image was about to begin. It seems that in that universe, his master, the planet Devourer, planned to devour the blue star, and as a messenger, he was eaten up. So next, that blue star is about to bear the wrath of the gods. Following the planet Devourer for so many years, Silver Surfer knows very well what a creation god is, and that power can directly affect the operation of the multi-universe. In this case, what can even the dark and distant universe do? To put it bluntly, the zombie heroes are just superheroes on the blue star. Looking at the entire universe, they can't even see it. Thinking of this, Silver Surfer stopped. He wanted to see how his master, Planet Devourer, killed all those damn zombies. Wait a moment. The Silver Surfer suddenly thought of a question, that is, if the Planet Devourer swallowed the planet directly, wouldn't it be infected by the so-called zombie virus? Just after this thought appeared in his mind, Silver Surfer shook his head again. Any hesitation is a lack of confidence in the power of the Creator God. As a Creator God, how could he be infected by that little virus? Silver Surfer looked at the bloody screen. In the building of Blue Star and SHIELD, the superheroes gathered together again. The difference is that this time there are newcomers, Green Lantern, Ant-Man, and the Wasp. Ant-Man and the Wasp were originally boyfriend and girlfriend, but after the last video, it seems that the relationship between the two began to grow distant. Even when they came to the conference room, they didn't sit next to each other. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff instead came and sat down next to Scarlet Witch Wanda. "You seem to have noticed something." Hearing Natasha Romanoff's question, Wanda nodded, "It should be so, but I'm not sure. You'll know if you keep watching." Chapter 47. The image begins and goes directly to the Ultimate Universe. At this time, the superheroes seem to have finished their meeting. Black Widow, Hawkeye, Dr. Banner, and others also came here. After a few exchanges, they all learned about the dark multi-universe. "I think so, you can't go alone, the world still needs you." Black Widow's beautiful eyes were looking straight at Juyan, with no intention of giving in. Seeing her like this, he finally shook his head. "Some things have to be done by someone. I've thought about it. After I leave, the command will be handed over to Steve and Tony. You two can discuss whatever you have to do." "Absolutely not. That's what you said last time. Here's the result." Boom. I don't know what happened, but as an ordinary person, Black Widow suddenly bloomed with a terrifying brilliance. The tables and chairs in the conference room were directly overturned. The powerful force caused cracks in the surrounding walls, and even the superheroes who were close were almost blown out. Seeing the scene she had caused, Black Widow blushed a little, but she still looked at Superman firmly. "Natasha Romanoff." Superman's tone finally sounded a little helpless. "In the real world." Not to mention the Black Widow herself, even the other superheroes looked at her blankly. The moment Black Widow appeared in the Ultimate Universe, her memory appeared in their minds. What the hell is Sentry Potion? Black Widow, who is AS.H.I.E.L.D. agent, took the Sentry Potion? Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on." Natasha Romanoff waved her hand, a little panicked. In that world, she was super strong, but in this world, she is just an agent with strong fighting ability. The ending in the image spoke again. "Natasha Romanoff, in the entire world, you are currently the only one who can meet the characteristics of the Sentry Potion. Others will explode because they cannot bear the power after drinking it. But even so, you still need some time to adapt, so you can't be so excited for the time being." "Can I not be excited?" Boom. Another wave of energy bloomed. Scarlet Witch Wanda on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and the red origin magic power appeared directly from her hand, wrapping Black Widow in it. "If you mess around again, I won't care about her anymore." Scarlet Witch glared at the end, her tone full of threats. "Okay, I get it, I'll think about it carefully." "Correct." At this moment, Captain America came over. "What are you going to do about Nick Fury, a sinner?" When Nick Fury was mentioned, the faces of the superheroes in the room became a little solemn. Iron Man also came over and opened the holographic image. The area above seemed to be a disputed area. At the moment it was completely in ruins, and the survivors were wailing at the top of their lungs. He used Captain Marvel to do such a thing. Both people are guilty. They must be sentenced harshly. After hearing Iron Man's words, everyone present nodded vigorously. Tony, Steve, I said, we are heroes, but we are not judges. Finally, Superman frowned and continued, even if they have committed a crime, they must be judged by the people. Isn't it obvious? I say at the end of the day, are you crazy? People have asked you to be president several times. Why don't you accept it? At the end, Superman sighed, everyone, what is our original intention? For power? If I become president just because I am strong enough, what is the difference between that and ruling the world with violence? Who is it because you are strong? The public's vote rate for you exceeds 99%. Doesn't this prove anything? It's because of your ability and character. Captain America said anxiously, fearing that he would end up. Superman just doesn't agree with this. At the moment in the real world, Nick Fury is going crazy. What did he hear? In the Ultimate Universe, he became a big sinner. Not only that, but a superhero actually wants to become president? Is there anything more outrageous? It seems that the Sentry Potion in Batman's hand must be obtained. Only by holding powerful power in your own hands can you feel at ease. Batman was not surprised when he saw the scene in the video. Through the previous clips, he already understood Hong Gaian's character. He is powerful but never forgets his original intention. He has no interest in power. Even if there is darkness that is terrifying and despairing, he will bear it by himself. This is the last light in the darkness. He is completely different from the one known as the Dark Knight. This light is even stronger than Superman Clark's. Batman knows his own personality very well and won't trust anyone, otherwise he wouldn't have made those anti-superhero plans. But the self in the previous image clearly believed in the end. The one who could make Batman believe so much was Superman, and the others were even worse. So Batman has a very good impression of Endgame. It is even reasonable to think that he will be elected president by the people. The image continues. This time we came to the zombie universe. The zombie heroes looked at the silver light appearing in their hands, and they were all stunned by the scene. If the body is roasted, will it change the taste? Ant-Man's mind is now full of food. He has become more and more evil under the influence of the zombie virus. He directly shoots silver energy at Thor, who is standing aside. Puff. The smell of barbecue instantly filled the surroundings, and Ant-Man grabbed Thor and took a big gulp. Bah! Bah! What a disgusting smell. Sure enough, a corpse is a corpse, only alive. Ant-Man said angrily. Boom. At this moment, huge amounts of vibrations sounded, and everyone turned their heads and saw that at some point, there was a giant standing next to them. Even the giant Ant-Man looked so small in front of this person. The planet devourer has arrived. At the moment, the planet devourer was hungry, so his body became a file size of about several kilometers, and the surrounding buildings were nothing more than toys in front of him. He came here not only to devour Blue Star, but also wanted to know where the Silver Surfer had gone. Tell me, where is my messenger? Your messenger? The guy with the silver light all over his body? We have already eaten him, but now we are still hungry, so you... What? Before Ant-Man could finish speaking, Devour let out a roar. As one of the 5 creation gods, he never thought that one of his people would be eaten. These people even threatened to eat him. You deserve to die. Boom boom boom. The 5 devoured fingers emitted a terrifying energy beam, which directly wiped out nearly half of the zombie heroes, including the zombie Hulk, zombie Ant-Man, and zombie Captain America. Even those with the Silver Surfer's ability were devoured. He was like an ant in front of him. They were beaten and fled in all directions. Chapter 48. In the real world, the Silver Surfer was very proud when he saw this scene. A bunch of damn guys are still like ants when facing the gods. Deep in the universe. At the moment the 5 creation gods gathered together. Not only that, even the powerful Endless family is here. Ever since the giant hand that covered the sky appeared last time, every one of them had become wary. Originally, for their level, multi-universe and dark multi-universe should be like toys, especially the Endless family, which should be unique, no matter how many multi-universe there are. They are the only family among them. However, from the previous dark multi-universe, he saw that he and others were infected by the mutated anti-life equation. Since they are in this world, who are them in that world? Uniqueness is not just talk. If we swallow it, the planet will disappear completely, right? Dark multi-universe. No, the dark multi-universe in the image should be different from the dark multi-universe we know. It seems to be a brand new multi-universe. I have already checked it out, although it is different from the dark multi-universe that exists today. Universe is very imaginative, but in the dark multiverse we know, there is no man named Jinyan. The Endless Family are the gods of world number 2. They have existed since the birth of the universe, and they control everything in the universe. Except for the monitors, counter-monitors, and the so-called God, they are the ones who truly override everything. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are omniscient and omnipotent, or to say that omniscient and omnipotent is too general to refer to the Endless Family. They are born out of concepts in the universe. As long as there is life, there is no escape from the concepts of the 7 of them, not even the gods. It is completely unreasonable to see 7 more people from the Endless Family appearing in the image despite being the only existence. This is why they show up to communicate with the creator gods of world number 1. He doesn't belong to our multi-universe. Eternal said doubtfully. He doesn't belong, because I don't see the breath of death in him. Death of the Endless Family said. As soon as this was said, everyone present fell into silence. The 5 creation gods of world number 1 are the founders and controllers of the multi-universe. Each god has different functions, but their existence represents the multi-universe. The Endless Family in world number 2 is different. The Endless Family is a representative concept, the most special of which is the death of the second sister. She can even close the door to world number 2, and even if God dies, he will be taken away by her. Since she had spoken, this matter was confirmed. Without the breath of death? An independent universe. Death, the god of creation, murmured these words. She is also death, but in terms of function, it is smaller than the death of the Endless Family. Even gods have their end. The death of the Endless Family is the one who is responsible for the aftermath when all lives wither. Where is the dark multi-universe in the image? Those guys in the life tribunal don't know, and the so-called God doesn't know where he is. It's going to be difficult now. If something weird appears in that image again, as a God who can control all spaces and multi-universes, Infinity cannot perceive the dark multi-universe in the image, which makes him very distressed, especially the big hands covered with black hair and the singularity black hole. There are too many things that puzzled him appeared on the bloody screen. Keep reading, hasn't the devouring of that world already arrived, and that special man, in the end? When talking about the end, as the creation god of death, there is a hint of elusiveness in his tone. In the image. At the moment, the planet devourer is killing everyone. The superheroes of Blue Star are simply unable to resist. Even though the hungry planet devourer has had countless abilities weakened, he is still one of the 5 creation gods. The power is unimaginable. Terrifying explosions raged throughout the Blue Star. All the buildings, vehicles, flowers, plants, and trees in front of him have completely disappeared. Even space-time turbulence appeared in the air, and space was forcibly torn apart. Planet Eater is in rage state. Damn it! We can't keep fighting. If we continue like this, we will all be wiped out. Come with me, I have an underground laboratory, and some spare food I have saved. Let's go hide for a while. Time. Although Ant-Man doesn't want to share his food with others, and he has no sense of companionship, at this time, he must let everyone leave with him. There was no other reason. Neither the Silver Surfer nor this person who suddenly appeared and claimed to be a god was something he could fight against alone. He needs thugs, only in this way can he find more food. After hearing Ant-Man's words, many superheroes followed him and left. As for the remaining ones, they were annihilated by the infinite power of the planet devourer before they even had time to escape. Underground laboratory. When Ant-Man arrived, he saw a scene that shocked him. The spare food he saved Black Panther is missing. Also missing was the Wasp's head. What Ant-Man didn't know was that as early as when they were fighting the Planet Eater, the Black Panther of this world had escaped with the Wasp's head. On the way, I met survivors from the small planet, who came here to find Magneto. But Magneto didn't find it, but he met Black Panther. As powerful mutants, those survivors picked up Black Panther directly. Damn. We can only starve. Ant-Man roared. Hunger and anger drove him to the top. If he couldn't beat the Hulk on the side, he would smash him to pieces. Need not. Banner on the side had his stomach exploded before, so he was able to find some minced meat from his intestines. The blood had long since turned into a thick black mass, but it was still disgusting. Banner took a piece of minced meat and chewed it constantly. We can cut open the stomach with a knife and constantly eat the undigested meat, so that we can keep our brains awake and do things at the same time. The most important thing to do now is to kill the guy outside. If we kill him, we won't need to find new ingredients for a long time. Haha. Ant-Man's deep voice echoed throughout the room. The guy who calls himself a god is too strong. How can we defeat him? Captain America asked in confusion. Don't forget, this is a laboratory. Tony, help me, we will make a weapon that is enough to defeat the gods. Upon hearing this, Iron Man's eyes lit up, and he immediately used the power of the Silver Surfer to control half of his body to Ant-Man's side. Chapter 49. You actually got such a thing. Iron Man looked at the materials in front of him and looked at Ant-Man in disbelief. There is a lot of material here that even he, a rich man, has not found. It turns out that it is all here with Ant-Man. Ant-Man grinned, I usually like to collect things. Collecting things. Captain America looked at the scene indifferently. He didn't even believe a single punctuation mark in Ant-Man's mouth. Nowadays, superheroes in this world are infected by the zombie virus, and everyone's true nature has been released. But the one that has changed the most is undoubtedly Ant-Man. When he was in Avengers before, Ant-Man was quite popular despite his dedication. Everyone liked to partner with Ant-Man, except for his tactical ability of being able to grow bigger and smaller. What's more, he also has a brain as smart as Iron Man. If any crisis arises, Ant-Man will help to find a solution together, and we can even solve the crisis. But let's look at it now. Everyone was being played around by Ant-Man originally. Captain America was still wondering if it was because of the virus. After all, everyone now has the evil side of their nature that has been infinitely magnified. But after seeing these collections in the laboratory, it is not difficult to find that Ant-Man has been like this from the beginning. He even hid a lot of weapons and materials that even Tony, an arms tycoon, found shocking. If Ant-Man had no problems, no one would believe it. Now standing in the same team, Captain America can only remain silent. What's more, he is missing half of his brain. Even if he wants to deal with Ant-Man, it is not enough. These materials are enough for me to make a terrifying weapon. By the way, inject the energy you obtained into this place. Hearing Ant-Man's words, the zombie heroes who had eaten the silver surface flesh all gathered together and stretched out their hands to touch the box held by Ant-Man. Buzz. Silver energy poured out. A dim light bloomed on the box. That's enough. Then we need to. Ant-Man and Iron Man start building this human cannon. This is a powerful weapon that can penetrate and kill gods. Many rare materials come from all over the world, even in the universe. With Thor, these materials are definitely not a problem. But now Thor has been turned into a bone, and he was roasted by Ant-Man. These materials can only be fired once, so we must cherish this opportunity. One hit will kill. Otherwise, we will die. The combination of Ant-Man and Iron Man was simply terrifying, and the speed of making weapons was surprisingly fast. It didn't take long before a real human cannon was made. Rare materials from all over the universe, plus the abilities of the Silver Surfer, and even the abilities of those superheroes are all injected into it. This cannon can penetrate several planets. The current Planet Devourer is in a weak state, which is a good time. Only with enough energy can Planet Devourer maintain its body across the universe. It now seems to be thousands of meters high, but in fact this is when he is at his weakest. Since your cannon needs energy, then press this one too. Doctor Strange took out two shimmering gems directly from his arms. Time Gem and Power Gem. This is Infinite Gems number 2. Infinite Gems are created by an abstract entity called Nemesis. They are the remnants of her power, so they have very strong power. Definitely Infinite Gems is definitely not enough for the 5 creation gods. However, the current Planet Devourer is in its weakest state, not to mention the countless energy gathered in the human cannon. These 2 Infinite Gems are the icing on the cake. We will have endless meat today. Ant-Man's face was filled with hunger and ferocity. The faces of all the zombie heroes were filled with joy. They all saw how big the big guy outside was. It was definitely enough to feed them for a while. The human cannon was directly carried out by the zombie heroes. At this time, the Planet Devourer was constantly killing zombie heroes because of his anger. He planned to kill all the life on the planet and then eat it completely. Because his dignity as the creator god was offended. For this same thought, he will pay a heavy price. Just when the zombie heroes were suffering numerous casualties, Ant-Man, Iron Man, and others finally arrived. Bang! Huge amounts of human cannons were placed on the ground, and Ant-Man began to set up the equipment. BR food, BD. Diddy diddy. The human cannon has been aimed at the Planet Devourer not far away. At this moment, the Planet Devourer apparently also discovered this group of ants and grabbed them directly with its huge arms like tall buildings. He recognized the ants in front of him. They were the same ones who had said they wanted to eat him. God-destroying cannon, prepare to fire 3, 2, 1. Boom. There was a loud noise, and a burst of energy that destroyed everything was shot out from the barrel of the human cannon. This power transcended time and penetrated space. The moment it appeared, the space was shattered, and all the mess on the earth was involved in the turbulence of space. The terrifying power makes the barrel of the human cannon evaporate directly. You know, this is made of the strongest material. Ant-Man, Hulk, Iron Man and other zombie heroes in front of the equipment were all blown away by the airwaves. The world was shrouded in white light. Before Planet Devourer had time to react, huge amounts of white beams penetrated his chest. The surviving zombie heroes around them were turned into fly ash, the atmosphere was torn open, and several planets in the depths of the universe were all penetrated by this force and became shattered. We succeeded. Come on. Ant-Man was overjoyed when he saw this scene. For this shot, he emptied all his wealth. If it fails again, this blue star can only be destroyed. A group of zombie heroes who came back to their senses rushed towards the huge amounts of Planet Devourer's body. Ha 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 ha. We are here too. At this time, there was a sound coming from a distance. Juggernaut, Venom, Red Skull, and other supervillains rushed forward, and they also wanted a piece of the pie. After struggling to defeat the gods, how could the zombie heroes let others enjoy the fruits of victory? Before eating the meat, they rushed towards the zombie villains. The zombie heroes who have received the Silver Surfer strengthens are not afraid of these zombie villains at all. In just a few minutes, these zombie villains turned into ashes. Only Captain America had his brains exposed. The dying Red Skull captured all the remaining brains, and Captain America also fell on the ground. Nowadays, everyone is a zombie, so they will not be sad and rush directly towards the huge body lying on the ground. Chapter 50. Puff. Click. Each zombie hero grabbed the flesh and blood of the Planet Devourer and started eating. The huge bodies of thousands of meters make these zombie heroes as convenient as eating at a buffet. Is this what gods taste like? Ha 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 ha. We finally succeeded. We won't be hungry for a long time. The frightening sound of chewing echoed throughout the world. Every zombie hero wishes he had 2 more mouths to taste the delicious food in front of him. The zombie Hulk stood directly on the face of the Planet Devourer. He tore off the huge amounts of eyeballs with both hands. The eyeballs immediately exploded and sprayed all over Hulk. But he didn't care at all, instead he squatted down and started sucking the juice. The zombie heroes choose their favorite parts and feast on them. Ant-Man took the opportunity to get into the head of Planet Devourer. Looking at the huge brain, saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. As a smart man, even the one who created the god-destroying cannon, he was definitely very confident in his IQ. He felt that as long as he ate the brain of a god, he would become smarter. Immediately, his whole body grew larger, and he pounced directly on it, holding it on the brain and gnawing hard. Goo, sure enough. Goo goo, brains are the most delicious. Ha 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 ha. Ant-Man's mouth was filled with the residual juice of the brain, and he even stuck out his tongue to lick the corners of his mouth. This kind of delicacy is not something you can eat every day. The depths of the universe in the real world. The powerful people who saw the scene were not calm. What is this? Is Planet Devourer, one of the 5 creation gods, so bad? Devouring is an energy body in the eyes of everyone. If there are humans present, they can see how angry and twisted the face of Devouring in human form is at the moment. Damn ants. I'm going to destroy Blue Star. The roar of the creation god resounded throughout the universe. Okay, Swallow, this matter is not something you can control. It was just you in the single universe, and it's not you now. What is there to be angry about? Yang Hen said calmly. The 5 creation gods possess extremely powerful power. But no one knows that these 5 gods have multiple bodies. Unlike the unique of the endless family, they are plural. In any multi-universe, their peers exist, but the 5 wills present now are not that kind of multi-dimensional body. They are above the multi-universe and are the gods who can control and create the multi-universe from 0 to 10 dimensions. They are the true 5 creation gods. And the Planet Devourer in the influence. It's just one of the polybits in the dark multi-universe. The dark multi-universe should be destroyed. When I get hungry next time, I will go there and swallow all these damn guys. And that damn blue planet. Planet Devourer roared. At this time, the Sandman of the Endless Family spoke. I advise you not to take action against Blue Star. Huh? Are you provoking me? Seeing that someone spoke to stop him, his anger grew even stronger. Are you planning to let the 2 worlds go to war? Haha. Sandman sneered a few times. The members of the Endless Family represent the concept of the universe, and it doesn't matter even if their combat effectiveness is not strong, because they are immortal. As long as the universe exists, the concept will exist. Even if a member of the Endless Family really dies, a 2nd or 3rd generation will immediately appear, so he doesn't mind starting a war. Want to start a war? Absolutely no problem, but let me remind you that the end is not dead yet. He is fighting against those unknown and strange existences. If you plan to take action against Blue Star, he may appear. Hearing this, Devour fell into silence. No matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't even move when faced with that big hand covered with black hair. So how strong would it be to face those weird finals head on? It should be completely overriding multi-universe, right? At this level, Swallowing must be unsure of what to do. Okay, don't keep arguing about this matter. The weird monster that appeared before should be from the Singularity universe in the image. I have a hunch that sooner or later, those independent dark multi-universes in the image will be with each other. We are in contact here. After hearing the death of the creator god, many wills fell into deep thought. This is definitely not good news. One thing has been determined now, that is, the dark multi-universe in the image is completely different from the reality, and is even weirder. If there is any change, it is only at the end of time. He does not exist. But it actually appears in the image and the real world. If you want to know more truth, you have to understand this man. Many wills once again turned their attention to the bloody screen. At the same time, Blue Star. Planet Devourer. One of the 5 creation gods. So are there really such ancient gods in the universe? What is their relationship with gods like Odin and Zeus? Isn't Thor a member of the gods? It must be different. God of creation. In the memory that just appeared in your head, is God of creation the kind of ordinary god that can be compared? Using the planet as food, you still want to eat our blue star? Yes. What if the so-called planet devourer of our world comes? The superheroes seem to be vulnerable to him. We still have Superman. Like the public discussions, everyone in the S.H.I.E.L.D. building was also thinking about the so-called planet devourer. As a god, Thor was almost shocked. Although he is a god, he is not Odin. He is just a prince now and does not know much about those ancient and powerful gods. I just heard rumors. Now, news about the 5 creation gods comes to mind. Needless to say, this memory alone can let him know how powerful these creation gods are, and they are only multidimensional beings in a single universe, but how terrifying must they be? His father Odin is probably just an ant in their eyes, right? As everyone knows, while Thor was thinking, the army of Apocalypse had already set off. The target is squarely on Asgard. That is the king of God, Odin's realm. The reason why the target is set here is because Thanos understands that if he wants to invade Blue Star, he must defeat this god king. Now, Thanos, who is allied with Apocalypse, has the power to destroy Asgard. Boom. The landing spaceships made the people of Asgard worried. Odin in the palace had just finished watching the image of the blood-red sky, but he didn't expect that he would be beaten back home. Chapter 51. Boom. Just when the people of Asgard were still confused, the largest spacecraft suddenly launched a beam of red energy pillars. A large number of buildings in Asgard were directly destroyed, and the number of casualties among the people was unknown. The terrifying power raised a mushroom cloud in the city. The air waves generated by the explosion spread even more, causing damage to buildings in the distance. Click, click, click. The guns on all the spaceships are aimed at Asgard, the country where the gods live. Boom 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 boom. The shells came out. The energy column followed closely behind. The earth trembled, the people wailed, and a dreamy country turned into hell at this moment. The entire sky was illuminated by firelight. When the entire country was in chaos, the hatch on the largest spaceship opened, and 2 strong figures appeared there. The Dark Lord of Apocalypse, Darkseid. The Overlord of the universe born from Titan, Thanos. These 2 strong figures jumped directly from the spacecraft. Boom. Boom. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, fell to the ground, throwing up a puff of dust and smoke. Thanos, is this the so-called kingdom of gods? Darkseid's tone was a bit disdainful. He could feel the divine power in the palace in the distance, level Godfather, other powerful men, the Lord of the 9 realms, and the god King Odin. But at this time, Odin had no desire to let Darkseid take a second look. Although he has not yet mastered the anti-life equation, as the Dark Lord, Darkseid at the moment is also a level single universe. This kind of level Godfather is coming. Not to mention that it can be destroyed with a snap of a finger, it is almost the same. Sensing Darkseid's disdain, Thanos was also speechless. At present, Thanos' strength has only reached level Godfather, which is why he wants to cooperate with Darkseid. The integration of the 2 worlds gives Blue Star more superheroes. If Thanos goes to snatch the infinite gems by himself at this time, the consequences will be needless to say. Even if Darkseid went to Blue Star to find the anti-life equation when the world was not integrated, wouldn't he still be beaten and disarmed? At this time, neither Thanos nor Darkseid were at their peak. Therefore, they must join forces for their respective goals. Buzz. Just as the cannonballs and energy pillars continued to wreak havoc, a colorful halo appeared in the palace, directly blocking all the weapons and destroying several spaceships. Boom. The palace glowed brightly, and a man wearing armor and holding a spear came out. Odin, Lord of the 9 realms. Although Odin at the moment has the posture of an old man, his body is full of endless fighting spirit. Years of self-cultivation and recuperation have not made him lose his sharpness, but he has become more calm. Thanos and Darkseid. You 2 actually joined forces. What a disaster. Odin sighed, and then his figure flashed and came directly in front of the two people. Looking at the God King in front of him, Thanos' eyes were solemn. It's not like he hasn't considered invading Blue Star before, but Odin is still there, and the Sorcerer Supreme on Blue Star is still there. Those two people are the ones Thanos is afraid of. The twilight of the gods is coming soon. Before then, it seems that I can still be given a chance to continue to shine. Odin smiled mockingly to himself. Old god, your era is about to end. Before that, letting me give you a ride should be regarded as a gift to you. Darkseid's terrifying and dark face was filled with murderous intent. Hearing this, Odin smiled and slammed the spear in his hand onto the ground. Boom. The whole planet seemed to tremble. A powerful shockwave, centered on Odin, attacks Darkseid and Thanos. Snort. Darkseid snorted coldly, so he stepped on the ground. The incoming shockwave immediately dissipated, and Asgard began to shake violently. Buzz. Darkseid's eyes have turned blood red, and Omega rays are constantly accumulated in them. Seeing this, Odin used the power of Odin, and the sky became lightning and thunder, and the entire power of Asgard seemed to be integrated into it. In Odin's body, Omega rays shot out. Boom. The atmosphere shattered, the ground shook, and only the red ray remained between the sky and the earth. Loki, who had been released, was about to escape, but stopped when he saw this scene. His expression ranged from solemn to horrified to angry to murderous. But even so, he did not run out impulsively. Instead, he hid in a corner, a tear flowing from his eyes. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room, Batman was talking to Wonder Woman. Nick Fury at the front saw the scene and his only remaining eye narrowed slightly, but he didn't say much. Now we have more and more crises. In addition to the things in the singularity black hole, we also design the dark multi-universe, the gods, and the dark forces in the universe. The Hero Registration Act must be carried out in advance. Nick Fury said righteously. However, it is obvious that many people did not buy his remarks. Scarlet Witch Wanda said without mercy, I don't know what your so-called hero registration bill is. I have never wanted to be a superhero. If you want to start this plan, then please let me withdraw. S.H.I.E.L.D. me won't come again either. I also agree with Wanda. Dr. Banner echoed, I don't want more soldiers around the house where I live. You know, there are quite a few people around me every day now, Director Nick Fury. As the carrier of the Hulk, Dr. Banner has always been a factor of uncertainty, so both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military will send people to monitor him. Even Iron Man, who supported this bill no matter how much he supported it, remained silent at the moment. He looked at Ant-Man with a strange expression on his face. Everyone has seen what Ant-Man looks like in the parallel world. Selfishness is no longer enough to describe him. If you didn't know better, everyone would think he was a supervillain. In this case, even the internal conflicts have not been resolved. After the superhero registration bill is passed, who knows what will happen? Once the hero's information is leaked, it will be a nightmare. What's more, there is another person he likes, that is little Spider-Man, Peter Parker. This young man is still just a high school student. At this moment, Batman's deep voice sounded again, if you want to study this bill, wait until Superman comes back. He has gone to the sun now, and it will probably take some time before he can come back. Hearing this, Nick Fury sighed. As the video was broadcast, both the superhero and the country seemed to have more and more ideas. I really don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Chapter 52. The entire conference room fell into silence. Boom. At this moment, the image of the bloody sky started playing again, and everyone turned their attention to it. In the world of images, the zombie heroes were frantically eating the planet devourer's body, and the large amount of flesh and blood made each of them very satisfied. After all, their stomachs are limited, and they need to take a break after eating for a while. No more worrying about food. After eating the flesh of the planet devourer, these zombie heroes seem to have undergone some kind of mutation. Their bodies are covered with crimson armor. They have the power of gods. Can we constantly eat and evolve? After eating, Hulk directly transformed into Dr. Banner. He was surprised by everything he discovered, especially that he actually had the ability to fly, and he could even use the energy pillar that the planet devourer used to kill everyone before. Hearing this, all the zombie heroes who were eating and devouring stopped, and they were also feeling their own changes. If before they were just superheroes on Earth turned into zombie heroes, now they are gods. A true god. In reality, the superheroes who saw the scene were even more shocked. What kind of monster virus is this? Allowing the host to constantly have the ability of the person being eaten by eating meat? Now that everyone has the power of the gods, if this continues, the entire universe will fall into darkness. They guessed right. There are many smart people among the zombie heroes in the video. After we eat up this god, we can go to other planets for dinner. Ha 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 ha. Ant-Man said with a laugh. That's right. The whole universe. Ha ha ha. We have too much food. Luke Cage also had a ferocious look on his face. Now that they have the ability of flight, they have accumulated extremely terrifying power in their bodies. After all, he ate the gods. That is, the entire universe is their dining table. Never go hungry again. For them, there is nothing more uncomfortable than that damn hunger. At the same time, in the Ultimate Universe, after the meeting, Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, and others stayed. Their expressions were solemn. Is the final injury still intact? Well. Scarlet Witch Wanda nodded, worry on her beautiful face. Although he tried his best to hide it, I can feel the restless energy under his battlesuit. This is very strange. No matter what it is in battles, he never dies. Even if he is injured, he will recover as before after a while. No attack can be effective against him a second time. But this time, I don't think things will be that simple. Captain America sighed and continued to ask, what did the Ancient One magician say? There is nothing she can do. The monster that suddenly appeared is too strong and contagious. If it had been anyone else, it would have been. Scarlet Witch did not continue speaking, but everyone knew what she meant. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more serious, Spider-Man spoke, guys, think on the bright side. You know, in the end, he has the ability to infinitely resurrect and evolve infinitely. Such an existence is like a god on Earth. How could it possibly collapse due to a small infection? Don't worry, he will be fine. I really wish he wasn't that powerful, otherwise, he wouldn't be the first to rush forward with anything. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is what Uncle Ben said. In the end, he is the man who has completely understood the sentence. So he is my idol. By the way, have any of you seen the body under Hong Gaian's battlesuit? No. I definitely haven't seen it. Are you spying on him? Seeing everyone shaking their heads, Thor smiled and said, I really want to study that guy's body. I am a god. Even my god's body is not as strong as his body. And I am confused, is he really a human? Infinite resurrection, infinite evolution, infinite endurance, and no weaknesses. Even if you can kill him once, he will be completely immune to your attacks the second time, and the time ability and space exile are useless to him. If you use it on him, he will be able to evolve the corresponding ability immediately. How can you fight against such a guy? Fortunately, he is the most righteous one among us. Otherwise, the world would have been destroyed long ago, so don't worry, he will get better. Now there is no other way, and I can only comfort myself in this way. The thing about the Dark Universe. Don't let him go. Let's go there ourselves. Yes, he has already shouldered too much. We are all superheroes. There is no reason for him to bear everything alone. All the superheroes nodded. Red, go and prepare the transfer equipment for the parallel universe. Since they are zombies, let's arm ourselves. Don't let them bite you. If they do bite, remember not to hurt other companions. Captain America said seriously. Yes. Everyone went down to get ready. In the real world, superheroes were stunned. What did they hear? Finally have the ability to infinite resurrection and infinite evolution? What does it mean? Even if the time and space moves are used on him, he will be able to evolve the corresponding ability immediately? How can this be a human god? This is clearly a human BT. The Ancient One magician was also shocked. As the Sorcerer Supreme, she basically knew everything except the singularity black hole, but she still felt extremely dreamy when she heard the final ability. Golden Superman, Dr. Manhattan, these powerful heroes appearing in the video have amazed everyone. Super strength, super speed, and the like are already the most meaningless for a superhero of this level. People can attack across dimensions, rewrite reality, travel through time and space, and change the causal future. However, in comparison, although Spider-Man and Thor's ability to end in the air is simple, it is indeed the most terrifying one. What does infinite mean? There is no upper limit. Can it be said that Julian can ignore the law of cause and effect, because even if you travel through time and kill Julian when he was a child, then when he is resurrected again, he will have the killing effect of being immune to the law of cause and effect? How to fight against such a person? One-hit kill? Haven't you heard that people can be resurrected indefinitely? Everyone, it seems that I now know why only Final Fantasy can fight against that weird monster. Iron Man murmured. No, you haven't considered another thing, that is, since you can evolve infinitely in the end, why can't you kill those monsters directly? Don't you think it's more terrifying? Thor's face was solemn. He couldn't think of any way to fight against the end, let alone what kind of abilities those monsters had. Chapter 53. Everyone put away the strange thoughts in their hearts and focused their attention on the image again. In the image of at the moment, a group of superheroes from the Ultimate Universe are arranging follow-up matters. Because Scarlet Witch has extremely strong abilities, she needs to join the battle together. The same goes for Black Widow. The Sentry Potion made her the top superhero. Facing the zombie heroes of that dark multi-universe, we must gather as many powerful heroes as possible. Eventually they settled on a candidate. Thor, Scarlet Witch, Black Widow, Hulk, Iron Man, Invisible Woman, Stone Man, etc. The superheroes chosen are all strong in their own right and can be both offensive and defensive. Although Captain America, Little Spider-Man, and others are also very strong, they have limitations. For example, they cannot fly, their physical strength is not enough, and they are extremely easy to be injured. If it is injured, it will become the companion of the zombie hero. How could Captain America, who has a high IQ, make that kind of mistake? The combat uniforms are ready. They are all made of vibranium. Thank you Black Panther for sending me vibranium. You are so rich. Hearing Iron Man's teasing, Black Panther just nodded and said nothing. Also, I want to remind everyone that there is a small detonation device inside the battlesuit. When he said this, Iron Man's expression became serious. This is it? Opening the combat suit, there was a tiny device emitting red light, located right at the heart. After seeing everyone see this device, Iron Man continued to explain, this is our self-destruct device. I think you all know how terrifying that dark multi-universe is, and you have read the information. The reason why we want to attack the dark multi-universe is not only because of our original mission, but also for another reason. I will be honest with you now, that is, the number of dark multi-universes is gradually increasing. Every peaceful universe is involved, constantly invaded by infection, and every time a multi-universe turns into a dark multi-universe, it will have an impact on the ultimate universe we live in. If he hadn't been traveling around the dark multi-universe alone to save it, our universe would have fallen into darkness before long. At that time, it would be the real end. So whether it's for that world or the world we live in, we must purify it. Hearing Iron Man's words, every superhero had a solemn look on their face. As superheroes, they definitely have a sense of mission. I originally thought that I was just going to save a universe from being completely shrouded in darkness, but now that I heard that it is closely related to the universe I am in, I have to take care of it even more. Don't worry, Tony, do you still have to say such things at this time? If I are hurt by them, I will definitely be the first to blow myself up. Wait a minute, can that bomb really penetrate your divine body as Thor? Otherwise, it will not die and leave us with trouble. Seeing Thor's speechless expression, all the superheroes present laughed out loud. The laughter directly diluted the serious atmosphere. Captain, I need your help to hide Zhonyan during this period. Don't let him chase him and let him rest well. He has paid too much and shouldn't be like this. Hearing Scarlet Witch's words, Captain America nodded seriously. Spider-Man on the side suddenly said, I said, this is what it feels like to be in love. Gwen and I are the same way. We do it because... Shut up. With a squeak, Spider-Man was immediately told that it was Black Widow. Her current expression was not very friendly. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Scarlet Witch, who showed no sign of weakness. Origin magic power, the power of 1 million fixed stars. The two abilities are definitely top-notch, and have the potential to surpass multi-universe. For a moment, the superheroes looked at each other. How can I persuade them? Fantastic came to the side of the invisible girl and whispered, you see, I have several little fans in the end, so just be honest, you are already the mother of the child, and you are still there every day. Oh. You're awesome, aren't you? The invisible woman directly pinched Fantastic's ears, and only let go after he kept begging for mercy. Diddy. At this moment, the red light on the equipment in front of him lit up, and Fantastic's expression became solemn. Everyone, the parallel world transfer equipment is already running, and we can go to that universe at any time. Good. Everyone put away their jokes, put on their combat uniforms, and stood on the equipment. Fantastic looked at the invisible woman with worry, but he knew that this had to be done. If there were more and more dark multi-universes, the world would also be plunged into darkness in the future. This is also the reason why this parallel world transfer device was invented. Some things have to be done by someone. It was Minjian before, but now Minjian is injured, it's their turn. Buzz. There was a flash of blue light, and many superheroes disappeared from the device. Captain America was not overly worried. Instead, he turned to look at the remaining companions. Remember. Don't tell Zhonyan anything about a few days. If it affects his rest, everyone's wages will be deducted. Ah. Hearing Captain America's words, little Spider-Man's tone was full of complaints. Captain, I rely on my salary to pay for my tuition. The salary deduction is too harsh. Shut up. You're the one who talks the most. Just be your good neighbor and don't go back to the base during this time. All the superheroes around him nodded seriously. Spider-Man's chatty nature is always leaked, which is very troublesome, but we can't sew his mouth shut. It's better to send him out to compare prices. The screen turned and came to the zombie universe. Many zombies are testing their abilities. The power of the gods. This is so rare. Ha 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 ha. I can even hear the sounds of those planets with life in the universe now. Luke Cage laughed ferociously. Possessing the power of a god has given him a qualitative leap in all 5 senses. As long as he listens carefully, the sounds of life activities on the nearby planet can be heard extremely clearly. The entire universe is our hunting ground. After eating this guy, we will start taking action. Ant-Man's eyes were full of heat. He seemed to have thought about the pleasure of eating the whole world. At that time, let Iron Man build a parallel world transfer device, and then go to other multi-universes, where he will continue to spread death and fear. This is what he should do. It is also because of this that Ant-Man would help Iron Man eat a piece of Silver Surface meat before, because he needed his wise brain. How about we do something more challenging? After we eat up this big guy, we will go to the universe to find gods. The first stop is to go to Thor's hometown, to Asgard, and eat up all those so-called gods. In this way, it will become stronger and stronger. Upon hearing Dr. Banner's suggestion, the zombies' eyes lit up. That's right. After they eat these so-called gods, they will have each other's ability. If this continues, won't they become stronger and stronger? Ha 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 ha. Asgard. After experiencing Ragnarok, they have rebuilt Asgard. There are indeed many powerful gods on it, as well as the legendary old gods. They are all our food. Puff. While Wolverine was talking, he used his sharp claws to tear off a piece of the planet devourer's flesh. After eating the god's flesh, he had repaired his body and his claws were as sharp as before. Then where is our first stop? You can't go anywhere. Just when the zombie heroes were still thinking about going to that planet, an indifferent voice came. Hearing the sound, these zombies all turned their heads. What did they see? One by one superheroes full of life actually came in front of them. Food delivered to your door. Chapter 54. Hee hee. I didn't expect these guys to be back again. Looks like we can have a good meal again. After eating them, we will go find the parallel universe transfer device. Spread terror and despair to that world. It looks so delicious. The zombie heroes looked at the heroes who came here from the ultimate universe as if they were looking at pieces of meat. Roar. Zombie Luke Cage roared and rushed over. He was tired of eating the planet devourer's meat, now it's time to slow down his taste. Buzz. Before the zombie Luke Cage could reach everyone, a transparent protective shield directly blocked him. Psychokinesis by Invisible Susan. Monster with teeth and claws, stay away from me. The Invisible Woman shouted angrily, her blonde hair fluttering in the wind, and she pushed forward with both hands. Boom. The zombie Luke Cage was directly knocked away by the psychokinesis, and hit the ruins in the distance like a cannonball. Ha 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 ha. Not only did a group of zombie heroes show no intention of coming to help, they even left. In their eyes, there is no so-called sense of companionship at all. This is the terrible thing about the virus, which will infinitely amplify the dark side of the host. As long as you are infected, even if you have the previous memory and sanity, you will gradually fall into darkness. You came at the right time. The next step is to confirm the newly acquired power. Ant-Man's face showed a fierce look, and his whole body became as huge as a tall building, and his 5 thick fingers directly emitted white energy. Get away. Feeling the terrifying power of the energy column, Scarlet Witch Wanda directly knocked the Invisible Woman away, and the red origin magic power shot out. Sizzle. The red origin magic power collided with the white energy column, and the harsh sound was uncomfortable. This is the power of gods. Can you stop it? Ant-Man's eyes condensed, and he increased the energy output. The 5 white energy pillars became more intense, and the white light made it difficult to open your eyes. Whoosh. At this time, Iron Man, who was left with half of his body, used the Silver Surface ability to come directly to Thor's side. The power of the planet devourer allowed him to grow a strong set of teeth again. He opened his mouth wide and bit Thor's arm. Tony, UBD, you still want to attack me? Thor swung the Thor hammer in his hand, and with a ray of electricity, it hit Iron Man directly on the chest. Click. Thunder sounded, but Iron Man was not affected at all. Seeing this scene, Thor's pupils tightened. Haha. Thor, you have disappeared from this world, you should follow along. Iron Man stretched out a hand, and white power gathered in his hand. You have this power too. Definitely. Boom. White energy pillars poured out, and Thor, who was unable to dodge for a moment, was hit directly in the chest. Even with his vibranium battlesuit, he was still knocked away. The vibranium battlesuit on the chest has been completely destroyed, and the flesh is covered with burn marks. Bah! Seeing the scene of burnt flesh and blood, Iron Man swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was so greedy. Thor. Black Widow's entire body was wrapped in golden light, and terrifying energy shot straight into the sky. The hazy sky seemed to become brighter. The power of 1 million fixed stars is not just talk. Boom! The ground around Black Widow exploded, and the ground sank deeply. She turned into a golden light and hit Iron Man hard on the face with a fist. The steel helmet still on her head instantly shape-shifted and melted. With a loud noise, Iron Man flew backwards and hit the zombie Spider-Man who was about to rush up. Mr. Stark. The zombie spider didn't have time to say anything and flew out immediately after him. Meanwhile, the two Hulks fight together. Boom 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 boom. The fists of the two mutated monsters colliding with each other directly made a sonic boom, and the surrounding buildings that were already destroyed into wreckage were directly turned into powder. The attacks between the two were hard to the point of blow, but everyone could see that Hulk on the Ultimate Universe side was at a disadvantage. Originally, the superheroes in the Ultimate Universe were more powerful in combat than other multi-universes. However, the zombie heroes in this world successively ate countless heroes as well as the Silver Surfer and the Planet Devourer. Their power is getting stronger now. Even incredibly powerful. Even Scarlet Witch, who had initially mastered the origin magic power, was being beaten back by Ant-Man's white energy pillars at this moment. We must not let this guy continue to live. Otherwise, the multi-universe will fall into the biggest crisis in history. Iron Man from the Ultimate Universe came to help his teammates. After seeing the power these people had, he had already guessed. If these guys are allowed to eat this without limit, then sooner or later, other multi-universes will be affected. That would be an absolute nightmare. Haha. We are already a dead man, but you are about to become food. More zombie heroes rushed out. Each of them had eaten part of the Planet Devourer's flesh, so they all had the ability to fly. The red armor on their bodies gave them a powerful physique. For a time, the superheroes of the Ultimate Universe were beaten back and forth. Thor, your battlesuit is broken, go hide first, otherwise. Boom. Before Doctor Strange could finish speaking, several energy pillars shot directly at him and Thor. With an ear-splitting roar, the two of them were directly knocked away by the airwaves generated by the explosion. Buzz. At this time, the zombie Doctor Strange slowly fell from the sky, his face full of ferocious color. I haven't tasted myself yet, haha. You came at the right time. You go to hell first. Doctor Strange of the Ultimate Universe stood up and used white magic at his fingertips. However, the zombie Doctor Strange is blessed with the power of God, and white magic is even better. This is also the reason why Doctor Strange can't use his powers at all. What he has, the other side also has, and they must surpass him in every aspect. Seeing her teammates retreating steadily, Scarlet Witch Wanda's eyes turned red, and the origin magic power on her body was constantly increasing. Staring at Ant-Man in front of her, Scarlet Witch lowered her hands hard for a while. Boom. The blood-red origin magic power overflowed directly, and the dust floating in the air actually stopped in mid-air, and black hole-like spatial turbulence appeared in the atmosphere. Strange changes have taken place in the time and space of the entire blue star. The red figure in the middle of the battlefield is like a coquettish rose. This phenomenon lasted for several seconds. Boom. With a roar, the surrounding building ruins evaporated, and all the zombie heroes were knocked away. Chapter 55. The terrifying power directly cleared the entire place. Scarlet Witch, who exploded with origin magic power, looked at her hands blankly. But she didn't have time to rejoice in the power she controlled. Those zombie heroes flew back again like invincible Xiaoqiang. Haha. What a powerful force. As long as I eat you, I will be stronger. Facing the power of Scarlet Witch, the zombie heroes were not surprised but overjoyed. This is magic that can resist the power of gods. The Scarlet Witch in their world should be dead now, so they are determined to win the Scarlet Witch in front of them. Since eating the Planet Devourer's flesh, they have become even more greedy. In addition to hunger, there is also the ever-increasing strength. Ant-Man's huge amount of palm directly crossed the sky and shot towards Scarlet Witch. When Black Widow not far away saw this, her whole body was like a small sun, directly turning into a stream of light, facing the huge amount of hand palm, punch out. Boom. Each blow can cause an explosion of energy. This is the power of 1,000,000 fixed stars. Ant-Man's palms were exploded with blood, but this injury is not worth mentioning now for him who has the power of a god. Wolverine howled and rushed forward again. Just as Thor was about to fight, he was bound by the magic of the zombie Doctor Strange. The Hulk of the Ultimate Universe was also crushed and beaten by the zombie Hulk. A total rout was only a matter of time. Oops. Let's retreat first. Wait. Before Iron Man could finish speaking in mid-air, he was shot down by an energy beam. It's the zombie Iron Man. There was also the zombie Spider-Man who came before. Since he did not have the ability to produce cobwebs, he actually used his own veins to shoot out cobwebs. Those veins were filled with traces of flesh and blood, directly binding the Iron Man of the Ultimate Universe into a pupa. Scarlet Witch has not yet recovered from the origin magic power outbreak just now. The only one left on the scene is the Black Widow, who has the power of 1 million fixed stars and is still struggling to support her. It has to be said that the zombie heroes in this dark universe are too powerful after gaining the power of gods. So powerful that he is almost invincible. Boom 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 boom. With the defeat of the superheroes in the Ultimate Universe, the zombie heroes originally planned to eat them. As a result, the hole in the ground shone brightly, and several dark black light pillars hit the ground. This scene stunned everyone, and they didn't know what happened. Turning his head and looking around, figures appeared in those black light pillars. A red and blue battlesuit, armor full of divinity, and a figure wrapped in orange lightning. People in the real world held their breaths when they saw this scene. Are those superheroes from world number 2? Superman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, and others. Are people from world number 2 coming to save people from Ultimate Universe? But the joy on their faces had not fully unfolded, and the next second, their smiles froze on their faces. Because they saw the face of the man wearing a red and blue battlesuit, covered with bloodstains and rotten flesh. Superman infected by the anti-life equation. Looking again, it is true, Wonder Woman, The Flash and Batman. The zombies in the parallel world numbered 001 have obviously been finally destroyed, and now they are here. In the video. Who are they? Not to mention the superheroes in the Ultimate Universe, even the zombie heroes in the zombie universe were dumbfounded. Although I didn't feel any life breath from the stranger, it might be my companions, but it seemed that the breath on them was even weirder. Haha. After being resurrected, are we allowed to come to this world to spread death? No, this blue star is already filled with the aura of death. Is it necessary to continue to spread death? Can't you feel it? There are countless lives in the universe. Several figures finally gathered together. They were infected from the world numbered 001. They were resurrected by an unknown existence and now came to this world. When the heroes of the Ultimate Universe saw this scene, they fell into despair. Even if you don't know those people, you can still feel the powerful aura on them. In other words, they have to face more and more powerful enemies. It seems we can't go back. If something goes wrong later, you know. Doctor Strange pointed to his chest and spoke to the superheroes from the Ultimate Universe around him. There is the self-destruct device. Once they open it, they will face death. 0. But at this time, everyone had a look of determination on their faces. This is what they should do. It is better to die on your own initiative than to be eaten alive by those guys. Hey. Who are you bastards? Do you want to compete with us for food? The zombie heroes are not friendly towards these sudden visitors. They don't know each other in the first place. Are they planning to fight them when they suddenly appear here? You know, there are more wolves and less meat. Grab food. No, you misunderstood us. We are here to spread death because your progress is too slow. The zombie Superman stood up and spoke slowly. We can only spread death. It's not your turn yet. Ant-Man looked at these people who suddenly appeared warily. I told you, we are here to spread death, because when we were resurrected, we were already given such instructions. Superman said helplessly. Shut up, you. Sizzle. Before the superhero could finish speaking, a bolt of orange lightning flashed across the field and arrived in front of Scarlet Witch. It's the Flash. Scarlet Witch reacted instantly. Origin magic power was all over her body. However, as soon as the origin magic power appeared, it seemed to be suppressed by the aura of death on the opponent's body. Scarlet Witch could only watch as the Flash's fingers gradually moved towards her, stretched out before his eyes. Wanda. Black Widow let out a sweet cry, but she had just initially mastered the power in her body, and she had no time to go beyond the speed of light to stop it. Her ability to react was already her limit. Scarlet Witch closed her eyes subconsciously. Bang. A muffled sound rang in Scarlet Witch's ears, but there was no pain. Scarlet Witch slowly opened her eyes. The black cloak fluttered in the wind. A tall figure stood in front of her. You're here. You are really disobedient. A helpless and gentle voice sounded. All the superheroes in the Ultimate Universe are looking at this. Inverted S, black battlesuit, tall and straight body. Finally Superman came. At this time, Fantastic Red also came over and spread his hands helplessly. Everyone, there is no way, I can't stop him, he is the leader, I can only be obedient. Chapter 56. A few more came, and there was more and more food, ha 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 ha. Facing the end and the few superheroes who came over, the zombie Ant-Man laughed out loud. He was at his most swollen now, after all, even the gods were eaten by them. I just feel that no matter how many so-called superheroes come here, they are just delivering food to them. But the expressions of the zombie heroes who traveled from another universe were not so optimistic. Why are you here? Zombie Superman said through gritted teeth. The zombies Wonder Woman, Zombie Batman, and others on the side all gritted their teeth. It was obvious that they were very resentful towards the end. You know, the reason why they were resurrected was because their own universe was destroyed by the man in front of them. You know me. In the end, Superman's black pupils were full of doubts. 913 He had no idea where the zombies in front of him came from. I just felt that there was an ominous aura about them. You don't know us. Zombie Superman saw Jean Yan's expression and his eyes widened in disbelief. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face that had lost half of his skin split open, and he laughed crazily, ha 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 ha, I understand. I understand everything. The zombie Wonder Woman on the side looked at the zombie Superman in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly went crazy. What do you understand, Clark? Ha 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 ha, Diana, don't you understand? This guy is the end, but he is not the end. What's the meaning? The zombie heroes from World No 001 all looked at the zombie Superman with puzzled faces. Only the zombie Batman showed a true expression. Fortunately, they didn't wonder for long. After losing Superman, he said directly, the current Superman in the end is not the one who came to our world. Because he traveled through the universe of origin, we met him in the past. That means we can taste his flesh. I see. Only then did the zombie heroes understand. They were resurrected by some weird things and sent to this universe. The previous universe has been completely destroyed by the end. However, because of crossing the wall of origin, the end they meet now is not the invincible man in the future, but the beginning and the end. Seeing that young and handsome face, everyone's heart felt hot. If they could bring death to such men, wouldn't they be invincible? Even if they encounter the end of the future, they can still fight. See the weird smiles on the faces of those zombie heroes. The superheroes of the Ultimate Universe suddenly felt bad. Everyone looked at Superman with concern, and Iron Man even loudly said, "Joe Yan, their target is you, leave now." In this case, I can't leave even more. Finally, he sighed again, and then turned his head to look at Mr. Fantastic, Red, do you still remember what I said when I came here? I remember, but the magic is now accurate. Just remember, didn't you say that you would obey my orders completely? Now is that time. Mr. Fantastic gritted his teeth, and then his whole body began to stretch. Black Widow, Scarlet Witch, Invisible Woman, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Thor, etc., these superheroes from the Ultimate Universe were directly wrapped into rice dumplings by Mr. Fantastic. Then Mr. Fantastic clicked his belt directly. KG. Blue light shone across the entire venue, and the light directly enveloped everyone in the Ultimate Universe except for the end. No. We can't leave. I can't let you carry it alone anymore. Let me down. A whole Red, do you want to die? The superheroes of the Ultimate Universe all roared, but even if they broke free from the shackles of Mr. Fantastic at the moment, the blue light had already locked onto them tightly. As people from the Ultimate Universe, they understand that this is a parallel world transfer device. In other words, they are going to be teleported back. Wouldn't it mean that no one would be left alone in this dark multi-universe full of dangers? Especially the zombies who appear later, their goal is to end Superman. But no matter how much you want to stay, it's useless. The parallel equipment transfer system is activated and everyone disappears. Only the black figure is left standing here, 0. In the laboratory of the Ultimate Universe. Many superheroes caught Mr. Fantastic as soon as they were transferred. A whole Red, start it again quickly and let us pass. We must not leave the end of the world alone. Do you want to die? Mr. Fantastic was caught by everyone, with a wry smile and helplessness on his face. I also want you to go back, but now it is recharging and jumping multi-universe frequently. How can it be possible that there is still energy? There was a burst of sadness on everyone's face. Especially Scarlet Witch Wanda, her beautiful eyes are already moist. But now all they can do is wait for the equipment to be charged. Only then can they complete the multi-universe jump. This side of the zombie universe. Seeing a large amount of food disappearing in front of their eyes, the Avengers and Zombie Alliance went crazy, and everyone roared at the top of their lungs. On the contrary, the Justice Zombie Alliance had an expression of indifference on their faces. They are different from the zombies in this world. They do not have that severe hunger. They just want to spread death. Now the target, Superman, is finally left, and the others don't care. Sooner or later, those multi-universes will all be infected by them, and there is no rush for this. Since you sent them away, then you can keep them as our food. Ant-Man let out an angry roar and then smacked the big 4.1 palm directly towards Songayan. Boom. The giant hand slapped the ground, causing the ground to shake. When Ant-Man thought he had been patted down by the opponent and took his big hand away, he saw nothing but ruins. Huh? Where are the people? Just when Ant-Man was confused, a black color suddenly appeared in front of him. You are too slow, Zhang Yan said with an indifferent expression, and then punched out, accompanied by a sonic boom. The punch hit Ant-Man hard on the head. The 100-meter-tall body was actually knocked away. Boom. Ant-Man flew hundreds of meters away and landed on the ground, splashing a lot of fly ash. But in the end, he seemed very dissatisfied and moved his wrist twice. Didn't this punch break your head? Scott. Chapter 57. You have caused irreparable trouble to our world. I didn't expect that you would still be like this in this world. Zhang Yan's tone, which stopped in mid-air, was full of indifference. He has always been so gentle when dealing with people and partners, but when dealing with enemies, especially enemies who have lost their vitality, he will not show any mercy at all. Go together. Everyone in the Avengers Zombie Alliance roared angrily. If you can't beat them alone, then let's go together. Anyway, in the end, you will have to share the food with this person in mid-air. If you want to get a feast, you must definitely do group control yourself. Figures emitted white energy pillars and flew into the air. They all possess the power of Planet Devourer and Silver Surfer. At this time, they no longer take anyone in their eyes. Zombie Doctor Strange has a wreath in his hands, and golden magical energy overflows. Immediately, countless zombies Doctor Strange surrounded Songayan, and each zombie Doctor Strange had a red rope in his hand, which directly tied up Songayan. Zombie Hulk clenched his fists, flew directly higher into the air, and then smashed down hard. Boom. A huge fist hit Songayan's shoulder, but with the power of the zombie Hulk, it didn't even make his figure move at all. Ha 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 ha. Hulk. You haven't eaten enough. Look at me. The zombie Wolverine came to Songayan's side, and the steel claw in the middle broke out of the skin. He slashed towards Songayan's chest. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal clashing sounded, and a large number of sparks appeared from Songayan's body. Unexpectedly, even the battlesuit was not damaged in any way. Wolverine looked at the scene in disbelief, and then white energy appeared in his hand. The claws are useless to you. Then try it and see if the power of the gods can. Buzz. Wolverine was just thinking about tearing the person in front of her into pieces, but she didn't see that Superman's eyes had turned red in the end. Heat ray shoots out. Puff. Wolverine's head was torn apart instantly like a watermelon being smashed, and the high temperature of the heat ray completely evaporated his brain and blood. The body with only a body left slowly fell from the air like a rag. All ranged attacks. This BD's body is too strong. The zombie Doctor Strange shouted loudly to his companions who rushed up. At this moment, he felt the rope in his hand begin to move. All the duplications started to use force. They planned to fix the final moment in the air. I saw the corners of Songayan's mouth raised, one hand breaking free from the rope, and then grabbing the rope. A sharp tug. The zombie Doctor Strange was directly dragged away by this huge force. Bang. Finally, he grabbed the collar of the zombie Doctor Strange and looked at him indifferently. You haven't mastered white magic yet. How is it possible? How did you identify my true identity? Do I still need to distinguish? There was a strange red light in Final Yan's eyes, because the main body was caught, and all the surrounding duplications dissipated into the air. The zombie Doctor Strange looked at the scene in horror. He put his hands behind his back and planned to use the transfer magic, but how could he be given this chance in the end? He had lost the restraint of the rope, and his other hand slammed into the chest of the zombie Doctor Strange. Boom. A sonic boom sounded. The scene of blood and flesh did not appear. Superman, who was infected by the anti-life equation, came. The two punched hard, and although Superman was knocked away, the zombie Doctor Strange was also saved. He directly used transfer magic to transfer himself to the ground, looking at the black figure in the sky angrily. Damn. Is this guy so strong now? Wonder Woman put her feet on the ground, jumped up in the air, and slashed down the god-killing sword in her hand, with golden divine power on the blade. Finally, Superman's body shook and he disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already behind Wonder Woman. Call. Ka-ka-ka. Wonder Woman's body freezes directly, which is Superman's frozen breath in the end. Call out. Superman, who had been knocked away before, also came to Terminus at a speed exceeding the speed of sound at this moment, and his heat vision shot out directly. Finally, Superman's eyes turned red, and he responded with 2 heat visions. Sis. The impact of the heat vision caused everything around him to be burned, and Iron Man, who had no time to escape, was directly evaporated. The orange electric light flashed, and the flash crashed directly towards Superman. He would be resurrected anyway, and he planned to use the same method he used to deal with Superman in their universe to deal with Superman. That is to hit it with absolute speed. Speed is power. At a speed exceeding the speed of light, the penetrating power of a bone will be terrifying beyond compare. Boom. The orange lightning hits Hong-Gyan directly. All the zombies from Universe No. 001 are smiling, so what if the Flash dies, as long as the mission can be completed? But the result was a shock to them. The Flash directly turned into a puddle of minced meat because he hit it with himself. On the other hand, there were no injuries on Hong-Gyan's back except for the minced flesh and plasma. The Flash clearly planned to use his own bones to penetrate the opponent, but it was useless. Hong-Gyan's body of steel was far greater than the zombie Superman. How can this be? Boom. Zombie Superman was stunned, and the 283 heat vision beam directly shot him into the ground. In the end, the heat ray did not stop, but constantly increased its power. Boom boom boom. A deep pit appeared on the ground, and the heat vision bombarded the zombie Superman into the ground, and it was still sinking. Although the Man of Steel could withstand the heat vision, he could not jump. And the ultimate heat vision seems to have the ability to evolve, and the temperature is gradually increasing. Zombie Superman already felt that his body was about to melt. Even though as a zombie he no longer feels pain, the fear is still there. Now he couldn't move at all and could only watch his chest being constantly burned by heat vision. Go to hell. At this moment, Ant-Man, who had been hiding for a long time, finally took action. He shrunk directly to Hong-Gyan's shoulders, and white energy pillars spurted out. Boom. There was a roar on Hong-Gyan's shoulder. Because of this, his heat vision also stopped. All the zombie heroes around him took advantage of this gap to rush towards him. Seeing that the white energy pillar was useful, the zombie heroes of the Avengers Zombie Alliance all spread out their palms, letting the power of the god hit the end. 1, 2, 10, hundreds of divine powers bombarded at the same time. Boom. The entire sky was shrouded in white light, and the violent explosions were as powerful as several nuclear bombs. Chapter 58. If someone in the universe looks at Blue Star at this time, they will be able to see that this dead and silent planet is emitting light like the sun. And cracks are constantly appearing on the top of the planet. Blue Star can't hold on any longer. In Times Square. At the moment, all the ruins of buildings and abandoned cars have completely evaporated. It seemed as if a big hole had been torn open in the sky, and one could actually see what the universe looked like, with tsunamis and mountains erupting all over the world at the same time. Ditches also appeared on the already messy land. The remaining body of Planet Devourer was also evaporated into blood mist. The power of hundreds of gods shot out at the same time. It can be imagined how powerful it is, even the atmosphere has been penetrated. In the trenches on the ground, the core of the planet can be seen with the naked eye. This planet is about to lose its hold and is falling apart. Even the zombie heroes with deity's power were mostly killed or injured by this astonishing attack, and only Superman, Cyborg, and Aquaman were left in the Justice League of Zombies. Wonder Woman was frozen into an ice sculpture before, but now she has become an ice powder. Cock. Zombie Ant-Man pushed away the zombie Wolverine that was pressing on him. At the moment, the flesh and blood on the zombie Wolverine's chest had completely disappeared, and half of his head was missing. The moment deity's power exploded, Ant-Man came to Wolverine, shrank himself, and hid behind him. Now it seems that the choice was correct. The zombie Wolverine died, but he was fine. With the lightning and thunder in the sky and the chaos all around, the world today is even more tragic than the end of the world. He. After all, with deity's power, you can live in the universe. It doesn't matter whether this blue star exists or not. The other surviving zombie heroes stood together again. They wanted to see if Mo Yan was dead, and they had to eat the fresh flesh and blood quickly, otherwise they would not be good after a while. What's more, after seeing Hong-Gyan's superpower, they also wanted to eat Hong-Gyan's flesh and blood to increase their strength. The remaining members of the Justice Zombie League also came here, looking around for Superman's figure in the end. There. Carrot. As the zombie Doctor Strange shouted, everyone looked into the distance. The black figure was standing on a protruding ground. At the moment, his condition was not very good, with traces of blood spilling from his mouth, and the cloak behind him became torn. Especially the upper body, most of the combat uniform has been destroyed. The perfectly proportioned figure is displayed in front of everyone. But what made their eyes widen was not his strong figure, but the scars all over his body. What kind of scar is that? A series of wounds that constantly exuded black aura were intertwined on his body. When the black aura touched the air, It seemed that even the air would be swallowed up at any time. Moreover, everyone with excellent eyesight also discovered that Songgai's arms no longer seemed to be human. Dark brown skin, spikes one after another, and scarlet lines on the skin. These lines seemed to be like flames, constantly surging. People in the real world also saw Ming Yan's body for the first time. They were all stunned by the scene. Then, what is that thing? What kind of injuries did Superman suffer in the end? Is that the point? Is he infected by some virus? Why does his arm look like that? Superman is a Kryptonian, but his body is no different from ours. After all, Superman obviously has similar abilities to Superman. Why does his body become like this? I'm getting more and more confused. By the way, don't you think the wounds that are constantly emitting black aura are very similar to the auras of the previous Black Snowmen? S.H.I.E.L.D. building. When every superhero sees Zhong Yan's body, the expression on their face is puzzled. Only Batman and Wonder Woman looked at each other. Bruce, you can see it too, right? Hearing Wonder Woman Diana's question, Batman nodded seriously. The arms finally exposed were all too familiar to him. During the decisive battle with Superman, Luthor used the body of the Kryptonian General Zod and the scientific records of Krypton to create a huge monster. That monster can constantly evolve and become powerful in combat. At that time, Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman were no match for that monster. In the end, Superman and the monster died together, and the world's crisis was lifted. Later, Batman also went to read the research materials on Krypton. Know the name of this monster? Day of Destruction. A monster with infinite evolution and infinite endurance, this is a weapon developed by scholars on Krypton. In the end, it was discovered that this kind of thing could not be tamed at all, and only the will to destroy everything was left in his mind. So this research was completely blocked. The doomsday that the three of them dealt with that day was just a child, just born. If the three of them are not mentioned on the day of destruction when they reach adulthood, all the gods in the entire universe will be slaughtered by them. This is the horror of doomsday. But it would be wrong to say that the end is the day of destruction. After all, doomsday only has terrifying strength, but originally does not have any sanity, and it is true that he can evolve infinitely, but he will not evolve into a human being. And in the end, only the arms are changing, and there are no other problems with the rest of the replacements except for injuries. Then, could it be? Batman guessed a possibility and couldn't help but take a breath. Wonder Woman Diana on the side noticed this and asked, "What's wrong?" "Bruce, did you, Wong Li, guess something? The adult doomsday can kill gods and destroy the universe, but he has no sanity. However, our previous doomsday was made from the corpse of General Zod, so he has the weakness of kryptonite. He is not a true destroyer. Day. It is said that there is an ancient son of destruction in Krypton. That is the real son of destruction. That kind of doomsday should be able to control doomsday spores, which means that infected people will turn into doomsday. I don't know whether they are infected in the end or what happened." Batman sighed. No matter which guess he made, it was not optimistic. If it turns into a real doomsday, even though it has extremely powerful power, it will eventually lose its sanity, which is simply not worth the gain. But these are just conjectures after all. At present, Superman's identity and ability are not yet clear, and all they can do is continue to watch. Chapter 59. In the image. At the end of the moment, Superman exuded an ominous black aura, coupled with his strange arms, making all the zombie heroes stunned on the spot. What the hell is this BD? Why does he have the aura of Doomsday? As a zombie Superman who had fought against Doomsday, he recognized the aura on Songgai's arm at a glance. However, there was still confusion in his eyes. It is indeed the Doomsday, but it seems to be a little different. This aura is more powerful and weird, damn it. What on earth is he? Haha. It seems that the power of the gods is also useful to you. Ant-Man squinted his eyes and looked greedily at the blood that was constantly spilling from the corner of Songgai's mouth. As long as he eats the man in front of him, he will have unrivaled power. The zombie Doctor Strange's face showed a hint of shock. He has an amazing perception of magic and energy, and he can clearly detect that the blood flowing from the corner of Superman's mouth at the moment was not because their attack worked. Definitely, the attacks of hundreds of gods did cause trouble to the opponent. But this is definitely not the reason why Yan Yan vomited blood at the mouth. The 107 criss-crossing scars on his body were probably the final cause. Hundreds of attacks from the power of gods made him unable to suppress his injuries. Especially when the battlesuit is still destroyed. Ahem, poof. While the zombie heroes were dazed, they finally spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood actually had wisps of black mist on it. Haha, can't you finally suppress it? Even the genes of the ancient Doomsday and the blood of God can't suppress this kind of damage. Who are those guys? Zanyan covered it with one hand. He touched his chest and muttered to himself. Boom. At this time, the Earth's crust roared and the Earth shook again. It was obvious that Blue Star could no longer hold on. But there seems to be an extra little sun in the sky, and that little sun is constantly falling towards here. The zombie heroes also noticed something unusual and all looked up. Soon, the little sun set on the ground, and the already overwhelmed Earth became more and more torn apart. This guy is Sentry, right? Ant-Man looked at the visitor with a solemn look in his eyes. Nowadays, the world will be invaded by the zombie virus. It is because of the emergence of the source of infection, Sentry, who infected all the first wave of superheroes. After doing all this, he flew directly into the universe. No one knew where he went. Unexpectedly, he came back again. He won't go to eat alone, will he? Hulk is different from Dr. Banner in that his original IQ was not enough. After becoming a zombie, all he could think about was food. The first time he saw Sentry appear, he thought that he had gone to eat alone in the universe. Sentry also seems to have the aura of a god on his body. He also eats gods. This discovery made the zombie Doctor Strange stunned on the spot, but then he thought about it. Sentry has the power of 1 million fixed stars, which is not as uncontrollable as the previous Black Widow in the Ultimate Universe. There is another personality in Sentry's body, named Nothingness, which can perfectly control 5 of the million fixed stars. His words of killing gods are not surprising. Powerful body. Sentry's eyes looked towards the end not far away, his eyes full of greed. As Doctor Strange suspected, he had eaten too many new and old gods in the universe. He even ate the multiple bodies of the 5 creation gods. Now, his power is getting stronger and stronger. The reason why he came to Blue Star was because he felt a powerful ability. Looking at it now, it turns out that this is a powerful food. Ho ho, become part of my power. Boom. After speaking, Sentry turned into a golden stream of light and came to Zhongai's side. A punch containing the explosive power of fixed star flew directly across the air, and the surrounding atmosphere shattered. Sentry's body appeared with a simple and majestic feeling. The power of Sente BJ. That's deity's power that he devoured. Coupled with his original strength, his fist has transcended the limitations of time and space. With a loud noise, he was finally knocked away. Boom. The mountain peak in the distance was directly knocked down, and the ground was shaking even more violently. Even if he lost Superman, he secretly smacked his lips when he saw this scene. He could feel how terrifying that power was. All the zombies looked into the distance. They wanted to see how that man was doing, and people in the real world were also very worried, fearing that the invincible man in their hearts would fall. Dal. A roar blew away the clouds and dust. At this moment, all life and zombies in the universe seemed to hear this terrifying roar. The zombie heroes standing on the ground were even blown away by the roar. Boom. Blue Star finally couldn't hold on anymore. This planet that gave birth to countless lives fell apart at this moment. The core of the Earth emitted a shocking explosion, and the entire planet was torn apart. At this moment, the deep and dark universe was revealed in front of everyone. Sentry stood on a piece of floating gravel, staring closely at a deep pit in the distance. The roar just now came from there. For some reason, he felt a tremor coming from his soul. Logically speaking, he now possesses terrifying strength, not to mention that his nihilistic personality can only commit violence and destruction. The word fear has nothing to do with him. But this feeling was extremely clear, as if some ancient beast had been awakened by him. Dong dong dong. I don't know if it was the sound of a heartbeat or footsteps, but there was a sound from the deep pit in the distance. Sentry's body was emitting a golden light, and he was ready to tear the figure into pieces with all his strength once it appeared. Finally, that figure appeared in front of people. Floating debris from the planet blocks the sun's light. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes exuded an evil light. Then, what is that? Zombie heroes with flight ability will not float around due to the loss of gravity. They hang in the universe and stare blankly at the figure in front of them. Can it still be called a human being? A man with a handsome face, his eyes were emitting a red light, and his eyes seemed to destroy everything, like a ferocious beast. But if that were the case, it wouldn't shock them. What shocked them was that the man's upper body had completely turned into gray-brown, and the gray-brown muscles were as bumpy as rocks. But it has a strange beauty. The body became completely consistent with the arms, and both arms were covered with spikes. There are also several spikes clinging to his chest, intertwined wantonly, as if he was wearing black armor. His hands also turned into sharp claws, and blood-red lines traveled all over his body, as if they were like lava. Chapter 60. The black armor on the body contrasts sharply with the white neck. Because he put on the armor, Zhang Yan's whole body became stronger. The scars that were constantly exuding black aura completely disappeared at this moment. What kind of monster are you? Zombie Sentry narrowed his eyes. He knew that the uneasiness in his heart was caused by the man in front of him. He couldn't figure out who could be so surprised before and after. Even the original temperament has changed. If before, Superman stood there in the end, as firm as a mountain, then now this end is as unfathomable and full of weirdness as an abyss. People who watched the video in reality were even more stunned and speechless. They no longer know what adjectives to use to describe Superman. Batman sighed. Because he has seen Doomsday, he can see that Superman is finally transforming into Doomsday, with only slight differences. The zombie sentry in the image rushed towards the end in order to eliminate the fear in his heart. The power of millions of fixed stars exploded in the universe. The golden light caused countless planet fragments to evaporate. At that moment, all the zombie heroes, except for a few powerful ones, hid themselves. They want a piece of the pie, and if Sentry wins, they also want to take a bite of the meat. If the man named Zhonyan wins, he will take the opportunity to hide far away. After all, the zombie sentry has such a powerful force now. Even if they are defeated, they will fight to the death, right? But a scene that shocked their jaws appeared. Previously, Sentry's punch caused the blue star to fall apart. The power contained in his body can be imagined. This time, the zombie sentry used most of his power to destroy several planets, which was absolutely no problem. It was such a terrifying punch that hits Hong-Gyan straight on the body. Boom. A wave of air dispersed in all directions, and some small planets nearby were destroyed by the air wave generated by this move. But what about the end? That punch hit his chest, causing such a big wave of air to come out, but he didn't even take a step back. There wasn't even a single scratch on his chest. The zombie sentry stared at the scene blankly, almost having self-doubt. "Are you tickling me?" He finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low. The zombie sentry secretly said something bad, retracted his fist and was about to turn around and leave, but when it was over, his shoulder was grabbed by a spiked lord. Sharp spikes penetrated straight into his body. Even though there was no pain, the fear that penetrated deeply into the soul made the zombie sentry's body stiffen. "The same attack will not hurt me a second time. It seems you don't know." Puff. The other hand covered with spikes was directly inserted into the zombie sentry's chest from behind, and the internal organs and intestines were directly hooked out by the spikes. The red light on Hong-Gyan's body was seen, and then with a bang, the zombie sentry completely evaporated into the universe like a bubble. "I would like to thank you for helping me open the genetic lock." Finally, Superman tilted his head and looked at the zombie heroes in the distance. The zombie heroes who looked at each other all felt cold in their hearts. It was obvious that they had no body temperature, but there was a feeling of coldness in their hearts. At the moment, the zombie Superman came directly behind Hong-Gyan, and his side burst out. Sizzling. The heat line of sight, which was consistent with the surface temperature of the sun, struck Mian Yan's body without any splashing. Finally, he slowly turned around, and his pupils suddenly turned blue. He has evolved again. Free sight shot out. Click, click, click. Along with the sound of freezing, the zombie Superman was frozen, and then a heat vision shot out again. Click. The ice sculpture shattered in response. "It's your turn." Finally, Superman's deep voice resounded throughout the universe. D. At this moment, one after another of terrifying wills descended. Some of them were infected by Sentry, and the result spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to hundreds. Most of the powerful gods and creatures in the entire universe have been turned into zombies. They came here because of the roar that resounded throughout the universe. Now look at the living and powerful life of the sheep. These so-called gods all rushed forward. When he finally saw this scene, there was no trace of panic on his face. At this moment, his back began to change. Click, click, click. There was a harsh sound of bone cracking, and sharp thorns extended from his back. Those bone spurs intertwined together like two demon wings. As the two demon wings spread out, Superman finally looked more and more ferocious. Countless wills rushed towards the end with greedy thoughts. The roar of the beast resounded throughout the universe. This battle destroyed countless planets at the beginning. The old gods roared, the new gods unleashed their power, and layers of black holes were punched out in the universe. Even the sun was affected. The entire multi-universe fell into a big explosion. There was silence on the screen. Dong dong dong. I don't know how long it took, but the pounding heartbeat came from the dark scene. Everyone stared at the image with wide eyes. The universe explodes and everything returns to nothingness, but in that nothingness, a figure like Mephisto stands here. 0. Image ends. People in the real world gasped. That figure is clearly that of Superman, which means he fought alone in the universe and won. Although the outcome is known from the beginning, you must know that in this universe, Superman is the beginning and the end, not the seemingly invincible man in the later period. Was he so strong from the beginning? All the superheroes from S.H.I.E.L.D. also had serious eyes. An agent previously sent information to Nick Fury. After reading the information, Nick Fury used holographic projection to show a terrifying monster. Day of Destruction. This is a terrifying monster created by Luthor using Kryptonian corpses and his blood. Among them, Batman, Wonder Woman and Superman, who are fighting Doomsday, are also in the image. Bruce, you should know about this monster, right? Batman nodded in disbelief. When fighting Doomsday that day, a city was almost destroyed. It is normal to be captured by a military aircraft. If there was such a big commotion, it would be strange that the military remained indifferent. You should have taken away the information about Doomsday afterwards. Why don't you tell us all about it? Nick Fury's words made Batman's eyes become colder and colder. You know, as soon as these words come out, countless pairs of eyes will be staring at him in the future. The Sentry Potion matter has not been resolved yet, and now another destructive sun has come. Chapter 61. It is foreseeable that more people will follow him in the future. But what Nick Fury said now is correct. When it comes to familiarity with Doomsday, he is the only one in the room. Doomsday, that is an immortal monster. You can see from the holographic image that Superman died with him in the end. But this is not the real Doomsday. It is just made from the corpses of Kryptonians and human blood. It has the weakness of kryptonite and is still a juvenile body. As soon as this statement came out, many superheroes turned their attention. Infant body? You mean, the one fighting you in the picture is a baby? Iron Man asked in disbelief. That's right. Batman nodded. He just started wreaking havoc as soon as he was created. This kind of monster has no sanity. Only 707 knows how to destroy and destroy. The moment he was born, he would kill his master. Definitely, in the end, the man who created him, Luthor, was saved by Superman. You have also seen the combat scenes in the holographic image. Apart from being sane, this monster basically has no weaknesses. He can evolve without limit. After Diana cut off his feet with the god-killing sword, he directly evolved the body to defend against the god-killing sword. Superman used heat vision, and he will also evolve heat vision. Furthermore, there is currently no way to kill him. According to the writings on Krypton, he will not die. Nothing can kill him a second time. After he dies once, he will be immune to previous attacks. Listening to Batman's explanation, everyone was stunned. Is there such a monster in the world? I really can't imagine any way to kill him. Superman was able to die with him because the destruction of Japan was made with the corpses of Kryptonians, so he had this weakness. After thinking for a while, Iron Man seemed to have thought of something, and immediately asked anxiously, since this Doomsday is made of Kryptonian corpses, does the real Doomsday exist? This question of Iron Man is also what everyone present wants to ask. Even the Ancient One magician is like this. She had previously thought about whether Doomsday could be solved if she was exiled through time. But in the previous video, she already knew it through the conversations between the superheroes in the Ultimate Universe. If the end is the day of destruction, then there is no way to fight against this kind of thing. Exile in time and space was of no use to him. Hearing Iron Man's question, Batman said calmly, this monster is a weapon created by Kryptonian researchers. Later, because this monster really has no sense, it only knows how to destroy. So Krypton's scientific researchers felt that this was a failed experiment, so they completely destroyed half of the experimental body, leaving only the text. But the first Doomsday has existed since ancient times. Researchers on Krypton have used a lot of methods, but they can't erase it. They can only use Krypton's advanced technology to seal it. Now Krypton it has been destroyed, and I don't know what happened to the first day of destruction in that ancient era. Is Superman the ancient Doomsday in the end? Iron Man frowned and said doubtfully. Wrong. The Ancient One magician expressed a different opinion at this time, although I have never seen what the ancient Doomsday looked like. Judging from the Doomsday in the holographic image, it is somewhat similar to him. But there are fundamental differences. The surprise in energy is too great. Unless the ancient Doomsday Sun is in that form, if the two Doomsday Suns come from the same source, then it is absolutely impossible for the one to be the Doomsday Sun in the end, or in other words, he is not just the Doomsday Sun. I agree with the Ancient One magician on this point. Batman explained his point of view, looking at his body shape, it is still different from Doomsday. What's more, he has not lost his mind. Even if he finally transformed into a monster, he still has wisdom, and Krypton's information it is recorded above that Doomsday is absolutely irrational. This is true even for the ancient Doomsday. They only know how to kill, so if you really want to say it, Superman is more like a sane ancient Doomsday. At the end of the day, even Batman himself was shocked by this speculation. A sane ancient Doomsday? You know, the biggest criticism of Doomsday is that he has no sanity. But the combination of Endgame and Doomsday is a bit scary. Active evolution and passive evolution are two different things. The latter is based on what moves and energy the enemy uses during battle, and then the corresponding ability will evolve 0. As for the former, in order to become stronger, he takes the initiative to evolve consciously, which truly achieves unlimited evolution. It's no wonder that such a monster would destroy those dark universes all by himself. Now, in addition to the universe numbered 001.002 and the 444, there is the Ultimate Universe. If nothing else, the superheroes in that Ultimate Universe are much stronger than those in the ordinary universe. Alas, multi-universe is really it's becoming more and more of a headache. Black Widow's expression is a little complicated. In that Ultimate Universe, she took the Sentry Potion, and a message just appeared on her phone, which was a message with the Batman logo. Ask her to go out and meet her alone. As more and more multi-universe news appears in the image, everyone's thoughts began to change. In this S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room, clique formation has already begun. The Justice League led by Batman is monolithic, but differences have emerged among the Avengers, led by Captain America and Iron Man. The Ancient One Magician and the Mutant led by Professor X are the other two factions. Nick Fury and Hawkeye, as well as the superheroes who came from the military, are on the side of the military. Definitely, the military and the people are two different things. They just sided with the military. Boom. 4.5 At this moment, the window of the conference room was broken again. A woman with short blonde hair shines with a strange light, her red combat uniform, and the strange power on her body all explain her identity. Captain Marvel, a Blue Star man who claims to maintain the peace of the universe. You finally came. Nick Fury was overjoyed when he saw Captain Marvel. The two had a history of working together to fight aliens, and Captain Marvel, who was originally from the military, was on Nick Fury's side. Nick Fury was very worried before. So what if he represents the military and political parties? No one in the conference room is a fuel-efficient lamp. His orders were not listened to. Don't even think about using so-called force to make them surrender. Chapter 62. Now, that feeling of walking on thin ice is gone. Captain Marvel appears. You're here. Nick Fury looked at Captain Marvel with surprise in his eyes. Captain Marvel also immediately stepped forward, smiled and nodded. Now the bloody sky is covering the entire universe, and all planets have entered a brief period of peace. At this time, I received your distress signal and I must rush back. That's great, I have something to tell you. Nick Fury stepped forward and led Captain Marvel out of the conference room, and started talking as if no one else was around. Many superheroes across the transparent glass frowned, wondering what Nick Fury meant and who the person who suddenly appeared was. That's right. If you guessed correctly, that guy is Captain Marvel, right? The Flash suddenly discovered a blind spot in knowledge. In the previous Ultimate Universe, the superheroes there had said that Captain Marvel was instigated by Nick Fury and directly destroyed a city. This woman has a very strong aura. She is 20 Captain Marvel. Martian Manhunter sensed the powerful power of Captain Marvel as soon as the other party entered the room. Even as a superhero in the second world, Martian Manhunter did not join the Justice League. In addition, he has telepathy and deeply hates this kind of clique. So he didn't take sides. With telepathy ability, he can easily feel what Nick Fury is thinking. Reminding everyone of her identity was just a matter of surprise at her strength. Now that Superman has gone to the sun, he is the strongest person in this room. There is a hint of complexity in Black Widow's beautiful eyes. As an agent, she will subconsciously notice all the small details. Captain Marvel just said when she came in that she had received a distress signal. Why is Nick Fury sending a distress signal? Although the world is on the verge of destruction now, there are still 10 years to go. So his purpose is obvious, he plans to use Captain Marvel as a boost. After all, whether it is the superhero registration bill or the Sentry Potion, many superheroes look like Nick Fury. Black Widow sighed secretly. The world is not going to end yet, but now people sitting in a conference room have different opinions, and maybe a civil war is about to start. Thinking of the scene in the image and the familiar figure in my mind, Black Widow took out her cell phone and directly agreed to Batman's appointment. She had a hunch that if Batman wanted to meet her target alone, it must be to take sides. And the mysterious Sentry Potion. Thinking of the Sentry Potion, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff's heart felt hot. She didn't know why, but she felt that only by gaining powerful power could she be able to help someone in the future. Nick Fury talked with Captain Marvel for a long time. During this time, Professor X and Martian Manhunter occasionally frowned. Obviously, the two of them were eavesdropping. After a while, the door to the conference room was opened, and Nick Fury had a proud expression on his face. It was really strange for this face to look like black chocolate. Everyone, I haven't introduced myself to you yet. I am Captain Marvel. You can call me Carol or Captain. Captain Marvel's tone of voice was very strong when he spoke, and the photon energy on his body was disappearing and appearing. This scene made many superheroes frown. Because it's hard not to wonder if she's threatening force. Iron Man, who had a bad mouth, was the first to speak. This, Ms. Carol, so, what do you mean? You plan to play superhero games with us, be a captain, and lead us to deal with those monsters in the universe. The villain. Tony, you. Nick Fury was about to speak when Captain Marvel stretched out a hand to interrupt him. I saw Captain Marvel looking at Iron Man with a smile on his face. Stark, I know you, the biggest arms dealer, sorry, I should say businessman, so tell me, Stark, what were you doing when I was saving the universe? It's nothing more than attending so-called high-class banquets, bragging, picking up girls, and using your iron skin to act as a superhero, isn't it? What am I doing? I'm too busy every day. Iron Man sighed and said helplessly, as you said, I am indeed a businessman. Hundreds of thousands and millions of people depend on my business to survive. I don't have that much ability to save the universe. Even if it's not enough to save Blue Star, I can still do it. Ms. Carol, you may not know that I am a genius inventor and the biggest philanthropist in the beautiful country, and while you are busy saving the universe, there is a group of evil armies coming to invade Blue Star. I carried a nuclear bomb and blew up their spaceship. So with all due respect, Ms. Carol, you want to be the captain? That's impossible, because you don't even have as much contribution to Blue Star as the old guy next to me. If there is really a captain, number 2 the world should be Mr. Bruce, and on our side, there is only one, and that is Captain America. Why don't you learn from the old guy next to me and wear a helmet every time you fight, so that you can cover your not so pretty hair? To be honest, a woman like you can't even work in my company. You can't even be a receptionist, you. Boom. The insulted Iron Man slapped him in the face, which no one could bear, let alone the powerful Captain Marvel. I saw terrifying photon energy blooming from her 640 body. Then it turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Iron Man. J.A.R.V.I.S. Iron Man quickly called his artificial intelligence, he needs armor. But by this time it was obviously too late. Captain Marvel punched him hard, and Captain America, who was on the side with quick eyesight and quick hands, threw Iron Man and the chair out, and then took out the vibranium shield to meet Captain Marvel's fist. Clang. Bang. Along with a blast of energy, the windows and doors on this floor were completely shattered. Captain America held the shield firmly with both hands and took this blow to the head. Although his shield can absorb the impact, a fist mark appeared on his shield, which shows how amazing Captain Marvel's strength is. Boom boom. At this moment, a red armor also flew in from the window. We're directly on Iron Man's body. Iron Man stretched out his hands, and the golden laser rays were charged. Then he turned his head and looked at Captain America. Thank you, Captain, for letting me deal with this fake first. I'll treat you to barbecue after that. You like barbecue, right? Feb. Captain America shook his head helplessly. He was now used to Iron Man's character. Chapter 63. Okay. Carol, Tony. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you want to tear this place down? The people are watching. Nick Fury stood up at this time. It was clear that when Captain Marvel was planning to teach Iron Man a lesson just now, he didn't speak. The reason why I stood up now was not because I was worried about Iron Man hurting Captain Marvel, but because Professor X, Ancient One Magician, and even Martian Manhunter in this room all had impatient looks on their faces. Professor X has the ability to control other people's minds. The Ancient One Magician is the Sorcerer Supreme, and can even communicate with the gods. Martian Manhunter is even more ruthless. He is completely an upgraded version of Superman. He may not be able to match Superman in terms of single strength, but he is still close to him. The reason why he is said to be an upgraded version of Superman is because he basically has what Superman has. What Superman doesn't have, he still has, such as invisibility, telepathy ability, etc. And the silent Batman. Nick Fury could swear that at the moment Batman was staring at Captain Marvel, he was definitely looking for his opponent's weaknesses. That's who he is. You can fight Batman, but you can never have a fight with him. Even Nick Fury must admit this law. During this time, the military sent countless people. A lot of resources have been used, but the result is not even clear where Batman lives. Although such a guy has a human body, except for his physique, he cannot be called a human in any aspect. Nick Fury, are you being biased? Iron Man tilted his head and looked at Nick Fury, and the laser on his hand was even pointed at him. This. Looking at the golden energy, Nick Fury was frightened. Just in time, let me remove your iron skin and tell you that you are just a mortal. Captain Marvel's eyes turned cold and he said disdainfully. Enough. Thor stood up and stretched out a hand, and Mjolnir in the corner came directly into his hand. If the internal strife continues, let's just go out and choose a place to fight. Don't make trouble here. There are many innocent people down there. Hearing Thor's words, Captain America nodded in agreement. Tony, sit down first, and Ms. Carol, we are all working hard for the peace of this world and have a goal. Why can't we have a good talk? Woolen cloth. After Nick Fury's crazy gestures with his eyes, Captain Marvel put away his power and reluctantly sat on the chair. As the country's first agent organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. has strong execution capabilities. Several support staff have already come to the room and started to clean up the mess. Okay, everyone, I didn't ask Carol to come here to cause conflicts, but I wanted our team to be completely united. Now that Nick Fury says this, it is obvious that no one can believe it. Everyone has seen Captain Marvel state just now. Can such a person unite the team? Are you kidding? Let alone unity, it is a good thing that she does not cause a civil war. Thinking of this, everyone thought of the scene in the video about the Ultimate Universe. You know, those superheroes said that Nick Fury instructed Captain Marvel, and the two committed a major crime. Could it be that what happened in that universe is going to happen again here? Obviously, no matter his figure, appearance, or personality, everyone in the parallel universe is more or less surprised. But why are the people and things in the Ultimate Universe so similar to the universe we live in? I only came here for one purpose. I have also seen the image on the bloody screen. Regarding the monster that Superman turns into in the end, I think it is the biggest threat to the multi-universe. Captain Marvel went straight to the point when he came up. I just heard Nick Fury say about the doomsday. Although Superman will eventually be able to control that power, under normal circumstances, that kind of monster is not sane, right? Now the world has entered a countdown to destruction. No one knows how the world will be destroyed. In both parallel worlds, both are caused by viruses. We already know those things, so we can prevent them, but here I want to say, Batman, you have the blueprints for Doomsday and the Sentry Potion, right? Give them to me. Likewise, Cyborg must also accept my care. What? Iron Man laughed angrily. It seems that what I just said to you is not harsh enough. How confident are you to make such a request? Although Bruce and I often quarrel in meetings, I don't think those things are safer at your place than at his place. Can anyone in this room, other than me, be able to deal head-on with the monsters in the universe? Captain Marvel spoke directly with combat power. If any of you have better combat power than me, I would definitely not raise this opinion, but the current situation is like this. It is very realistic. The Sentry Potion, Doomsday, and the anti-life equation in Cyborg are all related to destroying a world. If it is not taken care of, the future. That's enough, Ms. Carol, right? Thor frowned and said, I don't know how strong your fighting ability is, but even if I am a god, I am still sitting here for a meeting. If you have any opinions, just mention it, but you must not listen to these things alone. God. Asgard has been destroyed. As a god, you can't even protect your own home. How can you expect to protect these things? Captain Marvel said matter-of-factly. What did you say? Boom. Thor's divine power exploded, and the tables around him suffered again. What did he hear? Asgard was destroyed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You know, it's not Ragnarok yet, and his father, the king of God, Odin is still alive. In this case, who can destroy Asgard? Okay, you don't need to show me your divine power. In the process of maintaining the peace of the universe, I have seen countless gods. Your divine power is not worth mentioning at all. As for why Asgard was destroyed, because Thanos, the overlord of the universe, and that Dark Lord Darkseid, the two of them joined forces to kill God King Odin, and then destroyed the entire Asgard. Impossible. Thor still doesn't believe this, and now he can't go back to Asgard without Bifrost's summons. In other words, I have no idea what happened there. So Ms. Carol, you have said that you are maintaining the peace of the universe. May I ask if Asgard ruined this thing? You know the reason, didn't you stop it? Captain Marvel was speechless. Chapter 64. How could she stop it? Not to mention Darkseid, who possesses Omega Rays, she is no match for Thanos, who has not yet reached his peak. Two top cosmic overlords attacked Asgard at the same time, and the Green Lantern Corps of the Space Guard did not show up to stop them. As for those old gods, new gods, and the gods group, they turned a blind eye. The universes of World Number 1 and World Number 2 do not lack some organizations that protect the universe. But after learning that Darkseid and Thanos had joined forces, all these escort organizations disappeared. It was not that they were hypocritical, but that they truly could not be defeated. Even if they go, Asgard will not escape the fate of destruction, and they may all be buried with it. In this case, How could anyone go into troubled waters? Although this is the reality, Captain Marvel cannot say that he is scared, so he can only remain silent. But just such silence made Iron Man even more disdainful. It seems that our Ms. Captain Marvel will choose to retreat when faced with some villains that she cannot defeat. If that is the case, how do you protect the anti-life equation? Where's the Sentry Potion and the Doomsday Blueprint? Our country will fully cooperate with Carol, and I think everyone here will do the same. At this moment Nick Fury stood up, because if he didn't stand up and say something, the plan would really not be implemented. Okay, Nick Fury, the reason why I agree with your superhero registration bill is because I think that even if superheroes protect the world, their fighting will still affect many civilians, so they need to take responsibility. But now it seems that you and I are not thinking about the same thing. I was thinking from the perspective of the people, but you seem to want to control all the superheroes, such as where Bruce lives. Right. When Iron Man said this, he basically confirmed his position. Previously he was a supporter of the superhero registration bill, but now he is on the opposite side. Without him, it was entirely because of the appearance of Captain Marvel that Nick Fury revealed his true face. If you continue to support the superhero registration bill, the Civil War will begin sooner or later. Considering the interests of the people, Civil War is worthwhile, but if it is for the so-called high-level games, then Civil War must not be started. This will tear the country and the world apart. The heroes are fighting on their own. Waiting for the real doomsday, CACF, to appear will only make the world destroy faster. Tony. Nick Fury looked at Iron Man with a complicated look, and at the same time he secretly hated himself for being anxious. Because he has been suppressed by these superheroes in terms of momentum and language for a long time, he has been dull for a long time. When Captain Marvel came, he became a little floating. Under normal circumstances, we should wait until Captain Marvel has integrated into the entire team before making plans. Nowadays, it is almost impossible to integrate Captain Marvel. Now it's a sneak attack on Iron Man, followed by a battle with Captain America, and the language is directed at Batman. It's fair to say Captain Marvel was offended by several factions in the house. Now we can only hope. Nick Fury looked at Professor X. If there is anyone in this room who can support the military and political parties, it is only Mutant Academy. How could Professor Time can be moved back a bit? The most important thing now is to figure out the problem Thor faces and what is happening to Asgard. The reason why Professor X sided with Nick Fury was also a helpless move. Mutant status in the country is too embarrassing. The strange thing is that although ordinary people can accept these superheroes, they still cannot accept mutant. I feel like these mutants are alien. Definitely, there must be political reasons for this. A group of powerful mutants gather together. As a high-ranking official, who is not afraid. But they want to control mutants, and those mutants won't agree. In addition, the mutants on the radical side led by Magneto often cause trouble, which has led to mutants becoming increasingly shunned in the eyes of ordinary people. The purpose of Professor. So even though he knew Nick Fury had no good intentions, he could only cooperate. I want to go to Asgard, but there is no Bifrost teleportation right now. If I want to go there, I guess I can only use technology. The current Thor's power has not reached the level of being able to cross the universe. How long will he be able to fly just by himself? I can help with this. Iron Man said quietly. After all, as a genius inventor, it is only a matter of time before he can build a device that can travel through the universe. Green Lantern Hal, as a member of the Green Lantern Corps, also said, I have already inquired with the Corps, and I expect the results will be available soon. Thank you all. Thor said sincerely. Okay, let's make a decision. The Sentry Potion and the Doomsday Blueprints will be temporarily taken care of by Bruce. Definitely, the Justice League and Avengers have the right to learn about the situation from Bruce at any time. Is this okay with you? Iron Man looked at Batman and said seriously. After seeing Batman nod, Iron Man also smiled with relief. In this case, Nick Fury's idea can be stopped. Now Iron Man has big opinions on Nick Fury and Captain Marvel. So I sided with Batman. At this moment, Captain Marvel spoke again, I want to join the Avengers. Join the Avengers? No way. Let me tell you, Ms. Carol, you are Captain Marvel who maintains the peace of the universe. We Avengers cannot afford you. Iron Man said in a strange tone. Okay, Tony, stop talking, we need to unite at this time. Nick Fury said righteously. You. Tony. Iron Man wanted to say something else, but Captain America shook his head at him. Everyone can see it. Iron Man said that the Avengers and the Justice League have the right to supervise Batman's collections. So at this time, Captain Marvel's proposal to join the Avengers must be because of this incident. Captain America also knew it, but he didn't refuse. Because the identity of the superhero does not actually have any so-called legitimacy. Nick Fury is also a member of the Avengers. He represents the political side. If Captain Marvel is not allowed to join, it means going against the political side. Chapter 65. After all, superheroes are not villains, and they can't do everything according to their own emotions. In that case, sooner or later, he will probably be on the opposite side of the country. Doesn't that mean he becomes a rebel? Thinking of this, Captain America suddenly remembered the picture of the Ultimate Universe. You know, in that world, the people have even elected the ultimate president. The support rate exceeds 99%, which is a bit scary. And it is obvious that in the Ultimate Universe, the work of the political side has gradually been transferred to the hands of superheroes. He really wanted to continue to see how the superheroes in the Ultimate Universe maintained that situation. But I guess there will be a chance later. The bloody image is currently paused and will soon be played to the next universe. I don't know what kind of apocalyptic world it will be. After Captain Marvel sat on the chair, his eyes never left Batman, knowing what she was planning. Wonder Woman frowned when she saw this scene, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her beautiful eyes. Bruce, when you go back later, can I come with you? Ta. Batman shook his head, and then his face became more and more gloomy. He had already sent a message to the butler Afo in advance, searching for all the news about Captain Marvel Carol. Soon, he will find this person's weakness. At that time, even if Captain Marvel wants to attack him, he can deal with it at any time. And in the city, Captain Marvel is really far worse than him, so there is no problem in getting rid of him. The depths of the universe. The wills of the Endless Family and the 5 creation gods are also communicating. The monster I finally turned into made me feel a little strange. This monster seems to be at the multi-universe level, and with his characteristics, I can't figure out how to deal with him. Eternal said. After all, Doomsday can evolve infinitely, and even time and space exile will have no effect on him. In this case, even the 5 creation gods have no good solution. This Doomsday is a unique monster in our world. Sandman continued lazily. He was created on a planet called Krypton, but in the end, because Krypton itself could not control it, it was completely sealed. After all, it is the creators who cannot kill it, but it is still possible to seal it. Can that monster experience the Big Bang? Planet Devourer asked. After all, the reason why Planet Devourer became one of the 5 creation gods is because he was a survivor of the last Big Bang and absorbed the power generated by the entire multi-universe explosion. In addition, after the universe restarted, he obtained the gods' identity of. Because the Son of Destruction is a product of world number 2, the 5 creation gods of world number 1 don't know much about it. Theoretically, it's possible, because he can indeed evolve infinitely. If you want to kill him completely, you have to directly eliminate the concept of the Day of Destruction in the universe. And it will be done by killing countless people in the multi-universe. All the concepts of Doomsday must be eradicated. Sandman said softly. The Endless Family is the original concept. The Day of Destruction can definitely be completely erased from the concept of the universe. As the second sister of Death, she has no problem with the concept of erasure. Seeing that many wills were looking at him, Death said, I will tell you a fact that you cannot believe, that is, in the end of this so-called ultimate universe, I feel the existence of concepts, which means that I can its erasure. But before, in the end of the parallel universe numbered 001, I didn't feel that there was any concept in him that could be erased. As soon as these words came out, many wills fell into silence. The 5 creation gods and the 7 members of the Endless Family are all existences that are above the multi-universe. Anyone who wants to completely destroy a concept in the multi-universe can do it, and the death of the Endless Family is even greater than their power. She just said that she could feel that there was a concept that could be erased in the first Zion, but this concept disappeared in the later Zion. What does that mean? This means that Wan Yan didn't know what he encountered in the process of growing up. Not only did he evolve immunity to the law of causality, but he even evolved the ability to erase the concept of immunity. The ability he evolved has surpassed the multi-universe and even the omnipotent universe. Because even if the Supreme God dies and the universe is completely annihilated, the death of the Endless Family will close the last man for it. Now she says that the ability to erase the concept of immunity has finally evolved. Then who can kill him? Or to put it another way, what exactly is the enemy he faces? Boom. Just at this time, there was a loud noise from the bloody screen. Many Supreme Wills once again directed their attention to the bloody screen. All the people of Blue Star and the superheroes also looked to the sky again. A line of text appeared above. Number 444 Parallel World. Cause of destruction %yen%. Status quo #hashtag @%%. Survivor hashtag, yen #%. Why is it universe number 444 again? The superheroes in the meeting room looked at each other. At this time, Batman spoke, the images played on this blood-colored screen should be regular. After a complete parallel universe is played, a fragment of universe number 444 will be played. When the previous universe number 001 ends, release this universe number 444. Now that universe number 002 has ended, a clip from universe number 444 will be played again. Everyone nodded in agreement with Batman's statement. This is the only explanation that is more reasonable. You know, universe number 444 is very similar to their world. They are all a combination of world number 1 and world number 2. In other words, it is a branch of the world they live in, or their world is a branch. No matter which one it is extremely important to the world we live in now. Otherwise, Bloody Sky probably would not always play this clip from universe number 444 after the end of a parallel world. The image flashes. A wall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's not quite accurate to say it's a wall, because there are so many creatures hanging on it. Some creatures have lost the breath of life, but even so, they still maintain the appearance of their eyes wide open. The energy emperor in their body is still constantly being absorbed by the wall. Wall of origin. In reality, all gods and creatures think of these 4 words. In the previous video, news about the wall of origin has been revealed. Chapter 66. Ah. Roar. On the wall of origin, weird roars can be heard all the time. They are all strong men from various multi-universes. In order to explore the wall of origin, I ended up hanging on it. As long as you are hung on the wall of origin, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to get down from it. In reality, the gods and races all over the universe feel somewhat familiar when looking at the faces on the wall of origin. There are even other multi-universe superheroes and gods. Darkseid's father Yuga Khan, the emperor of the dark multi-universe Thanos, Batman wearing a special armor, Superman with an S on his chest, etc. There are also some strong men whose race is completely invisible. These people have been hanging on the wall of origin for too long. They are all strong men in other multiverse 997 universes. Their purpose is very simple, which is to explore the wall of origin. They want to break this wall and go to the almighty universe or other multi-universe world kings. But the end result is the same, they are stuck by the wall of origin, and then they can no longer get down. Even if you look at it from the bloody screen, you can still feel the powerful aura of these strong men. Thinking about it, those who can come to explore the origin must be powerful beings in the multi-universe. Otherwise, if you are full, you will have nothing to do, so what is the wall of origin to explore? Not far from the wall of origin, there is a strange black hole, which is the singularity black hole. It is also the home of those unspeakable monsters. If you observe carefully, you can find that the singularity black hole is devouring everything around it. Be it light, time, space, and everything in the universe, it is constantly being devoured by the singularity black hole. Because it is relatively close to the wall of origin. Therefore, on the nearby wall of origin, some of the strong men who were stuck have completely disappeared, and some of the strong men are duplicating themselves and are being constantly swallowed by the singularity black hole. If this continues, it is estimated that even the wall of origin will be swallowed up by the singularity black hole before long. This is probably why Batman said in the previous video that the wall of origin is about to break. When the wall of origin is broken, it is estimated that the entire multi-universe will fall into its darkest moment. After all, those things hanging on the walls have been there for who knows how long. Their current situation is not very good. Once these monsters are released, the first thing to do is to destroy the multi-universe. Click click click. At this time, something in the singularity universe seemed to be tearing apart a world, making a harsh sound. Roar. A low roar emanated from inside, and then a familiar big hand covered with black hair appeared from the singularity black hole and grabbed the wall of origin. Several strong men on the wall of origin were directly caught by the big hand and trapped in the singularity black hole. Then there was a crunching chewing sound inside the black hole, which made people's hair stand on end. Haha, are these damn bastards treating us as snacks? Yuga Khan, as the previous Dark Lord, has a strength beyond the multi-universe level. Needless to say, he has lost the strength to resist when he is locked in the origin power. But few people can stay sane. What the hell is that? Emperor Thanos, who has entered his twilight years, looks at the singularity black hole with solemn eyes. Fortunately, they are far away from the singularity black hole, so even if the big black hand appears, they will not be the first to be caught, but the nearby beings. Every once in a while, I will rush to get a few. And before, only one finger could emerge from the black hole. Now it has become a hand. After a while, Emperor Thanos said nothing, but everyone knew what was going to happen. At this moment, a young version of Superman struggled hard, but his struggle was meaningless. It's just letting yourself sink deeper and deeper. He is the supreme little Superman from other multi-universes. He is also wearing an armor modeled after the Anti-Monitor, and his divine power is even more powerful. Even such a powerful Superman is now trapped on the wall of origin. Don't bother, kid, you should think about how to die quickly. I don't think being eaten is a very comfortable way to die. Yuga-kan said with a smile. The supreme little Superman didn't speak. He was still working hard without giving up. Unfortunately, these efforts were meaningless after all. Zero. I don't know how long it took before he finally gave up. What the hell is in there? I don't know, or no one knows, because the black hole appeared suddenly, but... When he said this, there was a hint of excitement on Yuga-kan's face. Ha 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 ha, those guys definitely come from outside the wall of origin, and they are far beyond the level of the almighty universe. Even God, it's just their food. The omnipotent universe. As the supreme little Superman who has traveled through a multi-universe, he is no stranger to the omnipotent universe. Being in the omnipotent universe is the pinnacle. Basically, you can interfere and erase the multi-universe at will. Creatures of that level are separated by the wall of origin. Otherwise, they would have come to these multi-universes and destroyed them at will. And the weird creatures inside the black hole are actually bigger than the omnipotent universe? Little Superman didn't know what to say anymore. But compared to the monster in the black hole, I am more curious about the guy who rushed into the black hole. He has the aura of Krypton and an ancient aura. What is that? Hearing Yuga-kan's inquiry, the supreme little Superman spoke. He is the ancient destruction sun and... Image interrupted. The blood-colored screen returned to calm again. Then a few lines of words appeared below. No 003 main universe. 4.9. Cause of destruction, dark multi-universe invasion. Current situation, complete destruction. Survivors, none. As soon as this piece of information came out, people who were still angry because Superman, the supreme little Superman of universe number 444, didn't finish his sentence were all stunned. What the hell is the main universe? Are there any survivors? Didn't you survive this time? Numbers 001, 002, and 444 exist in the ultimate universe. And he is the only survivor in the 001.002 universe. So what's going on with this 003? Does it mean that there is no end, or does it mean that the end also dies? Thinking of the second possibility, no matter who it is, one can't help but feel chills running down his back. If everyone dies eventually, can the world be saved? Chapter 67. While everyone was still in amazement, a change occurred on the bloody screen. The image has begun. What appeared in front of everyone was the Dark Knight, Batman. In the real world, Batman was stunned when he saw himself appearing in the image, especially when he saw the person opposite Batman in the image. Joker. This is the most dangerous and terrifying criminal in Gotham City, and even many villains are afraid of him. Joker has a high IQ but crazy behavior. His criminal behavior is often unpredictable, and wherever he goes, he is always accompanied by chaos, disorder, and chilling laughter. Basically, it can be called Batman's nemesis. Nowadays, Joker's information also appears in the real world and in everyone's mind. Feeling Joker's madness, everyone was stunned for a while. They didn't expect that there would be such a naturally evil and crazy guy. Can he still be called a human being? Batman in the video didn't know what kind of stimulation he received. As a rule of non-killing, he killed himself at this moment. Click. The sound of bones breaking echoed in everyone's ears. Joker's neck was broken by Batman. 20 ha 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 ha. Even at the last moment, Joker smiled that crazy smile that was shocking. Puff. As Joker's heart stopped beating, Joker's virus emitted from his body, and Batman was directly infected because he was too close. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The corners of the deep and serious Dark Knight's mouth began to slowly rise. His eyes became more and more evil. Suddenly, this Batman covered his face and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. At this point, in the minds of everyone in the real world, Batman in this universe has brand new information. The laughing bat. His experience was also transmitted to everyone's minds at this moment. The reason why Joker was killed was because Batman's best friend Gordon was completely dissolved by Joker with strong acid and turned into a pool of blood. His lover Catwoman was dismembered by Joker. None of this satisfies the Joker of this universe. Because this is not enough, Joker wants to try to see if he can break Batman's no-kill rule. So the design captured Batman and brought dozens of families of 3 into that dark alley. In front of Batman, those families of 3 were killed. Sure enough, after experiencing this darkest day, Batman collapsed. After breaking free from the restraints, he immediately stepped forward and broke Joker's neck. After breaking his no-kill rule and witnessing so many tragedies, the infection by the Joker virus magnified the dark side of his heart infinitely. The laughing bat was born. In the real world, Joker's eyes widened in Arkham Asylum. He never thought that he in another world would be so crazy. Ha 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 ha, what a gorgeous performance. Joker laughed to tears. He was satisfied with the crazy behavior he did in the parallel world. However, as he smiled, his eyes became more and more fierce. The laughing bat? What a disgusting guy. Isn't the person who created this guy an idiot? Death is too easy for him. Damn it. Damn it. Bang. 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 Joker was holding the iron door crazily. 1 second he was laughing, but the next second he was getting angry. This is the crazy nature of Joker. At this time, the Penguin behind him came over. Ha 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 ha, Joker, I didn't expect that you actually fulfilled your wish to kill Batman in that world. I really feel sorry for you. Bang. Joker rushed up and grabbed the Penguin's neck, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes. Is this funny? No. It's not funny at all. Damn you BD, why are you laughing? Stop. A group of guards saw the conflict between Joker and Penguin and rushed in to separate the two. Joker, who was pinned to the ground, stared at the bloody sky and kept yelling, it shouldn't be like this. Bruce. How could you be plotted so easily and become like this? What a virtue. This is not you. Definitely, Joker's roar in the real world can only be heard by the surrounding roommates and guards. At the moment the image in the bloody sky. The laughing bat takes action. I saw him laughing for a while and then regaining his composure. After patting his head with his hand, he returned to the Batcave. He began to look up information about Joker frantically. He was not the only one who was infected with the Joker virus that day. In order to show the childhood tragedy that Batman experienced in front of him, Joker injected laughing gas into the children of the family of 3, and then killed their parents. Each of these children turned into monsters with crazy smiles on their faces. While Batman was still checking the information, Superman arrived. Bruce, are you okay? After learning that Batman had killed Joker himself, Superman, a close friend, rushed over immediately. You know, in the Justice League, although Batman is the Dark Knight, he has never killed anyone from beginning to end. He has his own principle of not killing. Now kill Joker with your own hands. Superman couldn't imagine how much psychological pressure his best friend was under, so he came to him at the most critical moment. I'm fine, Clark, don't worry, it's just that it will take some time for me to research the 407 antidote for those children. Don't take it too seriously, we can be together, or... A burst of rapid footsteps interrupted Superman's words, and a man in a white doctor's uniform ran over. Batman, something is wrong. Superman, you are here too. That's great. Those kids just almost cut the psychiatrist's throat with a pencil. They are too dangerous, the doctor said anxiously. What? Superman was shocked. He didn't expect the impact of this laughing gas to be so terrifying. Superman was talking to the doctor and didn't notice Batman. But people in the real world saw that the corners of Batman's mouth were obviously rising, and he almost laughed out loud. At the critical moment, he blocked his mouth with his own hands. Otherwise, Superman would probably notice something unusual about him. By the time Superman turned around, Batman had returned to his serious expression. Bruce, let those children go to the Justice League. They should be safer there. No. Batman waved his hand and rejected Superman's proposal. I am the only one who knows Joker best, so I am the only one who can take care of them. I will let those medical staff leave. I will personally solve the Joker virus. After all, I killed it. Only I can do the aftermath work. Chapter 68. Okay, but don't be too stressed, we are partners at all times. Hearing Superman's words, Batman nodded. Then he turned and walked towards the wards where the children were detained. Superman looked at Batman's back, sighed helplessly, then turned and left. He still believed that his best friend would never lose to that virus. After Superman left, Batman also walked out of the room. He has informed all members of the Bat family to return to training. Several Robins, summoned by Batman, came to the training room and took action against the training robot constantly. In previous trainings, they were always able to compete equally with the robots and then find opportunities to win, but this time it was different. Robin almost died in the hands of the robots. Nightwing knew that it was not that they had become weaker, but that Batman had increased the difficulty of the robots. After walking out of the training room, Yi asked his question. But the answer they received was truly horrifying. I don't have much time. Several Robins were stunned when they heard Batman's words, and then asked in disbelief, what do you mean? Batman looked at the robot in the training room and said in a deep voice, I was infected by Joker's virus before. Sometimes I can't tell at all whether I am Batman or Joker. In this case, my sanity is gradually improving disappear, so I hope to train you to be stronger. In this case, you will be able to subdue me on the day I lose control. Hearing this, all Logo were shocked. Batman in the real world ignored the strange looks from the superheroes around him and roared, "Leave him. He's lying to you." Unfortunately, his words could not be transmitted into the image at all. The Robins in the image began to think about how to settle Batman. After all, as Batman said, once he loses his mind, it will be a disaster for the world. The combination of Joker and Batman is not a good thing. A group of Robins plan to find a facility like Arkham to lock up Batman first, so that they can help Batman after they develop the antidote. Well, while several Robins were busy contacting the outside world, Batman suddenly let out a groan and squatted down, holding his stomach. Seeing this, several Logo all stepped forward to see how Batman was doing. The moment they approached, ha 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 ha. With wild laughter, Batman took out 2 machine guns from his arms and fired wildly at several Robins. Caught off guard, several Robins were all hit, and the ruthless bullets directly beat them into pieces. Ha 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 ha, you guys are so funny and your expressions are so great. Batman threw the 2 guns in his hands directly to the ground, and he admired the broken Robin body. Now he can no longer be called Batman, he is the Laughing Bat. Soon, the entire Batcave was immersed in fear and wailing. Wonder Woman, Cyborg, the Flash and others from the outside world received news from Robin and all rushed to the Batcave. After all, as the core of the Justice League, Batman's safety is indeed a top priority. But what they didn't expect was that what awaited them was an endless abyss. Only at this moment did people in real life and superheroes realize how terrifying the unscrupulous Batman is. The Justice League was like paper in front of him. Batman knows the weaknesses of these superheroes all too well. Ha 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 ha. The whole world resounded with the laughter of the Laughing Bat. Wonder Woman, Cyborg, The Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman, etc. These powerful superheroes all fell to the ground, dying miserably. The Laughing Bat is now wearing a dark green batsuit, with blood-colored lipstick on his lips, and a metal goggle full of iron spikes in front of his eyes. Pale skin, yellow teeth, and split lips. Coupled with the corpses all over the ground, it was almost terrifying to the sky. Now, only Batman's best friend is left in the Justice League. Superman is still standing, but his body is covered with scars, and blood is constantly oozing out of his eyes. This is the effect of kryptonite. Ha 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 ha, Clark, I have 10,000 plans in my mind to kill you, but unfortunately, you can only use one. The Laughing Bat laughed and walked towards Superman. Superman suppressed by kryptonite is just an ordinary person, even worse than an ordinary person. Coupled with the scars all over his body, Superman could hardly stand. Bruce. Bruce, no, you are not Bruce, you are Joker, otherwise, how could you? Ha 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 ha. Before Superman could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the laughter of the Laughing Bat. What? Clark, are you still unable to accept reality? Do you think I am Joker? No, I am definitely Bruce Wayne, but now the me is the real me. Fear is the most delicious food. Now I am very lucky to be able to kill Joker with my own hands. He helped me wake up. The Laughing Bat raised its hands high, its face full of ferocity and madness. At this moment, several small figures walked towards the side. They are the children infected by Joker's laughing gas, and among them is Batman's son Damian. He is infected too. Bruce, even Damian. Superman looked at the scene in disbelief. He didn't expect the Laughing Bat to be so heartbroken and crazy. Clark. At this moment, Superman's wife Lois rushed over with their son Joe. The moment he arrived here, Joe's eyes began to bleed. It was obvious that there were kryptonite materials everywhere. Good Nyojao, Louise. Superman's family of 3 hugged each other. Even after losing his power, Superman still stood in front of his family, staring closely at the Laughing Bat in front of him. Looking at the warm family of 3 in front of him, the Laughing Bat suddenly thought of something interesting and took out a piece of black kryptonite from his arms. Unlike ordinary kryptonite, black kryptonite has a very strong effect on Superman. That is to make Superman disown all his relatives, kill the person he loves most, and then be tortured to death. Ha 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 joke. With a burst of laughter, the Laughing Bat directly threw the black kryptonite at Superman. Bang bang bang. Ah! The muffled sound was followed by Superman's scream, until there was no more sound in the entire hall. The Laughing Bat drew a smiley face on the window that reflected the moon. Superman, who represented hope, fell at this moment. Chapter 69. As the image pauses. In the conference room, everyone looked at Batman. There was fear, hostility, indifference, and sympathy in their eyes. Everyone has known before that Batman never fights uncertain battles. As superheroes, they have already been thoroughly understood by Batman. Every human being has weaknesses. If he didn't have weaknesses, he would no longer be a human being. Not even gods can escape their weaknesses. But before, everyone only knew a little about it, but didn't take it to heart. After all, even if Batman got the Sentry Potion, he didn't take it himself. As a superhero who doesn't have any superpowers, Batman is special, and the superheroes around him subconsciously despise him. It was such a slight, but I didn't expect to see such a terrifying scene in the video. What is the concept of one person killing all the superheroes on Blue Star? And in the most cruel way. As powerful as Superman, the whole family is still dead. So Batman is an extremely dangerous and terrifying existence. Just imagine if Batman was infected by that zombie virus, or in other words, like the laughing bat in the image. What will happen to them? But no one is so confident that after seeing that kind of image, they still think they can deal with Batman. What they could think of, the superheroes in the video also thought of it, but they had no chance to complete it, and were directly killed by the crazy oysters. So now Batman, the Dark Knight, makes the room quiet, and no one speaks. Batman has admitted before that he has information about everyone here in his hands. Nick Fury even broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed that he didn't know enough about Batman before. This guy is really too strong. Without extraordinary abilities. Is he the weakest superhero? Wrong. He might still be the strongest one. How else could he do it and massacre the entire world after releasing his Darkseid? You must know that the laughing bat in the image was infected by Joker's virus, but this virus is not like the anti-life equation, nor is it the zombie virus in the world numbered 002. He is just a virus that infinitely amplifies the Darkseid. This virus does not add any super abilities to the laughing bat. He is still him. Relying on his mortal body, he killed those powerful heroes one by one to death. If that's the case, all plans for Batman will have to be reconsidered. Nick Fury didn't want his goal to be accomplished, and he turned the current Batman into the laughing bat in the video. If that were the case, it would be terrible. I understand what you are thinking, but that is a parallel world. There is no so-called virus in the Joker's heart in this world. It was checked when he entered Arkham Asylum. Batman said calmly. He had no intention of defending himself. After all, he did know the weaknesses of most of his partners. He will continue to investigate the remaining ones that he has not grasped. This is all a way to quickly respond when one day these people who have mastered extraordinary power lose control. As for the method of dealing with him, he also kept it. It's very simple, that is, if Superman or Martian Manhunter has strong personal abilities, just don't hold back and kill him when you meet him. Definitely, it is easy to say it, but when it comes to doing it, there will still be difficulties of one kind or another. So Batman prepared a special device for himself. This device is placed in his Bat battle suit and was inspired by him after seeing enough images of the Ultimate Universe. That's a self-destruct device. As long as things become irreversible, or as in the video, he is about to lose himself, then he will directly activate the self-destruction device. Not only in the battle suit, but also in the Bat Manor and the Batcave, he installed such self-destruction devices. In order to deal with the mutation caused by him not wearing a battle suit. As the Dark Knight, Batman has methods for dealing with his enemies and companions, and he definitely has methods for himself as well. But he didn't choose to say it, because it didn't matter whether everyone trusted him or not. After all, he has always been the Dark Knight hiding in the shadows, and he has never used the word superhero to call himself. No one spoke, and the scene fell into a deadlock. At this moment, the Flash Barry spoke. Everyone, did we overlook something? What? Spider-Man on the side turned his head and asked in confusion. You know, the previous image was talking about the main universe numbered 003. Is the world that is destroyed now the main universe? Obviously not, because there are no survivors in the main universe, and the laughing bat in that world is still alive and cannot leave. If there is no accident, he should still be alive. When he said this, the Flash laughed at himself. I really can't think of anyone else who can show up to get rid of the laughing bat, except that person, but obviously. In that world, we did not see the final figure. Really? When the Flash said this, everyone remembered it. The universe of the laughing bat seems not to be the main universe mentioned in the image. So when will the main universe appear, and what role will the laughing bat play? The most important thing is Superman. The man in the black battle suit has made everyone subconsciously think of him when they see the image. Whether it is the Terminator of the dark multi-universe, the so-called ancient doomsday, or the things inside the singularity black hole, there are too many mysterious things related to the end. What they want to know most now is whether there is an end in the main universe. If so, what kind of thing killed him? The laughing bat is indeed capable of destroying the world, but I don't think he can find the ultimate weakness. That's right, the Batman in the Ultimate Universe trusts Endgame so much. In this case, I don't think the laughing bat can kill him too. It seems that the images of the main universe haven't started yet. What we see should be just a branch. Boom. At this moment, Captain Marvel, who had been silent all this time, suddenly exuded a terrifying force. Iron Man looked at her warily because he felt that Captain Marvel was going to take action against him. The result was not the case. Captain Marvel turned into a stream of light and came directly to Batman. He grabbed Batman's battlesuit with one hand and lifted him up. Sure enough, not to mention those things in your hands, including you, are unstable factors. Chapter 70. What are you doing? Green Lantern and Wonder Woman stood up, and the God-killing sword and green energy appeared in the conference room. They are all members of the Justice League. How could they watch Captain Marvel take action against Batman? Not to mention them, even Captain America, Iron Man, and others stood up. Obviously, Captain Marvel's actions made them deeply dissatisfied. You must know that they are superheroes, and these 4 words are both responsibilities and shackles. If they do things unscrupulously, it can only be said that they are people with extraordinary power and absolutely cannot be called Yingdui. And Captain Marvel, this woman, has done whatever she wants from the moment she appeared until now. The whole person seems strong and unreasonable. Now he is directly attacking Batman, simply treating the people around him as if they were nothing. In this case, it's strange that anyone can have a good impression of her. Carol. Stop it. Nick Fury was also covered in cold sweat. Everyone had seen Batman's situation in the previous video. If he were to be forced to confront him, it would definitely be everyone's nightmare. What's more, no matter how strong Captain Marvel is, the superheroes in this room are not weak. There is no way Captain Marvel can succeed. K. Sure enough, the green light energy turned into ropes and entangled Captain Marvel's limbs, and the God-killing sword in Wonder Woman Diana's hand also directly cut through. Clang. Captain Marvel blocked the sharp blade with his arm. The Flash also saved Batman at extremely fast speeds. You'd better stop moving. The laser device in Iron Man's hand is aimed directly at Captain Marvel. Scarlet Witch, Cyborg, and others also formed a siege, directly blocking Captain Marvel in the middle. Snort. Captain Marvel snorted coldly and pushed hard with his arm, causing Wonder Woman to move back. You saw that image, don't you know the threat Batman poses to the world? Threat? This Miss Carol, if I guess correctly, aren't you the biggest threat to the world now? You also said that this bloody image appears all over the universe. In other words, the previous you have seen the picture, so. When he said this, Iron Man's voice became a bit colder. Tell me, who is the person in the Ultimate Universe who committed a major crime and destroyed a city? As soon as these words came out, Captain Marvel was immediately at a loss for words. That's right, in the Ultimate Universe scene, Nick Fury teamed up with Captain Marvel to destroy a city. Although the superheroes caught them, so what? Can the life of a city be saved? Even then, the superheroes of the Ultimate Universe did not lynch the 2 of them, but planned to have a public trial. In comparison, what Captain Marvel did just now is completely different. Seeing the mockery on the faces of the superheroes around him, Captain Marvel said forcefully, "That's me in the parallel world, not the real me." You also know that the previous image was of Bruce in the parallel world, didn't you know? Just because the city's danger coefficient was determined? If that's the case, I'm afraid we would all have to stay in prison. Wonder Woman doesn't have the slightest fondness for Captain Marvel. Not only because of what she did, but also because of her strong look when she came in before. I didn't know, I really thought she was the captain. You know, there is no so-called leader among superheroes now. Even if it is true, everyone must admit it. For example, in the image of ending, even an absolutely rational person like Batman has great trust in him, which shows how outstanding this person is. Okay, everyone, let's not continue to fight among ourselves. The most important thing now is to find out why our world is going to be destroyed, because of the origin of that image. Nick Fury once again stood up to smooth things over. I have no objection, but I don't agree with Ms. Carol joining the Avengers. Iron Man expressed his attitude directly. Although Captain America did not express his attitude, he sat directly on the chair, which was obviously his acquiescence. Nowadays, there are 2 factions in Avengers, Captain America and Iron Man. Both of them had already voted not to support Captain Marvel joining the team. In addition, everyone originally had strong opinions on her, so they all immediately opposed it. Nick Fury's face is getting darker and darker, definitely, others can't see it. I guess even if Superman with X-Vision came, he wouldn't be able to see through his face. Previously, it was possible to let Captain Marvel enter Avengers to see how Batman would deal with those things, but now it seems that this is no longer possible. To put it bluntly, Avengers is an alliance of superheroes. Although Black Widow and Hawkeye, who represent SHIELD, are on his side, they cannot influence other people. Nick Fury sighed secretly. He didn't expect Captain Marvel's reaction to be so big. I thought she was siding with him, but now it seems that Captain Marvel will only stand on the side of what she thinks is justice. He is an extremely self-centered person. Not to mention Batman, Nick Fury also has countless ways to deal with Captain Marvel in his head. Sometimes force cannot mean everything, especially when your force is not enough to suppress everything. I understand, let Carol join S.H.I.E.L.D. for now. Okay. Carol. Obviously Captain Marvel wanted to say something more, but after hearing Nick Fury's serious voice, she still sat down on her chair in frustration. It's not that she is afraid of Nick Fury, there is no such thing as fear for such a self-centered person. It's just that she doesn't want to fight against what she thinks is justice. Okay, everyone, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. There are still some things to do. Batman didn't speak the whole time. Even when he was arrested by Captain Marvel, he didn't resist. He left these words and turned around to leave. Nick Fury didn't stop him, and he knew he couldn't. Even after the previous video is played, all the forces targeting Batman have to consider whether they can withstand the revenge of this Dark Knight. All the superheroes left, leaving only Nick Fury, Captain Marvel, Hawkeye and Black Widow in the room. After us. Wait a moment. Nick Fury was just about to talk about his future plans, but Black Widow directly interrupted. There are still some agents who should be following Bruce. I'll go check it out and make sure not to cause a big problem. Okay. You go ahead and let them withdraw the towel first. Chapter 71. Regarding the question raised by Black Widow, Nick Fury looked pleased. Sure enough, at the critical moment, our own people are more reliable. Every agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. is trained with a lot of time and resources. Even if Batman has no intention of taking action against them now, who knows if they will fall into a trap unknowingly. That man's IQ is too high. There are people from the military and government following Batman, so even if S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents don't move out, they can still get the information. Instead of wasting manpower on that matter, it would be better to save it for when there is a real problem in the future. Nick Fury is full of confidence in Black Widow and Hawkeye, the two agents who have been single-handedly promoted. Inspired by Nick Fury, Black Widow stood up, her Black Agent 103 outfit perfectly accentuated her figure, and her face was extremely beautiful, and she was worthy of the title of Black Widow. Bang! The door of the conference room was closed by Black Widow, and the beautiful figure disappeared in front of several people. After Black Widow left, Nick Fury said seriously, Carol, I sincerely thank you for returning to Blue Star at this dangerous moment, but I hope you can consider my opinions when doing things. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury is experienced. He also knows the art of conversation very well. He uses words like consider and hope to put himself in a low profile. As expected, Captain Marvel's expression was obviously helpful to Nick Fury's statement, don't worry, I know what to do, but Batman needs to be controlled. Both the things in his hands and himself are too dangerous. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. In fact, after watching the video, what Nick Fury coveted most was not the Sentry Potion and the Doomsday drawings in Batman's hands. What he wanted was Batman's USB flash drive. You know, it contains all the superhero's weaknesses. No matter how powerful a superhero is, he can still be controlled or even killed using some simple methods. Coupled with excellent agents like S.H.I.E.L.D., if you can get the USB flash drive, it will be even more powerful. Batman's plan cannot be implemented yet. After all, as the Dark Knight, he knows what it means to lurk. Batman is in the dark and S.H.I.E.L.D. is in the light. Now they are at a disadvantage. The disadvantage is so great that even Captain Marvel is not enough to make up for it, so we have to think about it slowly. Thinking of this, Nick Fury said seriously, yes, I think so too, but you have also seen everyone's attitude. It is not the right time to attack Batman at this time. Let's wait until we have the opportunity in the future. Captain Marvel nodded. It was inevitable for her to be a little arrogant after suddenly gaining great power. This is all because of insufficient zinxing. That's why she was so strong after coming to the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. Those superheroes had taught her a profound lesson just now. Not to mention those people who had hidden powerful powers, she was not completely sure of winning against Wonder Woman alone. In this case, she still knew to avoid the edge for the time being. When the invasion of Asgard occurred, she also went there, but was scared away by a look from Darkseid. Darkseid, the Dark Lord, is the new god of world number 2. When the two worlds were integrated, Captain Marvel, as the guardian of the universe, had already learned how terrifying this new god was. The Dark Lord of Apocalypse, the surrounding star field is completely in his hands, let alone confronting him. Destruction, violence, evil, and power are all words that can be used to describe Darkseid. Captain Marvel, who had just arrived in Asgard, saw those blood-red eyes full of destruction, turned around and left. After all, even God King Odin can't do anything about it. If she goes, it will only kill one more person. Captain Marvel comforted himself in his heart. I thought that after coming to Blue Star, she would be able to stand out among the superheroes, but it turned out that those powerful heroes were no weaker than her. Even Batman, an ordinary person who seems to have no power, can easily destroy a world after Blacken. This made Captain Marvel directly doubt himself. Then, Nick Fury began to tell the two about future plans. On the other side, after Black Widow walked out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, she used her unique contact information to directly summon the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents back, and she herself went into a dark alley, 0. After reaching a fork in the road, you can see a road sign in a secret place. I walked in that direction and came to an underground manor. Seeing the sign on the wall, Black Widow knew she was in the right place. Bang! As soon as he entered the underground manor, the surrounding lights turned on, and a man wearing a bat battle suit came over. Bruce, why did you call me here? Hearing this, Batman didn't say anything more and just took out a box and placed it on the table. Click. The box was opened, and inside there was a bottle of potion that exuded golden light. Sentry potion. Black Widow was shocked when she saw this thing. She didn't expect Batman to actually bring this thing. What do you mean? It's nothing. You should know that I don't trust anyone. Even the manor you came to is one of my many underground manors. I just want to ask you, Natasha Romanoff. Can I trust you? Black Widow didn't say anything. She was smart enough to guess that Batman was planning to let her take the sentry potion. But why? Obviously the two have never had much interaction before. Could it be that he chose her because he took the sentry potion when he saw the Ultimate Universe before? That's not right. She did take the sentry potion in Ultimate Universe 5.0, but the reason why this potion is named Sentry is because the host's name is Sentry. That is, a man who doesn't know where in the world he is now. Batman has no reason to trust himself as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. I know you are confused, and you should be able to tell that I may not be able to protect this potion for long, so I need someone to help. You should know that I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I definitely know, but if you drink this bottle of potion, you won't. After hearing Batman's words, Black Widow agreed. Indeed, the Sentry potion is very important to the top management. If it were not Batman but other superheroes, this Sentry potion would have been unable to hold on long ago. Chapter 72. And now if she drinks the Sentry potion, Nick Fury will never trust her again. Because after Black Widow drank the Sentry potion, she had only one choice, and that was that Nick Fury would let her sit on the operating table to study the Sentry potion. Once she refuses, Nick Fury will definitely feel alienated from her. What's more, this Sentry potion was given to her by Batman. With Nick Fury's character, she must feel that she is on Batman's side. So as long as you drink the Sentry potion, you will face a break with SHIELD. Why do you trust me? Black Widow asked something that made her confused. Indeed, Batman seemed to have never trusted anyone, so he trusted her just based on what happened in the video. It felt a bit strange no matter how you thought about it. I don't trust you, I trust him. Since he chose to let you take the Sentry potion, it means you are qualified. Black Widow definitely knows who Batman is talking about, finally Superman. In the Ultimate Universe, the 20-year-old Superman, the leader of all superheroes, is at the forefront in terms of strength and personal charm. She even admired that man in the Ultimate Universe. After all, she is herself in a parallel world, and Black Widow can feel her feelings for the end in that Ultimate Universe. The most recorded. Black Widow walked slowly to the Sentry potion, took the potion, opened her mouth slightly, and drank it all in one breath. Boom. The moment the potion was finished, a powerful golden light suddenly burst out from Black Widow's body, and Batman was knocked over because he was so close. The surrounding tables and chairs were also damaged. Black Widow's whole body is like a small sun, lighting up the entire underground manor. If someone stands on the ground above at this time, they can feel that the earth is constantly shaking. Dust and debris constantly fall from the ceiling of the underground manor. After a long period of time, the shaking finally stopped, and the energy in Black Widow gradually returned to itself. Batman looked at the scene solemnly. He didn't know whether this was right or wrong, but he felt that he should believe in himself in the Ultimate Universe. That's why Black Widow was called over. Now in the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room, superheroes each have their own ideas, and Nick Fury, as S.H.I.E.L.D. director, has his own purpose. You have to find a helper, and it has to be a powerful helper. Black Widow with Sentry potion is the first choice, and Scarlet Witch, Martian Manhunter, etc. are all optional candidates. Wonder Woman Diana doesn't need to spend so much thought, because she was originally a member of the Justice League. After Superman returns, the Justice League will have more say. Batman really wants to imagine what it looks like in that image. unifying the superheroes and working towards a goal to be called unity. If everyone has their own thoughts, then this team does not need much external force. With a slight push, the inside will disintegrate first. It's a pity that there is no Superman in this world. Batman has asked his butler Afu to search for people all over the world, especially those in the Dragon Kingdom. If he can find Superman, the end of the parallel world, he will be the savior. However, after seeing so many images, Batman is sure of one thing, that is, in the end, Superman is unique. Whether it is a multi-universe or a dark multi-universe, there is only one ending Superman, but he will actively appear in different timelines. How does it feel? Hearing Batman's words, Black Widow stretched out her hand and carefully felt the force zone in her body. Not long after, he spoke slowly, I feel like I should be able to beat that Baiji now. That's good, this matter doesn't need to be kept secret, it doesn't matter even if it is discovered, because Clark should be back soon, and by that time, our real plan will begin. What's the plan? I wanted to bring the superheroes of this world together, just like the Ultimates. You want to rule? No, I just want everyone to unite. In this way, once that man appears, we can provide him with the greatest help. Hearing this, Black Widow nodded. Although the superheroes are trying to maintain world peace, their originally extraordinary power also gives them a rebellious character. If anyone can make them obedient, it should be Superman, the end of the Ultimate Universe, who can do it. The next day, everyone gathered again in the conference room of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. At the moment the image in the sky is about to play again. The Ancient One Magician, Martian Manhunter and Scarlet Witch all looked at Black Widow thoughtfully. The three of them had very strong energy sensing, so they felt the changes in Black Widow immediately. However, none of the three of them said anything. After all, it's not a bad thing. Having a stronger superhero sitting here can also add strength to the doomsday. Soon, the image in the sky played again. This is a wasteland. Corpses, dead bones, and broken limbs were scattered randomly on the ground, and the ground was wrapped in a thick layer of plasma. The smell of blood seemed to hit their faces, and many people who could not bear it directly vomited it out. This picture is really too awkward. At the end, there is a chair made of bones. It's the Laughing Bat. He is sitting on his own throne, admiring everything in front of him. 883. He held several chains in his hand, and the children infected by laughing gas and his biological son Damien were all dressed up as Robin. Tie chains around their necks, as if leading several dogs. Ha 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 ha, this world is too boring, can't you give me more surprises? I accidentally ruined it. It seems that I have no room to continue to degenerate. There was a hint of helplessness in the laughter of the Laughing Bat. Not to mention Blue Star, even the entire universe was played by him. Nowadays, all the planets are covered with scorched earth, and there is no time to play at all. He and a few dogs in his hands were the only ones left in the world. Just when the Laughing Bat was bored, a terrifying black mist suddenly appeared in front of him. Then the black mist turned into a man wearing a black robe. Hello, Bruce. The hoarse voice of the man in black resounded throughout the sky, and several robins roared uneasily. Ha 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 ha, who are you? You seem to have an interesting aura on your body. Me? Ha ha. I'm here to help you. Don't you think this universe is too boring? I can take you to other universes. That's where you should play. Chapter 73. Are you the one who helps me? Ha 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 ha. The Laughing Bat grinned widely, and that ferocious smile made people shudder. You better have a way to relieve my boredom, otherwise, no matter what you are, I will make you regret appearing in front of me. Hearing what the Laughing Bat said, the man in black robe didn't take it seriously. In the real world, information about this man in black robes also appears in people's minds. Barbatos. God of Darkness. At the beginning of the universe, little flashes of molten potential emerged in the darkness, immediately creating two opposite entities, matter and antimatter. Along with this came a pair of brothers, the Super Monitor and the Anti-Monitor, who were born to monitor all existing creations, and a third person whose mission was to guard the future. The third person lives in the world Melting Pot, which is the dark multi-universe. He is like a craftsman, forging the hopes and fears of all living things into countless universes, among which the most stable ones rise to the orbit of the universe, while those twisted and impermanent worlds will be destroyed by a dragon of the craftsman, allowing their energy to return to the world furnace. However, this dragon only saw destruction, and eventually killed its master, preserving the world that should have been destroyed. It is Barbatos, the personification of destruction and darkness, synonymous with despair. This guy is actually a god. God of Darkness, what is his purpose in finding the Laughing Bat? Damn it! Do gods like to play with us humans? If God really exists, why not kill all these damn dark gods? The people in the real world have deep resentments towards gods. After all, no so-called gods have ever performed miracles in front of them. The gods in the image, such as the Silver Surfer, the Planet Devourer, and the God of Darkness, do not seem to be gods who care about mankind. Now in the hearts of these people, only the figure fighting the darkness alone is the real god. The scene in the video continues. Barbatos, the god of darkness, told the Laughing Bat his thoughts. The place we live in is a dark multi-universe, which means that these worlds should have gone dark and then been destroyed. Your birth is inevitable. The mission of my existence is to completely smash the world you destroyed, and then continue the cycle without limit. But that would be boring, wouldn't it? So I killed my master. And I will use you to take revenge on the real main universe. When he said this, Barbatos' tone became extremely excited. He originally symbolized destruction. The scene of the Laughing Bat destroying the world was not a stimulant for him. But he was a little tired of watching these dark multi-universes constantly destroyed, reborn, and destroyed again. Until one day, something indescribable and impossible to look at appeared in front of me. Only then did he realize how insignificant he was. Even his former master was not 1/1,000,000th of that indescribable thing. The unspeakable gave him a mission, which was to take these monsters of the dark multi-universe to the real multi-universe. Turn all those multi-universes into dark multi-universes. Just as he wants. Revenge on the main universe. The Laughing Bat was obviously interested in what Barbatos said. He didn't think that he was just a part of the dark multi-universe, and he hated the idea that everything was arranged. It took him a long time to destroy the entire world because it was inevitable. How can this work? Ha 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 ha, let's go, take me to the so-called main universe and let me see the real Bruce. Don't worry, I've prepared a few companions for you before you go again. Companion? Are you kidding me? How could I need someone else to be my companion? Hearing the words of the Laughing Bat, Barbatos smiled and said, you will like it. These are not others, but you, Bruce. After saying that, Barbatos held his big hand for a moment, and black holes appeared one after another in the surrounding space. After the black hole completely expanded, a figure walked out of it. Bruce Wayne, the Red Death, is covered with the Speed Force and possesses the Flash ability. Bruce Wayne, who possesses Cyborg's ability to control machines, is a killing machine. Bruce Wayne, who exudes the power of the Green Lantern ring, is the Lantern of Dawn. The female Bruce Wayne holding the golden trident drowns the resentful soul. Wearing the helmet of Ares, the god of war, Bruce Wayne unleashes his divine power with an iron fist. And Bruce Wayne, the Destroyer, who is wrapped in spikes and has an aura of destruction in his eyes. The Flash, Cyborg, Green Lantern, Aquaman, Ares, and Doomsday. The abilities of these 6 people are combined with the 6 Bruce Waynes from different dark multi-universes. They are all Batmans in that world, and just like the Laughing Bat, they also have a past full of darkness. The Dark Knights are officially formed. Barbatos looked at the 7 Batmans in front of him, including the Laughing Bat, and nodded with satisfaction. The Dark Knights were the basis for him to invade the multi-universe. Ha 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 ha. The Laughing Bat laughed loudly. As a combination of Joker and Batman, he is the craziest one among the few, and at the same time the one with the clearest mind. Seeing the familiar auras on the Batmans in front of him, he was very satisfied. So I didn't say that I didn't need a companion. Besides, these are not companions, because each one is himself. Bruce Wayne. Let me go and see how those guys in the main universe can let our universe be nourishment for them. Hearing this, Barbatos also laughed out loud. Mono Zhao. Ha 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 ha, Bruce Wayne, everything you want is in that world. I will personally send you there. I hope you can succeed, although I want to put you in other multi-universes first. But that would be too boring, so why don't we start attacking directly from the main universe? Definitely. Many superheroes from S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer know what to say. Batman, Bruce Wayne. They have seen the birth of the Laughing Bat and know how terrifying this man is after Blacken. Now it's good, there are 6 more guys at the same level as the Laughing Bat. And each one is terrifying. Finally, even Batman, who combined with Doomsday, came out. How to fight against this so-called Dark Knights if they invade their universe. A Laughing Bat is going to kill you. Chapter 74. Bruce, you. Wonder Woman Diana at the moment also has an expression that is hesitant to speak. Through the appearance of Barbatos in the image just now, they all understood that the existence of the dark multi-universe was inevitable. In other words, those dark multi-universe worlds have been fixed. But what I didn't expect was that Batman actually has so many dark sides. You know, there are 7 members in this Dark Knights, all of whom are Batman Bruce Wayne. In other words, at least 7 multi-universes were destroyed by them. And the reasons are also different. Batman was originally a Dark Knight, and his mental ability and resistance to darkness should be much stronger than those superheroes standing in the sun. But it turns out that's not the case. It's too easy for you, Blacken. The one closest to the darkness is indeed the one most likely to fall into the darkness. B. Wonder Woman suddenly took a breath of cold air. If you look at it this way, who is the person closest to the darkness now? It's the end. It was the man she had an inexplicable love for in her heart. He was the one closest to the darkness, and he didn't know how long he had been fighting against the darkness. So is he still the same person now? 887 This is not just Wonder Woman's idea. Everyone is thinking about this issue. Judging from the world that exists in only a few images, Superman has been fighting against the darkness for who knows how long. Even at the end of World No. 001, his eyes were lifeless and he seemed to have lost all human emotions. You know, in the Ultimate Universe, that man was still full of tenderness and sunshine. The unique Oriental temperament is vividly displayed in his body. Otherwise, how could Batman, the Dark Knight, be willing and supportive of letting Superman lead the world? Captain Marvel, who was sitting on the chair, looked at Batman with a wary expression and said righteously, "You have all seen it. I am not going to say anything else. Bruce, you have too many Darkseids, and now I have them in your hands. Those things are enough to destroy our world several times. In this case, do you still think that he does not need to be under supervision? The Bruce of our world is still Batman. Ms. Carroll, if you have any objections, why don't you go and see Asgard first?" Iron Man's tone was mocking. He is completely on the opposite side of Captain Marvel. If Captain America hadn't used his shield at the critical moment yesterday, he would have been dead. When talking about Asgard, Thor also had a bit of anger on his face. In fact, he is also a person who understands the truth. Even if Asgard is really destroyed, Captain Marvel cannot be blamed. He has no obligation to save his hometown. It's just that Thor is unhappy with Captain Marvel's bossy look. Heroes are those who face danger and face it. People who feel that they cannot save the world and instead retreat are not heroes, but they are also normal people. And people like Captain Marvel who think they are righteous but retreat at critical moments are the kind of people that Thor can't stand the most. What kind of archway should be erected here? Okay, let's continue watching the video and stop arguing. Nick Fury doesn't want the situation he finally created to collapse again. In the image of at the moment, the picture turned and came to a peaceful world. Over the metropolis, a plane full of passengers seemed to have a problem, constantly emitting black smoke. The plane that lost power was about to crash into a building not far away, and the people below also screamed in surprise. At this moment, a red and blue figure appeared directly under the plane. The S on the chest is extremely conspicuous. It's Superman Clark. I saw Superman exerting force with both hands, and there was a slight shape-shifting at the bottom of the plane. Immediately the whole plane started to fight against him. Superman carried the plane and slowly landed on the ground, found a large enough space, and placed the plane on the ground easily. This is the daily life of superheroes. Seeing that all the passengers inside were okay, Superman took off directly on the spot and disappeared from people's eyes. In a laboratory, Batman frowned as he looked at the corpse in front of him. Just at this moment Superman walked in. "Bruce, how's it going? Did you find out anything?" Hearing this, Batman raised his head and said in a low voice, "Nothing was found. This person seems to have appeared suddenly, but if he appears suddenly..." Batman walked up to the body and lifted the white cloth covering it. A scene that stunned Superman appeared. Because it was covered with white cloth, the face of the corpse could not be seen. Now after lifting the white cloth, it is clearly Bruce's appearance. In addition, there were countless wounds on the body, so it was clearly Batman who had been fighting for half his life. VR. Superman looked at Bruce, then at the body below, and was speechless for a moment. "I've done a DNA comparison, and this person is indeed me," Batman said calmly. "Is it really you? This joke is a bit too big." Superman also smiled bitterly. The Justice League has encountered countless problems since its establishment, but this matter is a bit tricky right now. This body was escorted by a group of terrorists before and was stopped by Superman. There was a coffin inside. After discovering the body, Superman handed it over to Batman. Because Batman is very good at finding clues. But now there's some trouble. It's Batman who's investigating the case, and it's Batman who's lying underneath. How can this work? Stop talking about me. Batman rubbed his sore forehead and turned to look at Superman. "How are you doing there? The Kryptonian spacecraft hasn't explored it yet, okay? By the way, I just wanted to tell you." As he spoke, Superman handed Batman a book of information. "This is what I found on the spacecraft. After comparing it with the Code of Life, I found that this spacecraft is a very old Kryptonian technology. It definitely did not appear before the destruction of Krypton, but I don't know how many times it has wandered in the universe. Year, the regiment landed on Blue Star. Are there no traces of human life inside? Batman cares very much about the Kryptonians. General Zod and his men came to Blue Star before, and their fight with Superman almost demolished a city. If another group of Kryptonians came, they would be dead. At this time, Superman's face became serious. Although there are no traces of human life, I found the existence of people in the nutrition compartment inside. Chapter 75. Superman's words obviously meant that Batman was stunned. After a while, he looked at Superman. Is there anyone there? Superman nodded seriously and continued, there is a man in the nutrition compartment. Is he a Kryptonian? Yes, he is wearing a black combat uniform, very similar to mine. Hearing Superman's words, Batman frowned, then sighed and said, an unknown Kryptonian appeared, and these things at the moment, what happened recently? The man with the aura of Krypton is still sleeping. We have already blocked the place. It's better not to touch him yet, because we don't know whether he is a friend or an enemy. Let's do this for now. Batman sighed, even if his IQ was as high as his, there was nothing good he could add for a while. Boom. At this moment, the ground shook. Batman and Superman, who were in the laboratory, were caught off guard and almost fell down from the inexplicable shock. The two of them didn't have time to say anything, so they opened the door and walked out. I saw several black lightnings falling constantly in the sky of the metropolis. Bruce, let me go and take a look first. Sensing the strangeness of the situation, Superman stood up and flew in the direction of the lightning. Batman also immediately walked to his Batmobile and jumped in with a single stride, driving the Batmobile in the direction of lightning. At the same time, the center of the metropolis. A lot of superheroes are already here. Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, they all came right here in the course of their missions. Martian Manhunter stood on a building and looked at the scene with a solemn look. He felt an evil force constantly emanating from the black lightning. The surrounding people had already evacuated spontaneously, and those who had no time to escape were also greeted by superheroes who came to help. Boom. There was a loud bang. A giant black lightning fell from the sky, the car was blown up, and the ground was lifted up. Wherever the firelight fell, the neighing of war horses and evil laughter could be heard. What is that? Martian Manhunter also flew down from the building. Looking at the fire in front of him, there was something wrong with his telepathy ability. He had no idea who or what the other person was. SSS. The sound of horse hooves hitting the ground was heard. Several superheroes were all on guard. It was obvious that this sudden thing did not come with good intentions. At the moment, the firelight fluctuated. Several figures rode out of it on war horses. Is that Bruce? Or Joker? Cyborg's eyes widened. He saw the figure in the front clearly. It was clearly Bruce wearing a bat battlesuit. If anything, it was probably because his eyes were completely covered by a visor full of spikes. Pale skin, yellow teeth, ripped corners of the mouth, and that iconic smile, isn't that Joker? Joker wearing a bat battlesuit. Ha 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 ha, there are really some familiar faces. The laughing bat laughed and looked at the superheroes around him. As soon as he opened his mouth, several superheroes were stunned. This was Bruce's voice, but it was different from the previous deep feeling. The Bruce's voice in front of him was full of madness and publicity. Who are you? You. Cyborg originally wanted to ask the identity of the person in front of him and then transmit his image to the Justice League, but found that he could no longer connect to the internet. Next to the laughing bat, another figure riding a hell horse appeared. Killing Machine. When he appeared, he directly cut off Cyborg's access to the internet. Immediately afterwards, members of the Dark Knights such as the Dawn Lamp, the Drowning Soul, the Merciless Iron Fist, the Devastator, and the Red Death all walked out of the fire. This. The Flash who came over saw the scene and was speechless. He even doubted himself and patted his head. 1, 2, 3. Guys, I seem to be sick. I saw 7 Batmans appearing in front of me. At this time, it was obvious that no one would joke with him anymore, and everyone looked at the 7 Batmans in front of them. The momentum from his body is constantly exuding. Because the 7 Batmans in front of them only have madness and destruction, not the calmness that Batman usually has. Bang. At this moment, Superman also arrived. Seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Oh Clark, you're here too? Really, why do you always appear first in every world I go to? I don't have time to play with you at all. Hey. The laughing bat made a helpless cry. Sigh. Before coming to this main universe, they passed through several multi-universes. Needless to say, basically no one can survive under the iron heel of the Dark Knights. One multi-universe after another was ruthlessly destroyed by them. Now that he has finally reached the so-called main universe, the corners of the laughing bat's mouth are becoming more and more cracked. Bruce. How could Superman forget this voice? He was with Batman just now. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, so many Batmans would appear in front of them. No. There's something else in there. Martian Manhunter looked solemnly at the innermost part of the fire. Although 7 Batmans were now standing in front of them all, Martian Manhunter could feel that the big guy inside was probably a greater threat. Ha 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 ha, Clark, your blank expression is so great. In every multi-universe, you always have this expression when you see me. Even after despair, you are still like this. This is the so-called center of the universe. The laughing bat covered his forehead with one hand and laughed constantly. What the hell is this guy? Boom. Before Cyborg could finish speaking, a figure appeared directly in front of him. The Ravager. Doomsday Batman. The armful of spikes punched him directly. Cyborg flew out in response, and Superman didn't have time to think too much. He rushed over and grabbed the Ravager's hands with both hands, and the two started to compete. The breath of destruction. Superman was shocked when he felt the scent of the Ravager. But before he could say anything more, the Tormentor broke away one of his hands, and the huge fist hit Superman hard on the face. Boom 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 boom. This time, the Ravager obviously used greater strength, and the red and blue figure penetrated several buildings. Diana, I still really miss you. Wonder Woman just wanted to help, but was blocked by a figure of huge amounts. The iron wristband with the helm of Ares. Chapter 76. The power of Ares. As Wonder Woman, how could she not know what the power in front of her was? The god-killing sword in his hand struck directly at Wu Ming's iron fist. Clang. Batman has always been responsible for intelligence, as you can see by watching the Laughing Bat. They are clearly Batman and Joker, but the combination of these two mortals can destroy a world with their superb IQ. No matter what kind of extraordinary power is coupled with such a mind, it will exert unexpected powerful effects. The same goes for Wonder Woman. She could obviously defeat Ares, the god of war, but when the iron fist with the power of Ares' helmet came to her, she felt the oppression of a god. The god-killing sword was directly blocked by Wu Ming's iron fist with one hand. The god-killing sword held in Wu Ming's other hand struck hard at Wonder Woman. Faced with this powerful blow, Wonder Woman had no time to abandon her sword and dodge. In a hurry, she used her shield to block it in front of her. Clang. First there was a roar of metal collision, and then, the shield that could defend against the power of gods actually had a crack. Wonder Woman's jade-like arm was instantly broken. But she didn't lose her fighting spirit. Drink. Wonder Woman put her arms together, and a powerful shockwave directly overturned Wu Ming's iron arm. She took the opportunity to pick up the god-killing sword and shield and stepped back. Seeing that the fight had already begun, Martian Manhunter had no intention of watching the excitement. He rushed directly towards the Ravager who knocked Superman away. Martian Manhunter, who has the strength of an upgraded version of Superman, is completely unafraid of the Ravager in front of him. Boom. The fists of the two collided together, and the air wave directly smashed the surrounding cars and ruins. Boom 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 boom. Martian Manhunter and the Devastator struck each other round and round. People who are also super strong and have super defense don't even bother to dodge, and punch to the flesh. The sonic boom echoed throughout the sky. The ground was completely shattered. The two fought from the ground to the sky. For a while, there was no way to tell the winner. But Martian Manhunter became more and more frightened as he fought. He had only read the description of the Day of Destruction from previous information, but he did not expect that when it was applied to him, it would be so terrifying. The so-called Ravager opposite has an armor made of spikes that is not as tough as Superman's steel body. And each punch is slightly more powerful than the last one. If Martian Manhunter couldn't feel any power from the previous fist, then the pain from the current fist is unbearable. If this continues, it won't be long before this so-called Ravager can kill him with one punch. Can't go down anymore. Thinking of this, Martian Manhunter retracted his fist and allowed the huge amounts of fists of the Ravager to attack. He had no intention of avoiding or defending. Boom. The huge fist hit Martian Manhunter directly in the face with a sonic boom. But a scene occurred that stunned the Ravager. His fist actually went straight through Martian Manhunter's face. This punch was empty. The moment the Devastator was defeated, Martian Manhunter's eyes turned red and his heat vision shot out. Sizzle. A harsh sound sounded, and the terrifying heat vision directly tore the skin of the Ravager. His back was burned over a large area. Roar. The Destroyer roared, turned his head and continued to hit Martian Manhunter, but as expected, his fist passed through Martian Manhunter's body again. Boom. After the Ravager's fist passed through Martian Manhunter's body, Martian Manhunter also punched the Ravager on the back of the head. This punch directly shattered the spiked armor on the back of the Ravager's head. The Devastator's entire body also fell directly to the ground like a meteor. Boom. As a result, a building collapsed directly, and dust and smoke filled the air. At the same time, two red lightning bolts were constantly chasing each other on the ground. It's the Flash and the Red Death. Both possess the power of the Speed Force. Sparks and lightning collided with each other all the way. It was obvious that the Red Death was faster, but because of the integration of the Flash berry from that world, the personality of the Flash would occasionally appear when the Red Death used the Speed Force. Under this interference, the two fought evenly. Buzz. The Batmobile finally arrived at this time. Batman walked down from above, and when he saw this scene, his brain was spinning rapidly. It seems that this situation has been figured out. Boo-hoo-hoo. Several batarangs were shot directly towards the Laughing Bat. 0. Dang dang. The Laughing Bat sat on the warhorse and reached out casually to catch all the incoming batarangs. Ha 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 ha, Bruce from the main universe, you are finally here. I remembered that I should have given you a gift. Do you like it? Hearing this, Batman said in a low voice, did you send Bruce's body? Definitely. The Laughing Bat spread his hands and said with a smile, you haven't seen what's in his heart, have you? In addition to a letter of challenge, there is also a gift I prepared for you. Judging from your current state, tisk tisk tisk, it must be it's not opened. Really, I've been preparing for a long time, why don't you dissect him? Batman said nothing, his sharp eyes staring closely at the Laughing Bat. If something like this happened, he would dissect the body as soon as possible. However, because Superman rushed over just now, he missed the opportunity to learn about the corpse. With the evil appearance of the man in front of him, the gift he mentioned was definitely not a good thing. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Batman's pupils tightened. What did he see? Several children laughed and came to the feet of the Laughing Bat. These children were all dressed as Robin, but they were tied up with iron chains like dogs. Especially one of them. That's Damian. His biological son. Batman looked at the 5.4 Laughing Bat with piercing eyes and roared, what have you done, UBD? You mean Damian? The Laughing Bat had an innocent expression, shrugged and said, he was transformed by me voluntarily. He is indeed my son. He even thinks the same as me. Bruce, do you want me to help you transform this world? Damian also. Bang. Before he finished speaking, Batman interrupted the Laughing Bat with the flying darts in his hand. Definitely, unsurprisingly, the Batarang can't do any damage to the Laughing Bat at all. They are both Bruce Wayne, they know each other too well, weapons, methods, and even ideas. Get away. Bruce. With a loud roar, Superman came into the air, holding a huge boulder in both hands, and smashed it directly towards the location of the Dark Knights. Chapter 77. Boom. The huge boulder hit the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble, and the glass on the surrounding buildings was directly shattered by the airwaves. All the people here have been arranged to evacuate. With the help of other superheroes from the Justice League, it is easy for the people to evacuate safely. It was left to those present to evacuate this battlefield. After all, like Superman, Martian Manhunter and Wonder Woman, the aftermath of battles can completely turn a city into ruins. So every time such a crisis occurs, the first thing the superheroes of the Justice League have to do is to help people evacuate. Huge amounts of stones were smashed to the ground by Superman, and the powerful force directly caused the boulders to fall apart. The people of the Dark Knights also completely disappeared. Martian Manhunter slowly fell from the sky. He ignored Superman and stared at the building he destroyed before. He could sense that the destroyer had not lost its combat effectiveness at the moment. Boom. Sure enough, just when Martian Manhunter was checking the situation, there was a loud noise from the ruins, and large pieces of gravel flew out. 20. A ferocious figure jumped out from the ruins. Just as Superman was about to come over, he was stopped by Martian Manhunter's angry shout. Clark. You go deal with the others. Leave this to me. After hearing this, Superman flew in the direction of the broken boulder without looking back. Martian Manhunter served as the ceiling in the Justice League, and Superman was not worried about his safety. After all, both of them possess super strength, super speed, and a series of plug-in powers. If that enemy can easily deal with Martian Manhunter, even if Superman comes over, it will be in vain. Roar. A roar. The Devastator rushed directly towards Martian Manhunter. Martian Manhunter once again activated his incorporeal state, which is a move that can withstand all physical damage. Huge amounts of the Devastator's body passed through the Martian Manhunter, directly smashing into the buildings in the distance. Whoosh. Martian Manhunter came directly behind the Ravager and punched again. But this time, his fist actually passed directly through the body of the Ravager. Because too much force was used, Martian Manhunter's body rushed forward directly. In his peripheral vision, Martian Manhunter saw the ferocious smile of the Ravager. Boom. The Devastator clenched his fists together and hit Martian Manhunter hard on the back. This directly caused the already fragmented building to collapse instantly, and the surrounding ground was directly lifted up. The powerful force caused Martian Manhunter to sink deeply into the ditch, and even the groundwater was knocked out, washing away the dust in the air like a fountain. Ha 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 ha. Superman and Batman were just about to help Martian Manhunter when they heard loud laughter coming from the ruins ahead. Tuk tuk. The sound of horse hooves sounded. The people from the Dark Knight slowly walked out. The Laughing Bat, the Wraith of Drowning, and the creepy Lantern of Dawn. As for the Red Death, Killing Machine, and Devastator, they faced their respective opponents. Woo-Ming Iron Fist walked out slowly, still holding Wonder Woman in his hand. It was obvious that Wonder Woman lost in this battle. Lost to the ruthless Iron Fist, who also possesses deity's power. Diana. Batman looked anxiously at Iron Fist. The latter directly grabbed Wonder Woman and swung it hard, and Wonder Woman shot straight at her like a cannonball. Bang. Superman held onto Wonder Woman and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she still had her eyes open. It's too boring to kill you now. I'll wait until I destroy this world and let you die in despair. Woo Mercy Iron Fist looked at Wonder Woman and said with a ferocious smile. Bruce, although I don't know what happened to you, but look around you, this is the world you have been protecting, how could you? Stop it, Clark, you BD are disturbing me. Facing Superman's words of justice, the Laughing Bat covered his ears like a child. Seeing Superman shut his mouth, the Laughing Bat took his hands off his ears and said, ha 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 ha, Clark, it's really you. No matter in which world you meet me, you always say the same thing. However, I still tortured and killed your whole family. This world is the main universe now. If you are simply ruined, I will be very disappointed. Do you know that you are our first main course? What a pity to be eaten like this, ha 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 ha. The laughter of the Laughing Bat is full of arrogance. Batman hasn't spoken since just now, quietly looking at the Bruce around him, seemingly collecting information. Ha 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 ha, Bruce, from the look on your face, you seem to be thinking of bad ideas, but that's okay, I'll give you some time to fight back, the game is interesting. 3 days, I'll give you 3 days. The Laughing Bat slowly raised 3 fingers. Remember, you only have 3 days. After 3 days, we will completely destroy the world. Ha 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 ha, come and try to organize me. Justice League and Batman. Having said that, the Devastator, the Red Death and the Killing Machine all returned here. Just like the Laughing Bat said, it seems that they really want to give the people of this world 3 days. Seeing this scene, Superman wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Batman. Clark, let's leave first, we need to prepare some things. 640. Although Superman was unwilling to give in, he knew that what Batman said was right. Then they directly put Wonder Woman and Martian Manhunter in the distance on their shoulders, and the Justice League and the others turned around and left. They need some time to prepare for this war. After several people left completely, Barbatos, who was hidden in the firelight, came out. Bruce, would you be so kind as to give them 3 days? Definitely, no way. Ha 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 ha. The Laughing Bat laughed again. We are the so-called bad guys, how can we give them time? I just want to see their angry faces. Oh. Barbatos became interested. When are you going to attack them? The 7 Dark Knights around said in unison, now. Having said that, the 7 people started to drive to the metropolis. They wanted to completely spread destruction and despair throughout the Blue Star Ministers. When people all over the world are used as supplies, the expressions on their faces should be very beautiful. The Laughing Bat said with a grin. Let's start executing our plan. The 7 Dark Knights have different experiences and abilities. But their common goal now is to completely destroy the so-called main universe and make the main universe the nourishment of the dark multi-universe. Chapter 78. The image pauses. Real world, inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room. After seeing the Dark Knights invading the world, I can already guess it. Main universe. This world is the main universe where the Justice League lives. Since it is called the main universe and has been explained by Barbatos, this universe must be the center of the multi-universe, which means that all parallel worlds revolve around this main universe. If that universe is the main universe, what is their universe? Is it just one of the multi-universes? Thinking of this, everyone was a little confused. And what they don't know is the difference between the main universe and the ultimate universe. After all, these two names seem to have the qualifications to become the center of the multi-universe, and the images also show that the ultimate universe is much stronger than other universes in terms of the fighting power of the superheroes and the appearance of the world. Bruce, you can tell me anything you want, we are partners. The Flash put a hand on Batman's shoulder, and said with some comfort that he had seen Batman appear in 7 parallel universes, especially the Red Death with the Speed Force. He knew that Batman seemed to have more darkness in his heart than other people. Such a person would not be easily shaken, But if he was blackened, it would be death. Don't think about using so-called justice, love, and friendship to influence him, it's simply impossible. Bruce, you. The Flash was old-fashioned and planned to be a close brother, but when he saw Batman's cold eyes, he immediately took his hand back and remained silent. He thought again of the tragedy of the Red Death. It can be clearly seen in the image that when the Red Death used the Speed Force, two faces appeared on his head. One is from Batman and the other is from the Flash Barry. This is the result of forced integration. It is estimated that the Flash in that world must be in pain all the time. Even if he can occasionally come out to fight for control of his body, how can he compete with Blacken's Batman in terms of will? Okay, let's not talk about it for now. Thor, I have prepared the flight machine. We can go to Asgard at any time. Iron Man looked at Thor and said seriously. Iron Man has been preparing these things day and night for the past 2 days, just for this matter. Thor is an important role in the Avengers, and Iron Man cannot remain indifferent. Even Batman and Green Lantern use their own technology to help. Although Ant-Man also wanted to contribute, he was rejected by Thor, not that he had any opinions on Ant-Man in this world. But after watching Ant-Man in the zombie universe, it is estimated that no one can maintain the previous mentality. Even the Wasp has completely broken up with Ant-Man. Thor. Green Lantern looked at Thor and hesitated to speak. It doesn't matter, just tell me what you know. Thor took a deep breath. These days, Green Lantern has contacted the Green Lantern Corps to ask about Asgard. Now I have received a reply, but the Green Man doesn't know how to speak. After hearing Thor's calm tone, Green Lantern slowly spoke. Some time ago, Darkseid, the Dark Lord of Apocalypse, and Thanos, the cosmic overlord of Titan, teamed up to break into Asgard. The god King Odin went to fight, but was eventually killed by Darkseid's Omega rays. The god queen and the people of Asgard were all slaughtered. By the time the Green Lantern Corps arrived there, the entire Asgard had been turned into ruins. Boom. Thor's eyes were filled with blue lightning, and his whole body exuded a super strong aura. The power of Thor that was his was awakening at this moment. Sizzling. Above the sky, there were dark clouds and lightning and thunder. Everyone was shocked by Thor's outburst at this moment. Darkseid. Thanos. Thor roared. God King Odin died in battle, God Queen and the people of Asgard were slaughtered, and when they came out, their family was gone. How could Thor endure this? Thor, calm down. The Green Lantern Corps has not found nothing. There is still a survivor in Asgard. HT. Upon hearing this, Thor turned into a bolt of lightning and came to Green Lantern, grabbing Green Lantern's arm with both hands. There was a crisp sound of bones rubbing together. D. The power of the Green Lantern ring appeared and turned into 2 armors covering Green Lantern's arms. The green light woke Thor up, and he quickly let go of his hand and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Hal, I'm a little too excited. It doesn't matter. Green Lantern shook his head, and then continued, the Green Lantern Corps found the man who led the army to destroy Blue Star, Loki, and Asgard was destroyed. It seems that he was the only one to escape. Loki. Hearing this name, Thor felt a mixture of emotions, including joy and disappointment. He was happy that his brother survived, but he was disappointed that only his brother survived. Loki, where is he now? He doesn't want to come to Blue Star. Because he is a criminal who caused the war, he is currently under the care of the Green Lantern Corps. If you want to see him, when we go to Asgard, I will let the Green Lantern Corps take him with him. Go. Okay. Let's set off now. Asgard, the kingdom of gods, take me with you. Batman said calmly, I also need to see the traces of the battle between Darkseid and Thanos. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Everyone knows how terrifying Batman's IQ is, and he might be able to find the weaknesses of Darkseid and Thanos with some cobweb traces. Count me in. And I'll go with you. My old friend is here, and I'll see him off as well. Wonder Woman, Scarlet Witch, Ancient One Magician and Martian Manhunter all expressed their intention to go. No one is sure whether Darkseid and Thanos will still be around Asgard, able to bring more people, and have the ability to resist. Otherwise, if Thor goes alone, even if he has awakened the power that truly belongs to him, it will probably be in vain. The reputations of Darkseid and Thanos are extremely clear in this world now. Especially the Emperor Thanos, who hung on the wall of origin before. The moment he appeared, his strength had clearly appeared in everyone's mind. Destroy the multi-universe. Countless lives, including gods, were killed head-on by him alone. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. Chapter 79. Not to mention Darkseid. As the Dark Lord of Apocalypse, after integrating the 2 worlds, his fame spread throughout the universe. The only defeat he experienced was when he led an army to invade Blue Star hundreds of years ago. You know, that time it was the god King Zeus, the god of war Ares, Atlantis, Paradise Island, and the Green Lantern Corps. These powerful forces joined forces with the gods to repel it. Now that so much time has passed, Darkseid's strength will only become stronger. Thank you all. Thor looked at the superheroes around him with a grateful expression. We are good friends. By the way, is Asgard really a kingdom of gods? Are there any of those legendary gods in it, such as... Okay, Parker, stop talking. Faced with Spider-Man's talkative nature, Iron Man reluctantly interrupted. Sorry, Mr. Stark. Spider-Man closed his mouth. He also knew that he seemed to have stepped on a thunderbolt. You know, Asgard had been destroyed, and he was still asking questions about what Thor would think. In fact, Thor is not angry. What does Darkseid and Thanos, who destroyed Asgard, have to do with his companions? I'll go to 050 with you too. Captain Marvel stood up with a strong tone. If we really meet Thanos and Darkseid this time, I will help you. No one answered her. Everyone looked at Captain Marvel with strange expressions in their eyes. In fact, this is a good thing, because I have to admit that Captain Marvel is very powerful, but what she says in this tone makes people uncomfortable no matter how hard it is to listen to it. Are you helping them? Whether Iron Man, Wonder Woman, or Martian Manhunter, they all have their own personalities and pride. Suddenly someone comes and talks to you from a very high perspective and wants to help you. It doesn't sound strange to you. Captain, oh no, Ms. Carroll, you should rest well on Blue Star. Iron Man did not save Captain Marvel any face. Stark, what do you mean? Literal meaning. Facing Captain Marvel's wrath, Iron Man didn't care at all. He just thinks Captain Marvel is a crazy woman. Okay, Tony, stop making trouble. Nick Fury said helplessly. For Iron Man, he has no idea at all. What identity should he use to order others? Strength? Wealth? Or status? A billionaire playboy whose company is world famous, and a genius scientist who manufactures steel armor capable of dealing with crises that would destroy the world. I can't say anything about my IQ, and I can't even say anything about my rhetoric. This is where Nick Fury is helpless. I'm not making trouble. I want to ask everyone here, if we go to Asgard and really meet Thanos and Darkseid, can any of you give your back to this woman? Someone spoke, but the expression on the door proved it. They can't trust Captain Marvel. In addition to her strong and arrogant character, she also turned around and left after going to Asgard and meeting Darkseid and Thanos. In addition, she took action against Batman as if no one was watching. Who dares to expose their back to such a person? At that time, on the one hand, we have to fight Thanos and Darkseid, and on the other hand, we have to keep an eye on Captain Marvel? Wouldn't that be causing trouble for ourselves? Nick Fury sighed secretly. It was also his idea to let Captain Marvel go to Asgard with her, in order to ease the relationship between her and these superheroes. Now it seems that it is a whim, and they will not give this opportunity to ease. We can only talk about it later. Forget it, Carol, just stay. It just so happens that our superheroes are gone, and we need people to protect the safety of Blue Star. Hearing this, Captain Marvel stopped talking, but the look in her eyes when she looked at Iron Man was, catch, inexplicable and deep. Iron Man doesn't care about this. I discussed the candidate directly with everyone. Eventually, Iron Man, Thor, Batman, Scarlet Witch, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Ancient One Magician, Cyborg, Black Widow and others went to Asgard. As for the others, they stayed on Blue Star to deal with the subsequent crisis. Martian Manhunter originally wanted to go with him, but after being called out by Batman to say a few words, he stayed. Obviously, Martian Manhunter is Batman's backup man. Now that Superman is gone, and Captain Marvel is so powerful, Martian Manhunter needs to stay to contain her. Otherwise, when the superheroes who went to Asgard come back, we still don't know what this alliance of superheroes will become. Black Widow represents SHIELD. No one knows that she now has the power of 1 million fixed stars. If Nick Fury knew about it, he would definitely not let Black Widow follow him. You know, Black Widow is the eye that Nick Fury thinks he inserted into these heroes. No matter what happens in Asgard, Black Widow will report back the specific information. How could Nick Fury let her go if he knew she had reached some kind of deal with Batman? The group of people came directly to the top of the Stark building, where a flight vehicle was parked. Because the time was short, the flight machine produced was not very gorgeous, with the Stark Industries logo on it. Everyone, this is the first space travel. Although there has been no formal experiment, I think there should be no problem. Iron Man shrugged indifferently. The people who came were not ordinary people, so they couldn't be scared. So everyone got on the flight machine, and Thor's mood was extremely complicated. He will return to his hometown soon, but his current hometown should have been reduced to ruins. After getting on the flight machine, Green Lantern also directly activated the power of the Green Lantern ring, and the entire flight machine was covered with a layer of green light. This is both a layer of protection and navigation. After all, after arriving in the universe, the signal is weak and it is impossible to tell the direction, so the fat of the green ring is needed. Originally, the Ancient One magician could use the power of magic to allow everyone to reach Asgard directly. However, the current timeline is chaotic and multi-universes are layered on top of each other. Asgard is too far away. If something happens to the magic accidentally, everyone may not know where they will be teleported. Therefore, using the power of this technology, flight is the best choice. Boom. The propeller below the flight machine burst out into flames and disappeared from people's sight in an instant. Nick Fury returns to the S.H.I.E.L.D. building with the remaining superheroes. Chapter 80. Asgard. It is the realm of all Aesir gods and some Vanir gods in Norse mythology. It can also be called the Aesir domain. All gods who respect Odin as their main god live here. Because it is the residence of gods, it is full of prosperity on weekdays. It is truly a dream land, and the residence of the Lord of the Nine Realms must not be shabby. He has the best environment and the most beautiful creatures in the universe, but at this moment, the entire Asgard has become a ruin. Those tall and classical buildings were all destroyed, and the laughter of the past could no longer be heard. Looking around, the strong wind rolled up the yellow sand. The ruins tell the story of the past. In the air, there was only the roar of the strong wind. Boom. At this moment, a flight slowly landed on the land of Asgard. The door of the flight machine opened, and several people of different shapes walked down. It's the superheroes from Blue Star. Thor. As soon as Thor stepped off the flight machine, he flew towards the depths. Looking at the ruins around him, he knelt down directly, with tears in his eyes. Father, Mother, I came back late. Thor's heart was filled with guilt. Even though he knew that even if he was here, he couldn't stop Darkseid and Thanos at all, but as a son of man, his family and everyone in his hometown were slaughtered, but he was not around. That feeling suffocated him. In the sky, green lights lit up. The Green Lantern Corps have arrived. Green Lantern Hal here also immediately made his light ring shine to let them determine their position. Bang bang bang. Green Lanterns in combat uniforms fell to the ground one by one. In the center of them was a man who was shackled and guarded by two Green Lantern Corps members. The son of Odin and the one who committed great sins before, Loki. Seeing this scene, Thor put away his sadness, stepped forward, and held Loki in his arms. Thank God, you're okay. Loki didn't speak. If he were normal, he would inevitably tease Thor at this moment, but after experiencing such a doomsday, Loki's heart has completely changed. At the moment, his eyes were blank, and he just let Thor hold him in his arms. After a while, Thor let go of Loki's shoulders and asked in confusion, Loki, what's wrong with you? People from the Green Lantern Corps on the side quickly stepped forward to explain, he has been like this since we got here. He didn't say a word. The reason why we recognized his identity was because of the news that Hal had sent back before. Act as a true cosmic peacekeeper. They must understand the invasion of Blue Star with the army. Hal, the Green Lantern on Blue Star, also told headquarters about the last invasion of Thanos' army. These days, the Green Lantern Corps is constantly inquiring about Thanos in the universe. The reason is to stop Thanos when he invades others. But no one expected that the Green Lantern Corps would find traces of Thanos near the star apocalypse. As the Dark Lord, Darkseid is also notorious in the universe. Although the Green Lantern Corps wants to maintain the peace of the universe, it is impossible to directly go to Apocalypse to start a war. So they sent people to stay around the Apocalypse star, wanting to see what the two cosmic overlords plan to do. As a result, Darkseid and Thanos took the fleet directly to Asgard so fast that the Green Lantern Corps did not even react. They need to report the situation to headquarters, and then send a legion to stop the war. After all, they are facing the Dark Monarch of Apocalypse and the Overlord of Titan. It was during this time that Darkseid and Thanos destroyed the entire Asgard. When the Green Lantern Corps arrived, they only saw a devastated Asgard and Loki pinned beneath a boulder. Because Loki is the prince of Asgard and his status as a war criminal, the Green Lantern Corps immediately notified Green Lantern Hal on the Blue Star. Loki. Speak. Thor became anxious because Loki kept silent. He thought his brother was seriously injured. I'm fine. Loki pushed Thor away and said calmly. What happened to you? What's wrong? Haha, it's nothing, it's just that I feel like an idiot. Loki smiled mockingly. Loki once felt that he was Odin's adopted son. Let alone inherit Asgard in the future, Odin did not treat him as a real son at all. So he wants to lead Thanos' army to occupy Blue Star, so that he can prove how strong he is. In the future, we can even return to Asgard and show Odin that only he is the natural king. This is the nature of a child. As a result, a few days ago, he witnessed Asgard being destroyed. The father, who was infinitely tall in his heart, the god King Odin, was so powerless in the face of Darkseid. All of Asgard was destroyed by Darkseid and Thanos. Ironically, at the last moment, both God King Odin and God Queen Frigga chose to protect their child, Loki. Odin used his divine power to wrap Loki's body, while Frigga used her magic to completely hide Loki's figure. This is why Asgard was destroyed and he still survived. Loki, I hope you're okay. Although our home is gone, we can start again. Enough. Before Thor could finish speaking, Loki interrupted him with an angry roar. My dear brother, what are you pretending to be? Asgard has been destroyed, my father and mother are dead, but why are you playing the role of a good brother in front of me? I don't need your sympathy, and put away your fake smile, it makes me sick when I see it. Thor fell silent in the face of Loki's roar. Yes, he is the saddest one now, but when facing Loki, he still subconsciously stood on his brother's side to comfort him. Thor, it seems that Asgard is really completely destroyed, Click. At this time, a sound came from the ruins in the distance. Everyone present was no ordinary person. They all noticed it and quickly turned around to look. Thor ran directly towards the place where the noise came from. At the moment, it would be great if only one person could still be alive. Thor ran to the ruins and moved the rubble away like crazy, trying to see if there was anyone alive. The superheroes not far away also ran towards here when they saw this. Click click click. The rubble was constantly moved away, and finally the contents were exposed. Chapter 81. What is this? Diddy. A strange device was taken out by them. The lights above were still flashing constantly. When Batman saw this, he kicked the thing away and then roared, this is a conspiracy, get out of here quickly. Diddy. The lights on that special device are getting brighter and brighter. Immediately, the red light flourished, and a power that destroyed everything suddenly appeared. At this critical moment, the Ancient One magician stood up, his hands constantly waving, and a portal appeared in front of them. Quick! Leave with me. No one had time to think too much, even the Green Lantern Corps entered the magic door. After everyone went in, Goo Magician closed the door again. At the 027 moment when the magic gate disappeared, that device exploded. Boom! A huge amount of mushroom cloud appeared above Asgard, and then, the entire land became torn apart, and the buildings that had been destroyed into ruins completely disappeared into the air. Asgard, a country where gods once lived, completely turned into dust at this moment. At the same time, Blue Star, in the conference room of SHIELD. They discovered that the blood-red sky was playing the video again. Originally, Nick Fury wanted to send people to search for a wave of Batmaner while Batman was away from Blue Star. But now that the video has been broadcast, we have to wait until the video is over to consider anything else. After all, there is too much information revealed in the image, and the image this time is the so-called biological universe. Maybe you can observe the location of Batmaner from it. Images of another world began to play in the bloody sky. It is still a metropolis, but at this moment, the metropolis in the main universe is not as prosperous and peaceful as before. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and streaks of thunder intertwined among the clouds. Some strange buildings suddenly appeared throughout the city. Those buildings are all black, thousands of meters high, and have strange lines on their surfaces. This texture is particularly similar to the previous wall of origin. And outside these buildings, human beings are hung on them. Their bodies are emitting electric light, and their facial features are all open. The electric light is constantly flowing out of their bodies and then converging on the buildings. These towering buildings point directly to the sky, and the electric light emerging from the human body eventually leads to the clouds. If you look carefully, you will see that there are at least dozens of such buildings in the city of Metropolis. The streets are full of damaged cars and burned and destroyed houses, and the buildings have collapsed. The whole world is quiet, except for the sizzling sound of the electric current on those buildings. It's obvious that everyone in the city has been arrested and is now hanging on those dark buildings. On top of the black building, you can still see some familiar figures, they are superheroes. The Dark Knights didn't have any time to spare with the superheroes. After they let Superman and his team go, they began to invade the entire world. In the video, the current situation of the whole world is shown. Whether it is a big country or a small country, a city or a village, this kind of black building has appeared, and human beings are hanging on it. This world has been completely taken over by the Dark Knights. At this time, Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, The Flash, Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter, and Cyborg Aquaman walked out of a building in Metropolis. What the hell are those? Superman said through gritted teeth as he looked at the rows of human walls on the black building. I have already researched it. The building should be like a battery. Its main function is to absorb some human substances and then continuously provide energy to some mysterious things. As for what it is, I don't know. Batman shook his head with serious eyes. As the smartest one in the Justice League, he started researching it as soon as it happened. Obviously, there is still no progress. The people who were rescued from above have all fallen into complete death. We cannot forcefully bring them down from above. We have to find the source. The Flash looked at those who were hung on the black battery. The man sighed. Looking for the source? Are you looking for those blues? Hearing Cyborg's words, Wonder Woman said seriously, now we are the only ones left in the Justice League, or in other words, we are definitely the only ones left on this blue star. We must be cautious, otherwise, our world will not be saved. Got it? Everyone was silent for a while. No one thought that these Batmans would have such terrifying power. In just a few days, the entire blue star fell. These people become rechargeable batteries. Something was providing energy in the future, but they had no way to save it now. The people who had been rescued from above died immediately. It's not that I haven't thought about destroying the black building, but that thing is extremely strong. If it is destroyed by force, it will definitely hurt the humans above. The camera turned and reached high in the sky. Several Dark Knights are standing on the tallest building, looking at their masterpiece. Ha 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 ha. What a wonderful sight. Clark and Bruce must be completely desperate, right? After hearing the words of the laughing bat, Barbados walked out of the darkness. Bruce, your idea is really great. Turn the main universe into a charging battery for our dark multi-universe? It's so interesting. Sure enough, find your right to cooperate. Hearing this, the corners of the laughing bat's mouth became even wider. You have said that the meaning of our dark multi-universe's existence is that after being destroyed, the power generated will be dissolved into other main universes. 4.9. We are here. Wasn't it just a battery before? If that's the case, then let the main universe also enjoy this treatment. Bruce in this world is so happy, how could he know what we have been through? Breaking Light stood up, and when he didn't use the Speed Force, Barry had no chance to fight him for control of his body. When he thought that the darkness he had experienced was inevitable, and that it had been repeated countless times without even realizing it, he went a little crazy. In his universe, in order to save his family, he sneak attacked his companion the Flash and integrated it into his body. I thought that after controlling the Speed Force, I could change his miserable future. As a result, after hearing Barbados say that his end was still destruction, how could he bear it? Chapter 82. That's right, he. Wu Ming Iron Fist's voice was low and hoarse, and his laughter was full of evil meaning. This main universe is our nourishment, and I can feel the surge of power in my body. As long as they charge us constantly, then one day, we can become the real God. Ha 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 ha. God. Your pursuits are really low. Gods are just our playthings, the laughing bat mocked. Faced with such ridicule, Wu Ming Iron Fist did not reply. This is not to say that he is afraid of the laughing bat. Everyone is Bruce, and no one is afraid of anyone. But because they are Batman from the dark side, they know what to do and what not to do. For example, if they fight to the death because of some central characters, there is no meaning in that. Born in darkness, the most important thing they should do is to turn all multi-universe into their battery factories. These powers will all flow into the dark multi-universe. Barbados looked at the scene below and opened his arms, and we represent the existence of the dark multi-universe. In other words, these powers will fill our bodies. Sooner or later, we will have to press God to death here. Hearing these crazy and unbridled words, all Bruce laughed in a low voice. Only the laughing bat laughed crazily and seemed to be very satisfied with his performance. Then let's see what our good guy Bruce will choose. Will he fall into darkness and fight back against us? Or will he still keep Clark's rhetoric? Ha 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 ha, it's really exciting. Oh? You gave him the means to fight back against you. The drowned soul looked at the laughing bat and asked doubtfully. Definitely. The laughing bat nodded. If there is no challenging game, what's the point? I put the virus that infected me in Bruce's body in another world, as long as he dissects the body or does some research. Everyone can discover the effect of that virus. Want to defeat me? Then become me first. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha, Bruce, you are really bad. Barbados looked at the laughing bat and said teasingly. Just like the laughing bat said, if you want to defeat him, you have to become him. But if the Batman of this main universe really takes the initiative to be infected by the virus, wouldn't he directly become the laughing bat, and then his companion? I also want to see how the world will change the moment Batman in this main universe is enveloped in darkness. Barbados' eyes were full of enthusiasm. Only after he saw those monsters did he understand what it meant to be a frog in a well, because the information those monsters gave him made him understand more about the multi-universe and the omnipotent universe. The main universe is the center of countless multi-universes, and the reason why those multi-universes can be born is the main universe. As an extremely important part of the main universe, Batman's importance goes without saying. This is also the reason why Barbatos chose to create the Dark Knights. If Batman in this main universe falls into darkness, no one knows what kind of changes will happen. Barbatos is looking forward to this. He even wondered whether the main monitor would appear to prevent the main universe from becoming a dark multi-universe. If the main monitor really appeared, then he would have to use the means given to him by those monsters. Roar. Just when everyone was thinking, the Destroyer, the Batman infected by the Doomsday virus, suddenly let out a roar. What's wrong? Barbatos looked at the Ravager in confusion. Huh? Is there still a Doomsday? As the same person, the Batmans of the Dark Knights can roughly know each other's thoughts. This is why they can communicate with their Ravagers. Although the Devastation's emotions were filled with violence and bloodlust, the rest of the Dark Knights still felt the meaning of the Devastation's roar. This world smells of Doomsday. All 7 Dark Knights have fought against Doomsday, and the Destroyer even directly transformed into Doomsday, and used this power to kill the Superman in the universe. They know the Doomsday very well. How is it possible that the Doomsday still exists in this world? I have read the previous information. The Doomsday that appeared in this world was solved by Clark, Bruce, and Diana working together. If so, where is it? The 3 words Doomsday cannot be ignored by anyone. You can tell just by looking at the Destroyer's combat ability. Facing Martian Manhunter, the upgraded version of Superman, he can evolve without limit during battle. Until finally he pinned Martian Manhunter to the ground and hammered him hard. If it is really distinguished by combat ability, the Destroyer is definitely the strongest among the Dark Knights. So this information had to be taken seriously by them. Ha 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 ha, an irrational guy, we can deal with him in countless ways, no need to worry. The Laughing Bat didn't care about the Day of Destruction at all. The combination of Joker and Batman creates a bottomless Batman whose IQ is ridiculously strong. He didn't care at all about the kind of monster that had no sense and only knew how to kill. The reason why the Devastator is able to maintain a certain degree of sanity is because he is 933 Bruce and can exchange ideas with other Dark Knights. As for other Doomsdays, there is no such thing as sanity, so the Laughing Bat doesn't care whether there are Doomsdays in this world. On the other hand, Barbatos, the god of darkness, fell into silence at the moment because he felt a strange thing in his arms emitting energy. This is what the monsters left him to deal with the Master Monitor. Any abnormal movement means that something that can threaten him exists in this world. After thinking for a moment, Barbatos said, "Bruce, tell me, where is the aura of Doomsday?" Faced with Barbatos' question, the Destroyer roared again. The remaining Dark Knights stretched out their hands and pointed into the distance, which was an experimental base hidden in Metropolis. They had been there before, but they didn't find any Doomsday, but the feeling of the Devastator was definitely right. Let's go over and take a look. After hearing Barbatos' words, the Dark Knights rode on the hell horses beneath them and set off towards that location. At the same time, in an experimental base in Metropolis, there are many things brought back from outer space. Most of them are definitely just wreckage.